the apocalypse arrives, the eerie and mysterious things that existed only in stories appear all over the world. Yiping was reborn a week before the catastrophe. At the very beginning. He possessed a doomsday-level time-related Eerie ability, and countless Eerie beings submitted to him without exception. Before the apocalypse, he built a safe shelter to protect his relatives. After the apocalypse, everyone was worried about food and safety. However, inside the shelter, there was an endless supply of food and water. More importantly, there was Yiping, who was even more terrifying than the Eerie beings guarding it. Even a terrifying level Eerie being would have to think twice before attempting to attack. Chapter 1. Rebirth? Time reversal? Cataclysmic anomalies. What's the matter, Yiping? Are you uninterested in my class? If so, feel free to leave, announced Lu Xiyu, the English teacher, as she rapped the blackboard with palpable irritation. The snickers of schadenfreude echoed in his ears, yet Yiping remained unfazed, rising from his seat with determination. Ah, I understand now. With that remark, he strode out of the classroom. Bang. As the classroom door slammed shut, a stunned silence enveloped the room, leaving Lu Xiyu's expression darkened. While her words had indeed been spoken, they were merely a warning. She never anticipated that he would take them literally. Had it not been during class, Lu Xiyu would have undoubtedly chased after him, ready to reprimand the troublesome student. Enough. Let us continue the lesson and disregard that wayward child. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiyu resumed her lecture, though she made a mental note of Yiping's audacity. Meanwhile, Yiping, having exited the classroom, strolled as if in his own backyard, occasionally gazing out the window, astonished and bewildered. The lush greenery, the pristine buildings, the untainted air, and the wholesome people. The scenery before him was both alien and familiar, reminiscent of a world untouched by the encroaching strangeness. Is this an illusion? Yiping pinched himself fiercely, the sharp pain confirming that the sights before him were indeed real. If it was not an illusion, then why was he here? Wait, this is the sight of his delicate, fair hands left Yiping momentarily speechless. These are my hands. In his memories, his hands had become large and rugged from years of wielding weapons, adorned with calluses and scars. More importantly, he had lost his right hand forever in a battle against the Bazaar, yet here it was, intact. And no, it was not just his hand he feared. Yiping hurried into the nearest restroom and gazed into the mirror. Reflected back was a visage clad in a student uniform, a face devoid of scars, radiating youthfulness, truly the appearance of a student. Is this me? In disbelief, Yiping touched his face, repeatedly confirming the reality before him. Both his age and physique bore no resemblance to the memory he held. It felt as though he had returned to his student days. Suddenly, his hand froze. Horror etched across his face as he fixated on his reflection. At the corner of his right eye, a finely crafted clock materialized, its hands moving slowly, emanating waves of chilling dread. Time. Anomaly. Yiping staggered back, trembling uncontrollably. It was bizarre, a phenomenon that approached cataclysmic levels of existence. Such anomalies were meant to dwell within the realm of fiction. Yet, on that fateful day, April 1st, 2023, they truly descended upon the world. They spread fear and despair, rendering humanity as insignificant as ants in their presence. The only entities capable of contending with these anomalies were the anomalies themselves. Just as humanity has never been united in spirit, the peculiarities of existence are equally devoid of harmony. The law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong, is even more pronounced among them. It is precisely for this reason that humanity seized the opportunity. Through domination, collaboration, or parasitism, humanity has managed to carve out a fragile respite amidst the apocalypse, leveraging the enigmatic powers at their disposal. However, in the face of true terror, particularly the world-ending anomalies wielding the power of rules, even the apex of human combatants, the 8th-level anomaly controllers, found themselves utterly powerless. Among these, the time anomaly has been classified as one of the calamity-level anomalies closest to world-ending capabilities. In a mere minute of its emergence, it claimed the lives of 30 million souls. Even when the elite anomaly controllers of the Dragon Kingdom gathered, they could not eradicate it completely. Ultimately, after sacrificing nearly 90% of their number, they managed to seal it, albeit barely. Wait, Seal. Ah! A searing pain surged through him, a chill coursing down Yi Ping's spine, and his memories came flooding back. I should be dead. Yi Ping staggered backward, grappling with the harsh reality. He had indeed perished, succumbing in that battle against the time anomaly. Yet now, not only was he alive, but he appeared rejuvenated. What on earth was happening? Thud! A sound echoed as something fell. Instinctively, Yi Ping glanced over to find his phone on the ground. The screen illuminated, revealing the time, sending him into a state of icy dread. December 25th, 2023. 2023? Was it not 2033? Had his phone malfunctioned, displaying a date from a decade ago? No, if the phone was functioning correctly, and this truly was 2023. Gulp! Yi Ping swallowed it nervously. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. An idea struck him as the swiftest means to ascertain his situation. If this was indeed a time before the anomalies had descended, then they must still be alive. Phew ha! Picking up the phone, he inhaled deeply and dialed that infinitely familiar number. Beep beep. The phone rang twice before connecting, and a gentle female voice emerged from the other end. Xiao Ping? What's the matter? Why are you calling me at this hour? Could it be that you're facing some troubles? Ah, I see. You must be out of living expenses, right? How about this? They'll send you another 500. Just make sure to spend it wisely this time. Otherwise, the director will surely. Upon hearing that tender voice, Yi Ping felt his eyes welling with tears, his hand trembling as he clutched the phone. No, Yujia. I still have enough for living expenses. It's just gulp. I miss you. I miss everyone. Yi Ping managed to suppress the tumult of emotions within him as he replied. Haha. I never expected that the proud Xiaoping would also fear loneliness. Don't worry, your sister will always be by your side. Oh, how about next weekend? You can bring everyone over to visit you. The woman's voice on the other end was laced with warmth and joy. No, I will return during the new year. Class is about to begin, so I will hang up now, sister you. After the call ended, Yi Ping collapsed weakly onto the ground, his phone slipping from his grasp. He tightly wrapped his arms around himself, tears cascading from his eyes. I'm still alive, everyone is still alive. Indeed, it is truly the year 2023. He has returned back to a decade ago, before the strange occurrences had begun. Ah, before the strange occurrences? Time anomaly? Hiss! Yi Ping drew in a sharp breath, suddenly enlightened. He slowly raised his hand, gently caressing his right eye, feeling a faint connection emanating from it. It must be the time anomaly. It is likely that the time anomaly, before being sealed, chose to reside within him, activating a power akin to traveling back in time, thus bringing him to this 2023 before the strangeness had manifested. That T.O. reverse time and return to the past. Such a feat is indeed possible. The time anomaly is not merely a catastrophic oddity, it is a true apocalyptic entity wielding the power of rules. And now, this apocalyptic anomaly dwells within him, that if he can fully master this time anomaly, even in a world rife with aberrations, he will undoubtedly be able to protect those around him. In his previous life, he could only watch helplessly as his loved ones suffered. This tragedy shall not be repeated in this life. And this first step begins with, Yi Ping, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell? A voice laced with concern floated from behind, pulling Yi Ping's thoughts back to reality. Chapter 2, The Eerie Sequence. A terror-level anomaly teacher Shan. Yao. Yi Ping turned around, and before him stood a beautiful teacher. After a brief moment of confusion, he retrieved memories of this strikingly voluptuous educator from the depths of his mind. She was the school nurse at Donghai High School, gentle and kind, treating everyone with utmost warmth. Coupled with her beauty, she was affectionately referred to as the angel in white by many. Yi Ping, you look quite pale. If you're feeling unwell, perhaps you should rest in the infirmary for a while, Shen Yao suggested, stepping closer to scrutinize Yi Ping's face. No need, teacher Shen. I'm perfectly fine, Yi Ping declined. With only a week remaining until the anomaly's arrival, he had much to accomplish and could not afford to waste time here. Still insisting you're fine, yet your complexion is so ashen. Come now, obedient students are the ones I cherish more, Shen Yao replied, not waiting for his refusal, as she took his hand and led him toward the infirmary. Seeing her genuine concern, Yi Ping sighed inwardly, resigned to follow her lead. It would indeed be beneficial to lie down in the infirmary and contemplate his subsequent plans. With merely a week left before the anomaly's first concentrated outbreak, he needed to devise a strategy to confront the impending disaster. "Please lie down, Yi Ping. I shall fetch a thermometer to check if you have a fever," Shun Yao instructed once they arrived at the infirmary, pointing to the bed behind the curtain. "There's no need, teacher. I'm just a bit sleep-deprived. Lying down for a moment will suffice. No need for such trouble," Yi Ping reiterated, shaking his head in refusal. "Oh, really? Well, very well. But if you still feel unwell later, do let me know. After all, I know your sister, and she specifically asked me to look out for you. If something were to happen to you, I would surely hear her nagging about it," Shun Yao said, puffing out her chest slightly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "My sister? Thank you, Teacher Shun," Yi Ping replied, momentarily taken aback before quickly apologizing. "Then I shall not disturb your rest any further," Shun Yao said softly, waving her hand gently. After drawing the white curtain around him, she departed. Seated at the edge of the bed, Yi Ping watched Shun Yao leave, his eyes reflecting a deep contemplation. In his previous life, after the onset of the anomaly, Donghai Academy, suffused with resentment, unwillingness, and other negative energies, swiftly became a feast for the anomalies. Numerous students were assimilated on the spot, becoming part of the very horrors they sought to escape. In just the first hour, nearly 90% of the 30,000 students had perished. The remainder were mostly trapped within the school's confines, too fearful to venture outside. In this atmosphere of despair and helplessness, the darkness of human nature was magnified exponentially. Yi Ping vividly remembered that Shun Yao, hiding in the infirmary, could have remained concealed until the official rescue team arrived the following day. Yet, in her kindness, she attempted to save other students by opening the infirmary door. The outcome, however, was a body ravaged and a heart consumed by despair, leading her to ultimately choose to leap from the 5th floor to end her life. Such occurrences have become all too common in the bizarre aftermath of the cataclysm. Sighing softly, Yi Ping reclined on his bed. Following the emergence of the bizarre, the world's order would be utterly shattered, with bizarre forces taking the reins. Of course, even within this strangeness, there exists a hierarchy, the distinctions between strengths starkly evident. For those who command the bizarre, the earlier one awakens to its power, the greater their strength. In his previous life, he had awakened to his own bizarre only a year after its arrival, which was considered rather late compared to those prodigious commanders. The gravity bizarre he awakened possessed the ability to alter his own gravitational force. Initially, it was roughly equivalent to a level 6 ordinary bizarre, and only by consuming bizarres of level 7 or higher could he hope for significant enhancement. Generally speaking, bizarres are categorized by their threat level. Ordinary bizarres are classified into 7 levels, with higher numbers denoting greater power. Similarly, the ranks of bizarre commanders are determined in this manner. A level 7 commander signifies the capacity to contend independently against a level 7 bizarre. However, above the ordinary bizarres lie even more terrifying special bizarres. The absence of these special bizarres from the ordinary classification is due to the vast disparity in strength, placing them in an entirely different echelon. Above level 7 bizarres, there exist 3 additional tiers: terror level, calamity level, and world-ending level. Terror level bizarres possess the ability to effortlessly obliterate a city of 1 million inhabitants. Calamity level bizarres can easily annihilate a nation. As for the final world-ending level bizarres, their name speaks for itself. Upon emergence, they can effortlessly eradicate the world. Even the pinnacle of human combat power, an 8th level bizarre commander, stands less than a 10% chance against a terror level bizarre. Presently, within his right lies a bizarre of near world-ending caliber, the Time Bizarre. However, a slight complication arises as his connection to the Time Bizarre is not particularly strong at the moment, limiting the power he can wield. Thus, he must contemplate alternative means of combat strength. After a brief rummage through his memories, Yi Ping swiftly identified the most fitting ally. Snow Wolf Bizarre. A terror-level bizarre ranked 33, it was also the first of its kind to emerge within the Dragon Kingdom. In the initial effort to eliminate this terror-level entity, the Dragon Kingdom deployed nearly all of its combat capabilities, even resorting to nuclear weapons. resulting in the obliteration of 7 cities before it was finally vanquished. Moreover, according to the researchers who examined the remains of the snow wolf, it appeared they had only slain it in its youth, not its adult phase. In other words, an adult snow wolf bazaar would likely possess strength approaching that of a calamity-level bazaar, and its rank could potentially shift from 33 to 13 or even lower. It is no exaggeration to say that if the snow wolf demon were granted another 3 years to mature fully, even if the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom were to mobilize its forces, it would prove futile. According to my recollections, the initial appearance of this snow wolf demon was within the confines of the Shangjing Zoo in Donghai City. It seems I must venture into the zoo to investigate. Yiping mused thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Just then, a commotion erupted from outside. Please, Teacher Liu, don't act this way. I have always perceived you as a passionate and diligent individual, a person of great integrity. I implore you not to take such actions, if you would be so kind. After all that, are you merely going to give me a good person card? Little Yao, I have pursued you for so long. Could my feelings not be genuine? I have been sincere, yet you dismiss me so casually. Or is it that you have a boyfriend now? A boyfriend? Teacher Liu, what are you rambling about? I hardly have time for such matters, and I have already conveyed that I have no interest in that aspect of life, and besides. Enough, little Yao. Today you. Chapter 3. The Emergence of Temporal Enchantment. A heroic rescue? All right, Xiao Yao, just follow me. I assure you, I will never let you suffer. Outside the infirmary, Lu De cornered Shun Yao against the wall, leaving her no chance to escape. I've told you, Teacher Liu, I'm not interested in a romantic relationship at the moment, so please. Shun Yao said, attempting to push the imposing Lu De away from her. However, Lu De, a tall physical education teacher, standing at 6 feet tall, was beyond her ability to budge. Romance? Huh, that is merely the folly of children. Xiao Yao, I want you to be my woman. Lu De grinned, a predatory glint flashing in his eyes as he pressed down on Shun Yao, leaning in for a kiss. Despite her desperate struggles, against such overwhelming strength, her resistance proved futile. As Lu De's face drew closer, a tumult of anxiety and fear surged within Shun Yao. Was her first experience to be relinquished here? Lu De, who usually appeared so bright and upright, had transformed into this monstrous figure. Overwhelmed by despair, she shut her eyes, unwilling to behold Lu De's grotesque visage, resigning herself to her fate. Yet, in the next moment, a dull thud echoed in her ears, akin to something heavy crashing to the floor. The anticipated vile sensation never arrived. Curiosity piqued. Shun Yao cautiously opened her eyes and beheld a scene that froze her in place. Lu De, who had just been atop her, now lay sprawled on the floor, while a slender yet commanding figure stood nearby. Yiping? The shock rendered Shun Yao momentarily speechless, forgetting to address him as a classmate. Teacher Shun, are you all right? Yiping nodded and glanced over at her. I'm fine, oh wait, that is... Shun Yao stammered, flustered and at a loss for words. At that moment, a voice filled with rage reverberated through the infirmary. So that's how you repay me with a good person card, by keeping a pretty boy around. Lu De, rising from the floor with a terrifying expression, his eyes ablaze with fury, seized a nearby metal chair and charged at Yiping. Seeing this, Shun Yao's face paled in fear, and she screamed. Get out of the way. Her instinctive shout came too late. Lu De had already approached Yiping from behind, the metal chair raised high. As Yiping turned to face Lu De, his expression darkened upon seeing the weapon. A strike from that chair could inflict more than mere injury. Realizing Lu De intended no mercy, he felt no need for restraint himself. A fierce light flickered in Yiping's right eye, and from the depths of his gaze, a clock face materialized, revealing the essence of temporal enchantment. Crack! On the clock face, the second hand advanced 3 ticks forward. In the next moment, the world before Yiping appeared to have slowed down, with Lu De approaching him like a rigid puppet, his movements seemingly as sluggish as that of a tortoise. Had time truly decelerated? No, quite the opposite. It was Yiping's own perception of time that had accelerated. The 3 seconds of hastened time essentially translated to a tripling of speed. Consequently, Luda's actions unfolded in slow motion before Yiping's eyes. In a world beset by peculiarities, Yiping would have unhesitatingly dispatched Luda to eliminate any future threats. However, that was not feasible now. A visit to the station for a chat could prove troublesome. Though killing was off the table, imparting a lesson was still necessary. Yiping strode forward, delivering a swift kick to Luda's abdomen. Despite being merely an ordinary high school student, the decade following the emergence of the Bazaar had seen him engage in countless battles, honing his combat experience, which had not dissipated with time. In the next instant, accompanied by a dull thud, Luda was sent crashing into the wall behind him, the iron chair he clutched ruthlessly landing on his foot. A wretched cry escaped Luda's lips. After a brief convulsion, his head tilted, and he lay motionless on the ground. The skirmish concluded swiftly, a blur to the observing Shunyao. In that fleeting moment, Yiping appeared to have activated some sort of cheat, executing his kick with remarkable speed before Luda's attack could even materialize. It took Shunyao a full 3 seconds to regain her composure. "Oh no, Yiping, are you all right? What has happened?" she exclaimed, hastening to his side with a look of concern. "I'm fine, just as you saw. Nothing more," Yiping replied, dismissively waving his hand, unwilling to elaborate. After all, with the Bazaar yet to descend, any explanation would merely be dismissed as the fanciful delusions of a young dreamer. "Oh wow, so you're really that impressive, Yiping. I must admit, I see you in a new light," Shunyao remarked. "Oh no, do you think Luda will be all right?" she added, suddenly recalling the fate of the man who had been kicked away. "Rest assured, he merely fainted. He is not in any serious danger," Yiping reassured her, observing Luda's condition. To faint from a single blow, how can such a physique qualify one as a physical education teacher? He added with a shrug, bemused. "Yiping, will there be any repercussions?" "I'm worried Luda might retaliate against you," Shunyao said, glancing at Luda with concern. "No worries, he won't die. Just leave him be. As for retaliation, that is highly unlikely, so you need not fret," Yiping replied, casting a glance at Luda's right foot, which had been struck by the iron chair. It is often said that every finger is connected to the heart, and the same holds true for the toes. When something weighing over 20 pounds comes crashing down, the damage to one's toes is undoubtedly substantial by the looks of it. A recovery period of at least 10 days to half a month seems inevitable. However, a week later, a peculiar fate may unfold, leaving the question of survival hanging in the balance, let alone any thoughts of retribution. "I'm well." Shunyao nodded slightly, opened her mouth as if to speak, yet found herself at a loss for words. Just as she was about to depart, Yiping noticed her hesitation and turned back. "What's the matter?" "Well, it's just, how should I put it?" Shunyao pressed her lips together, tilting her head as she said, "I feel that you, Yiping, are not quite the same as before. It's almost as if you've become a different person." "A different person?" Upon hearing this, Yiping chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he asked, "So, Shun Laosher, do you prefer the current version of me or the old one?" "Ah, well, if I must choose, I would naturally prefer the present one. But wait, what exactly do you want me to say?" As she realized that Yiping had set a trap for her mid-sentence, Shunyao lifted her gaze, ready to scold him, only to find that he had vanished. With a soft sigh, a hint of envy surfaced on her face. You truly have a wonderful younger brother." Chapter 4. Cannibalism Among Kin. The enigmatic snow wolf, after departing from the infirmary, Yiping made his way to the entrance, embellishing the earlier events as he recounted them to the 2 security guards stationed there. Upon hearing his account, the guards strode away with palpable indignation, neglecting even a glance back at the door. After all, it was not only students who harbored affections for Shunyao. Many staff members were also enamored with her. With such circumstances, Yiping no longer had to worry about Luda's relentless pursuit of Shunyao once he regained consciousness. Now that the 2 guards had left, he could slip out of the school without being questioned. The impending calamity of the mysterious snow wolf must be firmly grasped before it descended upon them. Such formidable power, whether wielded by foes or falling into the hands of others, would undoubtedly spell disaster. Hailing a rideshare vehicle by the roadside, Yiping soon arrived at the Shangjing Zoo. Once inside, he hurried to the wolf exhibit. In his estimation, Only the alpha of the pack could potentially be the harbinger of the snow wolf. However, his hopes were swiftly dashed. After nearly an hour of waiting, he finally caught a glimpse of the Wolf King, albeit from a distance. Yet, that fleeting glance sufficed to convince him. The Wolf King was certainly not the snow wolf, lacking any discernible aura. Even in the absence of the supernatural, the world had already been subtly influenced by otherworldly forces, manifesting certain ominous signs. A creature capable of embodying the snow wolf would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Initially, Yi Ping had assumed the Wolf King would be the one, but he was mistaken. Undeterred, he remained vigilant within the exhibit, scrutinizing each wolf meticulously. Yet, the outcome was the same. None of the wolves exuded the essence of the snow wolf. Could it be that the information from his previous life was erroneous? Or perhaps the true form of the snow wolf was not that of a wolf at all? Alternatively, could there be other wolves beyond this exhibit? As he pondered these questions, an announcement echoed through the air, signaling the closure of the zoo. It seemed he would have to return the following day. With a sigh, Yi Ping turned to head home. However, as he passed through a room resembling a storage area, a low, guttural sound caught his attention. It resembled a wolf's howl, raspy and faint, yet imbued with an extraordinarily potent will. This as Yi Ping instinctively halted and glanced toward the storage room on his left. Was something within? Compelled by curiosity, he stepped inside. Upon entering, a pungent stench assaulted his senses, reminiscent of a foul mixture of animal waste, putrid and overwhelming, nearly unbearable to his nostrils. Covering his face with his hand, he lifted his gaze to survey the interior of the storage room. Before him lay a grim sight, numerous animals confined within cages. More accurately, they appeared to be on the brink of death. Each creature bore visible signs of illness or injury. Even the ostensibly healthy animals, once trapped in such a filthy environment swarming with flies and mosquitoes, would soon succumb to illness. Roar! The roar reverberated once more. The sound emanated from the depths of the storeroom. Without hesitation, Yi Ping stepped forward into the darkness. Soon, he beheld the source of the noise. In the deepest recesses, within a massive iron cage measuring 4 by 4 meters, 7 large dogs were confined. No, it was not merely 7. There was an 8th occupant. This last creature, however, was not a large dog but a wolf. Judging by its size, the wolf was evidently still in its juvenile phase, barely half the size of the other large canines. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the small wolf, with its gray fur, was already marred with claw marks and bite wounds. Droplets of blood trickling from its battered form. Yet, despite its plight, the gray wolf emitted a low growl directed at the 7 large dogs surrounding it, its blue eyes shimmering with an indomitable spirit. Standing beside the iron cage, Yi Ping fixed his gaze upon the small wolf, an unusual light flickering in his eyes. The 7 large dogs, unable to contain themselves any longer, launched a simultaneous assault on the little wolf. A brutal battle erupted within the confines of the cage. To Yi Ping, the outcome seemed clear. However, the reality unfolded in stark contrast to his expectations. Though the 7 large dogs held a physical advantage, their lack of coordination rendered them ineffective, each hindering the other's attacks. The gray wolf, seizing this opportunity, deftly leapt onto one of the Tibetan mastiffs, its teeth sinking deeply into the creature's neck. Blood splattered, and anguished howls echoed throughout the storeroom. Despite the mastiff's desperate attempts to shake off the small wolf, its efforts were in vain. Gradually succumbing to blood loss, it ultimately collapsed onto the floor, lifeless. With the mastiff's demise, the atmosphere within the cage shifted dramatically. The remaining 6 large dogs hesitated, fearful of becoming the next target. The gray wolf, however, paid them no heed. Instead, it opened its maw and tore a substantial piece of flesh from the fallen mastiff, devouring it voraciously. Once satiated, the gray wolf ambled to the side, allowing the others to fight over the remains. The scene turned chaotic as the other large dogs rushed forward to compete for the scraps. After witnessing the entire ordeal, Yi Ping found himself unable to divert his gaze from the gray wolf. If he had previously harbored doubts, he was now convinced. This gray wolf was undeniably the snow wolf, its fierce temperament unmatched, even surpassing that of the Wolf King. At this moment, the gray wolf curled up in a corner, seemed to sense Yi Ping's scrutiny. It lifted its head, baring its fangs and emitting a menacing growl. Observing this, Yi Ping smiled. Truly, this was the future snow wolf, exhibiting such ferocity even in its juvenile state, before awakening its mysterious powers. This only solidified his resolve to claim it. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from behind him. "Hey, you over there. This is not a place for tourists. You need to leave immediately." A staff member rushed over. Anxiety etched across his face as he firmly grasped Yi Ping's shoulder. "Oh, is that so? Yet, it appears that the animals here haven't been fed for several days. Otherwise, they wouldn't resort to consuming their own kind." Yi Ping turned back, a broad smile adorning his face as he pointed towards the scene within the nearby iron cage. This smile sent a shiver down the spine of the staff member. Chapter 5. I am not a partner of justice, the staff. Upon witnessing the horrifying scene of 6 large dogs consuming their own kind within the iron cage, turned pale, covering their mouths as they retched uncontrollably. How could they be eating their own kind? After a moment of composure, the staff stood up, still in disbelief at the grotesque sight before them. Nearby, Yi Ping couldn't help but let out a mocking chuckle. How could one perpetrate such an atrocity and yet struggle to accept it? "No, what are you implying? I didn't force them to eat their own kind, those rabid dogs," the staff exclaimed, unable to restrain their anger. "Didn't force them? Then why is there not a single morsel of food left in the trough? And I suspect the water supply was cut off 3 days ago. If food and water were indeed sufficient, how could they possibly turn against each other?" Yi Ping's voice dripped with scorn. "Admit it. You are the architect of this horrid scene, and yet you still wish to deny it? Shut up. Even if I did, so what? They're just filthy dogs. If they die, they die." The staff, clearly in a state of reckless abandon, laid their cards on the table. "What? Are you trying to seek justice for a mere dog? It's just a beast. Even if I killed it, what of it? Besides, this is a restricted area for staff only. You, an outsider, have intruded. We will hold you accountable." The staff glared at Yi Ping with a menacing look, brimming with arrogance. "Seek justice? Huh, I am no ally of justice," Yi Ping replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he waved his phone. "Before you ponder my accountability, perhaps you should consider where your next job will be. Surely, some individuals would be intrigued by the dark underbelly of the zoo. How do you think they would react upon witnessing such brutality?" With that, a cold smirk played at the corners of Yi Ping's mouth. To the staff, it appeared as a devilish grin. At this juncture, he could no longer feign ignorance regarding the contents recorded on Yi Ping's phone. Without a doubt, should those videos be exposed, the zoo's reputation would suffer immensely, and in an attempt to conceal this truth, the zoo would undoubtedly find a scapegoat. And that scapegoat would be none other than him. Swallowing nervously, the staff fixed their gaze on Yi Ping. "What do you want? Ah, shall we finally discuss business?" Yi Ping waved his hand dismissively and turned to the iron cage. "These dogs are to be disposed of, correct? I would like one to serve as a guard dog." "A guard dog, you say?" Upon hearing Yi Ping's words, the staff's anxiety eased slightly. They genuinely feared that Yi Ping might seize this opportunity to extort them. But asking for a single dog seemed harmless enough. Indeed, the dogs here are merely discarded remnants from elsewhere. Either they are ferociously aggressive, or they refuse to heed their masters, or they possess other defects. If you desire one, feel free to choose. "Very well, I shall take this one," Yi Ping declared, pointing decisively at the small gray wolf nestled in the corner. "Huh, that one." The staff member was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the dog Yi Ping indicated. "Are you certain about that tiny gray hound? With such a slight frame, can it even guard the yard? Perhaps you should consider the larger dog beside it. Although it pales in comparison to the deceased Tibetan Mastiff, it still carries a trace of its lineage and possesses a bit of ferocity. With proper training, it could be manageable." The staff member began to suggest other options, but Yi Ping interrupted. "I want this one." After speaking, he casually brushed his hand over his phone, a subtle gesture that did not escape the attention of the staff. "Suit yourself. They're all just a bunch of useless dogs. It makes no difference whom you choose." The staff member, without further ado, opened the iron cage door, using a stun baton to fend off the larger dogs that attempted to leap out, then reached for the gray wolf. However, in the next moment, a chilling scream echoed through the warehouse. "Damn beast, how dare you bite me?" The staff member clutched his left hand, retreating from the cage, his stun baton clattering to the ground. His palm was punctured with several bloody holes, from which blood oozed incessantly. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed it outright. He cursed vehemently, his expression twisted with rage. At that moment, Yiping opened the iron door and strode directly toward the gray wolf. The staff member, now anxious, called out, "Have you lost your mind? That dog bites everyone. If something goes wrong, I'm not responsible." As his words fell, the gray wolf, which had been lying there, lunged at Yiping with startling speed, its body resembling a black arrow, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Its glistening teeth aimed for Yiping's throat. Yet in the next instant, time seemed to freeze. The gray wolf, mid-leap, hung suspended in the air. A terrifying radiance erupted from Yiping's right eye. As the second hand of the clock within the depths of his gaze advanced 3 ticks forward, the wolf, though undeniably swift, was powerless against the force of time, which approached the essence of rule. Yiping extended his hand and grasped the wolf by the scruff of its neck, lifting it effortlessly. 3 seconds later, time resumed its normal flow, and Yiping began to walk out, the small wolf writhing and attempting to bite him, yet unable to reach him. The staff member, still nursing his injured left hand, stood utterly dumbfounded. Before he could process what had transpired, Yiping had already captured the fierce gray dog with ease. Oh, know this. However, Yiping paid him no heed and proceeded directly towards the exit. The staff member, regaining his composure, suddenly recalled something and hastily called out, "Hey, the video." Upon hearing this, Yiping paused, glancing back at the staff member. "Rest assured, my phone has long since run out of battery. Moreover, you are mistaken. This is not a dog, but a wolf, and one that surpasses even the Wolf King." With these words, Yiping continued on his way, not casting another glance at the furious staff member. Chapter 6. A private conversation in a small room, a series of menacing low growls emanated from the bedside. The snow wolf, or rather, the gray wolf yet to transform into a snow wolf, was relentlessly gnawing at the iron bars of its cage, desperately attempting to escape. Of course, such efforts were in vain. How ferocious it was! After all, it was a precursor to a terrifying anomaly. Yet at this point, Yiping paused, casting a cold glance at the gray wolf imprisoned within the iron confines. If it displayed such hostility towards its own master, then perhaps it was unnecessary to keep it alive. I shall let it starve for a few days. If it proves to be unmanageable, I might as well prepare for dinner. Uncertain whether the gray wolf comprehended Yiping's thoughts or simply grew weary from its futile attempts, it eventually curled up in a corner of the cage and fell asleep. Observing this, Yiping shifted his gaze away, yawned, and succumbed to slumber. 6 days remained. Tomorrow, he needed to urgently procure some funds. The following day, after rising, Yiping made a phone call to request a 2-day leave from school, then began a frenzy of calls. Indeed, in this distorted society, while withdrawing one's savings might involve a labyrinth of procedures, obtaining a loan could be accomplished with a mere phone call in mere moments. Whether through legitimate means or otherwise, he managed to secure a total of $500,000 from more than 20 various lending platforms. However, this was merely the beginning. A casual search on 48 City unveiled a plethora of recent listings, particularly luxurious villas and apartments. After closing the app, he waited. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Soon, half a minute had elapsed. Then, Yiping's phone rang, and upon answering, the expected voice greeted him. "Hello, esteemed Mr. Yi. I'm a representative from 48 City. I noticed you were browsing." Before the sales representative could finish, Yiping interrupted. "I wish to purchase a property, but I have one condition. The property deed must be processed today." "Ah, Mr. Yi, the deed is quite a complicated matter, and I will buy 2. Sir, it's not merely a matter of purchasing 2. There are regulations that—" "Oh, is that so? Then I shall seek to purchase elsewhere." With that, Yiping prepared to terminate the call. At that moment, the sales representative, now flustered, exclaimed, No, sir, you misunderstand. It's not impossible. The property deed can indeed be processed today, but concerning the down payment, is there not a 0 down payment promotion?" "Yes, there is, but Mr. Yi, you must be aware that the interest rates for the 0 down payment option might be Higher interest is inconsequential. I am to be married next month. Do you understand? Oh, is that so? That's wonderful. I comprehend. Mr. Yi, please rest assured, I will have everything processed for you today. After the call concluded, approximately 2 hours later, a young man in a suit, perspiring profusely, handed 2 property deeds to Yi Ping, having secured the titles for 2 apartments. The subsequent events unfolded with remarkable ease. Armed with these documents, he ventured to the usurer's domain to procure a loan. Thus, he found himself in possession of an additional 1,500,000, bringing his total to 2 million. As for the exorbitant interest rate, which soared to 100%, what of it? In just 6 days, the very existence of those lenders would be in jeopardy. The prospect of them demanding repayment seemed rather far-fetched. With 2 million in hand, numerous opportunities began to present themselves. Indeed, it was time to pay a visit to Sister Yu and the others. Reflecting upon the faces from the orphanage, a warm smile unexpectedly graced Yi Ping's typically impassive countenance. In Nanhai City, in the suburbs, within the confines of Tianyuan Orphanage, the children buzzed with excitement. Sister Yu, how has Brother Ping been? When will he return? I want him to see how strong I've become, stronger than Brother Ping. One child exclaimed, Sister Yu, when Brother Ping comes back, please remind him to bring us some local delicacies. I've heard the pastries from Donghai City are particularly delectable. Aren't they, Ergio? Ah, yes. They're indeed quite tasty. I had them once a long time ago, responded another. Brother is coming back? Oh, how delightful. Upon receiving news of Yi Ping's call from Lu Yu, the 3 children erupted into a cacophony of chatter, surrounding her with unabashed enthusiasm. Naturally, Lu Yu did not mind their exuberance, yet she deemed it necessary to set some boundaries. After all, a day had already passed, and their excitement seemed rather excessive. I merely called to inquire about your well-being. I am yet unaware of when he will return. Now, if you're all free, perhaps you could go play with Aisha. Lu Yu sighed, gesturing towards the corner of the dilapidated classroom where a blonde girl quietly immersed herself in a book. Despite the ruckus, the girl remained undistracted, wholly absorbed in her reading. Oh, Aisha ignores me. It's quite vexing, Roger remarked, turning his head away in mild frustration. Sister Yu, I believe Aisha prefers solitude. Hence her lack of response. One child pondered aloud, glancing at Ergio for confirmation. Yes, indeed, Aisha often speaks in ways that are difficult to comprehend. It can be a tad daunting. Of course, I don't dislike her, it's just... Ergio stammered, suddenly realizing she may have misspoken and promptly hid behind the other child. Ah, we are all family here. We should strive to improve our relationships, especially you, Roger. Didn't you hide Aisha's book a few days ago? Lu Yu said, hands on her hips, casting an exasperated look at Roger. Oh no, that was a tactical retreat, Roger exclaimed before bolting out the door. Witnessing this, Lu Yu could not help but shake her head and let out a weary sigh. However, not long after he had dashed outside, Roger returned, a cloud of gloom shadowing his youthful face. What is the matter, Roger? Your expression seems rather grim, one child inquired. Puzzled, in the next moment, the reason became abundantly clear to her. Oh dear, what a lively and bustling family it is. To be honest, it is truly enviable. The sounds of laughter and conversation resonate throughout the classroom. Suddenly, the atmosphere within the room falls silent, a chill creeping in. The expressions of the 3 little ones darken. Even Elsa, who is buried in her book in the corner, lifts her head, her delicate face marred by a look of disdain. A middle-aged man, with a protruding belly and a broad smile, leisurely strides into the classroom. His slanted eyes scan the room, surveying everyone as though they were mere merchandise. Director Zhang. Lu Yu's complexion instantly turns ashen, her body trembling slightly. Ah, is it you, little Yu? It's been quite a while. You have grown quite graceful. The saying that a girl transforms at 18 holds true. Zhang Huai beams, his gaze appraising Lu Yu as if he wished to consume her with his eyes. Director Zhang, may I ask what brings you here today? Lu Yu clenches her arms, lifting her head to speak, her voice trembling slightly. Oh, nothing of great consequence. Just thought I would visit and see how you all are doing. It has been far too long since I had a proper chat with you, little Yu. Let's find a more suitable place to converse. Zhang Huai's smile broadens. Director Zhang, would it be acceptable to chat here? Lu Yu swallows hard. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead as her grip on her arms tightens, trembling slightly. Little Yu, you have become a remarkable adult now. And I believe you understand that maintaining an image in the eyes of children is essential, right? Many matters are beyond our control. Speaking of which, it seems that the orphanage's funding has. Zhang Huai speaks slowly, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Yu, resembling that of a predator eyeing its prey. I understand. Everyone, please remain here quietly. I will have a brief word with Director Zhang. Lu Yu bites her lip, finally managing to utter those words. That's my good child. Very well. Let us proceed. Zhang Huai nods in satisfaction, licking his lips before striding out of the classroom, with Lu Yu following reluctantly behind. In that moment, the classroom is left with 4 little ones, their faces heavy with gloom. Chapter 7. Brother, come back soon, there are cows. After a brief moment of silence, a voice filled with rage shattered the tranquility. No, this cannot stand. I must bring Sister Yu back. Did you not see the way that fat man looked at her? It was as if he wished to devour her whole. Roger clenched his fists and rose to his feet. I will make that wretched glutton pay dearly. However, before he could finish speaking, Yue immediately blocked his path. No, you cannot go. Do not hinder me, Roger exclaimed, grasping Yue in an attempt to push her aside. At that moment, Erjiu lunged forward, and the 2 women seized his arms, refusing to let go. Please release me. If you do not, I shall become truly enraged. Roger's brow furrowed, his face a canvas of fury as he struggled to break free. No, if you go like this, it will only lead to greater trouble. Erjiu insisted, leaning her weight against him. Indeed, we shall not relent, Erjiu affirmed, her eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Yet, the inherent difference in strength between men and women became evident. Despite Yue and Erjiu's desperate efforts, they could not match Roger's might. Just as he was about to fully escape the twins' grasp, a cold voice echoed in his ears. Have you had your fun? Huh? Roger froze, turning around in disbelief to see Aisha standing. It was perhaps the first time he had heard her speak so loudly. The twins instinctively released Roger, glancing at Aisha with surprise. Even if I let you pass, what will it change? Can you defeat that beast or make him stop? He is the owner of this orphanage, and with a mere frown, he can cast us all out. Are you willing to risk leaving us all homeless? Aisha's relentless questioning fell upon Roger like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing his fiery anger. No, I did not mean to. I just want to help Sister Yu. Roger lowered his head, staring blankly at his clenched fists. Your actions convey that very sentiment. So what do you propose? To do nothing and merely watch as that glutton harms Sister Yu? Roger shouted in anger, turning to Aisha. You are heartless. Sister Yu has cared for you so much. Can you truly stand by and do nothing? With all the books you've read, can't you find a way to save her? Aisha bit her lip, clutching her arms tightly, tears glimmering in her eyes as she managed to utter 3 words through gritted teeth. I'm sorry. I do not want your apologies. I want to save Sister Yu. Brother, I am so sorry, so sorry. Roger completely broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. As if under his infectious influence, the twins, Yue and Jio, clung to each other and wept aloud. Brother Ping, please come back soon. Sister Yu is about to be sullied. Where on earth are you? They cried, their voices echoing in the classroom. Oh, big brother, save Sister Yu. Hurry back. Save her. The sound of their sobs lingered in the air. Nearby, Aisha turned her head away, unable to bear the sight any longer, tears streaming down her lovely face. Just then, a sound of footsteps approached from outside, prompting Aisha to instinctively look up. Upon recognizing the figure, she froze, her gem-like eyes sparkling with excitement. In the innermost depths of the orphanage, within a small, warehouse-like room, Zhang Huai gently patted the bench beside him, gazing at Lu Yu. Why are you standing so far away? Come closer. Let me see you properly. Oh no, Director Zhang, I'm fine standing here. By the way, what is it you wish to discuss? If possible, I would like to finish this quickly. Those children are quite unruly, and without my supervision, they can cause quite a stir. Leaning against the door, Lu Yu hugged her arms tightly, responding cautiously. What commotion could a few little rascals possibly create? Zhang Huai scoffed. greedily eyeing Lu Yu's figure. You know, Lu Yu, this orphanage thrives because of me. I have raised you, after all, Haven Ti? Of course. We hold great respect for you. Director Zhang, Lu Yu replied, turning her head away to suppress her disgust. Respect is not merely spoken. Yet from you, I sense none at all, Zhang Huai remarked, rising and taking deliberate steps towards her. No, that is not true. I have great respect for you, Director Zhang. Lu Yu's words were cut short as Zhang Huai pressed her against the door. His hefty frame loomed over her, resembling a wild boar cornering its prey. I told you, respect is not just words. Do not forget, it is because of me that you survive. If I were to be displeased, you could be out on the streets at any moment. I have worked hard and spent so much to care for you. Is it not right to receive a little benefit in return? Zhang Huai leaned closer, his breath quickening, revealing his unmasked desires. I will repay you the money, so please, Director Zhang. Lu Yu trembled, biting her lip in a futile attempt to resist. Repay? With what? You currently have no legitimate job, do you? Enough. Lu Yu, you are an adult now. You understand the concept of equal exchange, do you not? Zhang Huai licked his lips, his hands slightly raised. Rest assured, as long as you submit to me, this orphanage can continue to operate. And I can even ensure that those little ones receive an education. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yu could utter no further phrases. She slowly closed her eyes. Her hands at once clutched her chest, now falling weakly. Two streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks. I am sorry, Xiaoping, but I may be nearing my breaking point. Ah, that's the spirit. I am indeed your benefactor. Fear not. I shall be exceedingly gentle. A broader smile graced Zhang Huai's lips as he seized Lu Yu's shoulders, his mouth poised to seal the moment. However, at that instant, a shattering sound echoed through the air. Chapter 8. The Minotaur Must Die. With a thunderous crash, the wooden door of the warehouse shattered, and a pair of hands reached in from outside, seizing Zhang Huai by the throat. Ah! Zhang Huai cried out in agony, caught completely off guard as he was yanked outside. The entire sequence transpired with alarming swiftness. By the time Lu Yu opened her eyes, that loathsome visage had vanished. Momentarily stunned, she noticed the splintered door and, recalling Zhang Huai's piercing scream, felt an overwhelming urge to pursue. Once outside, she quickly spotted the individual who had dragged Zhang Huai away. Xiaoping, observing Yi Ping, who was relentlessly pummeling Zhang Huai. Lu Yu instinctively covered her mouth as tears streamed down her cheeks. Was this a miracle? Had he truly returned? Ah, you wretched little brat. Stop it. I'm the dean, no, please. I beg you. Just stop. I implore you. Please. Stop it quickly. Woo. I was wrong. I beg for mercy. Initially, the battered Zhang Huai attempted to wield threats. Yet confronted with such unyielding violence, he swiftly crumbled, pleading for clemency. However, Yi Ping remained impervious to his cries, continuing to unleash his fists, a chilling murderous intent flickering in his eyes. In his previous life, when Yi Ping had returned to the orphanage with newfound strength, he was met with a scene of devastation. His brother's corpse, already decayed and reeking, the three little girls who had vanished without a trace, and Lu Yu, imprisoned in the basement, reduced to a mere plaything, her mind utterly shattered. Yi Ping vividly recalled cradling Lu Yu as her body gradually lost warmth, until it ultimately grew cold, transforming into a lifeless shell. He could never forget her last words. I'm sorry. Just 3 simple words. Yet they were indelibly etched in his mind, never to be erased. The architect of this calamity stood before him now, Zhang Huai. Any potential threat must be extinguished at its inception. After all, the apocalypse would descend in 6 days, and no one would be inclined to seek justice for a scoundrel. With this thought, Yi Ping's grip tightened further. The anguished cries of Zhang Huai grew increasingly feeble. At that moment, a slender arm reached around from behind, encircling his waist. Stop it, Xiaoping. If you continue, this man will die. It was Lu Yu, her delicate arms surprisingly strong. He deserves to be punished. Yi Ping replied coldly, his gaze fixed on the battered Zhang Huai, icy with disdain. But I don't want you, Xiaoping, to become a murderer. Lu Yu's voice quivered with emotion, her tears soaking the back of Yi Ping's shirt. Upon hearing her plea, Yi Ping's clenched fist gradually relaxed. Huh, very well. With a heavy sigh, Yi Ping released Zhang Huaid and rose to his feet. Zhang Huaid, having narrowly escaped disaster, gasped for breath, his face swollen to the size of a pig's head, a visage that oddly suited his physique. All right, you take them back first. I have a few words to exchange with this fellow, Yi Ping remarked, clapping his hands nonchalantly. They? Huh? Oh. Lu Yu paused momentarily, then followed Yi Ping's gaze. Immediately spotting the four little ones sprawled at the classroom threshold, their eyes fixed on this side. Very well, I shall lead them back. Oh, and Xiao Ping. Lu Yu, having taken a few steps, seemed to recall something and turned back, concern etched on her face as she looked at Yi Ping. Rest assured, you. I no longer harbor such thoughts. Upon hearing Yi Ping's assurance, the worry on Lu Yu's face dissipated. Then, do return promptly. With that, Lu Yu swiftly escorted the four little ones away from the scene. Now, it is time to settle the score. In the blink of an eye, Yi Ping's previously amiable demeanor darkened, his icy gaze fixated on Zhang Huaid. Recovering slightly, Zhang Huaid shuddered involuntarily upon meeting Yi Ping's frigid stare. And no, I would never dare again. Dade? I suspect your mind is already concocting schemes to expel us all. Am I correct? Yi Ping simidet. Though the expression bore no warmth, the words of a scoundrel held no weight, easily disregarded. Rest easy. I shall not act against you today. Moreover, I have purchased this land, including the orphanage. Therefore, you are never to set foot here again. Yi Ping gently patted Zhang Huaid's shoulder, delivering his announcement with an air of finality. Purchased, bought? Zhang Huaid's shock momentarily overshadowed his fear, disbelief written across his features. Impossible. How could a mere student afford such a sum? The intensity of his astonishment led him to overlook his trepidation as he gazed incredulously at Yi Ping. Disbelieve? Here, take a look at this. Yi Ping, disinterested in further discussion, produced a Redland certificate from behind him. Upon seeing the name inscribed on the document alongside the official seal, Zhang Huaid was left utterly bewildered. And know this, can it truly be? Wait, 1 million? Are you insane? For such a small place, you spent 1 million? No, wait. Where did you even acquire such funds? Zhang Huaid's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, struggling to comprehend the reality before him. The source of the money is of no concern to you. Just remember this. Starting today, Tianyuan Orphanage bears no connection to you whatsoever, Yi Ping announced coldly. I understand. Zhang Huaid's complexion shifted rapidly, ultimately standing up with clenched teeth, his eyes gleaming with defiance. From this day forth, I shall never set foot here again. Are you satisfied now? Be gone. Yes. Zhang Huaid's face twitched as he struggled to suppress the fury boiling within him, limping towards the exit. Yet, at the moment he crossed the threshold of the orphanage, his chubby visage, mottled with bruises, was suffused with rage and hatred, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying malice. Meanwhile, Yi Ping stood motionless, observing Zhang Huaid's retreating figure with an impassive expression. In his right hand, he turned over a business card, resting in his palm. Indeed, it was Zhang Huaid's card, which Yi Ping had surreptitiously taken during their earlier confrontation. As he gazed at the address inscribed on the card, a chilling intent flickered in Yi Ping's eyes. Pests must be eradicated entirely to prevent future troubles. In his previous life, he had learned this lesson at a grave cost. Just then, footsteps echoed behind him. Without needing to glance back, Yi Ping knew who it was. Sister Yu? Did I not instruct you to return first? What? As he spoke, he slowly turned, only to be enveloped by a wave of fragrant air as a soft, supple figure leapt into his embrace. Chapter 9. It's all about the little things. Pests must be eradicated. Lunar, sister? Yi Ping's body stiffened momentarily, uncertain of where to place his hands. Can I hold you for just a little while longer? Lu Yu murmured, her voice tinged with a hint of tears as she leaned against Yi Ping's shoulder. Of course, rest assured I am right here. Yi Ping gently reassured her, softly caressing her back. After an indeterminate period, Lu Yu finally ceased her sobbing and regained her composure. Phew, I apologize, little Ping, for making a spectacle of myself, she said, rubbing her slightly swollen eyes, casting a somewhat embarrassed glance at Yi Ping. It's quite all right, Lunar Sister. By the way, it has been ages since I last savored your culinary skills. When will dinner be ready? Yi Ping licked his lips, his expression one of eager anticipation. Hee, look at you. Well, it's nearly prepared. Why don't you go to the hall and call the little ones? Lu Yu replied with a cheerful smile, playfully rolling her eyes at him before heading straight to the kitchen. Observing Lu Yu's retreating figure, Yi Ping clenched his fists slightly, an unwavering determination etched upon his face. This time, he would protect her without fail. As he stepped into the hall, a petite, dark figure suddenly leaped onto him. Brother Ping, you were so impressive just now. You took down that fat guy in no time. How did you do it? Teach me, please. Gazing at the exuberant Roger clinging to him, Yi Ping smiled gently and ruffled his hair. In a few years, you'll be able to do it too. I hope you didn't cause any trouble for Lunar Sister while I was away. Ah, well, certainly not, Roger replied, a hint of guilt flickering in his eyes as he averted his gaze. Telling lies will stunt your growth. A Yu chimed in, approaching from behind with a beaming face. Brother Ping, how long will you stay this time? Did you bring any local specialties for us? I heard. Sister. Big brother has just returned and is quite tired. Perhaps we should not trouble him. Ergio, following you, stammered shyly, her face partially hidden by her bangs but still radiant with joy. No need to be so formal with me. We are family, Yi Ping said, noticing a use beshful demiano. He smiled and affectionately patted her head. Hey, that's not fair. I want to turn too. I haven't been patted on the head. A Yu protested, her voice laced with dissatisfaction. This playful banter only deepened the warmth in Yi Ping's smile, his eyes reflecting boundless tenderness. Indeed, this was the happiness he yearned to safeguard. Suddenly, from the corner of his vision, a small, anxious figure caught his attention. Upon catching a glimpse of the golden hair, Yi Ping's lips curled into a subtle smile. What is this? My beloved brother has returned, and you don't wish to welcome me. Aisha? Well, hugs are currently on a complimentary basis, Yi Ping teased, squatting down and spreading his arms wide. What good can come from something free? Aisha, clutching her book, turned her head away with a hint of disdain. However, in light of your valiant rescue of Sister Lu Yu, I shall grant you a modicum of praise. As she spoke, Aisha stepped forward and gently embraced Yi Ping. Observing this, Yi Ping couldn't help but smile. Being tsundere is not particularly fashionable these days. Nevertheless, your elder brother, do not find this displeasing. Upon finishing his words, he reached out and affectionately tousled Aisha's hair. Don't mess with my hair. It will stunt my growth, Aisha replied with a hint of pride, though she did not resist his gentle touch. Witnessing this scene, the three little ones nearby couldn't help but chuckle with joy. A warm atmosphere enveloped the hall. At the dinner table, Yi Ping savored the long-awaited warmth of freshly cooked meals amidst the lively ambience. In the post-apocalyptic world that had descended upon them, he had only been able to consume cold, unappetizing rations and tasteless nutrient solutions. It had been nearly a decade since he had enjoyed a meal in such company. After dinner, Yi Ping returned to his unfamiliar, yet strangely familiar bedroom. Lying on the slightly musty wooden bed, he quickly drifted into slumber. His sleep was deep and restful, though he awoke with a slight blemish on his tranquility. What is it, Roger? He inquired, noticing the bouncing Roger at the bedside, resembling a playful monkey. Brother Ping, there's trouble. A monster. No, a large machine has arrived at our gate. Sister Yu is negotiating with them. We must hurry. A large machine? Negotiating? Yi Ping's mind was still sluggish, struggling to comprehend Roger's words. Fortunately, at that moment, Yu entered and provided clarity. Brother Ping, it seems to be an excavator or something similar, along with many large trucks. What on earth is happening? You should go out and see, she urged, gently pushing Yi Ping. So many people. It's a bit frightening, remarked Ergio, peeking out nervously from behind Yu. Upon hearing this, Yi Ping suddenly understood. You mean those? It's nothing to worry about. I call them here. He chuckled, dismissing their concerns as he got out of bed. Indeed, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, resources had become exceedingly scarce. Additionally, safety had become paramount. Consequently, he had invested the remaining $1 million entirely into these two vital areas. Once outside, A bewildered Lu Yu rushed to Yi Ping's side. Xiaoping, what is all this? Did you call them? They say they want to renovate the orphanage completely, and there seems to be an overwhelming amount of food. How many years will it take for us to consume all of this? Yes, I summoned them. It's nothing serious. Our place is rather dilapidated, so a renovation would be quite beneficial. As for the food, haven't those little ones been complaining about hunger? I thought it prudent to purchase more to ensure they are well fed, Yi Ping explained, waving his hand dismissively before proceeding to discuss some details with the foreman among the workers. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yu swiftly seized him and led him to a secluded corner. No, Xiaoping, you would have engaged in any illicit activities, would you? Whether it's the renovations or the food, it must have cost a fortune. Where on earth did you acquire such wealth? Have you been involved in something you shouldn't? Please, tell me now, it's not too late. Concern etched across Lu Yu's beautiful visage, her eyes brimming with anxiety. Although she lacked a particular understanding of money, the sheer volume of machinery, food, and the complete renovation of the orphanage could not possibly be a trivial sum. It was inconceivable that a high school student could amass such funds. Observing the profound worry in Lu Yu's eyes, Yi Ping smiled faintly and produced the explanation he had long prepared. Sister Yu, are you familiar with Huibyte, the digital cryptocurrency? I invested in it long ago, and it has appreciated exponentially. Just a few days ago, I sold all of it, which is how I came into this money. It's merely a small amount. What? Huibyte? I think I've heard of it. However, you shouldn't squander this sudden windfall so recklessly. You ought to consider yourself more. It's an utter waste, and though Lu Yu grasped the situation, she struggled to fully accept it. How could spending on one's family be deemed wasteful? All right, Sister Yu, you need not worry about this matter. Leave it all to me. Yi Ping coaxed her until she finally relented. Subsequently, he learned from the foreman that even the quickest renovation and installation process would require a week to complete. However, under the influence of financial capability, he managed to compress that time frame to 5 days. This way, the orphanage's transformation would be completed just a day before the impending ordeal. At his request, 3 sides of the orphanage would be entirely sealed, and the main entrance would be secured by a heavy, reinforced digital keypad automatic door. This arrangement would allow even the weakest of women or children to operate it. Additionally, the entire underground area would be excavated and converted into a large storage facility where subsequent supplies would be stored. Naturally, he opted to procure a portion of the goods with an upfront payment, maximizing the value of his available funds. The entire preparation and arrangement consumed an entire day. Fortunately, considering this, Yi Ping took 2 days off. That evening, instead of dining at Tianyuan Orphanage, he returned home. However, before going back, there was one essential task that required completion. Mere pretty words could not safeguard anything. In this life, even if his hands were stained with blood, Yi Ping would never allow anyone to usurp his happiness. To this end, the root of the pestilence must be utterly eradicated. Chapter 10. The Terror of Temporal Deception. Death by Old Age? The night had deepened profoundly. Within Villa 38 of the Tianfu estate, Zhang Huai lay upon an opulent bed, unable to find solace in sleep. Even though a day had passed, the ire within him had not waned in the slightest. Ah, that wretched brat. How dare he treat me in such a manner? Does he not realize that it is because of me that dilapidated orphanage can endure? I am their Midway through his tirade, a sharp pain seized Zhang Huai, causing him to involuntarily gasp for breath. He took several deep inhalations before regaining his composure. Never mind. I have already contacted Boss Wang. With that old coot's peculiar predilections, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to acquire 3 young girls. Once Boss Wang intervenes, even if that insufferable brat purchases the orphanage, what of it? At that juncture, both that woman and the brat shall become my playthings. Ha ha ha. As this thought crossed his mind, a triumphant chuckle escaped Zhang Huai's lips. Just then, a voice laced with curiosity reverberated in his ears. Who is this Boss Wang? Boss Wang? You don't know Boss Wang? He is the one from Haitian group. Zhang Huai instinctively began to answer the inquiry, but midway, a chilling realization surged through him. Who? Oh, how curious that after just 1 day's absence, Director Zhang has already forgotten me? The voice dripped with mockery, echoing throughout the room. Following this, a figure sauntered into the chamber. The dim light illuminated the visage of the newcomer. No, why, how are you here? Zhang Huaida's pupils dilated in shock, as though he had encountered a demon. In response to his question, Yi Ping remained silent, leisurely surveying the lavish bedroom. Such DCOR, such furnishings, and a luxurious bed. Oh, is that a 1982 Lafayette? Impressive. But can one truly amass such wealth solely from running an orphanage? The disdainful demeanor of Yi Ping contorted Zhang Huaida's expression into one of grotesque rage, yet he found himself powerless to retaliate. He, uninjured, was already battered beyond recognition. Now, there was no need to say more. What do you want, you wretched brat named Yi? How dare you intrude upon my home? I must inform you. This is unequivocally a criminal offense. As he spoke, Zhang Huaida's hand instinctively reached for his phone on the bedside. However, in the next moment, he was astounded to discover that his phone had inexplicably found its way into Yi Ping's grasp. No, why are you standing here? Zhang Huaida's face drained of color, his body trembling uncontrollably. Just a moment ago, Yi Ping had stood several meters away with his back turned. Now, he was standing directly before him. Even Olympic sprint champions could not accomplish such a feat, to put it bluntly. This was beyond the realm of human capability. Ah, Director Zhang, why do you look so pale? Said Yi Ping, maintaining an air of calm as he nonchalantly extended his phone towards Zhang Huaida, as if he were a considerate subordinate. However, upon seeing the phone so close, Zhang Huaida trembled uncontrollably, fear gripping him, rendering him unable to accept it. In that moment, he realized that this seemingly ordinary high school student before him was, in fact, a terrifying entity akin to a demon. What exactly do you want? Is it money? How much? If I give you the money, will you spare my life? Or is it about the previous incident? I swear, I promise I will never disturb you again. Before Zhang Huaida could finish his plea, a chilling voice interrupted him. Boss Wang, who is it? This simple inquiry struck Zhang Huaida like a sharpened blade at his throat. No, you misheard. I never mentioned Boss Wang. I was just completing a task, that's it. Zhang Huaida forced a strained smile, his peripheral vision darting towards the door, beads of anxious sweat glistening on his bald head. He understood all too well that if he revealed anything concerning that particular entity, his fate would be far worse than death. Yet, he still had a glimmer of hope. If the servant at his home noticed something amiss and came up, he might yet be saved. However, it soon dawned upon Zhang Huaida that Yi Ping standing before him was the true harbinger of death. Is that so? Yi Ping merely nodded slightly, showing no intention of further inquiry. Observing this, Zhang Huaida exhaled a sigh of relief, preparing to change the subject when a hand clasped his shoulder. Ah, Mr. Yi, what are you? Zhang Huaida looked at Yi Ping in confusion, unable to comprehend this action. Was he about to be assaulted again? Wait, something feels like it's slipping away. Oh no, my body. Zhang Huaida's expression grew increasingly grim as he sensed something within him fading, yet he could not articulate what it was. Hey, what are you? Doing, ha. Zhang Huaida opened his mouth to voice his protest, but even a single phrase seemed to exhaust all his strength. Yi Ping did not reply. Instead, he hurled the mirror from the bedside table directly at him. In the next instant, a scream reverberated throughout the room. No, this is this. Me? How could this be? How did I become this? Ah, cough. Upon seeing his reflection in the mirror, Zhang Huaida completely lost his sanity, throwing the mirror away in horror. The reflection revealed a bald, wrinkled old man, resembling someone who had 1 foot already in the grave. This is not me. Absolutely not. Ah, cough. Zhang Huaida desperately denied, yet the overwhelming sense of weakness, along with the sight of his emaciated hands, made him acutely aware that this was reality. He, who should have been in his 50s, had suddenly transformed into the appearance of a man in his 70s or 80s. He could not fathom what had transpired. Ah, is it you? It must be you. I implore you, return me to my former self, restore my time. Cough. To me. The aged Zhang Huaida cried out as he tumbled from the bed, crawling desperately towards Yi Ping. Indeed, if this demon before him had done something, perhaps this very demon possessed the means to restore him. Now that you wish to speak, let us converse. Yi Ping, with an impassive expression, nodded, and reiterated his previous inquiry. This time, Zhang Huai was exceedingly cooperative, even divulging matters that had not been questioned. After the interrogation, Yi Ping clapped his hands, stood up, and made his way towards the door. However, just as he took a step, a hand grasped at his pant leg. It was Zhang Huai. "Please, don't go, sir. I have told you everything, so don't kill me." With just this single plea, Zhang Huai seemed to expend nearly half of his life force, panting heavily, his face as pale as a corpse. "Kill you?" Yi Ping chuckled. "I promised I wouldn't kill you. However, if you die of old age, that is beyond my concern." With that remark, he kicked Zhang Huai's hand away and departed. Left behind, Zhang Huai gazed in despair at Yi Ping's retreating figure, wanting to call out. Yet the words he had just uttered had drained him of his last vestiges of strength. At that moment, a sound of footsteps approached. Could it be that man, having found his conscience, was returning? Zhang Huai struggled to lift his head, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Soon, the footsteps halted, and a woman in her 40s, clad in a maid's outfit, entered the room. "Oh, what has happened, my master?" It seems, as the woman stepped inside. Her words were cut short as a hand seized her ankle. It was Zhang Huai. "Help! Help me!" Zhang Huai gasped, summoning all his strength to utter this plea. However, upon seeing Zhang Huai's gaunt, aged visage, the woman was utterly horrified. "Oh my goodness, a ghost!" With a terrified scream, she turned and fled, inadvertently kicking Zhang Huai as she did. "Ah, no!" Zhang Huai, collapsed on the floor, was etched with despair, an overwhelming sense of regret flooding his heart. Why had he chosen to act against that orphanage? Alas, no matter how much he lamented, the time lost could never be reclaimed. When the sunlight of the following day streamed through the window, the light in Zhang Huai's eyes had completely vanished. The maid, having sensed something amiss, reported to the authorities, and the forensic results left everyone in shock. The elderly man who perished within Zhang Huai's chamber was, in fact, Zhang himself. The cause of death was simply old age. Indeed, it was a natural conclusion to a long life. Such circumstances left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Furthermore, upon reviewing the surveillance footage, no evidence of any intruder entering the villa was discovered. Ultimately, the verdict was classified as a natural death. Chapter 11. A New Eerie Awakening. The snow wolf anomaly obtained. In the city of Donghai, when Yi Ping finally returned home, it was already past 3 in the morning. Although his body was utterly fatigued, the rewards he reaped were immense. The trials of the previous night had granted him a clearer understanding of the powers possessed by the time anomaly. Indeed, the time anomaly is a cataclysmic entity, wielding a force of rules that surpasses the mere description of terror. Just as he had surmised earlier, the temporal abilities of the time anomaly could be wielded not only upon oneself, but also upon everything and indeed the world around him. Otherwise, he would not have been reborn into the past. Last night, he undertook a partial exploration of the capabilities of this time anomaly, and the outcome was the absorption of time. Indeed, the sudden aging of Zhang Huai was a direct result of Yi Ping siphoning away his temporal essence. A new ability? Yi Ping gently caressed his right eye, where the clock face of the time anomaly now indicated that the second hand was moving counterclockwise towards the 3rd tick mark. Drawing upon the time he had absorbed from Zhang Huai, the time anomaly had regained a modicum of power, and he could distinctly feel a deeper connection to it. If this trend continued, the day he could fully master the time anomaly would not be far off. Moreover, with the restoration of a fraction of its power, he discovered an additional ability at his disposal. Or rather, this ability was inherently part of the time anomaly's nature, the reversal of time. Unlike the capacity to accelerate oneself, time reversal literally meant to turn back the flow of time. The maximum extent to which he could revert time was a mere 3 seconds, and he could not reverse time again from that which had already flowed backward. If utilized wisely, this could even allow him to avert certain death. However, it could not be employed consecutively. Yi Ping lowered his hand, and the clock face in his right eye dissipated. During his 4th attempt at reversing time, he encountered failure. The most direct evidence of this was the cup he had shattered 3 seconds prior, which did not revert to its original state. 3 opportunities, though sufficient in their own right. Moreover, As the time anomaly regained more power, he could, but wait. What date is it today? Before he could finish his thought, Yi Ping realized a crucial fact. Today's date was December 28th. In other words, only 4 days remained until the arrival of the anomaly. Only 4 days left. Sitting at the edge of his bed, while nibbling on a meat bun he had conveniently purchased, Yi Ping pondered his next course of action. The powers he currently wielded, when measured by human standards, were indeed formidable, yet they remained woefully inadequate against the terrifying anomalies. Additionally, from his recollections, during the initial onset of the anomalies, the city of Donghai would briefly fall under the dominion of a Tier 3 anomaly. It is worth noting that a Tier 3 anomaly could render one immune to conventional weaponry, such as bullets. Unless missiles were deployed, ordinary arms would be utterly ineffectual. As for whether the missile can hit its target, that is another matter entirely. After all, the third-level anomaly possesses an intelligence akin to that of a beast, making it utterly improbable for it to stand idly by and be struck by a missile. Given my current strength, facing a third-level anomaly would undoubtedly lead to my demise. Yi Ping stroked his chin, meticulously analyzing his combat capabilities. The anomaly of time is indeed formidable, and its abilities are exceptionally perverse. However, it currently lacks a means to transform this temporal power into an ultimate weapon. The acceleration of time can only be applied to himself, and even then, it is limited to a maximum of 7 seconds, granting him a speed equivalent to 7 times that of normal. Moreover, he possesses only 3 opportunities to reverse time. What remains are the combat skills honed during the apocalypse. Yet, those skills necessitate corresponding weaponry to be realized. Must I then wait for the day the anomaly descends and hope to awaken new powers? But isn't that akin to gambling? Damn it, TSK. Yi Ping clicked his tongue, visibly irked. At that moment, a mournful howl drifted into his ears from afar. It was the snow wolf anomaly he had confined in an iron cage. Oh, it had not yet awakened its anomalous powers and could only be regarded as an ordinary gray wolf. Be quiet. I'm deep in thought. Yi Ping cursed under his breath, returning to contemplate the remaining possibilities. Yet, the gray wolf, huddled in the cage, seemed oblivious to his command, continuing to emit low, sorrowful howls. Such behavior only served to exacerbate his growing impatience. Did you not hear me tell you to be quiet? In a fit of anger, Yi Ping instinctively tossed the meat bun he was holding. However, the next moment, something astonishing occurred. The thrown meat bun suddenly vanished. No, it did not simply disappear. It materialized inside the iron cage, accurately striking the gray wolf on the head. Instead of becoming enraged, the gray wolf, struck by the meat bun, expressed delight, promptly seizing the bun that had slipped from its head and devouring it ravenously, having been starved for 2 days. As for Yi Ping, he gazed at the gray wolf within the cage, his eyes shimmering with intense excitement. In that fleeting moment, the discarded meat bun had briefly vanished, only to reappear within the cage. It felt akin to teleportation. No, it was as though it had traversed space. One thing was certain. This was not the ability of the anomaly of time. This implies. Yi Ping immediately examined his body, soon noticing a silver crescent moon tattoo on his left hand. Could this be it? A new anomalous power. He had not anticipated gaining new strength even before the anomaly had descended. Filled with exhilaration, Yi Ping caressed the silver crescent moon tattoo on his left hand, attuning himself to its essence. Soon, a powerful connection emanated from it, and a flood of memories surged forth. When he opened his eyes again, Yi Ping softly uttered 3 words: spatial anomaly. Indeed, this was the newly awakened anomalous power he had acquired. Unlike the temporal anomaly that later resided within the body, this spatial anomaly was birthed from within him. This profound connection was thus exceedingly strong, and he could faintly discern the manner in which his abilities could be wielded. After taking a deep breath, Yi Ping cast a glance at the buns nestled within the plastic bag on the table, reached out, and casually tossed them aside. The direction of each throw was entirely random, each trajectory distinct. Yet, remarkably, all the buns ultimately landed before the gray wolf in the iron cage. Howl! Whimper! The gray wolf was utterly perplexed by the unfolding events, It realized one thing. Food had increased, enough to satiate its hunger somewhat. Soon, every bun was consumed. But the gray wolf clearly remained unsated. Howl! Howl! The wolf gently nudged the iron cage, gazing longingly at Yiping, its eyes unmistakably pleading for more. Roar! You desire more? Yiping chuckled, rising to his feet and approaching the iron cage to unlock the door. If you wish for more, you should know what to do. As he spoke, he extended his hand, awaiting the wolf's response. Although the snow wolf anomaly was indeed formidable, harnessing its power would be a tremendous boon. Yet, all of this hinged upon the possibility of subjugation. In the eyes of the anomaly, humanity was merely sustenance, a lower existence. The difficulty of subjugation was exceptionally high. Not to mention, the snow wolf anomaly was classified as an extraordinarily dangerous entity. As seconds ticked by, the juvenile snow wolf anomaly remained unresponsive within the cage. Observing this, Yiping let out a soft sigh, a hint of disappointment creeping across his face as he prepared to withdraw his hand. It appeared that subduing a horror-class anomaly was not so straightforward. Woof woof! A sudden bark echoed in Yiping's ears, accompanied by the sensation of his palm being licked. Looking down, he was met with a scene that ignited a spark of excitement within him. The gray wolf was gently licking his hand, occasionally lifting its gaze to meet his, as if gauging his reaction. Witnessing this, Yiping's anxious heart finally settled. Ha! Splendid. Rest assured, follow me, and there will be meat to eat. Yiping grinned widely, gently stroking the gray wolf, his eyes gleaming with intense exhilaration. Anomaly Sequence 33. Horror Class Snow Wolf Anomaly Acquired. Chapter 12. The Power Beyond Time. On his way to school, Yiping pondered over the plans for the next 4 days. The essentials and shelter had been secured, alleviating his concerns for the orphanage's inhabitants. Thus, the remaining task was to bolster his combat prowess as much as possible within this limited time frame. With such brevity, substantial enhancement of abilities seemed implausible. After all, the spatial anomaly had only recently awakened, while the temporal anomaly required the absorption of time to regain its strength. Unless he relinquished his humanity and recklessly siphoned time from passersby, he could not hope to restore a significant amount of power in just 4 days. However, such a course of action bore immense risk, potentially landing him in detention for several days. Thus, the remaining avenue was weaponry. Weaponry presented a dilemma. In his previous life, he had acquired anomalous artifacts only a year after the strange events began, complicating matters considerably. While contemplating clues regarding these artifacts, Yiping inadvertently collided with a wall. Or rather, a person. Oh no, I apologize, Yiping instinctively uttered, lifting his gaze to the individual before him. It was a burly man towering at nearly 2 meters, his robust muscles threatening to burst through his shirt. Accompanying this imposing figure were 2 men in dark attire, brandishing short clubs, effectively blocking his path. Passers-by, witnessing the scene, averted their gazes in fear of becoming embroiled in trouble. The trio, however, remained unmoved, clearly targeting Yiping. Passage prohibited. The muscular man shot a cold glance at Yiping, his voice low and menacing. Yiping offered a slight smile, somewhat taken aback as he scrutinized the 3 men before him, then waved dismissively. Let the others come forward. As his words faded, a figure emerged from behind the muscular man, leaning on a cane, and slowly approached. Well, pretty boy, you seem to be doing well. A voice laced with resentment echoed, as the cane-wielding man finally came into Yiping's view. Huh? You are? Yiping tilted his head, ruminating for a moment but still failing to recall the man's identity. His words, however, incited fury in the man opposite him. Pretty boy, are you provoking me? Luda's face twitched, his expression grotesque, eyes brimming with malice. Have you forgotten in just 2 days? Do you look down upon me? Oh no, you simply do not regard me at all, do you? As Luda spoke, he clenched his fists, his countenance twisted with rage. I was contemplating sparing you, if you came to me on your knees begging for mercy. But now it seems such clemency is entirely unwarranted. You 3 may proceed. With Luda's command, the muscular man led the 2 dark-clad figures to advance towards Yiping. Tension hung thick in the air. drawing a number of students who relished in the unfolding spectacle. In the gaze of the crowd, as the three burly men advanced menacingly, Yi Ping remained utterly unfazed. This situation left those around him astonished. Could it be that this young man was not afraid of death? A punch the size of a sandbag would surely incapacitate him for at least 10 days to half a month. Indeed, he seemed to invite the beating, even suggesting they'd beat him to death if they so desired. Standing at a distance, Luda brandished his cane, his expression filled with malice, his voice saturated with murderous intent. Even if he were merely invited for tea today, he was determined to make this pretty boy pay for provoking him. In the next moment, the muscular man and the two suited figures launched their attacks from 3 different directions, leveraging their physical advantage, making it seemingly impossible to evade. To all observers, Yi Ping appeared to be doomed. However, from his perspective, such an assault felt no more than a mere tickle. Yet, it presented an opportunity to test his spatial manipulation abilities. Before proceeding, however, he needed to find an object that could serve as a weapon. With a sharp click, the clock in Yi Ping's right eye advanced by 4 increments, and the world around him swiftly decelerated. Time accelerated to 4 times its normal pace. Based on his earlier observation, he noted that 5 meters to his right, a male student had a tennis racket in his backpack, perfectly meeting his requirement for a weapon. As time resumed its normal flow, Yi Ping found himself wielding a tennis racket. At that moment, the onlookers, who had been intently watching, noticed something peculiar. Yi Ping had just been empty-handed, yet now he suddenly possessed a tennis racket. The 3 muscular men charging towards him also sensed the oddity, but dismissed it, thinking that the addition of a tennis racket would not alter the situation. After all, the 2 men in black still wielded clubs, which clearly possessed greater power than a mere racket. In the next instant, Yi Ping swung the tennis racket at the muscular man before him. The man, observing the approaching racket, scoffed and casually extended his hand to catch it. Yet, to his astonishment, the racket that had been right before his eyes vanished in an instant, only to be replaced by a sharp pain in his abdomen. As he looked down, he vaguely saw a net before losing consciousness. The 2 men in black experienced a similar fate. The racket that had been so close suddenly disappeared from view, followed by a wave of pain that rendered them incapable of moving, collapsing to the ground in a complete stupor. The entire sequence transpired with remarkable speed, appearing to the onlookers as if it had occurred in the blink of an eye. Just a moment earlier, the 3 burly men had surrounded Yi Ping, exuding arrogant bravado, yet in the next moment, it was they who lay on the ground, defeated. This sudden turn of events left the crowd utterly bewildered. What had transpired in that fleeting second? Why had the 3 men suddenly collapsed? Not merely a spectator, Luda, who stood not far behind, was equally bewildered, his cane clattering to the ground. No, what is happening? Why? Liu Du's face twitched, expressing sheer shock as if he had encountered a ghost. In response to his inquiry, Yi Ping remained silent, taking a few steps forward before murmuring something softly. Given a mere 5 or 6 meters that separated them, Luda distinctly heard the words. The distance is sufficient. Distance? What distance is sufficient? While Luda pondered the meaning of this distance, an excruciating pain surged through his legs. Oh no, my legs! The intense agony compelled Luda to scream, causing him to crash violently to the ground. Just before losing consciousness, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the cold, mocking smile that curled at the lips of the man who resembled a demon. A profound regret seeped into his heart. Why had he provoked such a devilish figure? Alas, it was too late. As Luda succumbed to unconsciousness, the commotion around them came to an abrupt end. The onlookers remained utterly perplexed. As if they had witnessed nothing and the scene had concluded abruptly. Yi Ping, seemingly unfazed, clapped his hands, returned the tennis racket to the still-dazed male student, and strode directly toward the school gate. Once he departed, the area erupted with discussion. Everyone was engrossed in recounting the recent events, some even speculating whether Yi Ping was a hidden master of martial arts. Soon, this commotion reverberated throughout Donghai Academy, with the entire campus abuzz with chatter regarding the incident. Meanwhile, at the center of this discourse, Yi Ping contemplated the results of his recent test, acknowledging that the power of spatial anomalies surpassed his expectations by a considerable margin. Undoubtedly, If wielded appropriately, it could rival time-related anomalies, representing a cataclysmic force. No, it would be more accurate to assert that it possesses the potential to even transcend the powers of temporal anomalies. Chapter 13. Weapons are crucial. Teacher, are you playing with fire? The power of spatial trickery has its limitations, confined to an approximate radius of 5 meters. Once this boundary is surpassed, the force becomes ineffective. This was the first key point that Yiping had previously tested. Of course, this is merely the current state of affairs. Undoubtedly, as his power increases, so too will this range. The second point is the ability to partially teleport. In other words, it allows a portion of an object to be influenced by spatial trickery. It is precisely through this technique that he managed to make the tennis racket disappear and deliver a heavy strike to Luda's legs from 5 meters away. Naturally, this raises a pertinent question. What occurs when the object, having traversed the force of spatial trickery to another location, has the power withdrawn? The outcome was swiftly tested. Once the spatial trickery is retracted, the object will be severed. In other words, he can exploit this characteristic to execute attacks akin to spatial slashes. Though the range of such attacks is quite limited, it seems that, until his spatial trickery strengthens, such ideas should be set aside. However, the previous method of utilizing spatially transmitted weapons for assault is indeed viable. With nearly a decade of combat experience from his past life, Yiping is acutely aware of how formidable this ability can be in battle. Opponents would be utterly incapable of predicting the trajectory and direction of his attacks. As long as he remains within the 5-meter range, his offensive strikes can emerge from any direction or position. Such a combat style is exceptionally powerful, whether against humans or other anomalies. Thus, there remains only one consideration. Indeed, weapons are essential. Yiping mused to himself, resting his chin in thought. However, no sooner had he spoken than he was met with an attack. To call it an attack was perhaps an exaggeration. It was merely a textbook thwacking him on the head. Yiping instinctively lifted his gaze to find a somewhat familiar, beautiful face staring back at him. Yet, the lady before him, clad in a fitted skirt suit, seemed angry. Excuse me, who are you? Yiping scratched his head, bewildered as he regarded the woman in the suit. Who am I? Yiping, you truly are remarkable. You've even forgotten your teacher's name. Lu Xiu stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at Yiping, barely restraining the urge to devour this problematic student. Nevertheless, she had more pressing matters to attend to, and thus, her ire had to be temporarily suppressed. Enough. Come with me. Lu Xiu gestured with a wave of her hand, her tone icy. Teacher, have I done something wrong? Yiping asked, his expression one of confusion, utterly unaware of what had transpired. He couldn't shake the feeling that this beautiful teacher before him was in a rather foul mood. Was she perhaps experiencing her monthly cycle? If Lu Xiu were to catch wind of his thoughts, she would undoubtedly toss Yiping into detention for a thorough lecture lasting the entire day. Upon stepping outside, Lu Xiu cast a glance at Yiping and inquired, "What is your relationship with Yao Yao?" "Ahem, Teacher Shen Yao?" "Teacher Shen Yao? Is she looking for me?" Yiping tilted his head, responding with curiosity. Lu Xiu's face twitched slightly as she rubbed her temples. "Well, never mind. You should hurry along. She's waiting for you in the infirmary. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but she seems to have something urgent to discuss with you. I've already delivered the message." Lu Xiu ultimately abandoned her line of questioning, fully aware that the boy before her was a peculiar individual, oblivious to matters that failed to pique his interest. "All right then. Thank you, Teacher Lu Xi." Yiping nodded and turned towards the infirmary. Behind him, Lu Xiu, who had yet to return to the classroom, could hardly contain herself upon hearing his words. "Who is Lu Xi?" "It's Lu Xiu. At the very least, remember your teacher's name, you peculiar child." Upon arriving at the infirmary, Yiping surveyed the room but found it empty. He proceeded toward the bed area, calling out, "Teacher Shen, are you there?" Yiping," came Shen Yao's voice from within the curtain of a bed at the far end. Instinctively, Yiping approached and pulled back the curtain. In that moment, he was met with an exquisite scene of pure whiteness. The air seemed to freeze. Shen Yao, bent over picking up her undergarments, was momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, she realized what had occurred. and her fair complexion was instantly adorned with 2 crimson apples of embarrassment. I am that. Noticing the flustered Shun Yao, Yi Ping, possessing the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, understood he must utter something to alleviate the awkwardness. Indeed, the most appropriate words in such a scenario were those of praise. There is no woman who does not appreciate compliments. Ahem, Teacher Shun Yao, please rest assured, your physique is quite beautiful. You could be a bit more confident. Yi Ping's earnest words sent Shun Yao, already shy, into a complete frenzy. Ah, pervert! Accompanied by that sharp cry, a pillow struck Yi Ping squarely. Seeing this, Yi Ping wasted no time in making his exit. Shortly after he returned to the clinic, Shun Yao, her face still slightly flushed, timidly emerged. I apologize. Yi Ping, I may have overreacted just now. You're not hurt, are you? Hurt? No, not at all. In fact, I am. Yi Ping coughed lightly, barely restraining himself from divulging his true feelings. By the way, Teacher Shun, you call me here for what purpose? To ease the lingering awkwardness. Yi Ping took the initiative to address the matter at hand. Upon hearing his question, the shyness on Shun Yao's face dissipated somewhat. All right. Yi Ping, are you all right? I heard that Luda caused quite a commotion near the school this morning, and it seems he brought along a few others. He is not looking for trouble with you, is he? As Shun Yao spoke, a hint of concern evident in her demeanor, she approached Yi Ping, scrutinizing him as if checking for any wounds. The fragrance emanating from her, reminiscent of a delicate lily, wafted irresistibly into Yi Ping's nostrils, occasionally revealing glimpses of her snow-white skin. It is worth noting that prior to his rebirth, he had not been intimate with a woman for over a month, and in the days following his return, it had nearly been 2 months. For any normal man, this would be an immense torment, not to mention that Shun Yao was inadvertently tempting him at that moment. Naturally, Yi Ping found it increasingly difficult to suppress the flames of desire igniting within him. How concerned Teacher Shun is for me. Could it be that she has developed feelings for me? A mischievous smile crept across Yi Ping's face as he seized Shun Yao's delicate hand. And no. Shun Yao was clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, feeling somewhat flustered, especially as memories of recent incidents flooded her mind, painting her cheeks with a captivating blush. At that moment, the potent masculine aura radiating from Yi Ping sent her heart racing, rendering her thoughts nearly blank. Teacher, your silence. Does that mean you consent? Yi Ping teased, his smile widening as he leaned closer to Shun Yao's enchanting face. At this juncture, Shun Yao was completely flustered. Although she had despised such advances from Lu Da not long ago, she found herself devoid of any aversion now. Rather, a hint of secret delight and anticipation stirred within her. Could it be that she was looking forward to what was about to transpire? Did she have feelings for this seemingly mischievous student before her? As Shun Yao continued to deny her emotions, Yi Ping's face inched closer. Faced with him so near, a whirlwind of emotions coursed through Shun Yao, and she bit her lip, ultimately choosing to close her eyes and await the moment rather than fleeing. In this situation, Yi Ping was utterly bewildered. His initial intention was to seize this opportunity to frighten the unsuspecting lamb, warning her not to draw too close, lest he succumb to temptation. Yet, who would have anticipated that this little lamb would willingly offer herself to him? Gazing at Shun Yao, whose eyes were shut tight, brow furrowed, and cheeks flushed with shyness, Yi Ping swallowed hard, the impulse within him becoming impossible to restrain. Such a delectable offering presented before him could not go unclaimed. To forego it would be unmanly. Chapter 14. The Extraordinary Artifact. Just as Yi Ping was about to indulge in the delectable morsel before him, a sudden vibration from a mobile phone resonated throughout the infirmary. This sound struck like a resounding bell, abruptly pulling both individuals back to reality and rendering them fully alert. As if by mutual accord, they instinctively distanced themselves from one another. Ahem, it seems the teacher's phone is ringing. Let me check. Yi Ping coughed lightly, retrieving his phone to inspect the notification. It appears my phone is also vibrating, murmured Shun Yao, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. She nodded sheepishly and approached the desk to pick up her own device. In the next moment, they simultaneously lifted their gazes to meet each other's eyes. Teacher Shun, could it be that you have also received a message? Ah, Yi Ping, you too? Following a brief silence, they quickly engage in discussion regarding the recent text message dispatched by the municipal authorities. Dear residents of Donghai City, a highly dangerous murderer is currently prowling the streets, perpetrating indiscriminate acts of violence. To date, 30 residents have sustained injuries. We urge all citizens to remain vigilant and return home promptly. Should you encounter anyone armed with a knife, please report immediately and keep your distance. Oh dear, a murderer! How perilous! Perhaps I should refrain from returning home tonight. Shen Yao expressed her concern, her voice laced with trepidation. By the way, Yi Ping, do take extra care on your way home this evening. The world is indeed fraught with danger. Yi Ping, however, paid little heed to Shen Yao's caution. What murderer could possibly be more terrifying than the enigmatic phenomena they had encountered? Wait, something felt amiss. It had been 3.5 days since the onset of the strange occurrences. Why, at this particular moment, would a murderer emerge to wreak havoc? Was it mere coincidence or an inevitability? After a moment's contemplation, he promptly retrieved his phone and opened a video-sharing app to search for local content. As he anticipated, it didn't take long before he stumbled upon videos related to the murderer. Given the notoriety of the situation, it was unlikely that no one had captured footage. The video, filmed with a mobile device, exhibited a slight shakiness, and the assailant's visage was not entirely discernible. The only clear aspect captured was the moment the murderer inflicted a wound upon an innocent bystander. Yi Ping's gaze fixated intently on that particular scene. More precisely, his attention was drawn to the knife in the attacker's hand. That knife was anything but ordinary. Although the footage displayed only a brief instant, he discerned something peculiar. The blade, after striking the victim and becoming stained with blood, astonishingly returned to its pristine state in the next moment. The blood vanished? No, it was absorbed. A knife capable of consuming blood? Thump, thump, thump. Yi Ping's heart raced, and his breathing quickened. If his conjecture held true, that sword likely harbored an uncanny power. Throughout history, numerous weapons have been imbued with legendary tales, much like the infamous Muramasa from the land of cherry blossoms, reputed to exert control over human fate. In truth, the descriptions are neither erroneous nor mere legends. Rather, they are veritable accounts. Weapons imbued with strange powers possess the capacity to unleash extraordinary forces, and these weapons have subsequently been collectively referred to as strange artifacts. Of course, prior to the arrival of the anomalies, the efficacy and power of these artifacts were significantly diminished. However, with the onset of the anomalies, the power contained within these strange artifacts will experience a substantial amplification, leading to a remarkable increase in their potency. Moreover, certain artifacts may even harbor anomalies within them, particularly those classified as special-grade artifacts. Special-grade artifacts are formidable weapons capable of inflicting damage upon terrifying anomalies, coveted treasures for every anomaly controller. It is important to note that some special-grade artifacts, which harbor anomalies, possess a degree of autonomous consciousness and intelligence. Thus, ordinary anomaly controllers would not only struggle to wield them, but would be mercilessly consumed upon mere possession. In his previous life, Yi Ping learned that only 3 anomaly controllers possess special-grade artifacts, highlighting their extreme rarity and the difficulty associated with mastering them. If the murderer wandering the city is indeed manipulated by that katana, one could be utterly convinced that it is a strange artifact, and a particularly powerful one at that. The thought of possessing such strength prior to the anomaly's arrival is staggering. Should the anomaly descend, the power of that katana would undoubtedly elevate it to special-grade status. Contemplating this, Yi Ping felt a surge of intense excitement. Yi Ping, are you all right? You seem a bit off, came Shen Yao's concerned voice. Breaking through his thoughts, could it be that she was worried about encountering a murderer? If that's the case, why not spend the night here in the infirmary with me? Of course, it's not that I'm afraid. It's merely that having 2 people allows us to look out for one another. Shen Yao's words, though veiled, revealed her intentions quite clearly. Observing Shen Yao's slightly embarrassed demeanor, Yi Ping smiled and waved his hand dismissively. I'm sorry, Teacher Shen, but I have other plans tonight. Perhaps we can share a night together another time. With that parting remark, Yi Ping turned and left the infirmary. Be careful and don't return too late. Shen Yao called after him, her cheeks flushed. Wait, I didn't mean to suggest sleeping together. Realizing that Yi Ping had playfully teased her, Shen Yao's face turned crimson. Once Yi Ping had completely departed, she finally relaxed, exhaling deeply while gently touching her still warm cheeks. What is wrong with me? It's not like he's just a student. I must tell Yi about this next time we meet. As night fell, the sky darkened considerably, and in half an hour, the sun would vanish entirely. This should have been a peak time for commuters, yet the streets were eerily devoid of people. It was evident that the recent news had cast a shadow over the populace. After all, no one wishes to be the next victim of violence. To be aware, that murderer has already injured 30 individuals, a figure that is undeniably terrifying. In this desolate street, one strolled leisurely, sipping milk tea acquired after wandering 3 blocks. While meandering along at a relaxed pace, occasionally glancing around, this individual was none other than Yi Ping, out on a hunt. However, he felt a tinge of disappointment after having roamed the streets for 3 to 4 hours. Yet, not only was there no sign of the killer, but even a single hair eluded his search. Could it be that the scoundrel had ventured elsewhere? Just as Yi Ping contemplated whether to search farther afield, a furious roar shattered the silence of the street. Chapter 15. Is this fellow even human? The underworld truly exists. In Donghai City, it is governed by the Red Dragon Society, with its influence even extending to the neighboring city. However, few are aware that the true mastermind behind this vast organization is a young man named Sun Yaohai, who has just barely crossed the threshold of 20. Yet now, the leader of the Red Dragon Society finds himself cornered in an alley, potentially facing his imminent demise. How is this even possible? Having endured 100 kilograms of impact, he still manages to move despite suffering from concussion? Sun Yaohai pressed his back against the wall, gasping for breath as sweat dripped from his forehead onto his glasses, blurring his vision. Nevertheless, he dared not divert his gaze from the man standing not far away. Could it be that this creature is truly human? Sun Yaohai observed a man whose eyes appeared vacant, mouth drooling, and forehead severely indented, yet he still clutched a katana tightly, moving as if nothing were amiss. For the first time, Sun Yaohai felt the chill of fear. From his observations, the injuries the man sustained should have been fatal, yet he continued to function. This defied all scientific explanation. Could he be a zombie? No, zombies do not wield weapons. Then perhaps he is, controlled by a cursed blade? How utterly absurd. A self-deprecating smile flickered across Sun Yaohai's face, his eyes behind the lenses gleaming with intensity. His right leg bore a wound from blade, and it was evident that he had reached a dead end. But even in death, he would stand firm. The only thing he could rely on was the 30-centimeter short blade in his hand, which could only be effective at close quarters. Yet, the being across from him was no longer human. Even if he thrust the knife forward, it likely wouldn't prove fatal. Thus, there remained but one option: sever the man's hand to disarm him. Taking a deep breath, Sun Yaohai wiped the nervous sweat from his brow and gripped his knife tightly. 10 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. As the man with the katana approached, Sun Yaohai tightened his grip, his body coiling in preparation for a final gamble. Just then, a sound of footsteps echoed from the alley entrance. The ever-vigilant Sun Yaohai caught the sound instantly, surprise flickering in his eyes, while the man with the katana charged toward him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sun Yaohai made a swift decision, hurling his short blade at the assailant. He sidestepped the lethal strike and began to flee towards the alley's exit, dragging his injured leg behind him. However, after just a few steps, the man with the katana was hot on his heels, raising his weapon overhead, ready to cleave Sun Yaohai in two. At that moment, a shadow darted past him, knocking the katana from the man's grasp. Thud! The man collided violently with the wall at the end of the alley, struggling briefly before falling still. Upon witnessing this, Sun Yaohai exhaled deeply, the tension that had been lodged in his throat finally dissipating. It appeared he had made the right bet. As he relaxed, he couldn't help but scrutinize the individual who had come to his rescue. To his astonishment, upon getting a clearer view, he uttered a sound of incredulity. The young man appeared to be no more than a high school or perhaps a university student. Although the encounter had lasted but a fleeting moment, Sun had observed the shadow's movements, which were remarkably fluid, seasoned, and ruthless, qualities that were not typically honed by a mere student. The kick that had just been delivered was aimed at a vital point. For an ordinary person, that strike would have rendered them incapacitated. Of course, this was under the assumption that the person was indeed ordinary. Do not underestimate him. That fellow is still capable of action, Sun instinctively warned. But as the words escaped his lips, he realized he might have been redundant. The boy, resembling a high school student, had never diverted his gaze from the man wielding the katana, as if he had already anticipated that the ordeal was far from over. In the next moment, Sun watched as the young man charged toward the katana-wielding man, delivering a straight punch that struck the man's abdomen. This time, the assailant collapsed entirely, the katana flying from his grasp. Witnessing this unfold, Sun felt a weight lift from his chest. It seemed this high school student was far more formidable than he had initially surmised. Perhaps he hailed from a lineage of martial artists? While Sun pondered these revelations, an unexpected turn of events unfolded before his eyes. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air, and a flash of red zipped past him. What has transpired? Something red just darted by? Wait, why does my cheek sting? Sun momentarily froze, instinctively reaching for his cheek, only to feel a sticky sensation that was all too familiar: blood. What had occurred? Had something sharp lacerated his cheek? A flying projectile? No. Could a projectile truly emit light? Sun's mind momentarily faltered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Just then, the young student called out to him. Hey, you with the glasses. If you wish to avoid death, quickly hide in a corner. Death? Was he in danger of dying? Was there still a threat? Hadn't the crisis been averted with the katana-wielding man now down? No. Was the true danger actually that man? Sun suddenly grasped a chilling realization, his body stiffening like a marionette, slowly turning his head. At the edge of his vision, a red specter flickered ominously. The true form of this red specter was none other than the katana itself. The weapon floated in midair, seemingly unbound by any hand. Is this reality? Beads of sweat trickled down Sun's forehead, and he felt as if he were plummeting into an icy abyss. His entire body trembling uncontrollably as a wave of cold surged through him. His previous suspicion was indeed accurate. The katana itself was controlling the man. Before he could react, the sword gleaming with a crimson light surged towards him with astonishing speed. A sense of impending doom washed over Sun Yaohai, his face turning ashen. In that fleeting moment, he envisioned his own head being pierced by the blade. However, the next instant, a massive foot descended from above, forcefully striking the blood-red sword. Bang! The blood-soaked katana was propelled backward, embedding itself into the wall of the alleyway. It was only at this moment that Sun Yaohai realized he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Ha! 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 Sun Yaohai gasped for breath, incredulously gazing at the high school student before him, his eyes shimmering with intense astonishment. Is this truly a student? In merely an instant, one can leap a distance of 10 meters? Moreover, to keep pace with the swiftness of that sword? Is this something achievable by mere mortals? Ah well, I am Sunday. Sun Yaohai. He swallowed his nervous saliva as he addressed the person before him. The high school student seemed to have heard his words, slowly turning around to cast a glance in his direction. Yet that single glance left Sun Yaohai utterly astonished, rooted in place. How many harrowing experiences must one endure to possess such a cold and terrifying gaze? There was an overwhelming aura about him, one that even seasoned special forces soldiers, having emerged from the battlefield after decades of conflict, could scarcely withstand. It felt as though the very air were being snatched away, rendering him breathless. Fortunately, in the next moment, this high school student, radiating an unusually terrifying presence, seemed to lose interest and averted his gaze. Simultaneously, a voice cold and indifferent echoed in his ears. How troublesome. I've already been warned. Very well. I shall remain still upon the ground. At that moment, almost simultaneously upon hearing those words, Sun Yaohai immediately complied. In the next instant, the high school student dashed forward and boldly seized the enigmatic samurai sword. However, a thought crossed Sun Yaohai's mind. What if he were to be controlled? Yet, The scene that unfolded before his eyes in the following moment sent tumultuous waves crashing within his heart. Was that truly a person? In Sun Yaohai's gaze, the silhouette of a high school student wielding a katana appeared akin to a fearsome beast, revealing its formidable power in that moment. The faint aura that wafted towards him nearly rendered him breathless. Amidst overwhelming terror, a surge of intense exhilaration and excitement welled up within Sun Yaohai, as he vividly recognized the extraordinary and exhilarating nature of the events unfolding before him. Indeed, this is a sense of exhilaration that no amount of power, status, wealth, or beauty can bestow. Reflecting on this, Sun Yaohai clenched his fist, his gaze fixed intently upon the high school student not far away. He understood that this student undoubtedly possessed knowledge of extraordinary matters, transcending the realm of the ordinary. Therefore, by following closely behind this high schooler, he could surely experience a life that was even more extraordinary and thrilling. Indeed, this is precisely what he seeks. Chapter 16. The first of the cursed artifacts. The demon blade, Muramesa. Why does it feel as though the gaze behind me is somewhat scorching? Gripping the samurai sword, Yi Ping experiences an unsettling sensation akin to being pricked by thorns. However, he swiftly casts aside such thoughts. After all, they're trivial in the grand scheme of things. What truly matters now is the necessity to tame this extraordinary cursed artifact. The instant he grasped the samurai's sword, an overwhelming surge of murderous intent surged towards him like a tidal wave. This terrifying aura of hostility seemed intent on completely engulfing and devouring him, threatening to take control with the slightest misstep. So this is how they manipulate others, he mused, his eyes flickering with a terrifying gleam. During the decade of peculiar occurrences, he had endured despair and death that far surpassed this mere fraction. It is worth noting that during the worst of times, he had been under the control of a psychic ability for an agonizing 3 months. If he had survived that inferno, he could certainly withstand this ordeal. Get out! A roar filled with fury reverberated through the narrow alley. In an instant, the dreadful murderous intent receded, and the blood-red samurai sword that had been vibrating incessantly in his grasp became still. Not far away, Sun Yaohai, who lay on the ground with only his head slightly raised, was left stunned by the sight. The demon blade had been subdued, and that high school student, no, that master, had not been manipulated. What on earth had transpired? Just then, to his astonishment, blood began to drip from the now subdued blade. Drip, drip. As the crimson droplets fell to the ground, something horrifying unfolded. The falling blood coalesced into one blood-red longsword after another. Whoosh! The blood-red swords seemed to possess a consciousness of their own as they soared toward Yi Ping. However, at the very moment the first blood sword appeared, Yi Ping unleashed a time acceleration, not for 3 seconds, but for 7. This was the pinnacle of his mastery over time acceleration. The 7-second boost allowed him to evade the first blood sword that flew perilously close to his face. As the initial sword shot forth, the subsequent blood swords, like predators sensing their prey, swiftly pursued him. A dozen or so blood swords surged toward Yi Ping in a rapid onslaught. Their speed was astonishing, and with the proximity so close, it all transpired in an instant. The multitude of blood swords pierced through Yi Ping's form, embedding themselves forcefully into the wall at the end of the alley. It was only when the sound of the swords striking the wall echoed that Sun Yaohai finally reacted. He instinctively reached up to touch his head, discovering a tuft of hair had been shorn away. Had the trajectory of those blood swords been just a fraction lower, he might have met his demise, and the velocity was simply too fast. Was it truly possible to evade such an attack? Wait, where is that master? Had he not just been pierced by those blood swords? Sun Yaohai pondered deeply, quickly raising his gaze to inspect the scene before him. To his astonishment, the formidable opponent remained unscathed, maintaining the same posture as before, as if he had not moved at all. Yet, upon closer examination, there was a subtle shift in position. Indeed, movement had occurred, but the speed was astonishingly swift, surpassing even the velocity of the blood-red sword. The mere thought of this sent a wave of dread across Sun Yaohai's countenance, his eyes brimming with terror and disbelief. From his recent observation, the speed of that blood sword had undoubtedly exceeded the sound barrier. Yet, even so, Yi Ping had effortlessly evaded it. This meant supersonic? Is this still a human being? Sun Yaohai's face twitched, his voice trembling with fear. At that moment, Yi Ping remained oblivious to Sun Yaohai's turmoil, focusing entirely on the katana in his grasp, which was thrashing about, desperately attempting to escape. Had he not keenly sensed something amiss and unleashed the power of temporal deception at the very moment the blood dripped, he might have already met his demise. This katana, imbued with eerie qualities, was likely far more terrifying than he had initially imagined. Possessing such formidable power and astounding intellect at this juncture, how terrifying would it become once the full extent of its strangeness was unleashed? It would undoubtedly rank among the most potent entities even within the realm of special artifacts. Merely contemplating this prospect caused Yi Ping's breath to quicken. However, he found himself slightly troubled by the katana's intense disposition. Thus, after exhaling deeply, he tightened his grip on the sword, his eyes shimmering with a fierce glint. I shall only say this once. Either submit to me or be shattered here. The chilling words echoed as he thrust the katana forward. In the next instant, the tip of the blade vanished. Indeed, it was the power of spatial distortion. Then, he withdrew the spatial energy. Crack! The sound of shattering reverberated through the air. Spatial slicing. A fragment of the blade fell to the ground of the alley. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that a portion of the katana's tip had been obliterated. As the blade fractured, it trembled violently in Yi Ping's hand, as if it yearned to flee. Yet, such attempts were futile. Before the katana could devise an escape, Yi Ping thrust it forward once more. Crack! Another shattering sound erupted. This time, not just the tip, but half of the blade itself was destroyed. Crack, crack! The remaining half was now adorned with a web of fissures. Undoubtedly, should he strike once more, this cursed blade would be utterly annihilated. Observing this scene, Sun Yaohai rose from the ground, clenching his fists, unable to suppress the urge to urge Yi Ping forward in his heart. After all, this demonic blade had nearly claimed his life earlier. Naturally, he was eager to witness its complete destruction. In the next instant, Yi Ping tightened his grip on the struggling katana, preparing to once again harness the enigmatic forces of space. At this juncture, he found himself in a precarious position. He could either completely subdue this extraordinary artifact or obliterate it entirely. Just as he lifted his hand, poised to strike, a profound sense of connection emanated from the katana in his grasp. Yi Ping was initially taken aback, but soon a radiant smile graced his lips. It worked. Moreover, it was evident that this cursed blade feared complete annihilation, relinquishing all awareness, allowing his spirit to delve within and implant his own spiritual mark. Upon the embedding of this mark, he had fully mastered the extraordinary artifact, the demon blade Muramasa. Oh, how intriguing! Upon recognizing the name of this artifact, surprise flickered across Yi Ping's face. He was no stranger to the name Muramasa. In fact, he was exceedingly familiar with it, both before and after the emergence of the anomalies. Before the anomalies, it was a widely renowned cursed blade, and after, it ascended to the pinnacle of the artifact rankings. It was truly an artifact that could contend with the most terrifying of anomalies. Now, this future artifact of unparalleled status, the demon blade Muramasa, was firmly in his possession. The mere thought of it sent waves of exhilaration coursing through his heart. Just as he was about to test the power of the Muramasa when a voice floated from behind him, accompanied by the sound of something crashing to the ground. Instinctively, Yi Ping turned around, only to be met with a scene that left him momentarily stunned. Chapter 17. I beseech you, sir, to become the master of the Red Dragon. Sir, I humbly request to be accepted as your disciple. The resolute words echoed in Yi Ping's ears, rendering him utterly speechless. Huh? Did I mishear that? Could you please repeat it? Yi Ping scratched his head, gazing incredulously at the man kneeling before him. Indeed, my apologies. I should have approached this matter with more decorum. To ask you to accept a disciple right away is rather presumptuous. Kneeling on the ground, Sun Yaohai nodded. rising to introduce himself earnestly. Sir, my name is Sun Yaohai, and I work at the Tianmei group nearby. May I ask for your esteemed name? Yiping. After Yiping replied, he suddenly froze. The name Sun Yaohai seemed vaguely familiar, as though he had heard it somewhere before. Wait a moment, could it be? Yiping abruptly recalled that in the third month following the emergence of the anomalies, a significant portion of Donghai City had fallen under the control of an organization known as the Red Dragon Society, and the leader of that organization was indeed Sun Yaohai. However, in his memory, Sun Yaohai had awakened a monstrous strength, appearing almost like a small giant. The words slender and refined certainly could not be applied to him. Now he realized that the Sun Yaohai before him had not yet awakened that monstrous power, thus retaining his original appearance. Yes, sir. Is there something on my face? Sun Yaohai, somewhat perplexed, scratched his head. Yiping's silence made him feel uneasy, as if his every secret had been laid bare under Yiping's icy gaze. Yiping did not respond to the question, but countered. Is the Red Dragon Society your creation? Sun Yaohai was momentarily taken aback, his face a canvas of astonishment. Indeed, he had not anticipated that Yiping would pose such a question at this juncture. Most importantly, he was certain that this was their first encounter. How then? Did this individual know of his identity? Could he be an adversary sent by another organization? Or perhaps a rival? Or was it? A shock coursed through him. A multitude of uncertainties and questions flooded Sun Yaohai's mind. However, these emotions were swiftly cast aside. Yes, sir, the Red Dragon Society is indeed my sole creation. If you so wish, I would gladly relinquish this position to you, allowing you to become the master of the Red Dragon. Sun Yaohai slightly bowed, lowering his head, his voice imbued with sincerity. If it meant escaping the tedium of his mundane existence, he would consider it worth any sacrifice. This monstrous figure before him was deserving of such devotion. Yiping's face twitched. Although he had initiated the inquiry, the unfolding situation was clearly beyond his expectations. Sigh very well. Though I am uncertain of your intentions, I harbor no interest in either accepting a disciple or in the Red Dragon Society. This matter is concluded. With that remark, Yiping turned to leave. No matter how formidable the Red Dragon Society may be, it was as fragile as paper in the face of the anomalies. In the bizarre post-apocalyptic world, while quantity indeed offers a certain advantage, this is only under specific conditions. The lower-tier anomalies, those of levels 4 or 5, can certainly be subdued through sheer numbers. However, once one encounters level 6, 7, or even the terrifying anomalies beyond, the mere count becomes utterly meaningless. In the face of absolute horror, no amount of ants can bridge that vast chasm. Just as Yiping turned to leave, he felt a tug at his sleeve. Mister, please wait. It was Sun Yaohai. Is there something more? Yiping inquired, his brow furrowing slightly, an expression of impatience crossing his face as he regarded Sun Yaohai. Aye. Sun Yaohai opened his mouth, his words seemingly caught in his throat. The icy gaze from Yiping made him feel as though he had plunged into an ice cavern, his fear mounting uncontrollably, rendering his body almost unresponsive. I will die. I will certainly die. Yet, he took a deep breath, suppressing the terror within, and clenched his fists as he spoke. Mr. Yi, I am willing to pay any price just to stay by your side. His resolute words echoed in Yiping's ears, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Any price? Yiping scoffed, glancing at the demon blade Muramasa that Sun Yaohai gripped tightly, slightly raising it towards him. What if I demand your life? The words fell devoid of emotion, and the air seemed to freeze at that moment. Upon hearing this, Sun Yaohai trembled uncontrollably, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. After a silence that felt eternal, he finally spoke. Come on. All right then. Without further ado, Yiping tightened his grip on the Muramasa, thrusting it directly towards Sun Yaohai's chest. A sickening sound echoed as the blade pierced something. Sun Yaohai gasped in shock, and then looked down in bewilderment. He distinctly remembered the demon blade striking him, yet he felt no pain. However, all he could see was the hilt of the blade. The edge had vanished. Could it be that strange ability from earlier? Sun Yaohai's mind raced back to the recent events, his heart racing. Just then, A voice broke through his thoughts, bringing a flicker of relief to his expression. Oh, what a bother. I have no intention of taking on disciples or subordinates. But if you wish to follow me, I won't stand in your way. Yi Ping sighed, running a hand through his hair. Is that so? That is splendid. Thank you. Mr. Yi, Sun Yaohai exclaimed, bowing deeply in gratitude. Enough with the thanks. Oh, by the way, from now on, focus on gathering supplies and weapons as much as possible. Yi Ping waved his hand dismissively, offering a casual instruction. Gather supplies and weapons? Mr. Yi, are you implying that such occurrences may happen in the future? Sun Yaohai, not one to be easily fooled, quickly connected the dots regarding the earlier incident with the demon blade. Well, more or less. You will understand the specifics when the time comes. Yi Ping, feeling no inclination to elaborate further, was certain that with Sun Yaohai's capabilities, he would remain unscathed during the initial phase of the bizarre outbreak, especially since he had offered a word of caution. Very well, sir. By the way, what is your current endeavor? Sun Yaohai promptly etched the previous conversation into his memory and, with a hint of confusion, glanced at Yi Ping, who was making his way toward the alley. I have a night class. Yi Ping shrugged and casually replied before continuing on his way. The expression on Sun Yaohai's face, however, was somewhat peculiar. He had genuinely not anticipated that this remarkable individual was indeed a student. After a brief moment, he regained his composure, and a serious and grave demeanor settled upon him as he swiftly retrieved his phone to make a call. Hello, it's me. From this moment onward, mobilize all the resources of the Red Dragon Society to gather supplies and weapons as extensively as possible. Huh? Why? Silence. I do not require you to understand the reason. After hanging up the phone, though Sun Yaohai's expression remained somewhat solemn, a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. He keenly sensed that a significant event was imminent, one that would render the world infinitely more intriguing. Time flew by rapidly, and soon it was the final day of 2023. Chapter 18, The Eerie Arrival. Temporal Slash. On this final day, Yi Ping did not engage in any extraordinary activities. Rather, he continued with the rhythm of his daily life. After all, this was likely his last opportunity to savor such mundane existence. For this reason, he attentively absorbed the lessons in class, earning praise from his homeroom teacher, Lu Siyu. Soon, school was dismissed, and Yi Ping spent all his remaining money on beef before heading home. Upon his arrival, a shadow pounced upon him, eagerly licking his face. It was a gray wolf, or more accurately, a snow wolf aberration. At this moment, the snow wolf aberration had grown to the size of a large dog, achieving such a remarkable transformation in merely a few days, a testament to its astonishing talent. All right, eat up, he said as he gently pushed the snow wolf aberration aside. Yi Ping then approached the window, gazing out at the nightscape. Before him lay a bustling city, illuminated by a kaleidoscope of lights. This might be the last time he would behold such a scene. Tomorrow heralded a new year, and when the masses awakened from their slumber, a multitude of aberrations would infiltrate their lives. The apocalypse would descend. How many lives would be lost then? Merely contemplating this notion sent shivers down his spine. He had done all that he could, and now, all that remained was to wait. Yi Ping exhaled softly, extending his right hand into the void, summoning a gleaming katana that shimmered with a haunting crimson light. It was the demon blade Muramasa. Of course, he had already restored Muramasa with his aberrant powers. With the sword's inherent strength, he could now contend with second-tier aberrations. If he were to combine this with the powers of time and space aberrations, he would even have the capability to engage in battle against third-tier aberrations. According to the memories of his previous life, the strongest aberrations that initially emerged in Donghai City were merely third-tier. Thus, in the early stages of the aberration's arrival, he could essentially navigate with ease. Naturally, he was prepared for any unforeseen circumstances, including the potential emergence of fourth-tier aberrations. After countless attempts, he had finally unraveled the technique to simultaneously harness the powers of time and space aberrations. The result of wielding both powers at once was an extraordinarily formidable skill. His trump card, the Temporal Slash. Indeed, this was a strike capable of severing the fabric of time and space. by employing the time reversal of the time aberration alongside the spatial transfer of the space aberration. He could send a strike back to 3 seconds into the past. However, the range of this strike was limited, not exceeding 5 meters, which was the maximum extent of the space aberration's power. He had pondered whether it was possible to utilize this feature to launch a strike towards the future or further into the past, but such attempts had ended in failure. Whether it was the nested approach or future strikes, neither proved feasible. It appeared that until he could master the deeper layers of the time aberration's powers, such feats remained unattainable. His temporal slash was still incomplete. At present, he can only strike at the past, precisely 3 seconds prior, thereby inflicting damage on a certain aspect of it. Indeed, such an ability is exceedingly formidable. As long as the utterance is appropriate, the future remains immutable. However, by altering the past within a mere 3 seconds, the present can be transformed. A sudden roar jolted Yi Ping's thoughts back to the present. "What is it, Snow Wolf?" Yi Ping inquired, gazing curiously at the enigmatic Snow Wolf beside him. With a low growl, the Snow Wolf lifted its massive head, its gaze fixed unwaveringly toward the heavens. Instinctively, Yi Ping followed its line of sight. In the pitch-black night sky, something darker than the darkness itself was coalescing. It was Gulp. Yi Ping swallowed hard, realizing something significant, and quickly pulled out his phone to check the time, 11:59 p.m. Unbeknownst to him, the second day was nearly upon them. This meant that the gathering mass of darkness was likely an anomaly. Yet, the sheer quantity was rather excessive, wasn't it? Observing the darkness that nearly enveloped the entirety of Donghai City, Yi Ping's expression grew grim. In his previous life, had so many anomalies descended upon Donghai City simultaneously? A sense of foreboding flickered within Yi Ping's heart. Just then, the clock struck midnight. A new year had arrived, heralding the onset of an apocalyptic era. The Snow Wolf, standing beside Yi Ping, also sensed the shift in the world and let out a restless roar. Wisps of black gas incessantly converged toward its body. Within mere seconds, the Snow Wolf had swollen to 2 meters in height, occupying half the room. A spine-chilling aura emanated from the creature. The transformation persisted for a full half-minute, and when it concluded, the black mist enveloping the Snow Wolf dissipated entirely. The Snow Wolf now revealed its true form. Its silvery fur shimmered under the light like precious gems, its streamlined body devoid of any excess flesh, with intricate blue patterns winding around its limbs, adding an air of mystery. Most notably, the terrifying pressure that radiated from within the Snow Wolf was palpable. A howl, imbued with primal ferocity and authority, erupted from Yi Ping's small abode, echoing clearly for miles around. This howl signified the official awakening of the Snow Wolf. Frigid ice crystals spread throughout the room, as if the very space had succumbed to winter. Yi Ping immediately sensed the transformation of the Snow Wolf. Wow, it awakened so swiftly. Its strength could likely rival that of a second-tier anomaly. This is truly impressive, he remarked, casting a glance at the regal wolf-like form of the Snow Wolf. As if responding to his words, the Snow Wolf slowly turned its head, its gem-like eyes fixated intently on Yi Ping, as if pondering something profound. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi Ping refrained from uttering any further words and tightened his grip on the demon blade, Muramasa. A palpable tension hung in the air. 3 seconds later, the Snow Wolf, Guai, broke this heavy atmosphere by lowering its head to nuzzle against Yi Ping's chest. This gesture unmistakably signified its submission. Realizing this, Yi Ping let out a slight sigh of relief, knowing he need not expend any more unnecessary energy. It seemed that the Snow Wolf was acutely aware that survival was best achieved by aligning with the strong. Moreover, it likely sensed that Yi Ping's current prowess far surpassed its own, compelling it to submit. With this formidable ally capable of contending with second-tier anomalies, Yi Ping felt a renewed sense of confidence. However, in the next instant, an unexpected disturbance from the distant sky caused his complexion to drain of color. How could this be possible? Why would such a formidable entity manifest so early on? Words filled with shock and panic reverberated in the air. Yi Ping was utterly alarmed. Chapter 19. The 7th level anomaly, The eye-hand anomaly. As Yi Ping's words fell, a colossal vortex materialized in the depths of the pitch-black sky. Subsequently, a gaunt hand emerged from this whirlpool. Upon closer inspection, it was discerned that this hand possessed only 3 fingers, each adorned with an eye that ceaselessly rotated, as if scrutinizing the city of Donghai. It was indeed him. A trickle of cold sweat dripped from Yi Ping's forehead, and his breath quickened. The snow wolf anomaly standing beside him also sensed something amiss. Its azure eyes brimmed with intense excitement, and low growls reverberated through the air. Anomaly Sequence 60. Eye-hand Anomaly. A 7th-level anomaly. It is also the earliest observed manifestation of a 7th-level anomaly. Yet, according to the memories of his previous life, such anomalies were not supposed to appear for another 3 months. Why, then, had it already manifested at the onset of this apocalyptic era? Wait, could it be due to his own emergence? More precisely, the interference of temporal anomalies altering the course of history. At present, the eye-hand anomaly was merely a hand. No, rather, half a hand, extending into this world, but it was merely a week away from full manifestation. In other words, he would have to confront the 7th-level anomaly within a week. Even if he fled Donghai, there was a significant likelihood that other 7th-level anomalies lurked elsewhere. He had only 7 days to strengthen himself sufficiently to vanquish such a formidable foe. Taking a deep breath, Yi Ping swiftly regained his composure. The 7th-level anomaly was indeed formidable. Yet in this life, he commenced with 2 world-ending anomalies, alongside the most powerful cursed blade, the demon blade Muramasa, and the terrifying anomaly, the snow wolf anomaly. A mere 7th-level anomaly posed little threat. At that moment, 7 dark figures emerged from the abyss of the vortex above. These were 7 anomalies, each emanating an aura akin to that of a 3rd-level anomaly. A growl escaped Yi Ping's lips. Encountering 7 3rd-level anomalies right from the outset was indeed a substantial boon. He licked his lips, his gaze keenly tracking the descent of these 7 entities. 2 veered eastward, 3 headed west, 1 proceeded north, and 1, oh, this direction is. Upon noticing the anomaly descending towards the south, a smile crept onto Yi Ping's face. The landing point of that anomaly was precisely at Donghai Academy, the very place where he was situated, and it was the closest location to him. All right, then. He resolved to deal with that 3rd-level anomaly first, and then, this is somewhat unfortunate. Before he could complete his thought, a wry smile appeared on his face. In his line of sight, the demon blade Muramasa in his hand was now enveloped in crimson blood, exuding a terrifying murderous intent. This chilling aura took on a tangible form, causing the floor beneath him to crack and splinter. Undoubtedly, the cursed sword Muramasa is undergoing a remarkable transformation, or perhaps it is reverting to its original form. The eerie energy that drifts through this region is converging towards the cursed sword. To Yi Ping, the Muramasa in his grasp resembles a colossal vortex, incessantly drawing in the abundant, malevolent energy that spills forth from the horizon. As this sinister energy is absorbed, the Muramasa escapes Yi Ping's control, levitating into the air, with its entire blade emanating an even more ominous blood-red glow. It appears that one must await the complete awakening of the sword. Yi Ping let out a soft sigh, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. Although he yearned to rush to the academy and vanquish that 3rd-tier anomaly, he was compelled to consider the uncertainties that the awakening of the Muramasa might entail, including the potential of it eluding his grasp. After all, his control over the Muramasa was maintained through a fragment of spiritual imprint embedded within it. From another perspective, should that spiritual imprint vanish, it is conceivable that the Muramasa could free itself from his influence. Thus, he chose to remain in place, awaiting the completion of the sword's awakening. However, this awakening process proved to be far more time-consuming than he had anticipated. Alternatively, the unique nature of the Muramasa may have necessitated a lengthier awakening duration. When the sun finally rose, the Muramasa completed its awakening. The blood-colored crystals enveloping the blade shattered piece by piece, revealing a brand new sword. This is... Upon discerning the new appearance of the Muramasa, a look of astonishment crossed Yi Ping's face. Previously, The Muramesa appeared to be merely an ordinary katana. However, its present form unmistakably signifies that it is a sword of death. The entire blade glows a deep crimson, adorned with dark, twisting patterns that enhance its sinister aura. Furthermore, the hilt is entwined with spiky flames, each tip radiating a chilling glimmer. Most significantly, the Muramesa is now enveloped by an incredibly formidable wave of malevolent energy, akin to a powerful domain that repels anything from approaching. Yi Ping sensed that the aura emanating from this Muramesa likely rivaled that of a third-tier anomaly. Yet, this prickly barrier seemed to suggest a repulsion towards him. Could his earlier conjecture be validated? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Ping reached out towards the Muramesa. Indeed, the most expedient method was to directly test it. If the spiritual imprint within Muramesa had faltered, it should reject his touch at this moment. 1 meter, half a meter. Soon, Yi Ping's hand reached the unapproachable boundary and effortlessly crossed it, seizing the blade of the Muramesa. He grasped it, and nothing unusual transpired. After confirming there was no trace of resistance, Yi Ping let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed that even with the awakening of his enigmatic abilities, the demon blade Muramesa still recognized him as its master. By invoking that spiritual imprint, the powers of Muramesa soon surged into Yi Ping's consciousness. This ability, truly deserving of its status as a top-tier cursed artifact, possessed the capacity to vanquish third-level anomalies right from its awakening. No wonder it took such a long time. Just in time, he could utilize this newfound power to test against the third-level anomaly within the academy. Yi Ping tightened his grip on Muramesa, a confident smile gracing his lips. "All right, Snow Wolf, it's time for a stroll." As he spoke, he gently patted the Snow Wolf beside him, pushed open the door, and ventured outside. As anticipated, the entire street, no, the entirety of Donghai City, was in utter chaos. Chapter 20. A Sinister Arrival. The Apocalypse Unfolds. A fortuitous coincidence? At Donghai Academy. In the infirmary. Last night, due to the necessity of organizing medical supplies, Xin Yao found herself compelled to spend the night at school. When she awakened from her slumber, the world before her seemed to have undergone a transformation. The air had grown oppressively heavy, accompanied by a foul stench of decay wafting through the atmosphere. Moreover, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Typically, at this hour, the chirping of insects and the chatter of sparrows could be heard. Yet this morning, an unsettling stillness prevailed, enough to instill fear. Occasionally, such moments occur, she reassured herself, instinctively pushing open the infirmary window. However, the next instant, instead of the blinding sunlight, she was greeted by a suffocating mass of black fog and a multitude of figures in student uniforms wandering about the campus. No, could they truly be human? Upon closer inspection, she discerned that these individuals bore grotesque, mushroom-like growths on their heads, appearing exceedingly bizarre, and they moved with an eerie silence. Gulp, this cannot be a dream? A flicker of panic crossed Shun Yao's strikingly beautiful face as unease began to spread within her. Calm down. It must be fatigue. I haven't fully awakened yet, so this must be an illusion. Just a moment longer. Xin Yao took a deep breath, rubbed her eyes, and pinched herself to rouse her senses, only to find that the scene before her remained unchanged. Oh no, this is reality? Xin Yao's complexion paled further. And just then, a series of frantic knocks echoed from behind her. Instinctively, she turned to the door, and the sight that met her nearly caused her to faint. The very students with mushroom-like growths had somehow reached the infirmary door, desperately pounding on it, attempting to force their way inside. Witnessing this, Xin Yao was overwhelmed by terror, collapsing onto the floor in a state of utter bewilderment. What? What should I do? All right, see you, she. If anyone knows what to do, it would be her. In her frantic state, Xin Yao hastily retrieved her phone and dialed Lu Siyu's number. The call connected swiftly. Hello, is this Xiao Yao? Where are you? The world seems to have taken a turn for the bizarre. Lu Siyu's voice conveyed urgency. Wu Siyu. I gulp. I'm at school. In the infirmary. There are so many terrifying monsters outside. Xiao Yao, what should I do now? Upon hearing Lu Siyu's voice, Xin Yao could no longer suppress her fear. Calm down and listen to me, Xiao Yao. First, secure the infirmary door tightly, using chairs or tables to barricade it. Do not let those monsters in. I will find a way to rescue you. I understand. Gulp, I will wait for you to come. See you. Xin Yao wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, her face taking on a resolute expression. She swiftly gathered all movable items in the infirmary and piled them at the entrance, just as Lu Siyu had instructed. Meanwhile, in a supermarket located 300 meters from Donghai Academy, Lu Siyu, hiding in the storeroom, revealed a bitter smile after hanging up the phone. Although she had spoken to Shen Yao with such confidence, in reality, she had no means of escaping from the supermarket. The staff and customers within the supermarket had transformed into creatures reminiscent of zombies from a movie. She had witnessed firsthand a customer entering the store, being bitten, and immediately turning into one of them. Had she not sought refuge in the storeroom, she too might have met the same ghastly fate. Sigh. What should I do now? Lu Siyu exhaled deeply, a trace of gravity appearing on her delicate face as she cautiously opened the storeroom door and peered outside. At the entrance was a zombie employee wearing a hat. 3 others were roaming the shelves, and notably, the 10-meter distance near the storeroom and entrance was devoid of any. Ah, if only this were a film. Alas, this is reality. Sigh. Where did these monsters come from? What on earth is happening? After a resigned sigh, Lu Siyu slapped herself sharply. No, this is not the time for such thoughts. Oh, the hat-wearing zombie has moved inside. What a fortuitous opportunity. Lu Siyu noticed that the zombie blocking the entrance had wandered into the shelving area. If she were to escape, now was the optimal moment. After a moment of hesitation, she resolved to take the risk, swiftly opening the storeroom door and sprinting towards the entrance. She only needed 5 seconds to make her escape. However, just as she pushed open the storeroom door, a child-sized zombie unexpectedly leapt out from behind a storage box nearby. Upon seeing the child zombie, Lu Siyu realized she was doomed. Due to its height, she had failed to notice it until now, and it was alarmingly close. As the child zombie lunged towards her, she understood that she might perish here. Forgive me, Xiao Yao, I might have to. Yet, before her thoughts could fully form, the supermarket's main door was violently smashed open. Bang! The terrifying force sent the child zombie hurtling away from her. Am I safe? Watching the child zombie crash against the wall, Lu Siyu felt her heart racing uncontrollably. However, the next moment, the roar that reached her ears drained the color from her face. Roar! The other zombies in the supermarket, drawn by the noise at the entrance, quickly converged towards it. At that moment, Lu Siyu finally discerned the silhouette that had burst through the supermarket door. Hey, tiger! No, a wolf? Before her stood a wolf. Its fur is shimmering silver, larger than the mightiest tiger, rendering the wolf king dwarfed and feeble in comparison. Before Lu Siyu could regain her composure, a figure slowly entered the supermarket behind the white wolf. Ah, a snow wolf, what brings you here? Oh, a low-level zombie. It seems there's a second-tier zombie lurking nearby. The somewhat familiar voice made Lu Siyu's heart race. She abruptly looked up to see the person, and was utterly taken aback. Yi Ping, Lu, teacher? Yi Ping tilted his head, glancing at Lu Siyu, yet failing to recall her name. He decided against addressing her further. Oh no, Yi Ping, be careful. Lu Siyu surmised that Yi Ping had likely forgotten her name, but this was not the moment to dwell on trifles. Just as she was about to inquire about the origins of the white wolf, she noticed the employee zombies advancing towards Yi Ping, 3 of them together. However, in the next instant, she realized her warning was evidently unnecessary. The sound of a sword slicing through the air echoed around them. The 3 zombies lunging at Yi Ping were swiftly severed in half. It was then that Lu Siyu finally noticed the blood-stained sword. No, a katana, clutched in Yi Ping's hand. Chapter 21. May I assist you? What price are you willing to pay? What was it you just said, Lu? Lu, the teacher? Yipping, having dealt with the zombies, turned with a puzzled expression towards Lu Siyu. Ah, no, it's nothing. Lu Siyu, slightly embarrassed, shook her head. At that moment, the remaining zombies in the supermarket had all been dispatched by the formidable white wolf. Gazing at the imposing creature, which was even more terrifying than a fierce tiger, Lu Siyu couldn't help but inquire of Yeping Is that white wolf yours? Indeed, Yeping replied with a gentle nod, his gaze scanning the supermarket. By the way, Yeping, you were just incredible. Do you practice swordsmanship regularly? The moment the question escaped her lips, Lu Xiyu wished for a fissure in the ground to swallow her whole. How could she have posed such an awkward question? No, Yeping responded succinctly, turning his attention elsewhere. His curt reply only deepened Lu Xiyu's discomfort, making her want to retreat further into herself. However, she persevered, recognizing that her only ally in this moment was this enigmatic individual. Yeping, how did you come to be here? Do you have any idea what has transpired? Are those zombies? In response to her inquiry, Yeping raised his blade, the demonic sword Muramasa, and swung it directly at Lu Xiyu. In a state of shock, she froze, paralyzed by a wave of terror and the despair of impending doom, unable to move a single finger as she watched the blood-red sword approach her. Oh no! Is she to be slain simply for asking too many questions? Clang! The sound of the sword ringing out reverberated in the air. A crimson flash darted before Lu Xiyu's eyes. Strangely, she felt no pain. Had she not been struck? Wait, she was still alive? Bewildered, Lu Xiyu touched her body, utterly confounded by the recent events. At that moment, a mocking voice echoed in her ears. Ha! Teacher Lu, did you truly think I would harm you? Yeping chuckled as he sheathed the cursed blade. Huh? No. You weren't actually going to strike me, were you? Lu Xiyu blinked in confusion. Teacher Lu, look behind you. Yeping gestured, opting for a visual demonstration rather than verbal explanation. Behind her? Huh. What is that? Instinctively, Lu Xiyu turned her head and was immediately confronted by a mass of pitch-black, viscous substance clinging to the edge of her shoe. Reacting instinctively, she leaped back. The shadow was peculiar, feeding on other shadows, stealthily attaching itself to them, gradually devouring their essence. As Yeping explained, he reached into the enigmatic mass and soon extracted a crystalline shard. A shadow entity? Feeding on shadows? Ah, what would happen if the shadow were completely consumed? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiyu instinctively asked a follow-up question. Death, Yeping replied succinctly, all the while scrutinizing the black crystal in his hand, roughly the size of his thumb. Indeed, he had followed the shadow anomaly to this supermarket, and his encounter with Lu Xiyu was entirely unexpected. What provided him with a modicum of relief was that this aspect had remained unchanged. Any anomaly of grade 2 or higher would possess a core. Other anomalies could devour this core to grow stronger. Similarly, anomaly controllers could enhance their abilities through this method, albeit with less efficiency. Yeping brought the grade 2 core to his right eye and activated the time anomaly. In the next moment, as he had anticipated, the power of the time anomaly enveloped the core and swiftly absorbed it. In just a few seconds, the grade 2 core vanished completely. In its place, he could feel a deeper connection with the time anomaly. Indeed, this method was effective. Yeping clenched his fist, a smile of exhilaration gracing his lips. With this approach, he could significantly accelerate the restoration of the time anomaly's power. Yeping, what exactly is this ghost you speak of? Was that zombie earlier also related to this? Lu Xiyu clearly struggled to comprehend the situation, her mind momentarily short-circuited. Not a ghost, but an anomaly. Yeping stood up and casually provided an explanation. Ghosts lack a physical form, whereas these creatures are far more terrifying than mere ghosts. An anomaly? It's truly unbelievable that such things could occur. Oh wait, was the zombie in the supermarket also the work of an anomaly? No, that zombie. It couldn't still be alive, right? Lu Xiyu's expression darkened as she recalled something. Just as her words fell, the warehouse wall of the supermarket was ruthlessly breached, and the previously vanished snow wolf anomaly leaped through the gaping hole, clutching a child in its jaws. Wait, that's not a child. It's a zombie. Upon seeing the child zombie, Lu Xiyu was immediately taken aback, as it was the same zombie that had attempted to attack her earlier. She hadn't noticed it before. Had it fled? Wait, do ordinary zombies possess such intelligence? A growl erupted from the child zombie's mouth as it struggled ceaselessly, attempting to escape the clutches of the snow wolf anomaly. Naturally, it was a futile endeavor. All right, Lu, you need not worry about the zombie issue any longer. What the snow wolf has in its mouth is the zombie anomaly, the leader of that pack of zombies. Yiping waved his hand and turned his gaze towards the snow wolf anomaly. All right, snow wolf, you may feast. It might not be particularly palatable, but it will enhance your strength. Upon hearing these words, the snow wolf anomaly opened its mouth wide and swiftly devoured the struggling zombie anomaly. Standing not far away, Lu Xiyu trembled at the sight before her, an overwhelming sense of fear surging within her. In that moment, she realized with stark clarity that the man standing before her in this apocalyptic world was the ultimate predator. While for others, this world may be a realm of despair, for him, it was merely a game of hunt. Gulp! Lu Xiyu swallowed nervously, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Well, this should be relatively safe for now. Teacher Lu, I shall take my leave. Yi waved his hand nonchalantly, preparing to turn away. However, just then, Lu Xiyu, who stood behind him, grasped his arm. Mr. Yiping, could I kindly ask for your assistance? Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Xiyu's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. Assistance? What might you be willing to offer in return? Yi licked his lips, gazing at Lu Xiyu with a hint of amusement. Chapter 22. It is my first time. May I ask for a cost? Lu Xiyu pressed her lips together, unconsciously gripping the hem of her clothing. She was not foolish. In this bizarre world where legal constraints had vanished, money had likely lost its value. Thus, as a woman, her remaining worth seemed to hinge solely on. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiyu lifted her gaze to Yiping. As for the cost, would my body suffice? After uttering these words, the tension in her shoulders began to ease. Indeed, hope had never truly existed. The student before her was inherently a problematic individual. In the absence of moral and legal restrictions, coupled with newfound immense power, it was entirely reasonable for him to embrace his freedom. However, this was my first time. If possible, I would appreciate. Lu Xiyu bit her lip, her trembling hand gripping the strap of her dress, slowly pulling it down. Yet, upon witnessing this, Yiping was utterly bewildered. How did the situation deviate so drastically from his expectations? Normally, at this juncture, Lu Xiyu should have been denouncing him morally, perhaps uttering some pious words. Now, if he were to make a jest, it might be rather difficult to retract. Ahem. By the way, I haven't inquired yet. What do you want me to do? Please, share with me. Yiping cleared his throat, hastily interrupting Lu Xiyu, who was in the process of undressing. Well, all right. Lu Xiyu, caught in an internal struggle, exhaled in relief upon hearing his words and quickly adjusted her straps. In truth, Xiao Yao, that is, Teacher Shen Yao, she is trapped in the infirmary, and there are numerous monsters outside. No, those bizarre creatures attempting to invade. Teacher Shen Yao, understood. I will assist with this task. Yiping nodded affirmatively. After all, he needed to head to the school to retrieve that level 3 anomaly core. Rescuing Shen Yao would be a mere side endeavor. Furthermore, Shen Yao was a close friend of his sister. Is that so? Splendid. Thank you, Yiping. You are truly a good person. Lu Xiyu expressed her gratitude, realizing that if she were alone, venturing to the school would likely result in her demise. But with Yiping's assistance, the outcome would be entirely different. A good person? Lu teacher, I will say this only once. In the apocalypse, good people are the first to perish. Yiping scoffed before turning to leave. He understood that Lu Xiyu was intelligent, yet intelligence alone did not guarantee longevity. It was the cold-hearted, those who harbored no hesitation toward slaughter, who could survive in this increasingly brutal world. Undoubtedly, the recent arrival of anomalies signified a significant shift or perhaps an escalation in difficulty. If he did not swiftly enhance his strength, even with 2 world-ending anomalies and a special-grade anomaly artifact at his disposal, he might not endure the first month. For this reason, improving his power became paramount. As Yiping and Lu Xiyu made their way towards Donghai Academy, strange occurrences were also unfolding within the institution. In the underground parking lot near the classroom building of Donghai Academy, once this place was adorned with an array of luxurious vehicles. Yet now it has transformed into a verdant kingdom. Various vines entwine themselves around the cars, on the ground, and even upon the ceiling. At the very ends of these vines lies an enormous egg, encased in an abundance of flora, reminiscent of a colossal cocoon. Indeed, it is an egg, for if one were to pause and listen, the rhythmic sound akin to a heartbeat reverberates throughout the subterranean parking structure. With each pulse of this heartbeat, the surrounding vines seem to rejoice, dancing with fervor. A closer examination reveals that these vines do not merely populate the underground parking lot. They extend upward to the surface. Moreover, the vines that have reached the ground are adorned with bulbous formations resembling mushrooms, which, upon breaking through the earth, erupt and disperse their spores. Indeed, this peculiar entity infects the students of the academy by releasing spores imbued with an enigmatic power. After a night of influence, the entire institution has become enveloped in this strange contagion. In other words, Donghai Academy has been transformed into the eerie garden of this entity. Anyone who enters this domain will become sustenance for its growth. Meanwhile, within the infirmary, Shun Yao is utterly frantic, unable to quell her terror. The accumulation of ominous matter has reached the doorway, rendering the entrance unrecognizable and incapable of barring the frenzied students. What should I do, Siyu? Oh, Siyu. Shun Yao, trembling in the far corner, her delicate visage etched with panic, instinctively attempts to contact Lu Siyu. However, overwhelmed by anxiety, she loses her grip on her phone, which flies from her hand. In the next moment, the heap of chairs at the doorway is violently displaced, and the students, with mushrooms sprouting from their heads, lurch towards Shun Yao in a frenzied rush. The phone that fell to the floor is trampled into ruin. Ah, no, don't come any closer, please. Shun Yao is engulfed in dread, hurling anything within reach at the advancing students, yet her efforts are futile. In her panic, she retreats until her back meets the wall, leaving her no room to escape. In such dire circumstances, she instinctively moves closer to the adjacent window. No, please don't come. I'm begging you. Just then, a student lunges at her, his grotesque visage and the pulsating bulb on his head striking terror into her heart. Unable to contain her fear any longer, Shun Yao leaps from the window. Yet, in that fleeting moment of desperation, her survival instinct compels her to grasp the window's edge. Alas, she is not accustomed to physical exertion, and her strength is waning. After a mere minute of holding on, she feels herself on the brink of giving way. I'm going to perish here? Shun Yao bites her lip, despair and helplessness glimmering in her eyes. It is impossible to endure any longer. I am utterly exhausted and feel as if I am on the brink of death. Alas, what a pity it is. Had I known it would come to this, I should have. In that final moment, the mischievous smile of that troublesome student flashed through Shun Yao's mind. If only I had foreseen this predicament, I would have acted differently at the time. Yet, regretfully, time cannot be reversed. In the next instant, Shun Yao could no longer hold on and plummeted downward. It is crucial to note that this is the 4th floor. A fall from such a height would surely result in severe injury, if not death, ultimately leaving her vulnerable to becoming one of those aberrant students. Strangely, however, the anticipated pain did not come. Instead, an inexplicable sense of tranquility enveloped her. Wait, could it be? Shun Yao pondered, slowly opening her eyes, only to be met by the very visage that had lingered in her thoughts moments ago. Yay. Yiping. Chapter 23. I am not a harbinger of justice. Why? Why? Shun Yao was momentarily stunned, her delicate face adorned with shock. What's the matter, Teacher Shun? You look as though you've seen a ghost, Yiping remarked with a faint smile. Ah, no. Yiping, kalasmate? Shun Yao stammered, and as her words left her lips, she noticed the snow wolf phantom beneath her, panic washing over her face. Oh dear, a tiger. Enough, Teacher Shun. Close your eyes. Upon hearing this, Shun Yao hesitated briefly but complied obediently. After a brief reminder from Yiping, he struck the snow wolf phantom beneath them, and in the next moment, the cursed blade Muramesa appeared in his right hand, raised high. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed from above. Crash! A group of students, their heads adorned with mushroom-like growths, leaped through the broken window, numbering over a dozen. Yiping, without a hint of hesitation, swung the cursed blade Muramesa. In the next instant, a crimson blade aura erupted from the sword, cleaving the group of students in half. Once the threat was neutralized, Yiping did not linger, but instructed the Snow Wolf Phantom to return to its previous location, the student dormitory. Upon reaching the dormitory, Yiping gently set Shun Yao down. Yiping, can I open my eyes now? Despite sensing they had stopped, Shun Yao dutifully kept her eyes shut as per Yiping's earlier instructions. Seeing this, Yiping couldn't help but smile. You're all set. As his words fell, Shun Yao immediately opened her eyes, only to find not Yiping, but, thank goodness, Xiao Yao, you're safe. Truly, what a relief. Lu Xiyu rushed forward and enveloped Shun Yao in a tight embrace. Yeah, see you? What on earth happened? Why are you with Yiping? Shun Yao's mind, not particularly adept, was nearing a state of explosion, overwhelmed by the multitude of incomprehensible events unfolding all at once. Well, I'm not entirely sure what transpired either, but those creatures you encountered were likely aberrations. Lu Xiyu explained, turning to Yiping. Right, Mr. Yiping? Mr. Yiping? Upon hearing Lu Xiyu's address, confusion deepened on Shun Yao's face, her head tilting as if 3 large question marks were floating above her. Not precisely. They were merely corpses controlled by the aberrations. After responding, Yiping cast a glance at the 2 girls and waved his hand, presenting a choice. All right, next. I must deal with the aberrations that have taken residence within this school. You may either stay here or accompany me. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiyu released Shun Yao without hesitation and looked at Yiping, stating, I'll go with you. Very well. Yiping nodded, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. It appeared that this English teacher possessed a remarkably clear thought process. Even though he had confirmed that no aberrant forces resided within the student dormitory, it was by no means absolutely safe. Being by his side is undoubtedly the most prudent decision. Alas, what are you all talking about? I cannot comprehend. The only individual present who fails to grasp the current situation pouts, visibly displeased. All right, Xiao Yao, I will explain everything to you later. For now, refrain from asking questions. Lu Xiyu swiftly covered the inquisitive Shun Yao's mouth. At that moment, Yiping, who had already distanced himself, turned back to glance at the 2 girls. Aren't you coming? Then I shall leave you behind. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiyu grasped the still bewildered Shun Yao's hand and hurried to catch up. Thus, Yiping confidently led the 2 girls on a leisurely stroll through the school, or more precisely, in search of that peculiar entity of the 3rd level. Naturally, the Snow Wolf Spectre had been dispatched to other areas for a similar quest. However, as they reached the vicinity of the teaching building, a series of shouts piqued their attention. Oh, see you, Yiping, look. It seems there are still survivors on the 3rd floor. Shun Yao pointed towards the innermost classroom on the 3rd floor. At the window of that classroom, a female student was leaning out, waving her hand at them from a distance, calling out, Indeed, there is someone alive. So what? Yiping turned back, casting a dispassionate glance at Shun Yao. The indifference in his response sent a shiver down Shun Yao's spine, making her feel as if the Yiping before her was a stranger. Then naturally, we should save her. Shun Yao bit her lip and replied, Save her? Who will go? Yiping pressed, his cold demeanor intensifying. That frigid gaze left Shun Yao feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Naturally, it would be us. If we do not save her, she will surely. Shun Yao struggled to suppress her discomfort as she continued speaking. Yet, before she could finish her thought, Yiping interrupted her. We? Since when have I become your companion? Yiping shot a chilling glance at Shun Yao. Do not misunderstand, Teacher Shun. My act of saving you was merely incidental. Do not presume we are comrades. If you wish to save someone, you shall do it alone. I will offer no assistance. His calm words bore no hint of emotional fluctuation, as if he were merely stating a fact. In truth, this was indeed the reality. No. Yiping, what are you even saying? Shun Yao's smile faded, and she took a slight step back, her body trembling uncontrollably. Remember, Teacher Shun, this world is entirely different from what you once knew. Cast aside any notions of ethics and morality. After uttering this, Yiping turned to Lu Xiyu. So, what do you intend to do, Teacher Lu? I. Lu Xiyu bit her lip, her face etched with struggle and hesitation, her gaze darting between Yi Ping and Shun Yao. Yet, in the end, she focused on Shun Yao. I am sorry, Yi Ping, but I still wish to stay with Xiao Yao. Without me by her side, she would undoubtedly be unable to do anything. As Shun Yao listened to these words, her enchanting visage was suffused with emotion, and tears glimmered in her eyes. Is that so? How unfortunate. I had thought that Teacher Lu would make a sufficiently rational judgment. I shall take my leave now. Yi waved his hand with a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes, turning away without a moment's hesitation. Within that academic building, there was no palpable sense of the bizarre. Clearly, the third level of strangeness would not manifest there. Thus, he had no reason to enter. As for rescuing someone, risking his life for a stranger, he was neither a champion of justice nor a saint. He had already offered his counsel, but if it went unheeded, there was little he could do. Indeed, it is true that few can instantly adapt to the realities of this apocalyptic world. Only after enduring a harrowing cost do people come to recognize the truth. Chapter 24. The Utterly Foolish Woman Who Voluntarily Cast Aside Her Support. Clang! The glimmer of a blade flashed as the tendrils blocking the entrance of the underground parking lot were severed with precision. After parting ways with Shun Yao and Lu Xiu, Yi Ping made his way directly to the nearby underground parking facility. Upon approaching the vicinity, he sensed an unusual aura that grew increasingly potent. Once he entered the depths of the parking lot, that peculiar atmosphere intensified, and the tendrils surrounding him became an intricate web. It appears he was on the right track, for these tendrils, along with the student corpses adorned with mushrooms he had encountered earlier, suggested the presence of the demonic flower anomaly. In his previous life, Yi Ping had certainly engaged with the demonic flower on numerous occasions. Although this anomaly was of a lower tier, merely a level 3, it posed a danger that rivaled that of a level 5 anomaly. Given sufficient time to develop, it could even seize control of an entire city. The deeper he ventured into the parking lot, the more peculiar flora and oozing tendrils came into view. After taking a few more steps forward, he could distinctly see at the far end a platform formed by a cluster of vehicles, upon which lay a colossal egg ensnared by thick tendrils. Surrounding this enormous plant egg were blossoms of vivid allure. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern that beneath these enchanting flowers lay an array of corpses. Indeed, these flowers thrived on human remains, manifesting as a grotesque representation of death. Swish, swish. A multitude of piercing sounds shattered the silence. From beneath those sinister flowers, countless tendrils surged forth, each entwined with dark, pus-filled sacs exuding a miasma of death. Clang! The blade glimmered once more, as the encroaching tendrils were effortlessly cleaved by the demonic sword. The swirling miasma, infused with the essence of the anomaly, was dispersed by the crimson light emanating from Uramesa. Such primitive methods of attack were undeniably potent against ordinary level 2 or 3 anomaly wielders. However, the demonic sword in Uramesa was a special grade artifact. Remarkably, even without unleashing its awakened abilities, it had already neutralized the threat. After vanquishing the ghastly flowers, Yi Ping advanced towards the massive plant egg and swung his sword. The blade flashed, and the colossal egg was split in two, yet it was hollow. Gazing into the empty shell, a frown creased Yi Ping's brow. Had he miscalculated? Was this not the lair? No, the anomaly's aura here was indeed thick, indicating that the demonic flower had once existed. Before he could finish his thought, Yi Ping noticed a layer of grayish skin scattered near the plant egg. Skin? Wait, could it be? Hiss, damn it, has it evolved? Yi Ping's expression darkened as he scanned the area, quickly spotting a large hole in the ceiling. Ah, damn it, it has escaped. Wait, that direction is just as he was about to articulate his thoughts. A tremendous noise erupted behind him, followed closely by a flash of silver light, as the Snow Wolf anomaly appeared at his side. Ah, what impeccable timing, Snow Wolf. Upon witnessing the Snow Wolf demon, a glimmer of joy flashed across Yi Ping's face. Roar? Quickly pursue it. With a swift motion, Yi Ping mounted the Snow Wolf demon and commanded it. In the next moment, the Snow Wolf demon understood instinctively and leaped towards the ground through the large opening. Inside the teaching building, a sigh of relief escaped Shun Yao's lips. At last, we've arrived. Thankfully, we did not encounter any strange creatures. Oh no, those anomalies. After entering the classroom, she exhaled deeply. I just did a thorough check, and indeed, there is nothing amiss. Lucy, who had followed closely behind, felt reassured after confirming the absence of danger. I told you there would be nothing to worry about. Hee hee. Shen Yao chuckled, turning to address a girl in the classroom. Oh, you must be Qin Lily, right? I remember you, Lily, always helping me maintain discipline. The girl, who had been called out, rushed forward with a look of gratitude on her face. Ah, Teacher Shen Yao. And Teacher Lucy, you are both here? Oh dear, I thought I was surely going to perish in this place. Qin Lily's delicate features were awash with emotion, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Do not fret. We have arrived, so all is well. Shen Yao stepped forward and gently embraced Qin Lily to offer comfort. This tender gesture caused Qin Lily to lose control of her fear and sob uncontrollably. Once her tears had subsided, Qin Lily looked at the two teachers with confusion. By the way, teachers, I seem to recall seeing another person. Where are they? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two women grew somewhat unnatural. Do not concern yourself with that individual. Without them, we shall manage just fine. Shen Yao turned her head away, clearly unwilling to discuss the matter further. Ahem, that person has other matters to attend to, so Lucy tried to gloss over it, feeling rather awkward about revealing the truth. Ah, they're not here? What a pity. I truly believed you were companions. Qin Lily, slightly irked, cast a disdainful glance at the two women. TSK, why is it just the two of you foolish women who have come? That handsome guy is absent. Ugh, I had hoped to be close to him, and now it seems I have only these two nuisances. Qin Lily's harsh words and unabashed demeanor left Shen Yao and Lu Xiu utterly stunned. Dachi. Lily? Shen Yao's beautiful face was marred with shock and disbelief as she slowly approached, seemingly unable to accept this reality. Huh, Lily? Do not call me so affectionately. Qin Lily's expression darkened instantly as she shot an angry glare at Shen Yao. From the very beginning, my goal was to get close to that handsome guy. He is clearly not an ordinary person. He even rode in on such a massive wolf, and his strength is undeniably formidable. If I could just secure that connection, I would surely live a long and prosperous life. Ah, how laughable it is that the two of you, foolish women, fail to discern such a simple truth. Such a splendid opportunity wasted. Truly, your ignorance knows no bounds. What does it matter? You are merely ordinary individuals, incapable of affecting any change. To be so oblivious to reality is utterly ridiculous. The mere sight of you is nauseating. After cursing vehemently, Qin Lily spat directly at Shen Yao. In such a dire situation, Shen Yao found herself utterly at a loss, her enchanting visage marred by confusion, astonishment, and fear. No, I did not mean that. I only wished to. Shen Yao crumpled to the ground, completely bewildered. Hey, there's no need to be so excessive in your words. Lucy shot a fierce glare at Qin Lily before hastening to Shen Yao's side to assist her. Xiao Yao, do not let that wretched person's words affect you. You have done nothing wrong. It is simply that she is infuriating. Not far away, Qin Lily, upon hearing this, intensified her mockery. So we have a sanctimonious hypocrite among us. Surely you do not believe that such virtue can survive in this apocalyptic world? It is utterly revolting. Individuals like you will be the first to perish. Forget it. Let us hasten our departure. Perhaps we might still encounter that handsome gentleman. Qin Lily waved her hand dismissively, turning away without a moment's hesitation, ready to abandon the two women. However, at that very moment, the classroom floor was violently torn asunder, and countless vines erupted from the gaping hole, followed closely by a grotesque and terrifying figure that emerged into the view of the three women. It was bizarre. Chapter 25. Why did I not heed his advice back then? Alas! A piercing scream, reminiscent of a wailing specter, reverberated throughout the classroom. Before the eyes of the three women appeared a moth, magnified several dozen times, its head replaced by a grotesque bloom. Deep within this floral bud lay a gaping maw, while its sides were adorned not with legs, but with sinuous, writhing tendrils. The grotesque sight left Shen Yao and her companions utterly stunned. Know this. This is truly bizarre. Shen Yao swallowed hard, her body trembling uncontrollably, her face devoid of color. Lu Yu, clinging to her, bore a similarly ghastly expression, paralyzed by fear that rendered her immobile. She had encountered other strange entities before, yet none exuded the terror that this moth-like aberration did. Meanwhile, Qian Lili, standing behind the two women, was so horrified by the sight of this monstrous flower that she screamed in terror. The shrill cry immediately captured the attention of the creature. With a swift motion, the tendrils of the aberration shot out, ensnaring Qian Lili and pulling her backward. "No, please, don't!" Qian Lili cried out frantically, struggling with all her might. Yet, her feeble strength was no match for the formidable fourth-level monster, and she gradually found herself lifted off the ground. Realizing her struggle was futile, she cast a desperate glance at Shen Yao and Lu Yu nearby. "Help me. Save me. Teacher, Shun. I was wrong before. I beg you, save me. I don't want to die." Observing Qian Lili's tear-streaked face, Shen Yao's expression betrayed a flicker of conflict. At that moment, Lu Yu snapped back to reality and grasped Shen Yao's hand tightly. "Forget her, Xiao Yao, we must flee." Indeed, the most prudent course of action was to escape while the creature was preoccupied with Qian Lili. But Shen Yao hesitated, glancing back at Qian Lili and then at Lu Yu, her uncertainty deepening. "Teacher Shun, please. I have always regarded you as a maternal figure. Are you truly going to abandon me to my fate?" Qian Lili, suspended in midair, cried out with tears and snot streaming down her face, appearing utterly pitiful. The sight of her despair, combined with her heartfelt plea, softened Shen Yao's resolve. "See you go ahead. I will help her." With that declaration, Shen Yao shook off Lu Yu's hand and dashed forward, grasping Qian Lili's hand in a desperate attempt to pull her back. However, the combined strength of the two was insufficient to counteract the creature's pull. Lu Yu, momentarily stunned, sighed and rushed forward, embracing Shen Yao and pulling with all her might. Yet, even their combined efforts merely slowed the tendril's relentless grip. At that moment, the creature extended its tendrils once more, this time not just one, but a multitude of them. Upon hearing that sound, Qian Lili turned her head to see a multitude of vines hurtling towards her, her face paling with dread. Fear filled her eyes. If she did not break free soon, death was certain. Glancing at Shen Yao, who was so close, a fierce glint flashed in Qian Lili's gaze. "I'm sorry, Teacher Shun." "Huh?" Shen Yao failed to comprehend the meaning of those words in that moment. The next instant, Qian Lili exerted all her strength to hurl Shen Yao backward. "Hey, I." Shen Yao's words were cut short, her body already airborne, while Lu Yu, who had embraced her, tumbled to the ground. The sinister vines, having abandoned Qian Lili, now ensnared the nearer Shen Yao. With a muffled sound, Shen Yao was swiftly enveloped by those vines, wrapping her like a zongzi and pulling her toward the gaping maw. Meanwhile, Qian Lili, having escaped the grasp of the vines, fled toward the classroom without a backward glance. Lu Yu, sitting helplessly on the ground, could only watch as Qian Lili ran away, while her friend was about to be consumed by the grotesque creature. The overwhelming anger and despair coursing through her left her in utter hopelessness. Why has it come to this? A sense of regret washed over her. If only I had disregarded Shen Yao's reaction and taken her away forcefully, perhaps the outcome would have been different. No, that's not right. Perhaps from the moment we parted ways with Yi Ping, we had already made a grave mistake. Alas, there are no remedies for regret in this world. Similarly, suspended in midair, Shen Yao's beautiful visage bore a deep sense of loss, sorrow, and pain, as tears streamed down her cheeks. Why has it come to this? I merely wished to save someone, and yet, this is the tragic fate that awaits me. Not only was her life in peril, but her friend was also ensnared in this dire situation. Observing Lu Yu, who sat on the ground weeping uncontrollably, Shen Yao's heart swelled with guilt and self-reproach. If only I had heeded Yi Ping's advice and not interfered, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Did that person foresee this outcome, which is why I have misjudged him. But alas, it is all too late. Tears had already soaked Shen Yao's eyes, and perhaps it was this that allowed her to glimpse an impossible figure in that moment. Yi, Yiping? Ah, it must be an illusion. She mused, a bitter smile crossing her lips. Even in death, must you come to berate me? Yet, just as her words faded, a voice laced with mockery echoed in her ears. Teacher Shun, if you cannot see clearly, perhaps you should get a pair of glasses. It's nothing to be ashamed of. The familiar voice made Shun Yao's heart leap, and her tears ceased flowing. In the next moment, a glint of cold light flashed past her. Immediately, the vines that had ensnared her were severed into fragments, leaving her unharmed. Simultaneously, a pair of strong arms enveloped her tightly, the familiar scent and sense of security washing over her. Shen Yao could not help but exclaim, her enchanting face blossoming with joy and excitement. Yiping, ah, I am here. There is no need to shout so loudly for me to hear. Yiping shrugged his shoulders and, with a swift leap, entered the classroom, stepping onto the back of the snow wolf-like creature. Meanwhile, the snow wolf-like creature transformed mid-air into a moth-like magical flower entity and lunged forward. A powerful roar resonated throughout the classroom. The snow wolf-like creature exhibited no signs of fear as it engaged in a fierce struggle with a magical flower entity. Despite currently possessing only half the level of the magical flower entity, it was destined to evolve into a terrifying anomaly in the future, its combat prowess far surpassing that of an ordinary second-tier anomaly. Yiping held no concerns for the snow wolf-like creature. Thus, he leisurely observed the situation of Shun Yao and Lu Siyu. Earlier, he had noticed that the girl who had been pleading for help at the classroom window was now fleeing down the stairs. Meanwhile, Shun Yao and Lu Siyu, who were attempting to save her, remained within the confines of the classroom. Given the circumstances, one could easily surmise what was unfolding. Chapter 26, Temporal Slash. A single strike to obliterate. Lu Siyu, filled with overwhelming excitement, rushed over and embraced Shun Yao, tears cascading down her cheeks. Cui, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Shun Yao, having just escaped death, could no longer contain her emotions and tightly held Lu Siyu, repeatedly apologizing. Standing awkwardly to the side, Yiping scratched his head, feeling like an outsider. Fortunately, the two women soon noticed his presence and hastily released each other. Mr. Yi, we're truly grateful to you for saving us once again. The first to regain her composure, Lu Siyu quickly approached Yiping, bowing her head in gratitude. She understood that without Yiping's timely intervention, they might not have survived. Yiping nodded indifferently, considering his act of saving them merely a byproduct of his objective, which was to tackle the fourth-level enigma. His cool demeanor rendered Lu Siyu somewhat hesitant to speak further. Meanwhile, Shen Yao stood quietly, seemingly lost in thought. The only sounds permeating the classroom were the fierce clashes between the snow wolf enigma and the demon flower enigma next door. The thunderous roars and violent tremors suggested a fierce confrontation, even without witnessing the battle firsthand. Yiping raised an eyebrow, instinctively gripping his enchanted blade, contemplating whether to assist. However, he realized that his involvement would likely conclude the skirmish in an instant. This time, he intended to refine the snow wolf enigma through experience. No matter how exceptional one's talent, strength cannot be forged without the crucible of bloodshed. At that moment, a timid voice broke through his thoughts. Yeah. Yiping, kalasmate. Huh? Yiping was momentarily taken aback, raising his gaze to meet Shun Yao, who had stepped in front of him. What is it, Teacher Shun? Shen Yao bit her lip, taking a deep breath before bowing her head towards Yiping. Sorry, Yiping. I previously misunderstood you. I am truly sorry. I always believed you to be a cold-hearted individual, but it appears that. Before she could finish her sentence, Yiping interjected. Teacher Shun, you did not misunderstand. I am indeed a cold-hearted person and would never risk my life for a complete stranger. My act of saving you was merely incidental, as I stood in a position of absolute safety. Had there been any hint of danger, I would not have intervened. Certainly, it is not due to any other feelings towards you. Yiping spoke with stark indifference. He understood that if he did not clarify, Shen Yao might misconstrue his intentions once again. However, what transpired next, Shen Yao's words and actions, far exceeded his expectations. No, even if it was merely incidental, teacher, I am profoundly grateful to you. Shen Yao stepped forward, embracing Yi Ping and pressing his head against her ample bosom. Thank you so very much, Yi Ping. Without you, I might have perished. I sincerely apologize for how I behaved earlier. I truly hope you can forgive me. Shen Yao's words, laden with remorse, accompanied by a gentle touch on her face, slightly unsettled Yi Ping's ironclad resolve. To prevent this flicker of doubt from intensifying, he hastily pushed Shen Yao away. There is no need for forgiveness. As I have stated, we are not companions, and your actions are of no concern to me, hence you need not apologize. After uttering this, he turned his gaze towards the gaping hole leading to the adjacent classroom. Within that space, snowflakes showered down, and layers of ice crystals adorned the floor and ceiling. This was the manifestation of the snow wolf's uncanny ability. It seemed the snow wolf had been compelled to unleash its powers. Indeed, no matter how exceptional one's aptitude, attempting to confront an opponent 2 levels higher is an arduous endeavor. Just as this thought flitted through Yi Ping's mind, the wall of the adjacent classroom suddenly collapsed. A battle-worn, wing-battered demon flower emerged, hastily fleeing into the distance. In pursuit, the snow wolf leaped forth but faltered midair, plummeting towards the ground. Seeking escape? Yi Ping's pupils constricted sharply, and the time dial on his right eye surged forward by 7 increments. 7-fold acceleration. He stepped forward, arriving at the location where the demon flower had been just 2 to 3 seconds prior. Drawing the cursed blade Muramesa, its crimson glow shimmering ominously, he felt the potent malevolence entwining it. The time dial on his right eye turned counterclockwise, adjusting 3 increments. Temporal slash. Yi Ping swung the blade at the seemingly empty space. In the next heartbeat, time resumed its natural flow. The fleeing demon flower suddenly bore a gash upon its abdomen, which erupted moments later, cleaving its body in twain. With a thud, the severed demon flower plummeted to the ground, lifeless. This scene did not escape Shen Yao and Lu Siyu's eyes. Both women were utterly bewildered by what had transpired. They could not comprehend Yi Ping's sudden appearance in the adjacent classroom, nor the swift demise of the terrifying entity. Yet, one truth remained clear. Yi Ping, once a mere student, had now transformed into an exceedingly formidable presence. Meanwhile, the snow wolf, just rising from the ground, sensed something amiss and turned to gaze intently at Yi Ping's position. As a future harbinger of terror, it acutely perceived that its master had wielded an unfathomably dreadful power moments ago, a force that even whispered of death. Recognizing this, the snow wolf's loyalty to Yi Ping surged exponentially, and it dutifully retrieved the fallen 4th-level core of the demon flower, presenting it to him. Ah, quite splendid. Yi Ping gently stroked the snow wolf's head, his gaze falling upon the 4th-level core in his hand. The enigmatic power contained within this 4th-level anomaly is exponentially more potent than that of a 2nd-level one. Indeed, quality prevails over quantity. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Ping glanced at the snow wolf anomaly that gazed longingly at the anomaly in his hand. Very well, I shall bestow it upon you. After all, your abilities remain woefully inadequate. With a sigh, Yi Ping tossed the 4th-level anomaly to the snow wolf. Merely a 4th-level anomaly allowed this future formidable entity to escape under circumstances where it had revealed all its trump cards. Given such a scenario, he could only enhance the snow wolf's strength for the time being. Once he had dealt with the anomaly, Yi Ping's gaze inadvertently fell upon Shen Yao and Lu Siyu, who were not far away. Clearly, bringing the 2 women along would impose significant constraints on their actions in various aspects. Thus, it seems this place is indeed. As Yi Ping approached, poised to speak, his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. Taking out the device, he froze in place upon glimpsing the caller's name on the screen. Sister. Upon hearing his words, Shen Yao's delicate face lit up with a hint of joy. Is it Yaya? Chapter 27. Will any punishment be acceptable? I understand, Sister Yu. Rest assured, I will take good care of the 2 of them. Moreover, during this period, please do not open the door for anyone. Feel free to use those supplies, and if any unforeseen circumstance arises, just hide in the basement. I will return within a week at most. Yes, I understand. Please take care, Sister Yu, and I entrust everyone at the orphanage to you. The phone call lasted a full 15 minutes before it concluded. After hanging up, Yiping glanced back at the two young women engaged in cheerful conversation. Initially, he had intended to find an excuse to part ways with Shun Yao and Lu Siyu before their feelings deepened. However, his sister Lu Yu's call forced him to alter his plans. At that moment, Yiping couldn't help but lament his earlier softness. Had he not handed the phone to Shun Yao, perhaps the situation would not have unfolded this way. Alas, it was too late to express any regrets now. Hey, Yiping, did sister you say anything else? Seizing the opportunity, Shun Yao approached him with a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Nothing much. From now on, I will protect you both. That is my agreement with sister Yu. Yiping scratched his head and sighed. That's wonderful. Thank you, Yiping. Shun Yao's face lit up with excitement as she leaned in and planted a quick kiss on his cheek before stepping back, a hint of apology flickering in her gaze. Also, I'm sorry for taking advantage of your kindness. At that moment, Lu Siyu, with an air of determination, stepped forward and lowered her head towards Yiping. Mister, that matter just now was my idea for Xiaoyao. If anyone should be blamed, it should be me. I am willing to accept any punishment. As long as you can ensure Xiaoyao's safety, that is sufficient. Upon hearing this, Shun Yao immediately grasped Lu Siyu's arm, insisting that it was her own decision, while Lu Siyu maintained a hopeful expression for Shun Yao's well-being. Enough, both of you, be quiet. Yiping clapped his hands to signal silence, then fixed his gaze on Lu Siyu. Indeed, if you continue to act on your own accord, it will trouble me greatly. Very well, I shall impose a punishment, as you wish. Punishment? No, Yiping. If there's to be a punishment, then let it be for me as well. In truth, it was I. Shun Yao could not contain herself, eager to defend her good friend. Yet before she could finish, Lu Siyu pulled her back. It's all right, Xiaoyao. This is precisely the outcome I anticipated. Lu Siyu shook her head resolutely at Shun Yao. This expression made Shun Yao comprehend Lu Siyu's attitude, leaving her words lodged in her throat like a fishbone. Well, Mr. Yi, as I mentioned earlier, I am willing to accept any punishment. Very well, I punish you by forbidding you to use honorifics with me. Call me by my name directly. Yiping cast a fleeting glance at Lu Siyu and spoke calmly. As soon as his words fell, Lu Siyu instinctively acquiesced. All right, I will take the initiative to leave, so Xiaoyao will. Suddenly, she paused, her eyes widening in disbelief. No, Weiqi. Mr. Yi, is this punishment really sufficient? It appeared that she struggled to accept such a consequence. A hint of displeasure flickered across Yiping's face. No, it's not. It's just, Mr. Yi. Lu Siyu took a step back, her words faltering as she grappled with how to express herself. At that moment, Shun Yao hurriedly stepped forward, linking her arm with Lu Siyu's. All right, see you. You said it yourself. There's no turning back now. We're good sisters, so don't think of leaving me behind. Yes, indeed. Lu Siyu nodded, a smile gracing her lips. At least this matter is settled. I'll step outside for some fresh air. Shun Yao stretched lazily before leading the way outside. Just as Lu Siyu was about to follow, she suddenly caught sight of Yiping's inquiring gaze, causing her to hesitate slightly. Speaking of which, there is something I find hard to comprehend, Yiping interjected, raising a finger with a hint of curiosity. Why would a woman as intelligent as you go to such lengths for her? Upon hearing this, Lu Siyu's lips curled into a radiant smile. Because Xiaoyao is my sunshine. No sooner had she finished speaking than a startled cry echoed from the corridor. Shun Yao's voice, who had left earlier. Xiaoyao! Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Siyu dashed outside. Observing her resolute figure, Yiping touched his nose, his expression a medley of complexity. Sunshine, indeed. With that thought, he swiftly pursued her. Upon his arrival, he found Lu Siyu supporting Shun Yao, alongside the lifeless body of a female student sprawled at the foot of the nearby stairs. The corpse appeared to be infected by the toxic mist of the magical flowers, her body covered in mushroom-like pustules, yet her face remained intact, somewhat familiar to him. What happened? Yiping stepped forward. This girl was the one from earlier, in the classroom, Lu Siyu explained, looking up. Oh, I see. So, teacher, Shun, are you feeling guilty? Yiping's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Shun Yao. If, after this incident, Shun Yao remained unchanged in her saintly demeanor, he would undoubtedly seize an opportunity to abandon her. Traversing this perilous world with a saintly figure would only cost countless lives. No, that's not it. I am. Xin Yao stammered, torn between relief at her survival and a flicker of happiness. Deep within, she mused that perhaps this was her just desserts. For having betrayed them, she was reaping what she had sown. Tears streamed down Xin Yao's face, her exquisite features marred by sorrow. In response to this heart-wrenching scene, Lu Xiyu instinctively embraced her. No, you are not tainted in the least. Your feelings are a testament to your humanity. Moreover, Qian Lily nearly brought us to ruin. This is the fate she rightfully deserves. You should bear no burdens or guilt. Upon hearing Lu Xiyu's words, Shen Yao's emotions erupted, and she clung to her, weeping openly. This tender moment even made Yi Ping feel somewhat superfluous. Could it be that Lu Xiyu harbors feelings for women? As he pondered this, Yi Ping suddenly felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he discovered a message from Sun Yaohai. Ah, how fortuitous, he mused, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Before the eerie events unfolded, he had already warned Sun Yaohai. With his capabilities, he must have amassed a significant stockpile of supplies and weaponry, securing a safe haven. Thus, if he could escort Xin Yao and Lu Xiyu to Sun Yaohai, their safety would be considerably assured. Furthermore, he would be able to rid himself of these two burdens, achieving a remarkable dual benefit. Chapter 28. A dual flight? More terrifying than the strange is. Humanity. In the northwest corner of Donghai City, there stands a 5-story commercial building, the stronghold of the Red Dragon Society, armed with a vast array of resources and weaponry amassed before the apocalypse. The Red Dragon Society effortlessly suppressed those who had mutated under the influence of the bizarre forces when the calamity first erupted. Furthermore, the lower-tier anomalies roaming within the building fell victim to the overwhelming firepower. At this moment, the leaders of the Red Dragon Society were urgently summoned to the top floor of the commercial building by their chief, Sun Yaohai. Boss, it's time for you to enlighten us on the true nature of those monsters, spoke a young man with yellow hair and earrings, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. He was Huang Feilong, responsible for the society's clandestine dealings. Could it be, Chief, that you had foreseen the emergence of this disaster? Asked Lu Shui, a slender man with glasses seated opposite Huang, his eyes reflecting surprise and admiration as he gazed at Sun Yaohai. Within him resided profound respect, considering the immense quantity of supplies and weapons Sun Yaohai had commanded him to gather just days prior. Had it not been for a premonition of this calamity, such a bold gamble could have plunged the entire Red Dragon Society into despair. Ahaha, don't make me laugh, Lu Shui. Are you suggesting that my cousin possesses the ability to foresee the future? A girl with a sultry demeanor, whose feet rested upon the table, burst into laughter. She was Sun Xiaomei, the only female among the 3 key leaders, and also Sun Yaohai's cousin, primarily overseeing all matters related to the internet. Being a genius hacker, she was the only one among the leaders to have risen to her position purely through her own capabilities. I didn't imply that, but well, it feels somewhat like that. So, Chief, what exactly is going on? Lu Shui adjusted his glasses and looked once more towards Sun Yaohai. At the sound of Lu Shui's inquiry, Sun Yaohai set down his phone and surveyed the 3 of them. Well, you are all my trusted confidants, so it's only fair to speak candidly. It isn't I who can foresee the future. I merely received advice from an esteemed individual, which led me to prepare for all of this. Upon hearing this, the 3 were rendered speechless. Huh? No, boss, you must be joking, right? Huang Feilong's face twitched in disbelief as he waved his hand. Foreseeing the future? Is this truly a reality? Chief, you described that person as extraordinary. Is their strength formidable? Could it possibly surpass those monsters we encountered earlier? Lu Shui inquired, his eyes reflecting uncertainty. Not just formidable, but exceedingly powerful. Indeed, one might say their depth is unfathomable. Sun Yaohai cradled his chin, pondering for a moment before delivering his assessment. As his words hung in the air, the 3 of them collectively inhaled sharply, the temperature in the room seemingly dropping by several degrees. They're exceedingly aware of Sun Yaohai. in just a few short years, has forged the formidable Red Dragon Society solely through his personal prowess, truly a prodigy among prodigies. Now, even this superlative talent, Sun Yaohai, has employed the phrase profoundly unfathomable to describe that extraordinary individual. One can only imagine the terrifying extent of the other's power. Ha ha ha, cousin. You are not merely trying to frighten us, are you? Sun Xiaomei wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, forcing a smile. To this, Sun Yaohai offered no reply, leaning earnestly upon the table as he continued. Within a day at most, Mr. Yi will arrive here. I summoned you to convey this information. At that time, there must be no offense or lapse, or I shall personally administer punishment. As he spoke, his frigid gaze swept across the three individuals, his voice devoid of any sentiment. Upon hearing these words, the three understood clearly that Sun Yaohai was serious. Even a transgression on their part would likely incur repercussions. With this in mind, they nodded fervently, promptly expressing their agreement. Just as this discussion concluded, the door to the conference room was suddenly thrust open. Boss, trouble is brewing. A multitude of monsters is approaching us. Far too many to count, and among them are beings impervious to gunfire. A young man in black, panic etched across his face, burst into the room. His words caused the countenance of everyone present to shift dramatically. Gunfire proves ineffective? TSK. Everyone, follow me. It seems we must prepare for a grand welcome ceremony before Mr. Yi arrives. Sun Yaohai rose, exuding the formidable aura of a superior, striding confidently to the forefront, prompting Huang Feilong and the others to hastily follow suit. Meanwhile, as the Red Dragon Society was embroiled in preparations for the lively welcome, Yi Ping had already departed from EC Academy with 2 women in tow. It was still the first day of the bizarre occurrences, and the signal towers remained intact, allowing mobile devices to connect to the internet. After consulting the map for their destination, Yi Ping guided the 2 women according to the directions provided. Transportation had become utterly paralyzed. Vehicles were rendered immobile, and even if they could move, Yi Ping would not consider it. After all, the entire EC city was rife with anomalies, and any significant disturbance could incite an assault from these entities, rendering even multiple lives insufficient for survival. Although he had contemplated using the Snow Wolf anomaly for transportation, it had succumbed to slumber within the school after consuming the level 4 anomaly core. This abrupt evolution left Yi Ping somewhat bewildered, as he had anticipated that it would take at least until the 3rd or 4th day for the Snow Wolf anomaly to accumulate enough anomalous energy for a breakthrough. It now appeared that the level 4 core was likely equivalent to hundreds of level 2 cores. Evolution is inherently a positive development. Once the process concludes, it is believed that the Snow Wolf anomaly's capabilities will further enhance. However, at this juncture, the spectral presence of the Snow Wolf had undeniably transformed into a formidable force, leaving Yi Ping with a hint of helplessness. Given the aforementioned factors, Yi Ping ultimately opted for the most prudent approach of walking on foot, albeit at a significant cost to their stamina. After merely an hour of travel, the 2 young women were already nearing exhaustion, and even Yi Ping himself felt a slight strain on his endurance. This was hardly surprising, as his physique was that of an ordinary student, unaccustomed to rigorous exertion. Let us rest here for tonight, Yi Ping suggested, gesturing toward the nearby building adorned with a hotel sign, addressing the 2 ladies behind him. Upon uttering these words, he noticed the peculiar expressions on Shen Yao and Lu Ciu's faces, which seemed to oscillate between shyness and anticipation. Yi Ping, I believe this may be a bit premature for us, Shen Yao stuttered, her cheeks flushed with bashfulness as she hugged her bosom tightly. It's not that I'm unwilling, but one must approach such matters with a sense of gradual progression. To leap into something, well, I find it rather inappropriate. Huh? Yi Ping was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing over at Lu Ciu. He observed a hint of shyness creeping onto her otherwise confident visage as she clarified. Yi Ping, you brought us here with the intention of engaging in that sort of dual activity, right? The kind you understand. That sort of dual activity? Yi Ping blinked in confusion, his mind racing as realization dawned on him, causing his face to flush. Please don't misunderstand. I merely intended to suggest that it was getting late, and we should find somewhere to rest. And I felt no strange aura emanating from this establishment, which is why. Before he could finish his explanation, he sensed he had over-elaborated, which only heightened his sense of unease. All right, let us proceed inside and refrain from overthinking, he concluded, lifting his foot to enter the hotel when suddenly a piercing female scream echoed from a nearby supermarket across the street. The sound caused him to halt abruptly. Shen Yao and Lu Siyu, who had been following closely behind, also came to a standstill, their faces reflecting a complex medley of emotions. Yiping turned to glance at the two women, easily discerning their inner turmoil, particularly in Shen Yao, whose expression was one of struggle, pain, hesitation, and confusion. It seemed that the earlier incident had indeed altered her perspective, rendering her less naive and more aware of the gravity of their situation. With a decisive clap, Yiping addressed the two women. You both should head inside. I will prepare dinner nearby. Upon hearing this, Lu Siyu's face registered surprise, while a radiant smile blossomed on Shen Yao's countenance. Ah yes, Shen Yao's face radiated with joy as she vigorously nodded her head. Then we shall wait for you upstairs. Additionally, well, the previous matter is not entirely out of the question, but I must ask you to. I'll head up first. Before Shen Yao could finish her sentence, a wave of shyness enveloped her delicate features, prompting her to hastily ascend the stairs. Remaining at the spot, Lu Siyu turned to Yiping and said, regardless of the decision you ultimately make, both Xiao Yao and I will respect it. With those words, Lu Siyu also made her way upstairs. Yiping observed her retreating figure, nodding slightly, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. He then turned his gaze towards the supermarket across the street. Earlier, he had sensed no hint of an eerie presence emanating from that establishment, which indicated that what he had encountered was not a specter, but rather a human. It is essential to recognize that in this apocalyptic world, nothing is more terrifying than humanity itself. Chapter 29. True demons exist in hell. Hiding within the cold storage, Yao Lin pressed her mouth tightly shut, fearful of making even the slightest sound. Outside, the nefarious man who had injured her grandfather was searching for her. She could not fathom why the world had transformed into this hellish nightmare since she awoke that morning. She was merely an ordinary student wishing to live diligently alongside her beloved grandfather. Why had such cruel circumstances befallen her? Had she known it would come to this? Would it have been wiser to remain in slumber? If only she had, her grandfather would not have been harmed. Dear little kitty, where are you hiding? Come out quickly. I promise I shall not harm you. A man's voice called from outside the cold storage. His tone was extraordinarily gentle. Yet Yao Lin vividly recalled the sight of this man, who spoke such sweet words while shattering her grandfather's leg with a baseball bat, reveling in her grandfather's anguished cries. Yao Lin could not comprehend how one could derive pleasure from the suffering of others. Yes, that man must surely be no human, but a demon, for his cruelty was unfathomable. If her grandfather had not clung desperately to that fiend's leg in his final moments, perhaps she would not now be in such peril. The mere thought of what torment awaited her should she fall into the hands of that demon sent shudders coursing through her body. Tap, tap. The cold storage door creaked open, footfalls echoing ominously. Yao Lin's thoughts came to an abrupt halt as fear surged from the depths of her being. Icy dread creeping up her spine. The demon had arrived. Muffled cries escaped her lips as she stifled her breath, the approaching footsteps drawing ever closer. Dear little kitty, you're not here? Have you perhaps escaped? What a pity. The man's voice, tinged with confusion, grew fainter as his footsteps receded. After what felt like an eternity, Yao Lin dared to release her grip on her mouth, gasping for air. It seemed that the demon had not discovered her. What a stroke of fortune. However, as she lifted her gaze, she was met with the radiant smile of a man whose face she knew all too well. The very demon clad in white. No, no. Yao Lin opened her mouth, attempting to utter a word, but overwhelming terror choked her voice, rendering her mute. I found you, little kitty. The smile on the white-clad man's lips grew even brighter. No. Please. In that moment, her fear erupted uncontrollably, and Yao Lin fled desperately towards the exit. Yet before she had traversed but a few steps, the demon-like man seized her collar and hurled her to the ground, dragging her by her hair into the open air. No matter how fiercely Yao Lin kicked and struggled, she could inflict no harm upon the man in white, not even a tickle. Come, open your eyes wide and behold, your most cherished grandfather is about to die. If you do not take a few more glances, you may never see it again. The devilish man yanked Yao Lin's hair, forcing her to witness the horrific scene. Indeed, the frail old man lying on the ground, blood gushing from his right leg, was none other than Yao Lin's grandfather, Yao Huan. Grandfather, sob. Tears streamed down Yao Lin's face, her emotions spiraling out of control. As if he sensed her cries, Yao Huan slowly regained consciousness, struggling to rise. No, you shall not harm my granddaughter. Though it was but a brief utterance, it nearly depleted Yao Huan's strength, and he collapsed once more onto the ground. Nevertheless, the old man continued to glare fiercely at the man, refusing to yield. Roaring, is he still alive? What sturdy bones he has! The man in white grinned. Yet that smile bore a cruel edge. He picked up a bloodied baseball bat from nearby and approached the old man once more. No, please, do not. I beg you, do not strike him. I will do anything. Please, spare my grandfather. Witnessing this scene, Yao Lin could no longer contain herself. She could not bear to see her beloved grandfather suffer any further. Even if it meant sacrificing her own body, she would accept it. As if hearing her pleas, the man in white halted, turned to her, and with a gentle tone said, "Ah, I relish witnessing the despair in others' expressions. It is truly delightful. I cannot wait to see what your face will reveal. Oh no. Please no." The last flicker of hope within Yao Lin extinguished at that moment, and she instinctively clutched her head, crying out in despair. In her line of sight, the white demon raised the baseball bat once more, poised to deliver a fatal blow to her grandfather. Faced with this nightmare, she felt utterly powerless, merely able to watch, helplessly. A profound sense of despair erupted within her. Yet, in the next instant, the sound of shattering glass reverberated throughout the supermarket. Following that, Yao Lin witnessed a scene that would be etched in her memory forever. A brilliant crimson spray of blood formed a beautiful blossom, directly slicing through the head of the man in white. Then his head severed from his neck. Splatter! A torrent of blood gushed forth, staining the ceiling red, with droplets even splattering onto Yao Lin. Strangely, she exhibited no signs of panic or fear. Her face bore a calm expression, and her eyes sparkled with a hint of obsession. For reasons unknown, Yao Lin found the spectacle before her to be extraordinarily mesmerizing. A vision she feared she would never forget. Ah, my mind must be unhinged, for why else would I feel such exhilaration? Wiping the blood from her face with her fingers, she smeared it across her lips, a twisted smile adorning her delicate features. No, it is not that your mind is not functioning properly, but rather that this world has descended into chaos. At that moment, a calm and steady voice echoed in Yao Lin's ears. In her line of sight, a youth clad in a student uniform sauntered in, a crimson-bladed katana glinting ominously in his right hand, evoking memories of the exquisite crimson flower of blood she had recently witnessed. Ah, is it you who saved me? Yao Lin, regaining her composure, hastily wiped the blood from her face and spoke. However, the youth did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he gestured towards Yao Huan. "He lay not far away. You should go check on him. He does not have long to live." With those succinct words, Yao Lin was jolted back to reality, recalling that her grandfather was gravely injured. Grandfather! She stumbled towards Yao Huan, embracing him tightly as tears streamed down her face. "Yes, I'm so sorry, grandfather. It is my fault, all my fault," sob. Her heart-wrenching cries naturally reached Yi Ping, who stood at the doorway, his expression reflecting a complex mix of emotions. For he recognized this grandfather-granddaughter pair. To be precise, he had once received their kindness. In his previous life, during the 3rd month after the inexplicable calamity had erupted, he had been briefly sheltered by this very duo. Shortly thereafter, the military rescue team had arrived. It was during that time that Yi Ping learned the seemingly benevolent Yao Huan, who doted on his granddaughter, was in fact a former 5-star general. To put it plainly, he was a figure of significant stature far beyond the reach of an ordinary person like him. Consequently, he never encountered this pair again after that event. Nevertheless, he held onto the memories of their benevolence, always yearning for a day when he could repay their kindness. As he reminisced, Yi Ping suddenly felt an unsettling realization. In his previous life, this grandfather-granddaughter duo had been rescued. Yet in this life, they had encountered an attack on their very first day. Wait, could it be the butterfly effect? Indeed, with the passage of time twisted in a peculiar manner, he had been reborn a decade prior. This monumental butterfly effect had already reverberated across the globe. This life was irrevocably different from the last. If he were careless, he might not even know how to write the word death. With that thought, Yi Ping felt a chill run down his spine. At that moment, Yao Lin suddenly lifted her head and glanced in his direction, somewhat shyly saying, classmate, could you please come over? My grandfather has something he wishes to discuss with you. Chapter 30, the first night of the apocalypse. Cough, dear brother. Thank you for saving us. Leaning against the wall, Yao Huan looked at Yi Ping with immense gratitude. His aged face, devoid of color, revealed a remarkably weak breath, clearly indicating that his time was short. It was nothing, merely a trivial effort. Yi Ping shook his head and replied indifferently. Even so, I am profoundly grateful to you. Without your intervention, my granddaughter might. Yao Huan's voice trailed off as he cast a tender glance toward Yao Lin, who knelt beside him. I am not particularly afraid of death. The only thing I regret is leaving behind my tearful granddaughter. I wonder how many tears she will shed after I am gone. Just the thought of it brings me pain. Grandpa, please don't talk anymore. You will surely be saved, I promise. Yao Lin clutched the old man's hand tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. Don't be foolish, child. You know the truth, don't you? Yao Huan gently shook his head, a glimmer of tenderness and reluctance in his eyes. It was as if he were experiencing a moment of clarity. The old man even raised his hand to tenderly stroke Yao Lin's head. Child, when Grandpa is no longer here, you must learn to protect yourself. I don't even know if your ungrateful father can be found, but you must learn to be independent and strong. I know you are a resilient child, so you will certainly manage. No, Grandpa, I cannot do anything alone. I am so clumsy without you. I am helpless. I beg you. Grandpa, please, don't leave me all alone. Yao Lin's voice was filled with sobs, utterly consumed by her tears. In response, Yao Huan said nothing, wiping Yao Lin's tears away before turning to Yi Ping. Dear brother, you must have guessed my intention. If possible, could you please look after my granddaughter within your capabilities? This is my only request. Of course, I will not leave you empty-handed. This is something I acquired during my time in the army, representing. Yao Huan began, pulling out a red-edged Qinglong badge from his bosom, explaining its significance. However, he was interrupted by Yi Ping. I promise to care for her to the best of my abilities. Yi Ping stepped forward, accepting the Qinglong badge with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, a profound sense of gratitude and joy spread across Yao Huan's aged face. That is wonderful. I entrust everything to you, little old lady. What brings you here? Don't worry, I will be. Before he could finish, the light in Yao Huan's eyes faded entirely, and the hand that had been stroking Yao Lin's head fell limp. No, Grandpa. Please open your eyes. I beg you, Grandpa. The heart-wrenching cries echoed through the air. Yi Ping turned around and walked outside, knowing that at this moment, Yao Lin needed solitude to collect her emotions. Having once lost loved ones himself, he deeply understood that anguish, which could potentially lead one to despair. Naturally, if Yao Lin were to completely lose hope for survival, Yi Ping would not adhere strictly to the promise made to the elder Yao Huan. An hour later, with swollen eyes, Yao Lin emerged from the supermarket. Have you bid farewell? Yi Ping inquired, casting a glance at her. Yes, everything that needed to be said has been said. Since my grandfather's final wish was for me to survive, I shall live longer than anyone else. Only then can I. She took a deep breath. Let us go. With that, Yao Lin firmly slapped her own cheek, her youthful face now radiating determination. Observing her expression, Yi Ping felt a flicker of approval. The ability to swiftly emerge from the pain of losing a loved one is not a common strength. He believed that this resolute spirit would empower Yao Lin to endure longer in this cruel world. Nodding in agreement, Yi Ping led Yao Lin back to the inn they had previously visited. Upon arrival, he briefly explained Yao Lin's situation to the two women, who readily accepted her, even embracing her as a younger sister. To be truthful, if the two women had exhibited even a hint of skepticism, Yi Ping would have felt more reassured. Dinner was resolved with the provisions brought from the supermarket, after which Shun Yao and the others chose a double room to squeeze into for the night. Yi Ping, on the other hand, opted for the adjacent room but did not retire immediately. Instead, he approached the window. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky. The pitch-black night cast a deathly silence over the entire city, an eerie void stretching endlessly. In those shadows lurked countless sinister entities. This marked the first night of the invasion, a day of severe mortality. Countless ordinary people would perish this night, likely unaware of their imminent doom. The night was their domain. Taking a deep breath after lighting a mosquito coil, Yi Ping fell into contemplation. Although he had made extensive preparations prior to the bizarre emergence, his initial circumstances could be described as extraordinarily fortunate. It did not grant him the right to arrogance. The ramifications of his rebirth were far more significant than he had anticipated, as evidenced by the appearance of level 7 anomalies on the very first day. The experiences of his past life might soon become obsolete. His objective was to enhance his power as much as possible before losing this advantage. With the awakening of the demon blade Muramasa, coupled with the world-ending anomalies of time and space, his combat prowess surpassed that of an ordinary level 5 anomaly. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Beyond level 5, the strength of anomalies escalated geometrically. In combat, he could no longer expect to slay level 4 flower demons with such ease. Indeed, the utmost caution must be exercised regarding the 7th level anomaly. This 7th level anomaly possesses the extraordinary ability to alter its surrounding environment. More precisely, it utilizes its own enigmatic power to create a domain where its supernatural abilities can be maximally manifested. In my previous life, among the practitioners of the esoteric arts, the term enigmatic domain was often employed to describe such a phenomenon. Once ensnared within this domain, one's capabilities would be severely constrained, rendering combat significantly more arduous. Nevertheless, dwelling on such matters serves no purpose. I shall proceed with the plan gradually. As one incense stick extinguished, Yi Ping casually discarded it. Just as he was preparing to retire for the night, a faint commotion emanated from the adjacent room, followed by a series of urgent knocks on the door, accompanied by Lu Siyu's anxious voice. "This is bad, Yi Ping. Xiao Yaoshi has become abnormal." Chapter 31. The Eerie Awakening, Thousand-Eyed Anomaly. Upon entering the room occupied by the three women, Yi Ping immediately beheld Shun Yao lying on the bed, her complexion flushed and her breaths rapid and labored. "Yi, what has happened to Xiao Yao? Could it be that she has been possessed by those strange entities?" Lu Siyu, who stepped into the room afterwards, wore a grim expression, tightly gripping her arms, her voice trembling. "Brother Yi, is Shun Yao suffering from fever? Her body is burning hot. The ice I placed on her melts almost instantaneously." Yao Lin pointed at a puddle of water nearby, her face awash with confusion and disbelief. "A fever? No, that is not the case." Yi Ping shook his head, directing his gaze towards the area above Shun Yao's head. There existed something there, an entity invisible to the naked eye. "Yi Ping, are you perhaps observing?" Lu Siyu, standing behind him, was the first to notice Yi Ping's peculiar behavior. It was clear that he should be focused on Shun Yao, yet his attention was drawn to an empty space. No, it was likely not empty. Something lay hidden there, something beyond their perception. "Siyu, can you see it?" At this moment, Yao Lin also sensed something amiss and instinctively retreated to Lu Siyu's side, inquiring. "No, I cannot see it, but must be Eerie." Lu Siyu shook her head, a look of gravity and alertness in her eyes. Though she had only encountered the bizarre a few times, the terrifying power it wielded had left an indelible impression upon her. "Eerie?" Yao Lin blinked, struggling to comprehend Lu Siyu's words. Meanwhile, Yi Ping stood there, the time dial on his right eye slowly rotating. 1 tick, 2 ticks, 3 ticks. As the pointer advanced by 3 ticks, the distorted black mist coalescing in his right eye gradually took on a tangible form. It manifested as a creature twisted into a helix, crowned with an enormous head, upon which countless eyes were scattered, emanating a dreadful aura that seeped forth from those eyes. Had Lu Xiyu and Yao Lin witnessed such a scene, they would likely have fainted on the spot. Upon discerning the true appearance of this anomaly, Yi Ping could not suppress an exclamation of astonishment. This was not due to fear of the anomaly's reality, nor was it a result of being shaken by its power, but rather because this entity was exceedingly unique. Though it possessed only the level of a Class 4 anomaly, its capabilities were even more grotesque than some Class 7 anomalies. Thousand-eyed anomaly, such was the name of this peculiar entity. As described on its facade, it possessed 1,000 eyes. No anomaly could escape the field of vision encompassed by those 1,000 eyes. In other words, the thousand-eyed anomaly boasted an extraordinarily potent perception ability. As long as it remained within its line of sight, no anomaly could hide from it. To perceive the location of the anomaly signifies the ability to preemptively evade it. Thus, in a world rife with aberrations, possessing the thousand-eyed anomaly is akin to wielding an anomaly radar, alleviating the fear of unwittingly colliding with one. From a certain perspective, Shun Yao has acquired an anomaly that is exceptionally suited to her. However, this is contingent upon her enduring the agony of awakening to this anomaly. The power of such anomalies is not easily tamed. A moment's lapse in caution could lead to being consumed by the very anomaly, transforming one into an aberrant being. Nevertheless, this does not imply that others cannot intervene in the awakening process. With the right approach, it is indeed possible. Suddenly, the once tranquil room reverberated with Shun Yao's desperate cries, her entire being trembling violently, her expression contorted into one of sheer horror. This scene startled Lu Xiyu and Yao Lin, who were nearby. Before they could fully grasp the situation, Yi Ping's right hand reached into the void, summoning the demon blade Muramasa, its crimson blade shimmering with a sinister, blood-red light. In that moment, the formidable aura of the special grade anomaly weapon erupted in full force. The terrifying presence caused the thousand-eyed anomaly hovering above Shun Yao's head to tremble incessantly, its myriad eyes reflecting a palpable fear. It is worth noting that the thousand-eyed anomaly is merely a level 4 entity, while the demon blade Muramasa is a special grade weapon, equating to a terror-level anomaly in terms of classification. Consequently, upon sensing the aura emanating from Muramasa, the thousand-eyed anomaly immediately fell into disarray. The instinctive suppression stemming from its very blood compelled it to seek a means of escape. Yet, a connection still bound it to Shun Yao. Unless this link was severed, the anomaly could not hope to flee. Given its own limited power, severing that connection was beyond its capability. Thus, its only recourse to evade the lethal strike of the demon blade was to retreat into Shun Yao's body. Indeed, this was the sole avenue of escape that Yi Ping had inadvertently provided. The sound of the sword echoed through the room. In the next instant, Yi Ping tightened his grip on the demon blade and fiercely swung it towards the thousand-eyed anomaly above Shun Yao. In that moment, the anomaly was compelled to make a swift decision. Before the blade could descend, it merged into Shun Yao's being. Simultaneously, in a bid to avoid a second fatal strike, the thousand-eyed anomaly relinquished its resistance, forging a deeper connection with Shun Yao. This meant that should Yi Ping successfully slay the thousand-eyed anomaly, Shun Yao herself would inevitably be harmed. As the anomaly assimilated within her, the awakening concluded swiftly, and Shun Yao's breathing gradually steadied. Before long, her complexion returned to normal. Yi Ping, is Xiao Yao all right? Lu Xiyu ventured cautiously, lowering her voice in inquiry. Well, she should awaken shortly. She is already awake. Yi Ping waved his hand, and before he could finish speaking, he noticed Shun Yao lying there, her eyelids fluttering. In the next moment, Shun Yao gradually opened her eyes, a hint of confusion appearing on her exquisite face. Struggling to sit up, she looked at Yi Ping and the others with a bewildered expression. What is happening to me? No, these are. What on earth are these? Why am I seeing so many monsters? Shun Yao, unable to complete her sentence, turned pale, devoid of any color. and even covered her mouth as she retched. Seeing this scene, Lu Xiu approached anxiously, inquiring about the situation with concern. At that moment, Yi Ping calmly remarked, "Do not worry, in a few days, you should be able to fully control that power, and at that time, you will be able to voluntarily shut off the probing. For now, just endure it." Upon hearing this, Xin Yao appeared puzzled but nodded in agreement shortly after. "All right, but Yi Ping seems a little strange." As she spoke, Xin Yao absently touched her cheek. "The monsters I saw, they seem to be gathering in one direction, and the number is overwhelming." "Gathering in one direction? Wait, where are they heading?" Yi Ping instinctively inquired. It seems to be in the northwest, and it appears to coincide with the direction we are heading." Xin Yao suddenly froze as she spoke. Yi Ping's expression darkened upon hearing her words. This meant that the strange beings were likely heading towards the sanctuary where Sun Yaohai and the others were. This was indeed troublesome. Chapter 32, A Mysterious Awakening. Is he the savior? At this moment, 3 kilometers away from the hotel, where Yi Ping and his companions were located, the business building of the Red Dragon Society was already encircled by over 100 bizarre entities. The majority of these were first-tier anomalies, with a smaller number classified as second-tier, alongside a multitude of corpses animated by the power of these aberrations. At a glance, it resembled a scene from a post-apocalyptic zombie film. However, in reality, this gathering of anomalies was far more terrifying than any mere zombies. Report: the first floor has completely fallen. We cannot hold back those monsters. Report: the west side of the second floor has also succumbed. Currently, we are engaged in battle on the east side, but it is anticipated that within an hour, the second floor will also be entirely overrun. Report: oh no, there's a monkey-like creature near the back door. Please, don't come any closer. A series of frantic transmissions echoed above the conference hall, and Sun Yaohai's expression darkened further. He believed he had made sufficient preparations, yet little did he realize that these so-called preparations were utterly insignificant. The horror of those creatures surpassed his wildest imaginations. The day had barely begun, and their headquarters was on the brink of being overrun. Bang! The door to the conference hall swung open, and Sun Yaohai's cousin, Sun Xiaomei, rushed in, clutching a laptop, her face etched with panic. "Cousin, this is bad. The second floor has been completely taken over by those monsters, and we've already lost more than half of our men. At this rate, within 3 hours, we will all perish." I know." Sun Yaohai waved his hand dismissively, replying with an air of nonchalance. "If you know, why are you so calm?" Although Huang Failong and Lu Shui have blocked the 2 stairwells with their men, they can only hold out for about an hour. If we don't devise a solution soon, we are truly doomed. At this point, Sun Xiaomei seriously doubted whether her cousin was fully grasping the situation. There's no other choice. This trump card was meant to be saved for last, but we must activate it now. Sun Yaohai rose, determination etched on his face. Indeed, if they could not fend off those monsters here, then saving their trump card would be utterly meaningless, no matter how long they held on to it. "Follow me," he declared, striding purposefully towards the exit. Despite her confusion, Sun Xiaomei hurriedly followed in his wake. Before long, they arrived at the innermost part of the building, standing before a locked room. Sun Xiaomei recalled that half a month ago, this room had been empty, the door ajar, and now it was secured with a triple lock. Click! Sun Yaohai swiftly unlocked the password lock, and Sun Xiaomei, her curiosity piqued, leaned forward to peer inside. In the next moment, she froze in place, utterly astonished, her face displaying sheer horror. "Know this. Cousin, you haven't robbed an arms depot, have you?" Beads of sweat, akin to pearls, trickled down Sun Xiaomei's forehead, her voice trembling slightly. This was no surprise, for the modest 40-square-meter room before her was filled with a plethora of modern weaponry, ranging from rocket launchers to handguns and grenades, an exhaustive collection indeed. It was only natural that Sun Xiaomei would suspect her cousin of having robbed an arms depot. A little cunning was employed to procure all this. Sun Yaohai nodded nonchalantly before promptly retrieving a radio. Huang Failong, Lu Shui, sent 10 men each to collect weapons. After issuing the command, he strode into the room to select his armaments. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaomei remained rooted in place, a mingling of shock and trepidation coursing through her. Such a terrifying cache of arms, Had this calamity not unfolded, it would have sufficed for Sun Yaohai to lose his head a dozen times over. Observing Sun Yaohai's demeanor, one might think he cared little for such matters. Ah, what a madman, a true lunatic, Sun Xiaomei exclaimed, shaking her head vehemently. At that moment, having finalized his gear, Sun Yaohai shot her an exasperated glance. Xiaomei, if you're not going to arm yourself, find somewhere to hide. I want to have the strength to protect you in the upcoming battle. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaomei puffed out her cheeks in discontent. I don't need your protection. I can take care of myself. Is that so? Very well, Sun Yaohai replied, unperturbed, nodding calmly before exiting. Watching his retreating figure, Sun Xiaomei pouted, yet began to survey the weapons around her, selecting one that suited her. Before long, the reinforcements from Huang Feilong and Lu Shui arrived. The more than 20 individuals, upon witnessing the room brimming with firearms, were left agape, but under Sun Yaohai's leadership. They quickly regained their composure and chose their weapons before heading to the battlefield. Naturally, Sun Yaohai joined them at the front lines, prompted not only by the shortage of combatants, but also by his personal intrigue. He harbored a profound fascination for the monstrous entities they were to confront, captivated by their origins, abilities, and appearances, all shrouded in mystery. As Sun Yaohai pondered these matters, he was abruptly roused by Huang Feilong's call, followed swiftly by the first wave of attack. In his line of sight emerged a throng of pallid figures, devoid of vitality, shambling forth from the stairwells. Yet these could hardly be deemed human. They were better described as animated corpses, or perhaps living dead. Behind these wretched beings lurked the true monsters. Sun Yaohai's gaze immediately fell upon the grotesque creatures. Their forms were a bizarre medley. Some resembled grotesquely contorted humans, while others were utterly monstrous. The sole commonality among them was the chilling aura of dark energy that enveloped their bodies. Some of these creatures were heavily shrouded in an oppressive darkness, while others bore only a faint trace. Sun Yaohai had inquired, and none among his companions possessed the ability to perceive such dark energies as he did. This realization led him to understand that he had likely undergone some form of transformation. Whether this change was beneficial or detrimental remained uncertain. "Ah no, boss, run." Suddenly, he heard Huang Feilong's urgent cry. Almost instantaneously, Sun Yaohai felt a lightness in his body, as if his collar had been seized by someone, propelling him backward. It was only upon landing that he comprehended the situation. In the spot he had just vacated, Huang Feilong stood, his body riddled with gaping wounds, exposing his entrails for all to see. This gruesome act had been committed by a gray-furred creature resembling a monkey, adorned with a gray disc atop its head. Its raised claws had pierced through the floor, enabling the sudden assault. And no, Sun Yaohai's mind momentarily faltered, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Boss. Look at that dumbfounded expression. What does it mean? You are our boss. How can you exhibit such weakness? I fear I may not last. Cough. The rest is up to you. Be boss. As Huang Feilong uttered his final words, he collapsed onto the floor, the light in his eyes extinguishing, leaving him devoid of life. Gazing at Huang Feilong's lifeless body, a tumult of self-reproach and guilt twisted Sun Yaohai's features. His closest companion, akin to a brother, had perished before his eyes. An overwhelming fury surged from the depths of his being. I cannot forgive. I absolutely cannot forgive. The air was filled with his primal, beast-like roar of rage, echoing through the corridor. The onlookers standing behind were struck with shock, retreating several steps in disbelief as they witnessed the rapid transformation of Sun Yaohai. Not only the members of the Red Dragon Society were affected, even the mysterious beings across from them seemed to sense the impending danger, hesitating to advance. At that moment, if Sun Yaohai had retained any semblance of reason, he would have been astonished to discover that dark energy, akin to that surrounding the creatures, now enveloped him as well. You all shall perish. In the next instant, a thunderous roar filled with murderous intent erupted, shattering the glasses on Sun Yaohai's face as his body began to swell rapidly, his garments bursting apart. 2 meters, 2.5 meters, 3 meters. Within mere seconds, Sun Yaohai transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant, his rationality having long since evaporated. All that remained was a singular impulse, to annihilate the gray-furred monstrosity that had slain Huang Failong. With a ferocious roar, he charged toward the group of creatures. This spectacle left the members of the Red Dragon Society utterly astounded. Was he seeking his own demise? Yet what unfolded before their eyes nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. The transformed Sun Yaohai, like a wolf among sheep, encountered no creature capable of resisting him. The multitude of monstrous beings was swiftly dispatched, and he charged directly towards the gray-furred creature, which bore a disc upon its head. Sensing impending danger, the gray-furred beast resorted to the same tactics once again. Sun Yaohai, however, exhibited no intention of evasion, allowing the lethal claws emerging from the floor to pierce his flesh. Instead, he raised his fist, as large as a sandbag, and struck violently upon the creature's head. In the next instant, the gray-furred creature was reduced to a mere pulp and subsequently vanished, leaving behind a shard of gray crystal. Having accomplished this, Sun Yaohai did not pause. Instead, he surged towards the remaining horde of monsters. It was only after the last creature fell that he collapsed, resembling a robot deprived of power. Soon after, Sun Xiaomei arrived at the scene, stunned by the horrific spectacle. Yet, she maintained her composure and promptly directed the members of the Red Dragon Society to transport the unconscious Sun Yaohai to the top floor. In the wake of their leader's incapacitation, command now rested upon the shoulders of cadre members Sun Xiaomei and Lu Shui. Given that Lu Shui was required to traverse the front lines, the responsibility of on-site command fell squarely on Sun Xiaomei. Fortunately, Sun Yaohai's sudden frenzy had mitigated some of the pressure by eliminating a portion of the bizarre adversaries, and with the support of firearms, the situation could be tenuously managed. Nevertheless, it remained a precarious balance, one that could tip at any moment. Why must my wretched cousin succumb to unconsciousness at this critical juncture? The burden now rests upon me, she lamented. What am I to do? The creatures captured on camera are advancing to the third floor, with some even infiltrating the fourth. This is a dire crisis. We must send reinforcements. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage within the commercial building, Sun Xiaomei's expression darkened further. At that moment, she was startled by the vibration of her phone. It was the device she had taken from Sun Yaohai. Oh, what is this? Upon opening the phone and glancing at the newly received message, a flicker of light ignited within her dimmed eyes. Could it be that formidable individual surnamed Yi? Perhaps salvation is at hand. Without hesitation, Sun Xiaomei replied with a desperate message and promptly issued commands to all members of the Red Dragon Society. Hold the line, you wretched men. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. If that fellow named Yi Ping is truly as formidable as my cousin claimed, he must possess a means to resolve this looming crisis. Chapter 33. The manifestation of blood evil in the depths of the night on the desolate streets. Yi Ping was leading Shun Yao and her three companions towards the stronghold of the Red Dragon Society. Upon witnessing the unsettling images perceived through Shun Yao's thousand-eyed perception, he had surmised that the Red Dragon Society was likely besieged by a multitude of eerie entities. This conjecture was decisively validated by a distress message received not long ago. Although he contemplated abandoning Sun Yaohai and the Red Dragon Society altogether, he realized that such a course of action would compel him to carry the three girls alone. Even with Shun Yao's awakening of the thousand-eyed perception, expectations for her combat readiness were minimal. Weighing all factors, it became evident that rescuing Sun Yaohai and the Red Dragon Society would yield greater benefits. Utilizing the capabilities of the Red Dragon Society would enable them to accomplish far more. After all, there were numerous trivial matters that Yi Ping simply did not have the time to address alone, necessitating a reliable aid, and Sun Yaohai was undoubtedly the optimal choice. The night had grown exceedingly late, and with the scant, undamaged streetlights flickering dimly, Yi Ping and his companions pressed on. Of course, traversing the streets at such an hour posed significant risks. However, ahead, on the right, within a shop, an eerie entity was observed, emerging from side alley, presenting an opportunity to circumvent it. Shun Yao's voice, tinged with a hint of trepidation, echoed in the air. Upon her utterance, Yi Ping immediately altered their course of action as instructed. Indeed, Typically, moving during such an active period for these entities would be tantamount to courting death. Even with Yi Ping's formidable strength, capable of contending with fifth-level anomalies, safeguarding the three girls amidst a horde of entities was far from guaranteed. Yet, with the presence of this eerie radar, the outcome shifted entirely. Thanks to the thousand-eyed perception, which could discern the locations of surrounding entities, they could evade danger ahead of time. Of course, it took Shan Yao a full 2 hours to adapt to the capabilities of her thousand-eye perception. Nevertheless, with the assistance of this eerie radar, it only took them half an hour to approach the towering edifice housing the Red Dragon Society. Proceeding straight at the upcoming intersection, they found no entities nearby, and after 2 more crossings, they would arrive at. No! Suddenly halting in her tracks. Shan Yao's face was awash with panic and terror, clearly having glimpsed something dreadful. Yi Ping, who was following closely behind, immediately sensed the anomaly. Stepping forward to shield Shan Yao, with his enchanted blade, Muramasa, manifesting in his right hand. Step back. Almost as soon as his voice rang out, the source of Shan Yao's fear materialized before the four. It was a skeletal figure, draped in a black cloak, floating ominously in midair, with green flames flickering around its bony skull, rendering it particularly ghastly in the stillness of the night. Crack, crack! The skeletal jaw moved up and down, as if attempting to articulate something, yet no sound emerged. However, in place of sound, something else began to manifest. Puff! Like the sound of a gas canister being uncorked, an unsettling noise erupted. In the pitch-black alley, a sudden illumination broke through the darkness, revealing a series of green flames. The oppressive heat surged forth, causing a searing pain to the skin of those present. Without any prior warning or announcement, dozens of swirling green flames charged towards them. Just as these eerie flames were about to engulf the crowd, a resonant sound of sword echoed, followed by a burst of crimson light at that very moment. Yi Ping stepped forward, forcefully swinging his demonic blade. The bloodlust contained within the Muramasa surged forth, materializing into a tangible force. This was the first ability of the awakened demonic sword, Bloodlust Manifestation, capable of transforming the internal bloodlust into substance and allowing for its manipulation at will. The bloodlust erupted like a wild stallion, rampaging through the alley. The numerous green flames, manifestations of uncanny power, flickered and extinguished in an instant like candles in the wind. Amidst this torrent of bloodlust, Yi Ping struck with his blade. In the next moment, the immense bloodlust seemed to find an outlet, crashing towards the hooded skeletal figure, overwhelming and obliterating it. The three women behind Shan Yao could only perceive a sudden crimson glow enveloping them, rendering everything indistinct. When they opened their eyes, the battle had already concluded. The terrifying skeletal figure suspended in mid-air had vanished, or rather, transformed into an eerie core in Yi Ping's hand. Let's depart, Yi Ping said, casting a casual glance at the three women. The level 3 skeletal figure and its eerie flames could easily incinerate even level 4 or 5 anomaly manipulators. Such a skeletal figure would have posed an immense challenge to most manipulators even a year after the rise of anomalies in the previous life. Yet now, it was effortlessly cleaved in a single strike. Alright. Lu Xiyu was the first to respond, nodding as she promptly helped the still quivering Shan Yao to her feet, following closely behind. Meanwhile, Yao Lin lingered behind, fixating on Yi Ping's silhouette, her eyes glimmering with an unusual light. Shortly after the four departed from the alley, a withered finger emerged from the ground at the spot where Yi Ping had stood, an eye on that finger intently watching the direction of their departure. Having dealt with the skeletal figure, it took merely a quarter of an hour for the four to arrive at the base of the Red Dragon Society's building. However, a multitude of low-level anomalies obstructed their entrance, presenting a slight inconvenience. Yet, it was merely a minor nuisance. The critical matter was bang, bang, bang. The piercing sound of gunfire erupted from within the 4th and 5th floors of the building, accompanied by the thunderous roar of explosions. Standing behind Yi Ping, the three women displayed expressions of profound distress upon hearing that sound, their eyes glimmering with traces of fear. This reaction was hardly surprising, as ordinary individuals possess an innate trepidation towards firearms. All right, let's proceed, Yi Ping said nonchalantly, stepping forward. Observing this, the three women could not conceal their panic and astonishment. After all, the building harbored not only the Eerie, but also individuals wielding perilous weapons. Ascending posed a significantly heightened risk. Yet, Yi Ping exhibited no hesitation. Did he not feel fear? This thought fleetingly crossed their minds, and the three women exchanged wry smiles. It seemed they had never witnessed a fearful expression on Yi Ping's face, nor could they even fathom such an image. Perhaps this was a testament to Yi Ping's formidable nature. With this realization, the three women nodded slightly, clenched their fists, and hastened to follow in Yi Ping's footsteps. Meanwhile, at the top of the building, seated in the conference room, Sun Xiaomei observed the arrival of Yi Ping and the others through an external camera. Chapter 34. The abnormality among monsters. Upon witnessing the figure of Yi Ping leading the way, a look of astonishment and panic surfaced on Sun Xiaomei's face. She had never heard that this expert was also a student. After all, how formidable could a student truly be? Moreover, this male student was accompanied by three women. How could he possibly contend with so many monsters while dragging along three burdens? Was he perhaps a mere intruder? Or did he possess the audacity to protect three women while facing such a horde of monsters? As Sun Xiaomei pondered these thoughts, the voice of Lu Shui crackled through her earpiece. Miss Sun, we are on the verge of being overwhelmed. Is there any viable plan? Lu Shui's voice bore a hint of exhaustion. It was hardly surprising, as they had been battling the monstrous horde for over 3 hours. I understand now. Let us abandon the front line and retreat, Sun Xiaomei declared with resolve. Lu Shui was momentarily taken aback. Wait, Miss Sun, if we give up now, won't all our previous efforts be in vain? Is that so? Do you have a better solution? Sun Xiaomei countered. I don't. Lu Shui admitted hesitantly. Then it's settled. Withdraw completely and seal off the entrance. However, under no circumstances should you use firearms until I give the command. Although Lu Shui found her directive perplexing, he complied without delay. He promptly ordered his subordinates to retreat to the 5th floor and hurried to the conference room to find Sun Xiaomei. Miss Sun, what did your previous order mean? If we refrain from using guns, our defenses will surely collapse, and we will all perish here. Lu Shui exclaimed incredulously, gesturing wildly as he kicked open the door. That is precisely because aid has arrived, Sun Xiaomei replied, casting him a casual glance. Aid? Are you referring to the previous rescue? It has been over 2 hours now. Will they truly come? And even if that rescue team arrives, what can they possibly do against monsters that are hardly deterred by firearms? Lu Shui could no longer suppress his frustrations. The calm facade on his face shattered. Indeed, in less than half an hour, their defenses would likely crumble, leading to their inevitable demise. In such dire circumstances, how could Lu Shui maintain his composure? They have arrived. That expert. Yes, the one my cousin mentioned. Mr. Yeah. Sun Xiaomei inhaled deeply, speaking earnestly. Mr. Yi? An expert? How could that possibly be? Are you referring to the leader? Lu Shui instinctively began to retort. Yet before he could complete his thought, something struck him, and his overheated mind suddenly cooled in that moment. He took a deep breath, adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, and gazed intently at Sun Xiaomei. Are you certain? Is it that, Mr. Yi? Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaomei's expression remained unwavering as she nodded emphatically. Yes, I am certain. After receiving her confirmation, Lu Shui nodded in return. Very well, I understand. I will keep watch at the entrance. Thank you for your assistance. Sun Xiaomei exhaled softly, relieved, as she had feared Lu Shui might continue to press for further inquiries. However, just as he was about to exit the room, Lu Shui paused and added, I trust the leader's judgment. With those words, he finally departed. Seated in place, Sun Xiaomei cast a bittersweet smile at the spot where Lu Shui had stood. At that moment, her shirt was thoroughly soaked through with perspiration. Although she had just projected an air of confidence, deep down, she was acutely aware that it was merely a facade. She was uncertain whether that male student was indeed the Yi Ping she had contacted earlier. Even if he was the skilled individual her cousin had mentioned, could he truly resolve the crisis at hand? Everything remained shrouded in uncertainty. Nonetheless, the only course left for her was to place her hopes upon this adept. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to assess the situation further. Biting her lip, she exhaled and swiftly began operating the laptop in front of her, activating the surveillance cameras throughout the building. In a short span, the screen was divided into 8 segments, revealing the conditions from the first to the 4th floors. However, due to some cameras being damaged, she could only access the one situated at the stairway. Yet, none of the 8 feeds displayed the figure of the male student she had previously seen. Could it be that he had not yet reached the stairway? Wait, what about the horde of monsters that had been blocking the entrance on the 3rd floor? Sun Xiaomei distinctly recalled witnessing through the camera that a multitude of creatures had been obstructing the stairway, preventing any ingress or egress. Yet now, the feed from the stairway revealed an empty scene. There were no monsters, nor even a single corpse in sight. What on earth had transpired? Ah, the playback! Sun Xiaomei smacked her forehead, suddenly recalling that she could review the footage saved on the camera's storage. Quickly, she retrieved the playback, and the visuals left her utterly astounded. At 12 minutes and 13 seconds, the stairway on the 3rd floor was indeed congested with a horde of monsters. However, at 12 minutes and 14 seconds, that entire mass vanished without a trace. It occurred within the span of a mere second. She witnessed a flash of crimson light, and then the monsters were gone. Immediately, Sun Xiaomei slowed the video down by 10 times to discern the events that had transpired. In that fleeting moment, as a crimson light flashed, a ripple resembling coagulated blood swept across from the staircase. Subsequently, all creatures that came into contact with that ripple disintegrated like snowflakes. This terrifying scene left Sun Xiaomei utterly bewildered. What on earth was that red ripple? Just as she was grappling with this uncertainty, her hand inadvertently tapped to resume playback. Instantly, the paused video began anew, and after a brief interval of 2 or 3 seconds, several figures emerged on the screen. Sun Xiaomei's gaze immediately fell upon the young man in a school uniform who walked at the forefront. Wasn't that the very student she had seen earlier? A closer inspection revealed that this young man wielded a katana that shimmered with a sanguine glow. Could it be that the previous blood-red ripple was conjured by him? No. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Is this the expertise her cousin spoke of? This is undeniably a perversion among monsters. Sun Xiaomei's complexion turned pale, and beads of cold sweat streamed down her forehead. Chapter 35. Only the strong can survive on the 4th floor, on the eastern side. Yiping led the 3 women up from the stairway. In the next moment, a dozen figures surged forth from the corridor, charging directly at him, who was at the forefront. Although they appeared human, they had long been eroded by a sinister force, stripped of life and transformed into ghastly, undead beings. For an ordinary individual, even if aware of this reality, it is exceedingly difficult to overcome the psychological barrier of striking down one's own kind. However, clang! A flash of the blade, accompanied by the resonant sound of the sword, echoed. In the blink of an eye, a torrent of blood erupted from the necks of the undead, akin to a gushing fountain. The heads of those abominations flew off, staining the corridor walls with crimson. This horrifying scene rendered the 3 women, who had followed closely behind, pale with fear, their eyes reflecting profound trepidation. Had they occupied the same position, they would have likely met their demise countless times over. Yet, Yiping had merely executed a single stroke to vanquish those monstrosities. Simultaneously, a sense of yearning and envy blossomed within the hearts of the 3 women. If only they could possess such formidable power, they would undoubtedly survive in this apocalyptic world. Yiping, walking ahead, paid no heed to the thoughts of the 3 women. Even if he were aware, it would matter little. In this bizarre and treacherous apocalypse, only the strong could endure longer. The weak must either grow stronger or cling to the powerful. Such is the way of survival. Naturally, he would not articulate these truths, for the strange occurrences had only just begun a day prior. Most were likely still grappling with the situation, perhaps even unable to accept the grim reality, harboring unrealistic hopes for the future. Not on this floor? Yiping scanned the 4th floor, but saw not a single soul, nor could he sense any ominous presence. This commercial building comprised only 5 stories. Could they be on the upper levels? After a moment of contemplation, He glanced at the staircase leading to the 5th floor and turned back to the 3 women, saying, "You 3, remain here for the time being. If you encounter any anomalies, shout loudly." With that, Yi Ping turned and dashed toward the 5th floor. If those sinister beings had indeed reached the 5th floor, the situation could only be described as dire. Hence, he had no time to dawdle. As he ascended to the 5th floor, he immediately spotted 3 first-level anomalies blocking the stairway. From a distance, the sounds of gunfire and the shouts of men echoed ominously. It appeared the battle was exceedingly fierce. Thus, with a flash of blood, the enchanted blade Muramasa was unleashed. All the anomalies obstructing the entrance were cleaved into fragments. Yi Ping stepped over the still dissipating bodies of the sinister beings and advanced to the 5th floor. Following the direction of the gunfire, he beheld a swarm of 2 or 3 anomalies, including 7 or 8 of the 2nd level. From the sporadic gunfire, one could surmise that the number of survivors from the Red Dragon Society was likely dwindling. However, having reached this point, turning around and departing would indeed render the journey futile. After exhaling softly, Yi Ping exhibited no hesitation and activated the power of time distortion, accelerating to 7-fold speed. A dazzling crimson radiance burst forth from the blade of the demon's sword he wielded. In the next instant, he surged forward, at which point the peculiar beings at the rear sensed an unsettling shift and instinctively turned to assess the situation behind them. However, the moment they pivoted, a merciless attack had already cleaved through them. The flash of blood-red light flickered momentarily, and the last 5 or 6 entities vanished without a trace. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Yi Ping stepped forward once more and swung the demon sword again. The formidable might of the exceptional cursed artifact was fully unveiled at that moment. The demon's sword, entwined with terrifying bloodthirsty energy, emitted a blade aura that even a second-tier anomaly could not withstand. In the first second, the second second, the third second, after 3 seconds, all the dozens of anomalies in the 5th floor corridor had perished. However, Yi Ping did not immediately dispel the power of time distortion. In the following moment, a barrage of bullets came hurtling towards him. Indeed, they originated from the Red Dragon Society's assailants. Under the accelerated time of the time distortion, the bullets appeared exceedingly slow to Yi Ping. Consequently, he wielded the demon's sword and effortlessly severed the bullets mid-flight. The sharp sounds echoed throughout the 5th floor corridor. When the machine guns in the hands of the Red Dragon Society members halted due to overheating, they finally realized something was amiss. The monstrous entities that had been before them just a second ago had suddenly vanished, replaced by a young man in a student uniform, conspicuously brandishing a blood-stained katana. What on earth has transpired? Where have those creatures gone? No, did you see that? It seems the student managed to block all the bullets we fired. What is happening? This is utterly incomprehensible. Can someone explain what is going on? That student cannot be an enemy, can he? The members of the Red Dragon Society, concealed behind the partition, were thoroughly bewildered. At that moment, a commanding voice made their hearts race. It was their superior, Lu Shui. Everyone, lower your weapons, remove the partitions, and line up. Lu Shui, standing at the back, snapped back to reality from a shock and promptly advanced to issue orders to those around him. Although the members were still struggling to grasp the situation, they instinctively obeyed Lu Shui's commands, lowering their weapons, removing the partitions, and forming ranks. Lu Shui then hastily approached and nodded slightly at Yi Ping, who stood there. "May I inquire if you're Mr. Yi? Do you know me?" Yi Ping replied, casting a puzzled glance at the bespectacled man before him. "Indeed, the esteemed Mr. Sun Yaohai had previously mentioned you to us." Upon hearing this response, Lu Shui felt a wave of relief wash over him, swiftly followed by profound admiration and gratitude. "Mr. Yi, I am immensely grateful for your timely intervention. On behalf of the Red Dragon Society, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you." However, before Lu Shui could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Yi Ping. "Let us dispense with the formalities. Where's Sun Yaohai?" The leader is still unconscious, just behind us. For further details, you may inquire with his cousin, Miss Sun Xiaomei, who is currently in charge," Lu Shui promptly replied. "Very well, I shall seek her out." "Oh, And please ensure that the crystalline objects left behind are retrieved. I have use for them. Additionally, my companions remain on the 4th floor. Do remember to call them. After imparting his instructions, Yi Ping strode purposefully towards the depths of the 5th floor. Once Yi Ping's figure had completely vanished from sight, Lu Shui exhaled a long sigh of relief. Ha! Ha! He gasped heavily, his forehead glistening with sweat from tension, his heart racing uncontrollably. Just moments before, he had harbored doubts about the so-called adept's appearance, questioning whether their leader, Sun Yaohai, had misjudged the situation. Yet in that fleeting moment, no, it should be said within mere seconds, every ounce of skepticism evaporated, leaving behind only profound astonishment and fear. Indeed, it was fear. His dynamic vision surpassed that of an average individual by threefold, a unique ability that had propelled him to his current stature. In that brief instant, he had witnessed the young man, named Yi Ping, akin to a tiger among sheep, effortlessly vanquishing the very monsters they deemed terrifying. Ultimately, even in the face of a barrage of over 100 bullets, that individual managed to sever them all. Indeed, he had severed them. Lu Shui glanced down at the half-bullet nestled in his palm, which he had just retrieved. The cut was remarkably smooth, as if cleaved by a sharp instrument. Could an ordinary person perceive the velocity of a bullet's flight? Even if one could they wield a blade with such precision to bisect it? And to do so amidst a hail of countless bullets? Where on earth had their leader encountered such a monstrosity? Lu Shui clenched the half-bullet tightly, a bitter taste of worry lingering in his mouth. Meanwhile, the members of the Red Dragon Society, lined up on either side, curiously picked up the bullets scattered on the ground, quickly realizing the horrifying truth of the severed projectiles. Their superior's strange reaction only added to their shock, and gasps echoed through the corridor, their faces paling in the wake of this revelation. On the other side, upon entering the conference room, Yi Ping finally laid eyes on Sun Yaohai, though the situation was slightly different from what he had envisioned. Chapter 36, targeted by the enigmatic. Awakened? Upon seeing the unconscious Sun Yaohai on the ground, Yi Ping's first utterance was this. Hearing his words, Sun Xiaomei, who was seated nearby, wore an expression of bewilderment and confusion. Mr. Yi, when you mention awakening, what exactly do you mean? Don't you know? Yi Ping slightly furrowed his brow. Upon noticing the change in Yi Ping's demeanor, Sun Xiaomei felt a surge of anxiety welling up within her. She had clearly witnessed the events on the 4th and 5th floors through the surveillance cameras. Even at 10 times slower speed, she struggled to discern how Yi Ping had executed his moves. This presence, more terrifying than the monstrous beings, could surely spell doom for her if they crossed paths unfavorably. Ah, wait, I remember now. Mr. Yi, please hold on a moment. Sun Xiaomei hurriedly operated her laptop, and 3 seconds later, she presented it to Yi Ping. Mr. Yi, please take a look at this footage captured 3 hours ago. As she spoke, she promptly clicked to play the video. Yi Ping's gaze immediately fixated on the screen. Soon, he witnessed Sun Yaohai, transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant, effortlessly annihilating the 1st and 2nd-tier anomalies as if a deity had descended. Ah, I understand now. Yi Ping nodded slightly, murmuring, it seems he has indeed awakened the same peculiar abilities. Upon hearing Yi Ping's words, Sun Xiaomei's heart, which had been lodged in her throat, finally settled. But she quickly became aware of the new term Yi Ping had introduced. Peculiar? Mr. Yi, are you implying that this peculiarity is akin to the supernatural? Sun Xiaomei sensed that the formidable figure before her, whom her cousin held in high regard, likely possessed knowledge of the world's hidden truths. Not supernatural, but rather peculiar. Yi Ping shot her a glance and typed those 2 words into his phone. Upon seeing them, Sun Xiaomei felt a mix of surprise and astonishment. Mr. Yi, are you suggesting that the creatures that intruded into the building earlier are all these peculiar entities? Ah, wait, you mentioned awakening. Does that mean my cousin, Sun Yaohai, has awakened the same peculiarity as those monsters? At this point, Sun Xiaomei's complexion turned grave. Indeed, she was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of those creatures. If her cousin Sun Yaohai were to become one of them, the consequences of losing his sanity were unthinkable. Rest assured, the awakened peculiarity is under the host's control. unless the host themselves loses their mental stability. Yi Ping, having discerned Sun Xiaomei's apprehension, waved his hand and offered a calm explanation. Ah, that's a relief. No, I'm not afraid of my cousin. Sun Xiaomei let out a long sigh of relief, but her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly shook her head in denial. Just then, an irritable voice echoed throughout the conference hall. Ah, how exasperating, Xiaomei! The one speaking was Sun Yaohai, who had just awakened from coma. As he spoke, his eyelids fluttered, and he astonishingly sat upright from the ground. Wait, master, coughed Mr. Yi. What are you doing here? After surveying his surroundings, Sun Yaohai's gaze settled on Yi Ping, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. If I weren't here, you would likely be dead by now, Yi Ping remarked with a detached glance, his tone laced with incredulity. Is this the extent of your Red Dragon Society's power? You hardly possess any value for me to exploit. The coldness of his words seemed to drop the temperature in the air by several degrees. Sun Xiaomei, standing not far away, instinctively felt anger rise within her upon hearing this. Yet as she met Yi Ping's icy stare, the words that danced on her tongue were swallowed back. Rationality made her acutely aware that the youth before her, clad in a school uniform, indeed had the merit to utter such sentiments. Alone, he wielded combat prowess that rivaled, nay, vastly surpassed that of the Red Dragon Society. Ah, Mr. Yi, you speak the truth. Even with the aid of other regions, our current overall strength pales in comparison to your kind. However, at this juncture, Sun Yaohai clenched his fists, rising with an expression of unwavering determination and confidence. If given adequate time, I will undoubtedly elevate the Red Dragon Society to a level worthy of your stature. Observing Sun Yaohai's resolute demeanor, Yi Ping rubbed his temples and sighed softly. Well, remember, I cannot wait indefinitely. Just then, Lu Shui brought Shun Yao and the three women upstairs, prompting Yi Ping to request Sun Yaohai to provide temporary shelter for them. Without the slightest hesitation, Sun Yaohai consented. The only one dissatisfied with this arrangement was Yao Lin. Of course, Shin Yao also felt a tinge of discontent, but she was restrained by Lu Siyu beside her. Sir, I wish to stay by your side. Yao Lin clenched her fists and stepped forward, her delicate face radiating determination, her eyes glimmering with intense seriousness. Do you truly comprehend the situation? I have no desire to carry a burden. What assistance can you offer me? Yi Ping responded coldly, knowing that indecisive and gentle words would only complicate matters further. I can. Yao Lin bit her lip, lifting her head to speak, but Yi Ping preempted her. Do not even think about your body. Yi Ping's frigid gaze locked onto her, as he uttered a statement that left everyone present feeling a chill. In my eyes, your body is utterly worthless. Indeed, while Yao Lin was a beauty, that was all she was. Yi Ping was not a creature to think with his lower half. He would never carry a mere decoration by his side. More accurately, he simply could not afford to do so. In the eyes of this group, he might be considered remarkably powerful. However, when confronted with those terrifying and peculiar entities, he was scarcely stronger than an ant. Having witnessed the horror of terrifying anomalies and experienced the incomprehensible power of apocalyptic entities, Yi Ping was acutely aware of his own frailty. He understood that if he attempted to seize what did not belong to him, he might very well fail to protect even that which he was meant to safeguard. At that moment, the atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward, the air thick with silence. Standing there, Yao Lin's delicate face was streaked with tears, her fists clenched tightly, her expression a mixture of grievance and resentment. Ultimately, unable to bear the stifling atmosphere any longer, she turned and fled. Observing this, Shun Yao, who had a close relationship with Yao Lin, could not help but shoot Yi Ping a disapproving glare. Yi Ping, couldn't you have been a bit more tactful? After all, she is a girl, she remarked before hastily pursuing Yao Lin. Meanwhile, Lu Siyu chose not to follow, but approached Yi Ping instead. What? Are you here to chastise me as well? Yi Ping raised an eyebrow. Casting a glance at Lu Siyu, he recognized her intelligence, and thus, it was impossible for her not to grasp the implications behind his words. Oh, not at all. I lack the standing to do so. You are quite correct. However, being excessively correct can come across as lacking in compassion. Lu Siyu shrugged, and after uttering this, exited the room. Now, Only Yi Ping and the siblings from the Sun family remained. I need to attend to some other matters. So I shall take my leave, Sun Xiaomei said, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere any longer, and fabricated a transparent excuse to slip away. What? Are you not leaving? Yi Ping glanced back at the remaining Sun Yaohai. I believe your approach, Mr. Yi, is entirely justified, Sun Yaohai responded. Not with a direct reply, but by voicing his perspective. They could not comprehend the direction in which the world was heading. Or perhaps they deliberately chose not to contemplate it. As he spoke, Sun Yaohai strode forward and drew back the curtains. Outside the glass window, amidst the scattered lights, countless terrifying figures darted in the corners of the city. The world had long since descended into madness, without swiftly discarding the conscience of a normal person. Survival in this chaotic realm was impossible. Sun Yaohai's voice was grave, his expression slightly somber. He understood this all too well, which was precisely why the armory had only been activated at the last moment. Although firearms proved ineffective against the terrifying anomalies, they remained lethal weapons for humanity. In the ensuing chaos, humanity was likely more perilous than the anomalies themselves, which was why he had kept this card close to his chest. Regrettably, that trump card had now been forced into play. Sensing the hint of despair in Sun Yaohai's words, Yi Ping stepped closer and gently patted his shoulder. Rest assured, firearms will soon become obsolete. You have acquired powers that surpass those of others. If you nurture the peculiar strength that has awakened within you, it will manifest in ways beyond your imagination. Upon hearing these words, Sun Yaohai, who had appeared despondent just moments before, now beamed with excitement and joy, eagerly approaching Yi Ping. Ah, indeed, Mr. Yi, you are aware of the strange occurrences surrounding me. I trust you will reveal to me the means to grow stronger, for we are now allies in this endeavor. Observing the eager face of Sun Yaohai, so close at hand, Yi Ping felt a slight twitch of discomfort, questioning whether Sun Yaohai's earlier display of disappointment was a ruse to extract information from him. However, it was true that despite the physical distance separating them from their companions, they were now somewhat united, and sharing a bit of information seemed harmless under the circumstances. In fact, even if Sun Yaohai had not acted in such a manner, Yi Ping would have imparted crucial insights about the peculiar strength and its related mysteries before departing. This merely expedited the process. After nearly an hour of conversation, Yi Ping finally bid farewell to the satisfied Sun Yaohai. Throughout their discussion, Yi Ping had glimpsed the formidable intellect of Sun Yaohai. Realizing that the information he provided would soon yield significant results in Sun Yaohai's hands, this prospect stirred a hint of anticipation within him. Sigh, I am somewhat fatigued now. A wave of dizziness washed over Yi Ping, prompting him to steady himself against the wall. Having been a practitioner of the arcane for 7 or 8 years in his previous life, he recognized this sensation as a sign of overexertion. It was no wonder. Within a single day, he had employed the power of time numerous times without rest, his mind remaining in a state of heightened concentration. Indeed, rest is essential. After casting a glance out the window, Yi Ping resolved to find a room to recuperate. Yet, that fleeting glance sent a chill racing through him, obliterating any remnants of drowsiness. In his line of sight, a singular eye pressed against the glass, staring intently into the room, or rather, at him. This eye was embedded within a gaunt hand, a hand with which Yi Ping was all too familiar. An eye, a hand, a mystery. Chapter 37. Is death approaching? The passage of time? At the instant the words fell, Yi Ping reacted immediately. The curse blade, Muramesa, materialized in his right hand, and the peculiar scale of time was advanced by 7 ticks. Time acceleration, blood fiend manifestation. In this moment, both formidable abilities were unleashed. Boom! The glass window shattered with a resonant crash as the cursed blade lunged forward. Yet, the hand with the eye had vanished without a trace. Even the power of the blood fiend had missed its mark. However, this was far from the conclusion. A glint of ferocity flashed in Yi Ping's eyes as he turned the time dial in his right eye back by 3 ticks. Time reversal, temporal slash clang. The Muramesa cleaved through the air, executing 3 swift strikes. In the next moment, blood droplets began to fall from the empty space outside the window, followed by the drop of a severed fingertip. Quick as lightning, Yi Ping seized the half-finger, his expression grim. It had fled. Indeed, his recent application of the temporal slash targeted the area where the eye hand had been 3 seconds prior. The strike had indeed landed. But the power of the eye hand was greater than he had anticipated. Even with the blood fiend's force enveloping the Muramesa, it had merely sheared off a portion of the fingertip. In the following moment, an intense wave of pain surged through him. No, had he overexerted himself? Yi Ping cradled his head, his face devoid of color, as the agony relentlessly assailed him. The earlier forced usage of time acceleration, coupled with the time reversal, had unleashed the repercussions of overexertion. For a brief period, he could no longer wield his powers. Sighing, he rubbed his temples and forced himself to rise. There remained one crucial task to complete before slumbering. He lifted his gaze through the shattered glass, staring intently toward the edge of the sky. Within the immense vortex enveloping the entirety of Donghai City, the hand of the eye hand had now multiplied to 2. One of the hands was missing a segment of a finger. Indeed, it was the eye hand. This creature had already perceived my presence. A profound sense of gravity and concern flickered in Yi Ping's eyes. This was merely the first day, and the 2 hands of the eye hand had already breached the realm of the living, even capable of extending their palms to probe the situation. This phenomenon transcended what could merely be described as bizarre. It was exceedingly peculiar. Moreover, the most alarming aspect was that this 7th-level anomaly had set its sights upon him. Heaving a breath, Yi Ping realized he could not afford to be careless for even a moment. The world had indeed spiraled into madness. After exhaling, he turned away, casting aside contemplation of this matter. Now, he needed to allow his body some respite. Only through ample rest could he restore himself to peak condition to confront these anomalies. Initially, he had anticipated that the eye hand would descend within a week, but that forecast required immediate revision. It was merely the first night, no? The second day, when the eye hand deception had already extended its 2 hands, even becoming aware of his presence. If this situation continued, within 3 days, the eye hand deception would likely descend upon Donghai City. Before that, it would undoubtedly take some action. The earlier dispatch of a palm to investigate was merely a means of gauging his strength. Mr. Yi, I believe I just heard something shatter. What has transpired? As Yi Ping approached the door, Sun Yaohai, who had previously left, hurriedly returned, concern evident in his voice. Oh, it's nothing, just a minor issue. By the way, where's the nearest room? Yi Ping was disinclined to elaborate further. The room? Oh, right this way. Despite the confusion swirling in his mind, Sun Yaohai promptly guided Yi Ping. He was acutely aware that some matters were beyond his inquiry, and even if he were to learn them, it would be futile. Thank you. Oh, and please remember to bring a power bank to charge my phone, and those previous strange cores, don't forget them. Just as Yi Ping intended to say more, his consciousness abruptly faded, plunging him into a deep slumber. That night, he slept profoundly. In his dreams, he found himself in an unusual place. No, it was not unusual. It was a place he knew all too well. A colossal clock face appeared before him, its hands frozen, and at the top of the clock, an eye was embedded. That eye was fixated on him, unblinkingly. Ah, is this the time deception? Yi Ping immediately grasped what was occurring, directing his gaze toward the eye. The essence of the time deception did not respond to his inquiry. Yet the eye emitted a peculiar glow, and the previously motionless hands began to move. Crack! With a crisp sound, the longest hand advanced 3 ticks forward. In the next moment, Yi Ping felt something within him rapidly dissipating. When he glanced down, he discovered what had vanished. Indeed, it was a part of his body, or rather, his consciousness. His hand had disappeared. At that instant, the longest hour hand surged forward by 4 ticks. This time, everything below his abdomen vanished. Was he to perish? Just as Yi Ping uttered those words, the sound of the hour hand turning echoed once more. Crack! This time, he clearly witnessed the longest hand advance 5 ticks. There was no doubt he would undoubtedly meet his demise. However, space deception, a terrifying glimmer flashed in Yi Ping's eyes as he immediately summoned the power of the space deception. He was uncertain whether it could be activated here, but surrender was not in his nature. The moment he invoked the power of the space deception, a response was elicited. In the next moment, He found himself entering that space, instantly appearing before the enormous clock face, the eye of time itself. Yiping opened his mouth wide and fiercely bit towards that eye. He vaguely recalled that before his consciousness dissipated, he felt as if he had bitten something. A wave of pain surged through him, and then Yiping awakened. However, unlike before, he was not lying in bed but had fallen directly to the ground, a full 3 meters away from his bed. This situation left him utterly bewildered. Could it be that he had slept on the floor last night? No, such a thing was utterly impossible. Even if Sun Yaohai had 10 times the courage, he would never dare to do something like that. So, had he fallen from his bed? No, that was impossible. The spot where he lay was indeed 3 meters away from the bed, making it inconceivable for him to have fallen from there. Was it possible that he had been teleported? That could very well be the case. Yiping suddenly sat up from the ground, a glint of terrifying clarity flashing in his eyes. He distinctly remembered the dream he had just experienced. In that dream, when he was on the verge of being killed by the time anomaly, he had used the power of the space anomaly to teleport himself above the time anomaly's essence and had bitten that eye. Was that truly just a dream? Yiping took a deep breath and slowly raised his right hand. The power of the space anomaly swirled around him, and a spatial rift appeared beside his right hand. Without hesitation, he thrust his hand into that rift. In the next moment, his hand emerged by the bedside, 3 meters away. Indeed, Yiping's eyes sparkled with excitement as he amplified the power of the space anomaly, creating a rift large enough for a person to pass through, enveloping himself within it. Bang! A dull sound reverberated throughout the room. In one moment, Yiping was seated on the ground. In the next, he found himself on the bed. So it was indeed like this. The ability of the space anomaly could not only transport objects, but could also facilitate the passage of the human body. I had previously overlooked such a method of utilizing this power. Sitting on the bed, Yiping propped his chin on his hand, a strong sense of exhilaration washing over him. The next moment, a thought flickered through his mind. If the spatial rift connected to a realm beyond his ability, what would transpire? Contemplating this, he opened another spatial rift, this time connecting to the rooftop of the building across the street. To be safe, Yiping casually tossed a pillow towards the rift. However, the pillow met an invisible barrier, unable to penetrate through. A wall of obstruction, meaning if the spatial rift extended to a distance beyond his current capability, it would become impassable. It appeared that this was indeed an unexpected discovery. Wait, about that earlier. Was it not a dream? As he regained his composure, a shiver ran down Yiping's spine, a chill creeping over him. Could it be that the time anomaly had intended to kill him last night? Yiping instinctively touched his right eye, astonished to discover that his connection with the enigmatic force of time had deepened. Without even trying, he could sense it. He was now capable of accelerating time by as much as 10 increments, and the instances of reversing time had increased to 5. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. He had a persistent sensation that the dream from the previous night might have been a manifestation of the power of time itself. As the increments of time increased, his body began to fade away, as if a portion of his temporal essence was being forcibly extracted. Wait, extracted? A thought flashed through Yiping's mind. He recalled the ability he had attempted not long ago, which involved siphoning time from an object. Was last night's scene not akin to a more advanced version of this ability? The power of time was exerted on a part of his body, resulting in varying effects. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the table 5 meters away, and his right hand slowly lifted. In truth, the application of the power of time did not require any specific gestures or postures. However, performing such actions provided a heightened sense of focus. He meticulously reminisced about the scene from his dream, striving to reconstruct the sensation of the time force acting upon his body. Suddenly, a crack echoed through the air. In Yiping's right eye, the longest pointer on the time dial shifted forward by 1 increment. In the next moment, over half of the left side of the table 5 meters away transformed into decayed, withered wood, appearing as if it had endured decades of erosion, marked by various traces of time. Conversely, the right side of the table remained pristine, presenting 2 starkly contrasting conditions on a single surface. Success! Joy and excitement radiated from Yi Ping's face as he glanced at his palm, the corners of his mouth curving upward slightly. This power, if utilized properly, could yield tremendous effects. Unfortunately, even moving that longest pointer by a single increment had pushed him to his limits. If he could shift it by 3 increments, he might replicate the events of the previous night. A nightmarish memory flashed through Yi Ping's mind. When the time force moved 3 increments, his hands had vanished into thin air, and with 4 increments, his entire lower body had disappeared. By the 5th increment, it seemed he would have completely vanished. This was the true power of the time enigma, its genuine terror, an extraordinarily perverse force of rules. He pondered whether he would have simply disappeared had he not resisted last night. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Ping decided against dwelling on that thought. For now, his consciousness remained intact, which was sufficient. Additionally, he needed to bestow a name upon this newfound ability. Time acceleration, time reversal. Thus, this ability would be called time annihilation. At the moment the words hung in the air, an image inexplicably flashed through Yi Ping's mind. He stood alone before countless bizarre entities, wielding the power of widespread temporal dissolution. Under the influence of that force, all the anomalies simply evaporated into thin air. This was not a mere fantasy, but a highly plausible reality. However, he was not yet capable of such feats. After utilizing temporal dissolution just once, fatigue began to seep into his body, let alone the prospect of applying this ability on multiple targets over a vast area. Just as Yi Ping contemplated testing whether this temporal dissolution had any range limitations, a knock echoed at the door. "Come in," he called, dismissing the thought, and turned his gaze towards the entrance. The door swung open swiftly, and Lu Xiu hurried inside, her face etched with worry and tension. "Yi Ping, there's a serious problem. We are surrounded." "Surrounded?" Yi Ping was momentarily taken aback, leaping off the bed and rushing to the window to look outside. The scene that greeted his eyes left him utterly stunned, rooted to the spot. Chapter 38, Surrounded. What is happening? Yi Ping's face twitched, his expression somewhat unpleasant. In his line of sight, a multitude of people had congregated around the commercial building of the Red Dragon Society, and this crowd consisted entirely of living beings. A glance revealed no fewer than 1,000 individuals, leaving Yi Ping utterly bewildered. What on earth is going on? Why are there so many people? Wait. Their appearance, due to the distance, some details were unclear. However, it was certain that these individuals were alive, albeit we must go down, Yi Ping declared, quickly donning his attire and making his way downstairs. By the time he and Lu Xiu reached the ground floor, Sun Yaohai and the others were already present. "Mr. Yi, you have arrived," Sun Yaohai greeted upon seeing Yi Ping. Yi Ping merely nodded and advanced to the forefront. Through the glass doors, it was evident that the crowd surrounding the building exhibited no signs of activity. They simply encircled the structure. A closer inspection revealed that the eyes of these individuals were devoid of any light, hollow and vacant, as if their souls had been spirited away, standing there in a daze. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Ping pushed open the door and strode outside. Upon witnessing this, Sun Yaohai called out anxiously, "Mr. Yi, this is too yet." Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Ping had already stepped into the throng outside. In the next instant, the previously motionless crowd reacted immediately, surging towards Yi Ping. This sudden development sent Sun Yaohai and the others into a state of panic. However, what transpired next left them completely astounded. The individuals rushing forward did not attack. They merely obstructed Yi Ping's path. Indeed, they simply blocked his way, doing nothing else. What's going on? They are not attacking? No, they are merely preventing our exit? What purpose does this serve? In an instant, everyone was utterly confounded by the behavior of the crowd. Meanwhile, Yi Ping had returned inside the building. Once he was back within, the throng that had blocked the entrance promptly resumed their original positions. Sun Yaohai stepped forward urgently. "Mr. Yi, could it be that these individuals are under some bizarre control?" "Indeed, it appears so, and they likely intend to confine us here," Yi Ping acknowledged, shifting his gaze to the side, where Shun Yao stood. "Teacher Shun, I require your assistance with something." Shun Yao, suddenly addressed, wore a look of surprise. "Me? Is there a problem?" Yi Ping tilted his head, observing her intently. No, I'm just a bit taken aback. Please, assign me whatever task you need. I will do my utmost. Shen Yao smiled softly, clenching her small fist, determination glimmering in her eyes. Thus, the two swiftly vanished from a staircase. Yao Lin, who had been standing with Shen Yao, fixed her gaze intently on the direction in which the two had departed. Her lips tightly pressed together and her small face reflecting a sense of resentment. She comprehended well that Shen Yao's summoning must be attributed to her awakened special power. If she, too, possessed such extraordinary abilities, might she not also? All right, Lu Shui, arrange for a few individuals to take turns guarding this floor. If anything unusual occurs, report to me immediately. Xiao Mei, come with me. There is something you must do. The rest of you, please disperse. Sun Yaohai promptly organized their respective tasks, and soon the over 20 people gathered on the first floor began to scatter. Aside from a few members of the Red Dragon Society guarding the entrance, only Yao Lin and Lu Xiyu remained. Are you still troubled by yesterday's events? Lu Xiyu inquired, pursing her lips as she looked at Yao Lin. No, not anymore. However, Lu Jia, I have discovered a truth, or perhaps a fact. Yao Lin initially shook her head, then clenched her small fists, her eyes shimmering with a hint of resolve. The weak cannot survive in this world, therefore, I must become strong. Observing the determination and will radiating from Yao Lin's small face, Lu Xiyu found herself at a loss for words. Lu Jia, I'm going to find Mr. Yi. What about you? Aye, perhaps not. Lu Xiyu instinctively declined, surprised by the question. Is that so? But it makes sense, after all. You are quite intelligent, Lu Jia, with many paths to choose from. Yao Lin gently nodded, waved her hand, and turned to leave. Standing in place, Lu Xiyu's expression was exceedingly complex. For reasons unknown, she felt a sense of relief after Yao Lin's departure. It seemed that Yao Lin was simply too radiant for someone like her to contend with. If Shen Yao represented the sun in her heart, then Yao Lin was akin to the moon. The moon's glow may not be blinding, yet it is gentle, illuminating the path forward regardless of the storms that may come. As for herself, she felt she could not even be counted among the stars. Intelligent, is that so? Lu Xiyu chuckled bitterly, her smile tinged with sadness. Indeed, such flattering words were painfully jarring to her ears. Aside from a modicum of cleverness, she feared she was utterly lacking, devoid of indomitable will or extraordinary strength. Perhaps for someone like me, it would be wiser to cling to a strong ally that might afford a longer existence. With a bittersweet smile, Lu Xiyu spoke, her spirit somewhat deflated. She understood that once Yi Ping departed from this place, although she could remain within the Red Dragon Society, it would merely be in the capacity of a guest. To put it more bluntly, she would be a burdensome presence, easily cast aside, and perhaps even reduced to a mere plaything. Such a reality would have been unimaginable just a day prior. In this bizarre and dystopian world, such occurrences will soon become the norm. Alas, should I humble myself and beseech Yi Ping to take me along? Such a notion is utterly implausible. After all, he would never burden himself with an ineffectual encumbrance. As for allure, that is even more impossible unless I wish to be met with disdain. Indeed, death seems preferable. Wait, perhaps. Before she could complete her thought, Lu Xiyu suddenly conceived an idea. Yes, since she is lacking in every regard save for her intellect, she ought to maximize this ability. Although Yi Ping is a monster among monsters, possessing terrifying power, it does not imply that those around him wield the same might. Indeed, if this reasoning is employed, he would certainly take me along, without a doubt. As Lu Xiyu uttered these words, a radiant smile graced her lips, and her excitement was simply uncontainable. In truth, devising a strategy to conquer this seemingly impervious monster is remarkably straightforward. Chapter 39, The Enigmatic Aggregation, the Strategy of the Eye-Hand Enigma. What do you sense? On the top floor of the building, Yi Ping inquired as he gazed at Shen Yao, who had just opened her eyes. There are no anomalies within 3 kilometers. However, there are several exceptionally potent presences in the distance, which may be as formidable as the magical flower anomaly within the school. After exhaling softly, Shen Yao gradually articulated her observations gleaned from the Thousand Eyes enigma. Within 3 kilometers, there are no anomalies, yet beyond that, several fourth-level anomalies are concealed. This situation is rather peculiar. Yiping stroked his chin, a hint of perplexity flickering in his eyes. It is essential to recognize that controlling over 1,000 individuals to block the entrances of this building would necessitate at least a 5th or even a 6th-level anomaly. However, according to the intelligence Shan Yao just acquired through the Thousand Eyes Enigma, there is not a single anomaly within a 3-kilometer radius. Could it be that the anomaly controlling this group is lurking beyond that distance? No, at such a range, even a 6th-level psychic anomaly would struggle to exert simultaneous control over such a vast number of subjects. Then could it be that the Thousand Eyes Enigma misjudged? Perhaps the anomaly that commands the group is hidden within 3 kilometers? No, such a scenario is utterly implausible. An entity beneath the 7th-level anomaly, even one with concealment abilities, cannot evade the scrutiny of the Thousand Eyes Enigma. Wait, could it be? Yiping, resting his chin on his hand, suddenly contemplated a possibility. Indeed, there exists a method to evade the probing of the Thousand Eyes Enigma while simultaneously exerting control over the group at close range. However, this would only be feasible during the mid-stages of an anomaly's emergence, when its intellect rivals that of humankind. Is it truly possible for such a monstrous anomaly to manifest at this nascent stage? A grotesque anomaly? Is there not one? Yiping lifted his gaze towards the dark vortex in the sky, housing the eye-hand enigma. Even with the dawn's light, the colossal vortex, coalesced from anomalous energy, persisted. Moreover, the hands of the eye-hand enigma extended further out from the vortex, even revealing part of its shoulder. A 7th-level eye-hand enigma. While lesser anomalies might not conceive of such a strategy, the eye-hand enigma would undoubtedly be capable of it. After all, this entity even employs methods to probe the strength of its adversaries. Alas, what a nuisance! Reflecting on this, Yiping sighed and rubbed his temples. He must urgently enhance his strength, yet he finds himself forced to pause. All of this, perhaps, is due to being targeted by the eye-hand enigma. From where could his capabilities have been exposed? Wait, could it have been after leaving the academy that he was marked? However, it is too late for such musings now. That, Yiping. The voice that reached his ears pulled Yiping back from his reverie. What is it? Is there more information? Well, there is. One more peculiar detail I haven't mentioned. Shen Yao rested her fingers against her chin, her eyes shimmering with perplexity. Those peculiar entities, potentially of the 4th tier, had congregated in one location, while a multitude of ordinary entities from various areas were also drawn toward it. After Shen Yao's words fell, Yiping's countenance shifted dramatically, revealing a hint of gravity in his gaze. The situation was likely far worse than he had anticipated. He pondered why there were no entities visible in this region. The answer lay in the gathering of all lower-tier entities toward a singular area. This phenomenon was not unfamiliar to him. In his previous life, during the 3rd year of the entity's emergence, he undertook a mission to eradicate low-tier entities in the suburbs during his 2nd year as an anomaly controller. In that area, only 2nd-tier entities existed. Not a single 3rd-tier entity was in sight. Yet of the 23rd tier anomaly controllers who participated in that mission alongside him, only 2 survived. The reason was simple. They failed to recognize the abnormal congregation of those lower-tier entities. Entities that gather together will merge, forming a new, formidable entity. At that time, 100 2nd-tier entities ultimately fused into a peak 4th-tier entity, far beyond the capabilities of 3rd-tier controllers to combat. Now, in that location, not only were 2nd-tier and lower entities congregating, but there were also several 4th-tier entities present. Yiping was certain that these 4th-tier entities were likely the result of evolution from the initial 3rd-tier entities that had descended on the first day. Currently, these 4th-tier entities, under the command of the eye-hand anomaly, were on the verge of merging with a multitude of lower-tier entities. What kind of monstrosity would emerge from such a union? A 5th-tier entity? No, it would at least be a 6th-tier anomaly, possibly even nearing the 7th tier. Moreover, both gathering and merging entities require time. Thus, the eye-hand anomaly employed such a clearly time-consuming tactic. Gulping, Yiping swallowed nervously, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This peculiar reaction did not escape Shen Yao's notice. What's wrong, Yiping? Isn't it a good thing that those entities are absent? Shen Yao could not comprehend why Yiping's face bore the expression of impending doom. A crisis was imminent. Yiping exhaled deeply and proceeded down the stairs, prompting Shen Yao to hastily follow, inquiring about the reason behind his demeanor. However, at that moment, Yiping lacked the inclination to explain. If a sixth-tier anomaly were to emerge at this juncture, it would pose a significant challenge. Even employing the full capability of the Demon Blade Muramasa and all his hidden cards would not guarantee victory. Unless the Snow Wolf anomaly's awakening concluded, their cooperation would ensure a win. Yet, such a course would expose all his hidden cards. Indeed, the true threat was the seventh-tier anomaly, the Eye-Hand anomaly, whose cunning exceeded Yiping's wildest imaginings. Through merely limited encounters, he had discerned that this individual was the greatest threat within Donghai City. Consequently, he immediately mobilized all available forces to besiege him. Such decisiveness even prompted Yiping to commend him. If he were not an adversary, that would indeed be splendid. Regrettably, the circumstances of identity dictated an irreconcilable situation. Descending to the lower floor, Yiping promptly sought out Sun Yaohai, instructing him to assemble all members of the Red Dragon Society. Although Sun Yaohai could not fathom Yiping's intentions, he complied without hesitation. Soon, everyone gathered in the conference hall on the third floor. Upon ascending the podium, Yiping bluntly announced a revelation that left all present utterly astounded. I must break free from this building, and I require the assistance of each and every one of you. As his words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. Chapter 40. Willing to transform into a demon for you. The awakening of the crowd after a moment of silence. Members of the Red Dragon Society, standing below, could no longer contain their doubts. What do you mean, breakthrough? Outside, there are so many people blocking the entrance. How can we possibly escape? Do we need to assist? Wait, are we really supposed to force our way through? With so few of us, how can we manage that? Are we to eliminate that crowd? Don't be ridiculous. You expect us to slaughter those people and carve out a bloody path? They are still alive, albeit rendered speechless and seemingly devoid of reason. They have not turned into monsters. Yiping's words evidently stirred discontent among most members of the Red Dragon Society. Even though they were aware of Yiping's extraordinary strength, they could not help but voice their grievances. Perhaps this was a necessity. After all, if they were ever to find themselves in a similar plight as those outside, would they not also become the discarded? It was precisely this concern that fueled their dissatisfaction. In response to the murmurs of discontent, Yiping appeared to be oblivious, fixing his gaze intently on Sun Yaohai, as though silently inquiring about his thoughts. Sun Yaohai stood up immediately. As long as you require it, even if it means becoming a demon, I shall unquestionably be of service to you. His calm words were devoid of any emotional inflection. He then turned to sweep a cold glance over the members of the Red Dragon Society. Those who wish to leave may do so now. For those who remain, I demand your unconditional obedience to the commands of myself and Mr. Yi, without question or hesitation. At this juncture, Sun Yaohai paused briefly before declaring, "Of course, I trust you are aware of my capabilities. I can assure you that those who choose to stand by my side will outlast anyone else in this apocalypse." With a grand gesture, Sun Yaohai continued, "Now, make your decision within 3 minutes." As his words resonated, the air filled with murmurs and expressions of hesitation and struggle adorned the faces of the crowd. Undoubtedly, the current circumstances had far exceeded their expectations. Sun Yaohai was clearly coercing them onto a path stained with blood, or perhaps to leave. Yet, departing now would likely lead to death. They were all too aware of the terror posed by the earlier grotesque monsters. Could they truly contend with those creatures relying solely on their own strength? 1 minute passed, then 2 and 3. However, not a single person stirred. It was not only the members of the Red Dragon Society. Even Shen Yao and her companions stood resolutely in place. Indeed, everyone had resolved to remain, willing to embrace bloodshed in their quest for survival. Though undeniably harsh, this was the stark reality. If the lives of their own were to be weighed against those of others, each individual would unhesitatingly make a decisive choice. Is that so? A prudent judgment. Sun Yaohai's expression softened slightly as he turned to look at Yi Ping. Mr. Yi, all is well now. Indeed, Yi Ping nodded gently, gradually elucidating. I do not require you to eliminate those individuals. Your task is merely to pave the way for me, or, perhaps, to divert their ire. Upon hearing these words, the tension in the room eased significantly. Although everyone had prepared themselves, the relief of not having to take lives was palpable. After all, no one wishes to have their hands stained with blood. Even though they would inevitably confront such circumstances in the future, it was still the first day, and the thought of killing the living was difficult for them to accept. Yi Ping noticed the relaxation on their faces and chose not to comment. After all, it was merely the first day. Expecting them to immediately transition their mindset from an era of peace was unrealistic. After briefly discussing the timeline for their planned actions with Sun Yaohai, Yi Ping took his leave. However, before departing, he summoned Shen Yao. Her presence would be indispensable in the forthcoming operations. Yet this time she was not alone. As Yi Ping settled onto the sofa, he cast a discontented glance at Lu Siyu and Yao Lin, who had followed Shen Yao. Why are both of you here? Upon hearing this, Lu Siyu's lips curled into a slight smile as she waved her hand. Actually, there's something I wish to discuss with you. I believe that if I do not speak now, the opportunity will be lost. Following Lu Siyu's statement, Yao Lin, standing nervously to the side, clenched her small hands and looked up at Yi Ping, saying, Mr. Yi, I still wish to stay by your side. I am willing to pay any price for this. Moreover, I will ensure my own safety. You need not worry. In critical moments, you may even use me as bait. I only hope to remain by your side. Yao Lin's voice was imbued with sincerity and gravity, devoid of any semblance of jest. Yi Ping, recognizing her earnestness, found himself in a quandary. He could also sense the underlying intent behind Lu Siyu's conversation. Damn it, none of these three women are easy to manage. Ye. Shen Yao stammered, seemingly at a loss for words. But before she could continue, Lu Siyu covered her mouth. The atmosphere in the room grew eerily quiet as time ticked by. Finally, Yi Ping let out a long sigh, breaking the silence. All right, I understand. Rubbing his temples, his gaze swept over Lu Siyu and Yao Lin. If you wish to stay by my side, you must learn to protect yourselves. As his words fell, radiant smiles blossomed on both Lu Siyu and Yao Lin's faces. Especially Lu Siyu, who had never anticipated that Yi Ping could so effortlessly penetrate her thoughts. The carefully prepared phrases she had in mind became utterly futile in that moment. Sun Yaohai's knowledge should prove beneficial to you. Before my return, do engage with him extensively. Let us proceed, teacher Shun. Yi Ping gently patted the still-dazed Shen Yao and swiftly moved ahead. Aye. Shen Yao glanced at the receding figure of Yi Ping and then at the two women. See you, Lin Lin. Do your best. After leaving this remark, Shen Yao hurried to catch up with Yi Ping. The two women left behind exchanged a glance, finding resolute determination reflected in each other's eyes. As time gradually passed, Yi Ping set the breakout time for 3 o'clock in the afternoon, aiming to restore Shen Yao's energy as much as possible. After all, Shen Yao had only recently awakened her uncanny abilities, and her proficiency in wielding such power remained quite unrefined. Even a single use demanded considerable mental and physical exertion. Therefore, ensuring Shen Yao's vitality was of utmost importance. Meanwhile, as Yi Ping focused on recuperating in preparation for the breakout, an extraordinary event was unfolding 3 kilometers away at the largest sports arena in Donghai City. Chapter 41. The Eerie Devourers of Humanity, once a vibrant sports arena. It has now transformed into a lair for the bizarre. The creatures congregating here number not in tens or hundreds, but in the thousands, with even more ominously approaching. It is no exaggeration to assert that an entire horde of anomalies from Donghai City is converging upon this very stadium. Although the majority of these entities are of a lower tier, their sheer numbers instill a profound sense of dread. The throng of lesser anomalies is drawn towards the center of the arena, to a vast open space. At this moment, a colossal, distorted form materializes in the middle of that expanse, its shape utterly unrecognizable, resembling an irregular mass composed of countless shadows. Yet this enormous, irregular entity emanates an aura far mightier than that of the few fourth-tier beings surrounding the area. Atop the stadium's elevated platform, a gaunt hand emerges from the ground. This hand possesses merely 3 fingers, one of which is truncated. At the center of this palm, a solitary eyeball rotates slowly, its gaze fixated intently on the aggregation of lesser entities below. Indeed, this is a fragment, or perhaps a manifestation, of the eye-hand anomaly. After observing for a time, the eye-hand's gaze inadvertently drifts to its own severed fingertip, a deep-seated hatred and fury flickering within the depths of its eye. In the next moment, a profound crimson light ignites within the eye-hand's gaze, causing the truncated finger to shatter entirely, swiftly hurtling towards the conglomerate of anomalies below. In an instant, that severed fingertip merges with the mass, which, instead of expanding, begins to contract dramatically. The once towering irregular formation, seemingly 5 stories high, diminishes to half its size within mere seconds. Despite its reduction, the malevolent aura it exudes intensifies frightfully. Simultaneously, rippling waves akin to shattering glass erupt from its surface, signaling yet another transformation. The sound of shattering glass reverberates throughout the stadium. In the next heartbeat, the colossal figure disintegrates, revealing the visage of a new monstrosity birthed from the myriad of anomalies. This creature stands an imposing 10 meters tall, resembling a tiger, yet possessing 2 heads and 3 tails, each tail formed by venomous serpents. Such an aberrant and twisted form evokes primal fear even among the surrounding fourth-tier anomalies, prompting an instinctual urge to flee. However, before they can escape the arena, the tiger-like anomaly swiftly devours them whole. Yet, even after consuming its fill, this creature remains unsated, instinctively lifting its gaze toward the heavens of the stadium, where a far more formidable presence looms. Indeed, it is the manifestation of the eye-hand anomaly. Even if it is merely a fragment of itself, the aura emanating from the eye-hand anomaly is distinctly different from all other peculiarities. After all, the eye-hand anomaly is a 7th-tier aberration. Presently, this tiger-like anomaly, merely through the essence it projects, is already approaching the 6th tier of peculiarity. It is precisely for this reason that it yearns for an even greater power. Undoubtedly, should it consume a fragment of the eye-hand anomaly, it would undoubtedly acquire formidable strength. This anomaly, forged from countless peculiar entities, is driven by the most primal instinct, a thirst for power. Naturally, the eye-hand anomaly anticipated this scenario. In fact, it was precisely because of this foresight that it chose to invest a part of itself into the endeavor. The eye at the center of the eye-hand anomaly's palm began to rotate rapidly, and in the next moment, an eye appeared at the center of the tiger-like anomaly's head, identical to the one in the palm. Roar! Roar! The tiger-like anomaly seemed to sense its imminent peril, emitting a furious roar. However, the eye atop its head radiated potent psychic waves. Soon after, it felt its consciousness dissipate, leaving only the most primitive instincts and the command issued by the eye-hand anomaly to kill a human. Before long, the tiger-like anomaly's rampage subsided. Upon confirming this, the tension within the eye-hand anomaly's gaze diminished significantly. After conveying another command to the collective anomaly, the eye-hand anomaly vanished. More precisely, it had to depart. In just over a day, the energy it had expended was overwhelming, even distributing a portion of its own power to the unconscious collective, significantly delaying its descent. However, if such actions could entirely eliminate the threat posed by that human, then everything would be worth it. Meanwhile, outside the Red Dragon Society's business building, among the gathered crowd, a hooded boy exhibited a countenance starkly different from the others. While the rest appeared soulless, their gazes vacant, he frequently scanned his surroundings, as if probing for information. This reaction was wholly unlike that of the other controlled individuals. This was not surprising, for the boy was not entirely human. More accurately, his body was human, but his consciousness had long been usurped by an anomaly. Ah, how much longer must I wait? What does that adult mean? Why have no further commands been issued? Am I to remain in this state indefinitely? The boy lowered his hood, muttering to himself, his small face etched with worry and confusion. To control such a vast number of living beings simultaneously, he must be in close proximity. Yet at this distance, who knows if his identity as an anomaly might be exposed? Although Yi Ping's earlier presence was fleeting, the young boy distinctly sensed the terrifying and formidable aura emanating from him. This aura, while not as commanding as the one belonging to the adult who had directly issued orders within his mind, was undeniably formidable. If that human were to discover him, even 10 of his kind would scarcely escape unscathed. It was for this reason that the boy felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Despite the potency of his mental control abilities, his combat prowess was so feeble that even an ordinary human could easily vanquish him. Furthermore, the body he currently inhabited was exceedingly fragile. If exposed, the consequences would be dire. Before the boy could devise a means to break the impasse, a cacophony erupted from the entrance of the building ahead. He then noticed a throng of humans surging forth, and behind that crowd, the exceedingly perilous man made his appearance. To his horror, the man's gaze shifted towards him. The boy was engulfed in sheer panic, a profound terror welling up within him, rendering him immobile as he silently commanded those around him to encircle and contain the situation. Chapter 42. The Eerie Night Fog of the Mind. Is brainwashing successful? Huh? What's wrong? Shen Yao, perched on Yi Ping's back, gazed at him with a hint of confusion. Nothing, Yi Ping replied coolly, yet his mind retained the memory of the area he had inadvertently glimpsed earlier. At that moment, the personnel from the Red Dragon Society had already begun to clear a path through the throng. In the next instant, the crowd surrounding the building instinctively surged towards the Red Dragon members, attempting to obstruct their advance. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Ping carried Shen Yao and made considerable progress outward. However, they still remained a distance from the outermost layer. Just as they were about to squeeze through the crowd, a portion of the throng that had encircled the Red Dragon members suddenly diverted towards them, effectively blocking their exit from all directions. This turned out to be akin to returning to the starting point. Unless they eliminated everyone standing in their way, escape was impossible. Had they truly failed at this juncture? Shen Yao, resting on Yi Ping's back, noticed the shifting tide of the crowd and felt a wave of despondency. Yet, rather than pushing outward, Yi Ping opted for a completely different direction, ruthlessly shoving aside those in front of him. Though his pace was somewhat sluggish, he continued to forge ahead. Wait, Yi Ping, you're going the wrong way. Shen Yao gently tapped his shoulder, calling out in alarm. However, Yi Ping seemed oblivious to her cries, resolutely charging ahead in that direction. Soon, an odd occurrence unfolded before Shen Yao's eyes. Not only did the crowd obstruct their path, but even those who had previously blocked the Red Dragon Society's advance began to converge towards them. Their intentions were unmistakable, as if they were deliberately intent on restraining the two of them. No, they aimed to impede Yi Ping, who bore her upon his back. A chilling realization dawned on Shen Yao, her pupils widening with shock as she instinctively glanced down at Yi Ping. In her line of sight, Yi Ping raised his head, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I found you. His icy voice resonated as he drew forth the demon blade, Muramasa. Vivid crimson droplets fell from the blade, transforming into a blood-red curtain that cleaved through the crowd, blocking their path. At the rear of the parted throng stood a hooded young boy, whose face was now a portrait of terror and panic upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Know this? How is this possible? The boy was utterly bewildered, his pretense forgotten as a profound terror surged from within him. In that moment, he completely overlooked his task, instinctively recoiling from the dangerously formidable man drawing near. However, this desperate attempt at concealment inadvertently revealed his position. Thus, Yi Ping was able to swiftly pinpoint his location. Gripping the demon blade tightly, Yi Ping traversed the narrow path created by the parted crowd, directly approaching the young boy. No, please. The little boy was utterly terrified to the point where he forgot to flee, or perhaps he had lost the courage to do so. He could distinctly sense the peril and horror emanating from a knife held by the man before him. It seemed that the moment he turned his back, that knife would mercilessly end his life. Thud! The boy collapsed to his knees, clutching his head tightly, tears streaming down his face as he looked up at Yi Ping. pleading, "No, please. I beg you, spare me. I have never taken a life. I am merely a pawn in this game. Please, do not kill me." Yiping appeared to disregard the boy's desperate pleas. After setting Shen Yao down, he tightened his grip on the sinister blade, his eyes glinting with a chilling resolve. Upon regaining her footing, Shen Yao quickly comprehended the situation as she surveyed the unconscious crowd around her. The boy before her, seemingly no older than 7 or 8, was also a host of the strange entity, or perhaps he had been entirely consumed by it. Once a child, he had now become a vessel for the bizarre. If she had succumbed to the awakening of that entity, could she have also transformed into another being? No, this was not the time for such thoughts. Shen Yao shook her head, her gaze gravitating back to the little boy. Even though she understood, deep within her heart, that the figure slumped before her was merely a manifestation of the strange, not a human, she found it difficult to accept this grim reality. Nevertheless, regardless of her acceptance, it was unlikely to alter the fate of the entity that had seized the boy's body. After all, if it were him, there would be no room for mercy against an enemy that was strange. Wait, enemy? Strange? Were not the sinister blade and that enormous wolf also strange? As the realization dawned upon her, Shen Yao's pupils constricted sharply, her breath quickening. At that moment, Yiping slowly raised the sinister blade, preparing to deliver the final blow to the boy. Wait, Shen Yao interjected. "Ms. Shen, is there something amiss?" Yiping glanced back at her, his expression skeptical. "Don't tell me you have developed sympathy for the strange." "Yiping, I believe sparing this child's life could prove more beneficial," Shen Yao asserted, standing protectively in front of the boy. "Beneficial? Elaborate," Yiping said, lowering the sinister blade, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. "Consider this. This child possesses the ability to control thousands simultaneously. Is that not a formidable power? In the future, apart from confronting the strange, we are likely, no, we are certain, to encounter assaults from others. When that time comes, this child's abilities will undoubtedly be invaluable. For this reason, I feel it is imperative to grant him a reprieve." Shen Yao exhaled, articulating her thoughts in one breath. Upon finishing, her cheeks flushed slightly, and her breaths came in quick succession. Yet, her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Through these past few days, she has gained a clear understanding of Yiping's character. It is precisely for this reason that she firmly believes her words will undoubtedly have an effect. However, in the next moment, Yiping's utterance sent her plummeting from paradise to despair. "No," Yiping spoke coldly, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "While I am indeed tempted to act as you suggest, your reasoning is undeniably sound. I would like to add that while harnessing the power of the bizarre is beneficial, one must also contemplate the inherent risks. The mental manifestations of the bizarre are the most difficult to guard against betrayal. Of course, I possess methods to ensure loyalty, so this time, well, I can see that you have one." Yiping nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. It appears that Shen Yao, once characterized by her saintly nature, has now learned to analyze situations with intellect rather than relying solely on rhetoric. This is truly commendable. With that, Yiping strode purposefully towards the young boy. "As I mentioned earlier, I can spare your life, but only on the condition that you become mine." Yiping cast a frigid glance at the young boy and spoke in a low voice. I am not a monster," the boy stammered, trembling as he spoke. Noticing Yiping's increasingly icy gaze, he hurriedly began to explain, "However, if you could spare my life, I would be willing to do anything." At this moment, his enlightenment was exceptionally profound. Living was certainly preferable to dying. "Free your spirit. Should there be the slightest resistance, I shall promptly sever your existence," Yiping declared, placing a hand upon the boy's head, then directly channeling his consciousness into the boy's psyche, inscribing his own spiritual mark upon the essence of the child's soul. Whether human, animal, or otherworldly entities, all possess a soul that resides within the realm of consciousness. This concept was derived from the studies of an enigmatic scholar in a previous life. Furthermore, the method to command the otherworldly through the connection established by the spiritual imprint was developed shortly after this theory emerged. However, this approach is perilous. should the subject's otherworldly nature exhibit any resistance. The practitioner's psyche may suffer repercussions, potentially inflicting irreparable harm upon the soul, an injury that is notoriously challenging to mend. It is precisely for this reason that Yi Ping offered a preliminary caution. Fortunately, the boy's otherworldly nature appeared exceedingly compliant, seemingly resigned to his fate. Displaying no signs of defiance, Yi Ping effortlessly inscribed his mark within the boy's consciousness. Consequently, the boy's otherworldly essence would no longer resist his commands, ensuring loyalty. Now, Teacher Shun, do you not have further inquiries you wish to pose? Yi Ping clapped his hands, clearing a path. Hey, how did you know? All right. I'll be quick. Just one question. Shun Yao was initially taken aback, her charming face slightly flushed with embarrassment. Nevertheless, she stepped forward, approaching the peculiar little boy. At that moment, the boy felt a flicker of doubt in his heart, yet his expression relaxed somewhat. After all, it was this very woman who had spoken up to save his life earlier. Although he felt no gratitude, a sense of closeness blossomed within him. Regarding this matter, I hope you can respond with utmost honesty. You previously claimed to have never taken a life, so did you, in fact, take the life of the individual whose body you now inhabit? Shen Yao clenched her fists, inhaled deeply, and fixed her gaze upon the peculiar boy. Her voice steady yet laced with an unwavering resolve. In the depth of Shun Yao's steadfast stare, the boy exhibited no hesitation as he replied, I did not take a life. While I cannot divulge the specific reasons, I can assure you that this body was not seized by me. Upon hearing his strange response, Shen Yao's tense expression softened. Is that so? Then there is no issue, she said with a slight nod, as though a thought had struck her. Resting her finger on her chin, she glanced at the boy and inquired, by the way, how should I address you? You seem different from the others. Do you have a name? A name? The boy paused, standing still for 2 or 3 seconds, his eyes reflecting contemplation and struggle. Finally, he exhaled deeply and revealed, You may call me Night Mist. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be known as Little Night Mist. Shun Yao beamed, bestowing upon the boy a new moniker. Naturally, Night Mist was rather displeased with this nickname and resisted it fervently. Fortunately, at that moment, Sun Yaohai and the others arrived, and Yi Ping promptly informed them about Night Mist, outlining some precautions before leading Shun Yao away, with Night Mist accompanying Sun Yaohai and the others. Even if those who had just awakened from their stupor contemplated rebellion, Night Mist's abilities would swiftly subdue and control the situation. Meanwhile, Yi Ping made his way directly to the gymnasium where the peculiar entities had congregated. An ominous premonition flickered at the back of his mind for reasons unknown. As he approached the gymnasium, this unsettling feeling fully materialized. Chapter 43. The essence of the aggregation entity turned out to be. Stop! Yi Ping called out to Shun Yao, his expression exceedingly grave. Was there an anomaly nearby? Shun Yao instinctively scanned her surroundings, yet she could discern not even a trace of the bizarre. On the contrary, Yi Ping shook his head, his demeanor growing ever more solemn. Within a 3-kilometer radius, it was as if all peculiarities had vanished. Such an extraordinary occurrence was conceivable, based on prior intelligence. The most likely explanation was that the aggregation entity concealed within the gymnasium had devoured and assimilated all surrounding anomalies. If that were the case, the number of assimilated entities would have already exceeded 1,000. Even low-level anomalies, when fused in such quantities, would experience a terrifying surge in power, let alone the presence of several 4th-tier anomalies. Yi Ping felt an icy chill creeping up his spine. According to his estimations, the strength of that aggregation entity would be at least that of a 6th-tier anomaly. If the eye-hand anomaly had bestowed a portion of its power to this aggregation, it might even reach the pinnacle of 6th-tier strength. At such a level, even if he revealed all his trump cards, his chances of victory would scarcely exceed 30%. Retreating to await the awakening of the Snow Wolf anomaly appeared to be the wisest course of action. As this thought crossed his mind, he unconsciously glanced at Shun Yao beside him, preparing to urge her to withdraw. However, that fleeting look sent him into a panic. Shun Yao had closed her eyes, clearly in the throes of employing the 1,000-eye anomaly's abilities. No! Yi Ping shouted urgently, reaching out to seize Shun Yao. Yet, he was a moment too late. Ah, ah, ah. With her eyes tightly shut, Shun Yao suddenly clutched her body, emitting a piercing scream that echoed with tragic intensity, her form trembling uncontrollably, blood trickling from the corners of her eyes. This situation was hardly unexpected. After all, given Shun Yao's current strength, attempting to observe a sixth-tier anomaly was tantamount to courting death. Even a mere glance could inflict harm from the terrifying aura radiating from the sixth-tier entity. Teacher Shun, immediately sever your abilities, cease using them. As Yi Ping called out, the demon blade appeared in his right hand, swiftly aimed at the tendrils of ominous energy entwining Shun Yao's body. As that strand of sixth-tier anomaly's energy was severed, Shun Yao's trembling ceased. Yet the immense shock left her in a state of unconsciousness. This is troublesome. Yi Ping reacted swiftly, catching Shun Yao just as she was about to collapse. The warmth of her body was exquisitely comforting, yet the dire circumstances rendered him unable to savor the moment. Boom! A tremendous roar emanated from within the gymnasium, followed by a slight tremor in the ground beneath them, signaling that something was rapidly approaching. Had they truly been detected? Yi Ping bit his lip, his eyes flashing with intense concern as he promptly retreated towards the nearby construction area, cradling Shun Yao in his arms. Just as he had not yet run a few dozen meters, a deafening explosion reverberated behind him. Instinctively, he turned his head to glance back. That fleeting look sent chills down his spine, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. The entrance of the gymnasium was blasted open, and the surrounding walls crumbled to the ground. Behind the partially collapsed structure emerged a colossal creature, towering 5 meters high, resembling a tiger, but possessing an eerie presence. As if a sovereign had descended, exuding an aura of sheer terror. Behind this bizarre feline creature, 3 serpent-like tails lashed against the ground, each strike producing a thunderous resonance. Chimera. Yi Ping involuntarily uttered the name, his complexion paling significantly. This was a formidable entity that typically manifested in the later stages of the bizarre phenomenon, exhibiting extraordinary combat prowess. While its level hovered around 5, its fighting capability surpassed that of an ordinary level 6 entity by a considerable margin. Furthermore, the typical chimera measured no more than 3 meters in size and possessed only a single tail. However, the creature before him was nearly 5 meters tall with 3 tails. In other words, its combat strength was several times greater than that of standard chimera. Level 6. No, it was likely approaching the pinnacle of level 6. His worst fears had come to fruition. Yi Ping's lips twitched, bitterness flooding his mouth, yet his body reacted instinctively, swiftly turning around and quickening his pace into the nearby buildings. In the next moment, the ground trembled slightly beneath his feet, and the tremendous roar echoed through the streets. Undoubtedly, the 3-tailed chimera was pursuing him with relentless determination. The sheer force of its presence reached Yi Ping's senses. At that moment, he had already embraced Shun Yao, seeking refuge in a shop. Given the chimera's immense size, it would be exceedingly difficult for it to enter such a confined space, let alone locate him. However, Yi Ping soon realized he was gravely mistaken. The chimera did not need to search for him at all. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering echoed around him, and Yi Ping quickly noticed that the ground beneath him was fracturing, while the surrounding walls trembled as if ravaged by a tempest. Wait, could it be? Before Yi Ping could finish his thought, he tightened his hold on Shun Yao and drew his enchanted blade, Muramasa, in front of him. In the next instant, a powerful shockwave surged from all directions. Boom! The deafening roar resonated above the district for an extended period. When the cacophony finally subsided, the commercial area where Yi Ping was situated lay in ruins, with most of its structures collapsed. At the epicenter of the devastation, the 3-tailed chimera stood proudly, its massive head adorned with a hint of mockery, its copper bell-sized eyes scanning the surroundings. It understood that the insignificant human would undoubtedly survive. Yet the human was now as good as dead. Clang! The sound of a sword echoed. Not far away, upon a raised mound of earth, a neat incision appeared, and Yi Ping emerged from within, cradling Shun Yao. The demonic blade, Muramasa gleamed with a sinister crimson light in his right hand. In that fleeting moment, had he not employed the second ability of Muramasa, he would have perished either from the force of the shockwave or been crushed by the falling debris. Upon stepping out, Yiping immediately noticed the three-headed chimera nearby, its gaze fixed upon him with a tantalizing curiosity. That look was all too familiar to him. It was the glint of a hunter relishing in the torment of its prey, deriving pleasure from the creature's reactions. Such a gaze he had encountered countless times in his previous life, yet he never anticipated witnessing it emanate from such an eerie being. In that instant, he comprehended the source of his earlier unease. Typically, a normal amalgam of aberrations lacks distinct consciousness and intellect, driven solely by an instinctual urge to consume all. However, the three-headed chimera before him possessed intelligence, remarkably high intelligence at that. In this life, he had only previously observed such acute intellect in the eye-hand anomaly. Wait, the eye-hand anomaly? Could it be? Yiping's thoughts surged as he abruptly lifted his gaze towards the immense vortex at the horizon. Within his line of sight, the right hand of the eye-hand anomaly, which had previously sported 3 fingers, now bore only 2. It was crucial to note that his prior strike had merely severed a small portion of a finger, not an entire digit. Yet now, the eye-hand anomaly's right hand was conspicuously missing a finger. Where had that vanished digit gone? The answer loomed ominously. Roar! The three-headed chimera opened its gaping maw and unleashed a furious roar. Yiping's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. This aberrant amalgam, the three-headed chimera, not only possessed strength approaching the pinnacle of level 6, but had also acquired the cunning intellect of the eye-hand anomaly. This escalation of power was not merely a matter of 1 + 1 equating to 2. The situation had deteriorated to an utterly dire state. Chapter 44. The final ability of the demon sword Muramasa. Yiping took a deep breath, forcibly calming himself. At this juncture, panic was futile. Moreover, he was not without his chances. The 2 newfound abilities he acquired that morning, spatial teleportation and temporal obliteration, held the potential for a decisive strike, provided they were wielded with precision. However, before he could employ these powers, there was another matter that demanded his attention. His gaze fell upon Shun Yao, cradled in his arms. Currently, she was utterly unconscious, her abilities rendered unusable, and even if they were at her disposal, their efficacy would be nearly non-existent. In such circumstances, to engage in battle while carrying her was akin to bearing an insurmountable burden. Casting a sidelong glance to confirm that the three-tailed chimera had not launched an attack, Yiping gently laid Shun Yao on the ground. He then invoked the second ability of the demon sword Muramasa, blood manipulation, conjuring a protective shield of blood around Shun Yao, safeguarding her from minor assaults. Yet, he knew that this barrier would falter against more formidable attacks. Thus, it was imperative to relocate the battlefield. Fortuitously, due to the presence of the three-tailed chimera, no other anomalies lurked nearby, alleviating Yiping's concerns about potential ambushes on Shun Yao. With that in mind, there was but one course of action. Gripping the demon sword Muramasa tightly, Yiping charged toward the three-tailed chimera without a moment's hesitation. Upon noticing Yiping's advance, a cruel glint flashed across the chimera's visage. It dug its claws into the ground, and its massive form surged forward at a speed 3 to 4 times that of Yiping. The distance of several dozen meters was traversed in a mere 3 seconds. In the next instant, the chimera loomed before Yiping, its claws, larger than Yiping's head by several folds, came crashing down. Should that blow land, Yiping would surely be reduced to a mere smear, utterly obliterated. Yiping was acutely aware of this peril. Therefore, he had activated the power of temporal anomaly beforehand, precisely anticipating the moment the chimera would charge. Not long ago, when he severed a finger from the eye-hand anomaly, he had employed his ability for but an instant. Even the most cunning of beings could not fully comprehend his powers with just one encounter. In such a scenario, it was essential for Yiping to utilize this ability at a critical moment to maximize its effect. Time acceleration at a 10-fold scale. Yiping held nothing back, unleashing the full extent of his time acceleration from the outset. Under 10-fold acceleration, The Chimera's speed appeared to him as merely a fraction faster than a crawl. He could evade its raised claws with eyes closed. Yet, merely dodging the attack would not suffice. Blood Fiend Manifestation. The immense force of blood surged forth from the demon's sword Muramasa, enveloping the blade in a formidable aura. At this moment, the sinister blade Muramasa fully revealed its terrifying nature as a top-tier cursed object. The horrifying bloodthirst emanating from it was potent enough to drive an ordinary person to madness with just a single glance. This dreadful bloodlust elevated the blade's power to an entirely new echelon. Yi Ping stepped forward, directing all his strength towards the abdomen of the three-tailed chimera as he swung the blade with utmost resolve. Simultaneously, he unleashed the power of temporal manipulation in the next instant. With a sharp sound, black blood gushed forth. The cursed blade struck fiercely against the chimera's abdomen, carving a shallow wound. However, this injury was merely superficial. It did not penetrate deep enough to reveal the underlying flesh. Just as Yi Ping was poised to capitalize on his initial success, a sound of slicing air erupted beside him. Instinctively, he activated the power of time manipulation once more, achieving a tenfold acceleration. Yet, even with this enhancement, he could only manage to turn his head and discern the unfolding situation. Before him, three venomous serpents lunged at him with astonishing speed. It was crucial to note that, even under tenfold acceleration, the serpents moved with such swiftness that their normal velocity was likely beyond comprehension. With such rapidity, Yi Ping had no time to evade. He could only position the cursed blade defensively before him. In the next moment, the three serpents collided violently with the blade, the immense force propelling both Yi Ping and the weapon over 20 meters away. The sheer power of the impact left Yi Ping's arm trembling upon landing. If the tails of the serpents possessed such terrifying strength, one could only imagine the magnitude of their true forms. Glancing at the three-tailed chimera's abdomen, he noted that the wound he had inflicted earlier was gradually healing under the influence of the cursed energy. This exemplified the horrifying nature of advanced curses. As long as the injury was not fatal, they could expend their own cursed energy to mend their wounds, while this would deplete their strength. The chimera was a conglomerate of thousands of curses, having even harnessed a fragment of seventh-tier curse power. The volume of cursed energy within it was indeed vast. In a mere 2 or 3 seconds, the wound on the chimera's belly had completely healed, and its terrifying aura of cursed energy seemed entirely intact. Clearly, the situation was far from simple. Observing this unsettling development, Yi Ping's expression darkened further. He was left with two possible paths: either inflict damage that exceeded the chimera's healing rate or deliver a wound that could not be healed. The former relied on endurance, while the latter necessitated a unique capability. Fortunately, the distinctive nature of the cursed blade, Muramasa, indicated it was indeed capable of slaying curses. With a firm grip on Muramasa, Yi Ping's eyes glimmered with a chilling crimson light, while blood flowed from the blade's surface, swiftly enveloping his body and transforming into a layer of armor. And yet, this was merely the beginning. The manifestation of bloodthirst was imminent. The profound crimson flames flickered around the blade of the Muramasa, a manifestation of the bloodthirsty power igniting with fervor. This phenomenon not only amplified the force of each strike, but, more significantly, at the moment of impact, the bloodthirsty flames entwined around the blade would adhere to the adversary, inflicting persistent damage. Furthermore, the terrifying murderous intent embedded within the bloodthirsty flames could infiltrate the wounds, wreaking havoc within, rendering even the most enigmatic foes severely wounded. Beyond these two formidable abilities, the cursed blade of Muramasa harbored one final, and indeed the most fearsome, capability. Chapter 45. The Erosion of Time, the Convergence of the Enigmatic Slash. The Bloodblade Domain, a remarkable ability, allows the user to momentarily conjure a diminutive realm of illusion around the blade. Within this enigmatic domain, every strike from the demon blade, Muramasa, transforms into hundreds of equally potent slashes. In simpler terms, the power of each slash is magnified 100-fold. Furthermore, under the influence of spatial anomalies, this ability can achieve a staggering 200% effectiveness. However, the Bloodblade domain can only be maintained for 3 minutes, and once activated, the wielder will be unable to utilize any of Muramesa's capabilities for an entire day. Thus, after employing this supreme ability, the demon blade will revert to that of an ordinary katana for a full day. Prior to this moment, Yi Ping had neither the opportunity nor the necessity to wield this power, leaving him unaware of its potential effects. Yet, it was undeniable that the time had come to unleash it. With a decisive snap, the hands of the temporal dial advanced 10 notches forward, initiating a 10-fold acceleration of time. This time, Yi Ping resolved not to cancel the effect, but to sustain it for the full 3 minutes. Without this rapid pace, evading the strikes of the 3 serpentine tails would be utterly impossible. Just as he completed these preparations, the 3-tailed chimera lunged towards him, its gaping maw aimed directly for him, while the 3 venomous tails restricted any possible avenues for evasion. It appeared to be an unavoidable demise. However, in that fleeting moment, a rift in space tore open behind Yi Ping. He stepped back and vanished from his original position, reappearing directly above the 3-tailed chimera. In that instant, he swung the demon blade Muramesa. A crimson glow erupted as a veil of blood enveloped an area with a 10-meter radius. Within this sanguine shroud, hundreds of identical slashes surged forth from all directions, targeting the 3-tailed chimera. With a resounding impact, the multitude of slashes struck the chimera, causing it to erupt like a firework, countless flames of sanguine fury igniting upon its surface. Yet the assault did not end there. As the chimera began to descend, Yi Ping unleashed another strike, sending another 100 slashes hurtling towards it. Immediately following his attack, the 3 venomous tails struck from various angles. One opened its maw and sank its fangs into his shoulder, while the other 2 coiled around his body, intent on ensnaring him. Nevertheless, such binding tactics proved ineffective against Yi Ping, who wielded the power of spatial anomalies. Another rift in space opened, but this time it manifested near the 3 venomous tails, only to swiftly close again. With a decisive cut, the spatial force severed the 3 tails, allowing Yi Ping to escape their grasp. Just as he prepared to press his advantage, an inexplicable sense of impending danger surged within him. Instinctively, he opened a spatial rift beneath his feet to facilitate an immediate teleportation. In the next moment, he appeared 5 meters away on the ground, and upon landing, he swiftly retreated, continuously distancing himself from the 3-tailed chimera. Just as he had receded to a distance of 10 meters, a terrifying phenomenon erupted from the 3-tailed chimera. Its massive back suddenly opened, followed by countless pitch-black hands emerging from within, each radiating an eerie and dreadful aura as they reached out towards Yi Ping. Naturally, as those dark hands extended forth, Yi Ping further increased the distance between them. It was only when he had retreated to 30 meters that the black hands ceased their pursuit, instead swirling around the 3-tailed chimera as if guarding against something. This situation left Yi Ping utterly astonished. What were those hands? Even he, for the first time, witnessed the interior of such a conglomerate, which appeared in such a manner. Moreover, the body of the 3-tailed chimera was undergoing a transformation, or rather, evolving into something alien. The once mighty tiger head completely split apart, revealing countless black hands, followed by its torso and limbs. In merely a matter of seconds, the previous 3-tailed chimera had morphed into a grotesque mass composed entirely of twisted black hands. It resembled a grotesque entity formed from the severed hands of countless corpses. Truly an uncanny being. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Yi Ping stood in a daze, the black hand eerily crawled towards him, its speed surpassing even that of the 3-tailed chimera. More importantly, once within a 20-meter range, the bizarre hand would extend a portion of itself towards Yi Ping, seemingly intent on grasping him. This attack range had transformed into 20 meters. Furthermore, any object ensnared by the black hands, whether rock or steel, would dissolve into a pool of black water. Should he come into contact with it, given his current temporal powers, his demise would be inevitable. Approaching or touching it was out of the question. Additionally, the Bloodblade domain of the demon sword Muramesa had a reach of merely 10 meters. At that moment, Yi Ping comprehended fully why the three-tailed chimera, despite not being gravely wounded, had suddenly transformed into such a distorted and abnormal form. It had evidently discerned the attack range of the Bloodblade domain, prompting its grotesque metamorphosis to extend its own attack range. This exemplified the terrifying nature of the uncanny, endowed with intelligence. If one could not close the distance, one could not launch an attack. Even if he wished to charge into the attack range, it would be impossible. The hundreds of black hands would immediately strike the instant he stepped within the 20-meter boundary, and their speed was extraordinarily swift. Thus, the only potential means of counterattack left to him was one: time oblivion. Prior to this, Yi Ping had never attempted to navigate distance limitations, as he could only employ this ability twice. He had used it once at the onset, and this final opportunity could only be utilized in this moment. Regardless of the circumstances, the terrifying nature of time annihilation is something he has witnessed firsthand, even though the Black Hand appears grotesquely distorted and abnormal. If it were to confront this attack directly, it would undoubtedly be affected, potentially leading to its immediate demise. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Ping made a decisive choice. He ceased his retreat and stood his ground, raising his left hand. In that instant, the Black Hand encroached upon his range of attack, dozens of jet-black fingers lunging towards him. Faced with this suffocating onslaught, Yi Ping lifted his left hand. Time Annihilation snapped into action. The longest pointer on the time dial advanced 3 ticks forward. In the next moment, an astonishing event transpired. The multitude of black hands reaching for Yi Ping seemed to lose their vitality, rapidly wilting into insignificance before ultimately disintegrating into nothingness. This outcome surpassed Yi Ping's expectations. A single strike had completely obliterated the terrifyingly empowered Black Hands. Furthermore, within his line of sight, the true form of the Black Hand appeared to have sustained severe damage, with the numerous voids left by the vanished hands not healing immediately. Seizing this fortuitous opportunity, Yi Ping could not afford to let it slip away. He charged directly towards the grotesque Black Hand. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. Upon reaching the 10-meter mark, the Black Hand finally reacted, summoning the remaining hands to assault Yi Ping. However, this distance fell well within Yi Ping's range of attack. Spatial teleportation. He traversed the 5-meter gap effortlessly, appearing directly before the Black Hand. He channeled all his power into the demon blade Muramasa and unleashed a devastating strike. Clang! Just before disintegration, the Bloodblade's domain reached its zenith, unleashing hundreds of slashes towards the Black Hand. The crimson light faded as the force of the assault ruthlessly collided with the Black Hand. The immense power of blood energy surged into its wounds, culminating in a catastrophic explosion. Boom! The thunderous roar reverberated through the air. The Black Hand erupted violently, akin to a balloon inflated to its breaking point. Dark blood sprayed towards Yi Ping. Instinctively, he evaded just in time. Some of this strange blood harbored terrifying toxins, capable of inflicting irreversible damage from the slightest contact. Retreating to a safe distance of 30 meters from the Black Hand, Yi Ping turned to gaze back at it. Before the Blood Blade's domain dissipated, the final strike cleaved the Black Hand in two. Such horrific damage could not be remedied by any amount of supernatural power. Moreover, the malevolent intent, fueled by the blood energy within the Black Hand, was rampaging uncontrollably. Thus, there was no need for further action. The grotesque entity was undoubtedly doomed. Yi Ping gasped heavily, his gaze fixated on the bizarre Black Hand that was gradually disintegrating, a flicker of excitement shimmering in his eyes. Although he had nearly exhausted all of his trump cards, the rewards were substantial. Beyond gaining insight into the power of the Bloodblade domain, he would also acquire a level 6 Eerie core, one that was nearly at level 7. It is noteworthy that a mere level 4 Eerie core had already restored considerable power to the Time Eerie. Thus, this level 6 core would undoubtedly rejuvenate even more strength, enhancing his mastery over temporal power and potentially granting him new abilities. As Yi Ping pondered these thoughts, a dark hand suddenly emerged from the collapsing bizarre entity, a slender, withered finger trembling at its center, with an eye perpetually rotating at its tip. Upon sighting that finger, An icy chill coursed down Yi Ping's spine. He recognized it well. It was a part of the eye hand Eerie. In the next moment, the black hand, formed by the eye hand Eerie's finger, extracted a shadowy crystal, roughly the size of a palm, from the shattered body and swiftly ascended into the sky. Its speed was astonishing. In merely 1 second, it had risen 10 meters. Damn it, was it after the Eerie core? Yi Ping's eyes widened in fury, veins bulging on his forehead as he dashed forward. If the eye hand Eerie's avatar succeeded in seizing that level 6 core, he would be reduced to the ultimate laborer, simultaneously bolstering the eye hand Eerie's power, an utter loss on his part. In just 2 seconds, Yi Ping reached the bizarre black hand, and in the fleeting second that remained, he swung his blade. Temporal Slash could strike the eye hand Eerie's avatar from 3 seconds prior. Should this blow prove effective, it might salvage the situation. However, the strike he delivered did not transcend time. It was merely a simple swing of his sword. The power of the time Eerie did not manifest. This was the limit of his abilities. Yi Ping roared, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury, unwilling to accept the sight of the eye hand Eerie's avatar soaring 30 meters high. At that moment, he felt utterly powerless, forced to watch helplessly as the avatar snatched away the spoils that rightfully belonged to him. Just then, a flash of blue lightning streaked across his vision. In the next instant, he heard the terrifying sound of a rupture slicing through the air. Chapter 46. The Realm of Time. Yi Ping stared blankly for a moment, unable to believe his eyes as he gazed at the unusual spectacle unfolding in the sky. Just a moment ago, the elusive avatar of the eye hand was soaring upward, yet now it was gradually dissipating. Moreover, the 6th level anomaly core had vanished without a trace. What on earth had transpired? Had that fleeting bolt of blue lightning, which had flashed before his eyes, snatched away the 6th level anomaly core? As Yi Ping was still in a daze, a familiar and comforting mental wave surged into his consciousness. This mental connection was not foreign to him. Indeed, it was unmistakably. Slowly, Yi Ping turned around, and there before him stood a tall figure with beautiful blue and white fur, eyes sparkling like sapphires, and limbs adorned with powerful, swirling cloud-like tattoos. The Snow Wolf. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Yi Ping's eyes. Indeed, the creature before him was the Snow Wolf anomaly that had previously consumed a vast amount of anomalies to evolve. Clutched between the wolf's teeth was none other than the missing 6th level anomaly core. How? The Snow Wolf let out a joyful cry, presenting the 6th level anomaly core to Yi Ping. It then gently licked his cheek with its tongue, a gesture of affection. This action completely eased Yi Ping's anxious heart. It seemed that the Snow Wolf had firmly accepted him as its master. To be honest, he had harbored some concern that in this moment of revelation, the Snow Wolf might go into a frenzy, devouring the 6th level anomaly core along with him. If that were to happen, given his current condition, he would have no means of resistance whatsoever. Fortunately, all his previous efforts had not been in vain. It was likely that by prioritizing the gift of the 4th level anomaly core to the Snow Wolf, he had fully earned its trust and recognition. After affectionately patting the Snow Wolf's head, Yi Ping moved Shun Yao, who was still some distance from the battlefield, closer. He then immediately settled down, preparing to absorb the anomaly core. At this moment, he was nearly exhausted, having depleted the energies of the eye hand and the space anomaly. Returning in such a state could lead to unforeseen dangers. Now, with the Snow Wolf standing guard nearby, even a 5th level anomaly approaching would meet certain death. Not to mention, the surrounding anomalies had already merged into a cohesive entity and had been completely cleared out. For this reason, there was no place more secure than here. Snow Wolf, keep watch and do not let anyone near, Yi Ping instructed earnestly before gripping the 6th level anomaly core tightly in his hand. In the next moment, the immense anomaly power contained within the core flowed directly into his body. Upon entering, the power divided into 2 streams. One surged towards his right eye, where the essence of the time anomaly resided, while the other flowed toward his heart, the seat of the space anomaly. When he had just awakened the space anomaly, he had been momentarily taken aback by its location, but he quickly came to terms with it. The spatial anomaly occupies the position of the heart, indicating its recognition of the heart as the most vital organ that must be protected. Consequently, the spatial anomaly directly attaches itself to the heart. Thump, thump. The resounding rhythm of a strong heartbeat reverberates in the mind, accompanied by a harsh, buzzing sound emanating from the direction of the right eye. The time anomaly and spatial anomaly, two cataclysmic entities, are undergoing remarkable transformations after absorbing a substantial amount of anomalous energy. However, this transformation ceases shortly thereafter, primarily due to the insufficiency of sustenance. Even this nearly level 7 anomalous core pales in comparison to the needs of these two world-ending anomalies. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoes from the center of the palm. Yi Ping opens his eyes, having completely exhausted the power of the high-grade anomalous core in his hand. Managing two insatiable appetites at home is quite a challenge. With a wry smile, he touches his cheek, his eyes flickering with intense excitement. Just moments ago, after absorbing a significant amount of anomalous energy, the time anomaly regained a portion of its strength. Simultaneously, his connection with the time anomaly deepened, granting him a new ability, Domain of Time. Unlike the third awakened ability of the Demon Blade Village, the Blood Blade Domain, this Domain of Time imposes no temporal restrictions. However, should he exhaust all available energy from the time anomaly, the Domain of Time will dissipate automatically. The primary function of this domain is that as long as one is within it, they can experience the highest degree of time acceleration. In other words, upon activating the Domain of Time, Yi Ping need not expend further energy from the time anomaly to maintain a state of accelerated time. Enemies drawn into this realm will experience the exact opposite effect, suffering from time deceleration. To encapsulate, within the Domain of Time, Yi Ping will achieve a tenfold acceleration, while his foes endure a tenfold deceleration, resulting in an overall acceleration of 20 times for Yi Ping. Moreover, this acceleration and deceleration can increase as the energy of the time anomaly regenerates. Currently, the maximum radius of his Domain of Time spans a circle with a diameter of 10 meters. Aside from the limitation of distance, it possesses no other drawbacks. Furthermore, this occasion not only bestowed upon him a new ability from the time anomaly, but the spatial anomaly also experienced significant enhancement. The effective range of the spatial anomaly's power has doubled, extending to 10 meters. Additionally, the spatial anomaly has birthed a new ability, allowing it to attach spatial energy to any object. More specifically, he can now channel the spatial severance power of the spatial anomaly directly onto the blade of the Demon Blade. Thus, when the Demon Blade strikes an enemy, the spatial severance power will activate, slicing through flesh and blood, akin to a lateral spatial severance. The power of spatial severance is immensely formidable, especially considering that Yi Ping's ability to execute intricate spatial manipulation is unparalleled. In prior battles, he could have triumphed with considerably greater ease. The bizarre attacks from the shadowy hand could have easily been countered with a plethora of spatial severance techniques. However, such an approach would have demanded an exorbitant expenditure of mental energy, and he could hardly discern all the erratic trajectories of the shadowy assaults in an instant. Through nearly a decade of combat against the uncanny in his previous life, Yi Ping gleaned a vital truth. On the battlefield, flamboyant techniques bear no significance and merely squander excess energy and spirit. It is crucial to remember that in the final moments of a confrontation, even a slight reserve of mental strength or an additional ounce of force in one's strike can alter the tide of battle. For this reason, Yi Ping refrained from adopting combat styles that would rapidly deplete his mental and physical resources. Now, however, he can channel the enigmatic power of space directly onto the blade of his demonic sword, which substantially mitigates this issue. With the technique of spatially transporting the sword, his attack range has expanded to 10 meters. Within this distance, his strikes are guaranteed to hit, each imbued with the terrifying force of spatial severance. It is known that even the defenses of a 6th-tier anomaly cannot withstand the might of spatial severance. This time, his strength has surged significantly. With a long sigh of relief, Yi Ping rose to his feet, feeling an unprecedented vitality coursing through him. The powers of temporal and spatial anomalies are at his disposal. And although the demonic sword Muramasa has reverted to the form of an ordinary katana, his prowess has escalated several tiers compared to before the battle. Presently, even against a 7th-tier anomaly, he stands a fair chance of victory. Moreover, I still have. As Yi Ping spoke, his gaze fell upon the snow wolf anomaly that had nestled close to him. Upon sensing Yi Ping's awakening, the snow wolf anomaly hurried over, nuzzling its head against him affectionately. Such a display, reminiscent of a large dog seeking attention, would surely leave any onlookers astounded. After all, the snow wolf anomaly now dwarfs even the largest tiger by 2 or 3 times, standing over 2 meters tall in its ordinary posture. The sheer power contained within such a formidable physique is truly alarming. Good boy. Yi Ping gently stroked the snow wolf anomaly's head, a smile gracing his lips. The snow wolf anomaly is beginning to exhibit the terrifying potential of an exceptionally powerful entity. Not long ago, its lightning-fast speed was beyond his perception, even without the acceleration of time. Furthermore, he could distinctly sense the potent aura of anomaly energy now emanating from the snow wolf, surpassing that of an ordinary chimera anomaly by a considerable margin. In other words, the current strength of the snow wolf anomaly is nearing that of a 6th-tier entity. It seems that upon completing its evolution, the snow wolf anomaly has likely consumed a considerable amount of anomalies, resulting in such rapid gains in power. If the snow wolf specter could ascend to the 6th level before confronting the eye-hand specter, then vanquishing the latter would be almost assured. This thought lingered in Yi Ping's mind, leaving him in a state of turmoil. Where am I? A voice, laced with confusion, pulled Yi Ping back to reality. Turning around, he found Shun Yao, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Yunve avakinit, Yi Ping remarkit. Casting a brief glance at her before explaining slowly, you previously forced your powers to probe the 6th-level specter, but in doing so, you were met with its retaliatory force. The 6th-level specter? You mean the tiger with 3 venomous tails? Shun Yao exclaimed, suddenly recalling something, her face reflecting panic. What about that 6th-level specter? Is it still alive? We must flee immediately. That creature is unbeatable. Do not worry. That entity is already dead. Yi Ping reassured her with a gentle pat on her shoulder. Now, let's return. No, wait. Shun Yao was still in a daze upon hearing his words, her chest rising and falling rapidly, struggling to comprehend Yi Ping's statement. Perhaps she understood, but could not accept it, or perhaps could not even fathom it. The terrifying creature she had witnessed, or rather, the specter, had been resolved just like that. Yet, given the eerie silence surrounding them, it seemed Yi Ping spoke the truth. With this thought, Shun Yao's heart was once again in turmoil, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intense light as she gazed intently at Yi Ping's retreating figure. Although this world, fraught with anomalies, was undeniably terrifying, she felt safest in this man's presence. More importantly, Shun Yao instinctively clutched her clothing at her chest, a youthful shyness gracing her enchanting features. Whether it was due to the so-called bridge effect or not, she found it impossible to divert her gaze from Yi Ping. Every thought of him sent her heart racing. Oblivious to Shun Yao's sentiments, Yi Ping continued on his way. Were he to be aware, he would not mind bestowing upon her a beautiful memory. However, should Shun Yao intend to bind him solely through her physical allure, that would be utterly impossible. In his previous life, Yi Ping had witnessed the terrifying fate of those enthralled by carnal desires. Once the horror of the specter emerged, those individuals stood no chance of resistance and were utterly annihilated, whether one sought to protect or fulfill their own desires. Everything hinged upon possessing the strength to contend with the anomalies. Otherwise, everything would be effortlessly claimed by the specters. As he made his way back, Yi Ping instinctively observed the situation of the eye-hand specter in the sky. This observation caused his heart to tremble slightly. The 2 hands that had protruded from the realm of anomalies had completely vanished, leaving behind only a vast, dark vortex at the horizon. Such a development rendered him momentarily stunned. It has disappeared? Could it be an early arrival? Yi Ping's expression turned grave, his demeanor exceedingly terrifying. Indeed, the situation was likely as he had surmised. Given the cunning nature of the eye-hand trickster, it was inconceivable that he would be unaware of the potential consequences if left unchecked. Thus, under such circumstances, the eye-hand trickster likely intended to strike prematurely, aiming to eliminate him before he fully regained his strength. However, what the eye-hand trickster did not realize was that after absorbing the 6th-level trick core, Yi Ping's power had already returned to its zenith, and he had even made further advancements in his abilities. The decisive battle was set for tonight, or perhaps tomorrow. After murmuring this to himself, Yi Ping promptly issued a command to the Snow Wolf trick and quickened his pace toward the Red Dragon Society's stronghold. Should the eye-hand trickster dare to come tonight, he would ensure that the trickster would not return. Chapter 47. The flood has swept away the Dragon King Temple. Depart. Soon, Yi Ping and Sun Yao returned to the commercial building where the Red Dragon Society was located. Sun Yaohai had already attended to the 1,000 survivors. Among these individuals, over 100 chose to join the Red Dragon Society, while more than 500 departed immediately. The remainder found temporary accommodation in the vicinity of the Red Dragon Society. Additionally, a small group, numbering only in the dozens, gathered at the entrance of the building, seemingly causing a commotion. As Yi Ping and Sun Yao approached the entrance, that group immediately converged towards them. Are you two students? Are you perhaps here to oppose the heinous acts of the Red Dragon Society, which monopolizes an extensive array of resources? As the crowd parted, a bespectacled elderly gentleman approached, his face radiating a cheerful smile as he gazed at Yi Ping and his companion. Yi Ping furrowed his brows slightly, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. Who are you? Behind them, Sun Yao instinctively clung to Yi Ping's arm, evading the old man's gaze. Ah, my memory seems to fail me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Huaishu, the director of the Defense Bureau of Donghai City. Currently, I am leading a group to resist the brutal atrocities of the Red Dragon Society. I invite both of you to join our cause. The old man named Zhang cast a fleeting glance over Sun Yao, a subtle glint of greed flashing in his eyes as he cheerfully stepped forward, reaching out to grasp Yi Ping's shoulder. Young individuals such as yourself are the pillars of our nation's society. With your assistance, I believe in our noble cause. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap reverberated through the air, interrupting Zhang Huaishu's incessant chatter. Huh? How dare you? Strike me, you insolent wretch? Zhang Huaishu took a couple of steps back, gazing at Yi Ping in disbelief, his right hand tightly clasped as it throbbed crimson. I apologize. A fly was buzzing incessantly around my ear, and I couldn't help but swat it. Yi Ping shrugged nonchalantly, his tone casual. Such an effortlessly natural remark elicited a chuckle from Sun Yao, who could not contain her amusement. After all, anyone with a modicum of intelligence present could discern the identity of the fly Yi Ping referred to. Likewise, Zhang Huaishu was acutely aware that Yi Ping was mocking and belittling him, causing his expression to darken further. At that moment, several men emerged from the crowd behind him. You little brat, do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions? Standing here before the esteemed director of the Defense Bureau, how dare you lay a hand upon him? This constitutes a grave offense. Indeed, if the little rascal were to kneel before Lord Zhang and beseech for forgiveness, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, we shall reveal to you the reason behind the vibrant bloom of the flowers. Why bother with this golden hair brat? Just give him a good beating. It's utterly infuriating that he cannot comprehend Director Zhang's goodwill. The group of men, with fists clenched and expressions menacing, surrounded Yi Ping. A pungent scent of gunpowder lingered in the air. The individuals concealed within the surrounding structures were acutely aware of the extraordinarily tense situation, cautiously peering out to assess the unfolding events. Many cast sympathetic glances toward Yi Ping and Sun Yao, for standing beside Zhang Huaishu were dozens of men. Offending Zhang Huaishu would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. As several men approached, Yi Ping's expression darkened, a chilling glint igniting in his eyes. I shall say this only once. Leave. The frigid words fell, and a palpable aura of murderous intent surged from him. The men encircling him immediately sensed the overwhelming hostility, their instincts cautioning them against provoking the youth clad in student attire. the repercussions would be unimaginable. At that moment, Zhang Huaisher bellowed, "What are you fools waiting for? There is but one of them." Upon hearing this, the men exchanged glances, nervously swallowing their apprehension, just as they prepared to strike. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed through the air. Bang! At the sound of the shot, everyone froze, turning their gazes towards the source. In the collective vision of the crowd, a man in black with glasses swiftly exited the business building, followed closely by a dozen armed members of the Red Dragon Society. Upon seeing this group, Zhang Huaisher and his entourage turned pale with alarm. Those hiding within the nearby buildings wore expressions of schadenfreude. None had anticipated that the leader of this violent gang, Sun Yaohai, would be stirred into action. This promised to be quite the spectacle. After a brief moment of shock and panic, Zhang Huaisher quickly forced a practiced smile and approached Sun Yaohai. "Ah, is this not Leader's son? What brings you here? These two reckless youths are causing a ruckus on your turf. Rest assured, I shall deal with them at once, ensuring that you are not disturbed in the slightest." As he spoke, Zhang Huaisher turned to command his men. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry!" And, however, before he could finish, a cold object pressed against the back of his head, and the armed members of the Red Dragon Society raised their weapons, aiming them at him. "And no, that is... Leader's son, you must be joking." Zhang Huaisher licked his lips, his expression shifting to one of distress, panic flickering in his eyes. "Joking? Unless I pull this trigger, would you find that amusing?" Sun Yaohai stood there, his face etched with indifference, his finger resting on the trigger, applying gentle pressure. Click! The sound of the bullet being chambered made Zhang Huaisher's face grow even more ashen, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. No. Leader's son, please do not be agitated. I have done nothing to offend you. This must be a misunderstanding. Previously, I merely wished to invite you to discuss matters. If my prior actions have caused offense, I sincerely apologize. Please, Chief Sun, do not be overly agitated. Zhang Huaisher's face twitched uncontrollably, a picture of panic, his body trembling incessantly. A misunderstanding, you say? Well, if it is indeed a misunderstanding, then I shall grant you clemency. Sun Yaohai nodded indifferently, slowly holstering his weapon. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Huaisher felt a wave of relief wash over him, his anxious heart finally at ease. However, in the next moment, the sound of gunfire erupted. Bang! The deafening shot rendered Zhang Huaisher paralyzed with fear, causing him to collapse to the ground, yellow liquid seeping from below. Am I still alive? Zhang Huaisher frantically touched the back of his head, finding only a bald patch and no wounds. The shot had merely been a blank. Just as Zhang Huaisher reveled in his unexpected survival, Sun Yaohai's icy voice pierced through the air. Get lost! At those words, Zhang Huaisher shivered, scrambling to his feet, clutching his stained trousers, and hastily fleeing into the distance. Witnessing Zhang Huaisher's retreat, his subordinates dared not linger, scattering like frightened birds. Once Zhang Huaisher and his men had vanished, Sun Yaohai swiftly approached Yi Ping, bowing his head. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Yi, for keeping you waiting. That clown, despite his foolishness, held a certain status among those nearby. If we had dealt with him on the spot, it could have incited unnecessary chaos. Sun Yaohai explained in a hushed tone. No matter, though I have sustained some injuries and must take time to recuperate. Should any peculiar incidents arise, I trust you will handle them yourselves. Yi Ping responded, gently patting Sun Yaohai's shoulder and offering him a knowing glance. Upon sensing that look, Sun Yaohai's pupils constricted sharply, and he nodded, speaking loudly enough for those nearby to hear. Rest assured, Mr. Yi, during your recovery, your safety shall be our utmost priority. Yes, you. No harm will come to you. With that, Sun Yaohai took the lead, guiding Yi Ping forward. Meanwhile, Shun Yao, trailing slightly behind, wore a perplexed expression. She simply could not comprehend why Yi Ping would deliberately mention his injuries, especially since she had confirmed that he appeared unharmed. Just as her confusion deepened, two figures caught her eye at the periphery of her vision. Shun Yao immediately recognized them, her heart racing with a flicker of joy. Yes, she may have lacked an explanation, but that did not preclude others from providing one. Ah, Yi Ping, Shun Yao hurriedly approached. gently tugging at Yi Ping's arm and gesturing toward Lu Xiyu and Yao Lin in the distance. Spotting the two women, Yi Ping nodded slightly. Yes, you may go. Receiving his permission, Shen Yao expressed her gratitude and eagerly made her way toward the two women. As for Yi Ping, he was taken by Sun Yaohai to a secluded room. Soon, the commotion subsided. However, beneath the tranquil surface of the lake, numerous undercurrents were surging. After departing from Yi Ping, Shen Yao quickly reunited with Lu Xiyu and Yao Lin, whereupon she voiced her lingering doubts to them. Sister Xiyu, do you think the gentleman is on guard against that group? After pondering for a moment, Yao Lin shared her thoughts. Unfortunately, you are only partially correct. Lu Xiyu gently shook her head, and a confident smile emerged on her striking face. Yi Ping is indeed wary, but his concern lies not with people, but with the uncanny. As her words settled in, the two women were utterly astonished, their faces adorned with expressions of confusion and dread. Chapter 48. The terrifying nature of humanity, as Shen Yao and her companions deliberated over the bizarre circumstances surrounding Yi Ping. A group of individuals gathered in a shop 300 meters away, engrossed in discussions that were, coincidentally, linked to Yi Ping, though in a decidedly unfavorable manner. Damn it! That wretched creature dares to mock me. Unforgivable. Utterly unforgivable. The frail, elderly man at the center of the gathering was smashing objects in a fit of rage, his expression contorted with fury. This was none other than Zhang Huaishe, who had recently fled in fear, thoroughly humiliated before the crowd. And that insufferable student. Had it not been for this scoundrel's blatant disregard for my words, Sun Yaohai would never have emerged. Indeed, it was the fault of that detestable student. As Zhang Huaishe recalled the events that had transpired, his fists clenched tightly, igniting a blaze of anger within him. True, he could not exact revenge upon Sun Yaohai, but that student was another matter entirely. How could a mere student presume to challenge him? Yet, devising a plan for retribution required some intellect. You there? Does anyone have any ingenious ideas? If you could help me eliminate that loathsome student and perhaps teach Sun Yaohai a lesson in the process. Once the military rescue team arrives, I will be the first to ensure your escape alongside me. Zhang Huaishe surveyed the eager faces surrounding him. Upon hearing his words, an unmistakable yearning glimmered in the eyes of those gathered. Indeed, their loyalty to this decrepit old man stemmed from his potential influence once the military personnel arrived. Director, I have a solution. A wiry man resembling a monkey squeezed his way through the crowd, a lewd grin plastered on his face. A solution? Pray enlighten me. Zhang Huaishe replied, nodding slightly to encourage him to continue. Director, the reason Sun Yaohai and his gang are so emboldened is due to the firearms they possess. If we could devise a means to either seize those weapons or render them utterly useless, the advantage would shift to us. The wiry man smiled broadly, gesturing towards Zhang Huaishe. Do tell, how do you propose we neutralize those firearms? Moreover, even without guns, Sun Yaohai has recruited nearly 100 newcomers. They hold a numerical advantage. Zhang Huaishe glared at him, exasperated. Ah, that detail has not escaped my consideration, the wiry man replied, his smile growing ever more radiant. Recently, I received intelligence indicating that Sun Yaohai has been collecting peculiar items, rumored to possess extraordinary powers. Coincidentally, I have come into possession of an item that may fulfill his criteria. With that, the wiry man produced an incense burner-like object from his clothing. What is this? Zhang Huaishe inquired, his curiosity piqued as he shifted his gaze toward the object. A censer that can emit a thick cloud of smoke, when inhaled by an ordinary person, will induce a state of unconsciousness within mere seconds. With this artifact at our disposal, we could incapacitate the entire Red Dragon Society. At that moment, whether it is the student who has wronged you or the disrespectful Sun Yaohai, they would merely be fish on our chopping block, ripe for us to dispatch. Furthermore, you could present this censer as an apology, delivering it into the very heart of the Red Dragon Society. The lanky man spoke, promptly stepping forward to present the censer to Zhang Huaishe, his demeanor radiating loyalty. Ah, splendid, Zhang Huaishe remarked, examining the object in his hand before carelessly tossing it back to the lanky man. What is your name? He inquired. Ah, it is Lu Hang, sir, The lanky man replied, appearing both flattered and surprised, hastily nodding. I am eager to serve you, esteemed director. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huaisher nodded in satisfaction. Very well. If this matter concludes successfully, I shall reward you handsomely. You shall become my right hand. Oh, how delightful. Thank you so very much, director, Lu Hang exclaimed, immediately bowing deeply in gratitude. Now, you shall take charge of the arrangements, Zhang Huaisher commanded, waving his hand as he turned to depart. The others quickly followed suit, eager to curry favor in hopes of winning Zhang Huaisher's approval, mimicking Lu Hang's previous display of servitude. Once everyone had vacated the area, Lu Hang grinned, the smile taking on an unsettling quality as a fissure appeared in the palm of his right hand. With a soft pop, an eye emerged from the opening, rotating incessantly. A cold, emotionless voice emanated from Lu Hang, starkly contrasting his earlier demeanor, as if he were an entirely different entity. Foolish humans, blinded by greed, oblivious to their own precarious situation. How convenient for my purposes. That dangerous human, despite his injuries, remains a considerable threat and must not be underestimated. Before I personally deal with him, I must utilize this band of foolish humans to weaken his strength. Before he could finish, Lu Hang's face split open, revealing something dark and gnarled beneath his skin, reminiscent of withered branches. Is this body nearing its limits? Indeed, human forms are exceedingly fragile. If I could obtain the human's body, perhaps. Lu Hang's eyes shimmered with a blend of greed, fear, and wariness. Yet, this human possesses two distinct anomalies, even more peculiar than my own kind. Such an existence cannot be allowed to persist. Now, I grasp why that esteemed individual initiated the invasion prematurely. Humans are terrifying. Having uttered these thoughts, Lu Hang gradually made his way outside, the eye in his palm, fading until he returned to his former appearance. It seems I must summon my true form and prepare thoroughly. This perilous human must perish. Chapter 49. You are afraid of power. It was night. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Come in, replied Yi Ping without lifting his head as he polished the demon blade Muramasa. The door swung open, and Sun Yaohai stepped inside. Mr. Yi, I have come to report to you. Yi Ping remained silent, his hands continuing their meticulous task. Observing this, Sun Yaohai understood it as tacit approval and proceeded. After your departure, I dispatched personnel to search among the unconscious individuals, but none exhibited signs of awakening abnormalities. As for that cursed artifact, there are no clues either. It may well be hidden away. As he spoke, Sun Yaohai's gaze fell upon the demon blade Muramasa in Yi Ping's hands. He had witnessed the blade's peculiarities with his own eyes. Anyone possessing such an extraordinary item would likely keep it to themselves, reluctant to share its existence. Is that so? Yi Ping responded coolly, offering no further comment. Silence enveloped the room once more. Sun Yaohai stood there, hesitating, his hands clenched. A hint of uncertainty etched upon his face, an expression that did not escape Yi Ping's notice. Is there another issue? Speak. Mr. Yi, you discern well. Sun Yaohai complimented subtly before adjusting his glasses with a hint of exasperation. To be honest, after regaining consciousness, I attempted to harness the power I wielded prior to my fainting spell, but no matter what I did, I could not access it. What am I truly lacking? A look of despondency clouded Sun Yaohai's face, dispelling the commanding aura of the Red Dragon Society's leader. Hearing his lament, Yi Ping paused in his task, slowly lifting his gaze to meet Sun Yaohai's eyes. You are engulfed in fear. Fear? Sun Yaohai stammered, momentarily taken aback, a flicker of realization lighting up his eyes behind the lenses. You fear your own strength, unable to adapt to this sudden transformation. You dread losing control, being consumed by power. Hence it has rejected such a feeble version of yourself. As Yi Ping spoke, he rose to his feet, casually placing the demon blade under the light to inspect any overlooked spots. Fear of power? Weakness? Me? Sun Yaohai bit his lip, instinctively retreating a step. His gaze toward Yi Ping filled with astonishment and trepidation. He recognized the truth in Yi Ping's words, a reality he had not considered until now. This younger man before him possessed not only monster-like strength, but also a profound understanding of human nature. Gulp. Sun Yaohai swallowed nervously, exhaling softly before speaking again. Mr. Yi, you speak the truth. I am indeed afraid. No, I must be terrified of losing control, which is why I cannot access that power once more. Is there a way to resolve this? Sun Yaohai inquired, voicing the question that weighed heavily on his mind. The fleeting transformation he had undergone recently, along with the sensation of wielding that mysterious power, lingered in his heart, instilling a sense of fear within him. Yet, the overwhelming force had also captivated him, igniting an irresistible desire to experience it once more. Resolve? Indeed, there exists a method that could swiftly address your predicament, Yi Ping replied, raising the demonic blade in his hand and locking eyes with Sun Yaohai. However, the approach may be somewhat brutal. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Truly? Regardless of the brutality involved, I am prepared to accept it. I humbly ask for your guidance. Mr. Yi, Sun Yaohai responded, executing a precise bow, his voice tinged with excitement. Yet in the next moment, Yi Ping's words rendered him utterly speechless, incapable of reaction. Oh, is that so? Then I shall ask you to perish here. The chilling declaration slipped from Yi Ping's lips as he tightened his grip on the demonic blade and stepped forward. Under the illumination of the lights, the blade shimmered with a chilling brilliance that sent shivers down one's spine. Even devoid of the enigmatic power, the demonic blade remained a renowned weapon, a harbinger of death. And no, Mr. Yi, you jest, do you not? Sun Yaohai instinctively took a step back, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Yi Ping offered no verbal response. Instead, he let his actions speak volumes. He advanced a step and swung the blade. Clang! The resounding clash of steel erupted. The blade's glimmer flashed past, shredding the fabric of Sun Yaohai's suit at the chest. The next strike will show no mercy, Yi Ping declared coldly, stepping forward once more, the demonic blade poised to strike. At that moment, Sun Yaohai finally shook off a shock and leapt aside in an attempt to evade. Yet, how could his speed ever rival Yi Ping's? Even if he had managed to keep up, he was utterly defenseless without a weapon. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. After the third strike, Sun Yaohai lost count. He pressed himself against the wall, gasping for breath, his hands staining the floor with crimson. His body bore countless wounds, the deepest gash running from his shoulder to his chest, revealing glimpses of bone beneath. At that instant, Sun Yaohai comprehended the gravity of the situation. Yi Ping was undoubtedly serious, perhaps even deadly earnest. Should he fail to summon that mysterious power here, he might indeed meet his end. A useless wretch, incapable of contributing, had no right to linger by his side. Yet, the thought of unleashing that power filled him with dread. Before Sun Yaohai could formulate a plan to turn the tide, Yi Ping's assault came crashing down once more. Clang! As he beheld the sword hurtling toward him in an instant, Sun Yaohai froze, the chill of death brushing against him. This was it. He was surely doomed. If he failed to act, this strike would seal his fate. Yet, how could he possibly withstand such power? Wait, if it is that mysterious force, could it not be harnessed for a purpose? No, it is certain that it can be utilized. The only issue is that this power risks spiraling out of control, potentially leading to annihilation. However, even if consumed by that force and driven to madness, it is still preferable to death. The looming specter of death quelled Sun Yaohai's apprehension regarding the enigmatic power. In the next moment, it was as if a switch within his mind had been flipped. Click! The shackles were utterly undone. A roar, primal and feral, reverberated through the room. In an instant, Yi Ping's enchanted blade was thwarted. Though the blade struck true, it inflicted no substantial harm. The previously composed Sun Yaohai had now transformed into a towering giant, towering at 3 meters. His colossal hand effortlessly intercepted the attack of the enchanted blade. The blade merely grazed his arm, barely breaking the skin. Of course, had the enchanted blade regained its original potency, the outcome would have been drastically different. Yi Ping chose not to pursue the assault further, retracting the blade instead. This is the way it should be. Upon hearing this, Sun Yaohai, who had been on high alert just a moment ago, felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, his taut muscles loosening as the extraordinary transformation swiftly dissipated. Although the transformation had ceased, Excitement illuminated his face, and the wounds he had sustained had fully healed. Ah, I can directly wield that power now. So this is the sensation. Sun Yaohai mused, recalling the previous events, and reverting to his normal stature before expanding once more. After several attempts of this nature, he finally ceased his actions. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Without your assistance, I would not have been able to master this force. Mastery comes from one's own volition. It is unrelated to me, Yi Ping replied, shrugging nonchalantly and stifling a yawn. All right then, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to rest. Ah, very well. I shall not disturb your rest, Mr. Yi. Sun Yaohai nodded repeatedly, promptly exiting the room, his face still aglow with exhilaration. He now, too, wielded that mysterious, nay, uncanny, power. This newfound ability further aligned him with this chaotic world. With this peculiar strength, he could accomplish even more. Not long after returning to his office, a knock at the door interrupted him, and the news relayed by the messenger sparked a flicker of surprise within Sun Yaohai. You say that Zhang Huaishir wishes to apologize for today's events and has brought gifts? Oh, very well then, let us meet him. Bring him in. Sun Yaohai grinned broadly, a glimmer of intrigue dancing in his eyes. He was acutely aware that the cunning and self-preserving old fox would never bow his head unless faced with imminent demise. The fact that this individual was proactively seeking to make amends was undoubtedly suspicious. However, he has obtained an enigmatic power, which he could attempt to wield should an unforeseen event arise. Upon reflecting on this, a more intense glimmer of coldness ignited in Sun Yaohai's eyes. Chapter 50. Sir, save me. Leader Sun, I sincerely apologize for the misjudgment I made earlier today due to my subordinate's negligence, which led to the series of events surrounding the ball. I am truly sorry. Upon entering, Zhang Huaishir immediately began reciting his lines with fervor, as if he could continue for an hour without pause. Enough. I hear you have brought a gift of apology. Present it. Sun Yaohai waved his hand and lightly tapped the table, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Zhang Huaishir. Ah, yes, the gift is here. Zhang Huaishir's smile faltered, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes before quickly vanishing. I heard that Leader Sun is collecting special items, and my subordinates happened to acquire a little trinket, which made me think of you. As he spoke, Zhang Huaishir produced a wrapped object from his bosom and placed it on the table. What is this? Sun Yaohai unveiled the cloth, revealing an incense burner. Are you suggesting I should burn incense? He picked up the burner and shot a cold glance at Zhang Huaishir. And no, how could I dare? Zhang Huaishir hastily exclaimed. This incense burner, even without incense, emits a unique fragrance that invigorates the spirit and unleashes extraordinary strength. He quickly articulated his premeditated excuse. Extraordinary strength? Sun Yaohai scoffed, clearly skeptical of Zhang Huaishir's claims. Well, Leader Sun, you might want to try it for yourself. Since you have accepted my apology, I shall take my leave. Zhang Huaishir prepared to depart, but just as he took a step, he was restrained. Don't be in such a hurry, Director Zhang. This intriguing item deserves our attention. Sun Yaohai grinned, casting a glance at Zhang Huaishir. Oh no, perhaps. It's better to... Zhang Huaishir's brow glistened with cold sweat as he instinctively tried to decline. Better to what? It would be a shame for me to miss out on such an interesting item. Sun Yaohai was now more resolute, sensing that this old man was attempting to ensnare him. However, even if there was a trap, it mattered not. And no, I mean, Zhang Huaishir shook his head vigorously, desperate to refuse. Yet with his limited strength, how could he withstand Sun Yaohai? He was promptly pressed onto the chair opposite. Come now, let us see if this incense burner truly possesses the miraculous qualities you claim. With that, Sun Yaohai turned to retrieve a lighter. Unbeknownst to him, as he turned, a cunning glint flashed in Zhang Huaishir's eyes. After acquiring the lighter, Sun Yaohai quickly ignited the incense burner, and soon a captivating fragrance wafted through the room. Ah, this scent is indeed delightful. But why does it evoke such a desire to sleep? Sun Yaohai furrowed his brow and instinctively glanced towards Zhang Huaishir, who sat not far away. In his line of sight, Zhang appeared as if he had transformed into 3 distinct individuals, an exceedingly bizarre sight. No, why does Director Zhang seem to have 3? Bang! Before Sun Yaohai could finish his thought, he collapsed to the ground, seemingly losing consciousness. After confirming that Sun had fallen silent, Zhang Huaishe finally stood up. Ha ha, Sun Yaohai, you are truly overconfident, or perhaps excessively arrogant. How dare you come to meet me alone? No, even if there were more people, it would be of no consequence. After all, before this intoxicating aroma, no number of individuals can withstand it. The effect is indeed remarkable. Lu Hang did not deceive me. Moreover, as long as one avoids breathing through the nose, one remains unaffected. How convenient. However, it is time to exact some revenge. Zhang Huaishe strode confidently towards Sun Yaohai, retrieving a knife from his pocket. You have caused me great embarrassment today, you insolent brat. Now, I shall repay the humiliation you have inflicted upon me. Laugh while you can. I shall cripple your son and see if he can still smile then. With that, Zhang Huaishe raised a knife and lunged towards the fallen Sun Yaohai. Yet, the blade struck Sun's arm, which was thicker than his thigh. To Zhang's astonishment, the knife rebounded off as if it had struck a solid wall. Roar. So it is the effect of the intoxicating aroma. But such a trivial thing is of no concern to me. In the blink of an eye, the previously unconscious Sun Yaohai rolled over and stood up, his physique rapidly expanding. Within mere seconds, he grew to a towering height of 3 meters, a stature that dwarfed Zhang Huaishe. Faced with this veritable mountain that was Sun Yaohai, Zhang was utterly bewildered, his face etched with fear, causing the dagger in his hand to clatter to the ground. No, what? What are you? A monster! A monster! Zhang Huaishe screamed, attempting to flee. However, as he took a single step, the giant Sun Yaohai lifted him effortlessly with one hand. Roar! Still thinking of escaping? You must be dreaming. After attempting to deceive me with such tricks, did you truly believe I would let you go? Sun Yaohai declared, tightening his grip. Oh no. Zhang Huaishe struggled desperately, seeking to escape from Sun's grasp, yet his efforts were futile against such overwhelming strength. Please no. I do not wish to die, Zhang pleaded, yet his words fell on deaf ears. After all, if it were not for this peculiar power, Sun Yaohai would undoubtedly have fallen victim. Fully aware of this, he had no intention of sparing Zhang Huaishe. However, just as he was about to send Zhang on his way, an unexpected event transpired. Hud, hud, hud. A cacophony of violent vibrations resonated throughout the room. Sun Yaohai instinctively turned his gaze toward the source of the commotion. There, quivering in agitation, was the incense burner brought by Zhang Huaishe. At that moment, the burner trembled like a frenzied bull, shaking uncontrollably. Such an occurrence was clearly amiss. What have you done? You old fool, Sun Yaohai demanded, directing his inquiry at Zhang Huaishe with a slight exertion of force. However, it was evident that he had wrongly accused the individual before him. I have no idea. This object does not belong to me. It was delivered by one of my subordinates, and I am not entirely certain of its purpose. Zhang Huaishe hastily distanced himself from the origins of the item. And in truth, he was not lying. Useless old man, be gone. Sun Yaohai shoved Zhang Huaishe aside and swiftly approached the incense burner, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. As he neared the burner, a sharp sound echoed through the air. Crack! Something shattered. The incense burner, which had been violently trembling on the table, was completely reduced to fragments in that instant. The next moment, a chilling spectacle unfolded, causing Sun Yaohai's complexion to pale and his eyes to flicker with dread. Billowing black mist engulfed the room, and from the shattered remnants of the burner, a gaping dark portal emerged, from which twisted shadows began to crawl forth. These distorted figures were all too familiar to Sun Yaohai. Eerie. A chilling shiver ran down Sun Yaohai's spine, his heart racing with trepidation. The incense burner's ability to deceive was likely incidental. Its true purpose was to open what resembled a gateway. No, don't come closer. Please save me help. Not far away, Zhang Huaishe collapsed in a corner, was seized by the first of the grotesque entities to emerge from the portal, as if savoring a delectable treat. This abomination devoured Zhang Huaishe bite by bite, until his screams faded into silence. Witnessing this horrific scene, Sun Yaohai felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, an unrelenting chill enveloping him. This was a horror beyond human comprehension, a terrifying entity that consumed mankind. Drawing a deep breath, Sun Yaohai charged forward, launching a punch at the back of the humanoid aberration. His timing was impeccable, for the creature remained preoccupied with its meal, leaving its rear defenseless. Yet, the outcome revealed his naivety. Bang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the air. Sun Yaohai felt as though his fist had struck a wall, yielding no impact whatsoever. No, it was not a wall, but rather a tail. In that moment, he noticed that the creature bore a tail resembling that of a fish protruding from its posterior, which had fortuitously blocked his attack. If a single punch proves ineffective, then I shall strike again. Sun Yaohai took a deep breath, preparing to launch another assault. However, before his attack could land, the bizarre figure swiftly swung its fish-like tail, sending him hurtling through the air. Bang! 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 He crashed through 3 walls before the overwhelming force finally dissipated. As Sun Yaohai rose from the ground, he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. Such a casual strike had left him injured. Just how terrifying was that entity? What could an ordinary person possibly do in the face of such power? Before Sun Yaohai could calm his racing heart, he observed the gaping hole from which the darkness of that room expanded, more eerie beings crawling forth. Among them, some emanated an aura even more potent than the bizarre figure he had encountered earlier. Where, indeed, did these entities originate? Am I to perish? Sun Yaohai bit his lip, his face etched with seriousness as he clenched his fists tightly. Confronted with such transcendent strength, even an arsenal of firearms would likely prove futile. Even if all members of the Red Dragon Society arrived, the outcome would remain unchanged. And then, as he pondered these thoughts, Sun Yaohai suddenly found his vision dimmed. Something materialized before him. Upon lifting his gaze, he was confronted with a colossal eyeball, the size of a grinding wheel, from which a chilling aura emanated, intensifying his terror. He desperately attempted to raise his hand in defiance. Yet regardless of his will, he found himself utterly immobilized, not even able to shift his eyes. Mental control. Just like that eerie little boy. It's over. I'm doomed. Sun Yaohai's complexion turned pale, engulfed by a profound sense of despair. However, in the next instant, the sound of a sword reverberated in his ears. A flash of blade light sliced through the air. To his astonishment, he realized that the enormous eyeball had been cleaved in two, vanishing entirely. Are you all right? A calm voice echoed beside him, causing his heart to race. Mister. Sun Yaohai lifted his head and immediately recognized the figure standing not far from him. Indeed, it was Ping. The blood-red blade of his katana glistened with traces of strange blood. Retreat. This is beyond what you can handle. Chapter 51. The Night of Strange Apparitions. Ping casually flicked the enigmatic blood from the blade of the cursed sword, Muramesa, and said with a hint of nonchalance. At this moment, the cursed blade had transformed into an ordinary katana. Excessive bloodshed dulled its edge. Indeed, Sun Yaohai nodded, preparing to depart when a thought struck him, prompting him to turn back to Ping. Mr. Yi, please do take care. Upon hearing this, Ping flashed a smile. Do you take me for someone vulnerable? Hurry. Protect Shun Yao and the others. With that, Ping passed seamlessly through the void in the wall and entered Sun Yaohai's office. The office was now teeming with all manner of eerie presences, each exuding a fourth-tier malevolence. It appeared that the eye-hand specter had revealed its true nature. As Ping spoke, he raised his blade and swiftly dispatched a shadowy apparition lunging from the darkness behind him. However, it seemed that the true lethal strike of this entity was not in the apparitions it concealed, but rather, before he could finish his thought, more apparitions emerged from the pitch-black aperture, while the existing entities within the room launched their assault upon Ping. Under such dire circumstances, Ping had no choice but to first eliminate the immediate threats before addressing anything else. Simultaneously, in other corners of the building, additional apparitions began to manifest. Unlike those Ping faced, these wandering entities within the building were predominantly of a lower tier. Nevertheless, for ordinary individuals, these lesser apparitions were terrifying beyond measure. In the emergency stairwell at the northwest corner of the 3rd floor, one such apparition blocked the entrance to the staircase below. It's coming up. We must ascend quickly. After the chaos erupted, Shun Yao immediately employed the ability of the thousand-eyed specter, allowing the three women to evade the pursuit of several apparitions. However, it seemed that their streak of fortune had now run dry. A chilling roar echoed through the stairwell. In the next instant, from the darkness below, a grotesque figure leapt upward, landing directly before Shun Yao and her companions. It was a creature with the head of a bull, possessing 4 arms and a single leg. Yet, it was with that one leg that this bull-headed apparition leapt over 10 meters into the air. A terrifying aura of malevolence emanated from the bull-headed entity, and the overwhelming pressure rendered the 3 women breathless. "No, we cannot perish here, not even if." Yao Lin, standing at the back, bit her lip, retrieving a handgun from her pocket. She swiftly raised it and fired several rounds at the bull-headed apparition. However, the bullets merely struck the creature without inflicting any damage, barely even breaking the surface of its hide. This scene plunged the 3 women into utter despair. Yet, even in this moment of hopelessness, Lu Xiyu remained resolute, contemplating a solution. Her gaze soon fell upon a fire extinguisher not far away. "Shaolin, keep firing," Lu Xiyu exclaimed before dashing towards the extinguisher. Upon hearing this, Yao Lin leaped aside, firing from the flank to draw the bull-headed apparition's attention. In a swift motion, Lu Xiyu grasped the fire extinguisher, summoning all her strength to hurl it forcefully towards the grotesque creature with a bull's head. With a roar, the creature instinctively swung its arm, shattering the extinguisher. The moment it broke, gas rushed out, enveloping the corridor in a thick white mist, obscuring their vision entirely. "Run!" Lu Xiyu shouted urgently to Shun Yao and Yao Lin. Indeed, in their current predicament, they could not hope to vanquish the monstrous entity. Their only option was to flee. As her words echoed, Yao Lin immediately took Shun Yao's hand, and they dashed toward the 4th floor. However, just as they entered the corridor, a piercing wail of agony halted their advance. "Ah!" The sound emanated from behind them. Turning back, they beheld the creature gripping Lu Xiyu by the neck, lifting her effortlessly into the air. Struggling against the monstrous grip, Lu Xiyu kicked and thrashed, but her efforts were futile. In that moment, she noticed Shun Yao and Yao Lin had come to a stop. "Quick, run! Run!" Lu Xiyu gasped, urging her friends to escape. Yet, after forging such a deep bond, how could they abandon her? Yao Lin frantically fired at the creature, desperate to compel it to release Lu Xiyu, while Shun Yao scavenged for anything within reach to hurl at the beast. Nevertheless, their feeble attempts barely registered as a tickle to the creature. The monstrous entity tightened its grip, causing Lu Xiyu's determined face to flush crimson, blood vessels erupting in her eyes. This distressing scene only deepened Shun Yao and Yao Lin's despair, as they could do nothing but watch helplessly. Just when all hope seemed lost, a sharp whoosh pierced the air, and something soared past them, crashing into the creature's head with a resounding thud. It was a 2-meter-long table. Struck by the unexpected assault, the creature instinctively released Lu Xiyu. As she began to plummet, a large hand caught her, lifting her effortlessly to join Shun Yao and Yao Lin. It was then that the 3 women beheld the face of their savior. "Sunday, Sun Yao Hai." They gasped in astonishment. The towering figure before them, nearly 3 meters tall, was indeed Sun Yao Hai. Though he was not wearing glasses, there was no mistaking his identity. "Ah, I see this is your first time witnessing me like this. No need to worry. Leave the rest to me. Mr. Yi has entrusted me with your protection," Sun Yao Hai said with a reassuring smile before striding purposefully towards the recovering creature. With each strike, 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, those fists as formidable as a sandbag, caused the bizarre creature with a bull's head to tremble for what seemed like an eternity. This once invincible entity was now reduced to a mere punching bag. Lu Xiyu, supported by Shun Yao and Yao Lin, wore a complex expression as she observed this scene. It was an enigmatic power, an insurmountable chasm that ordinary individuals could never hope to bridge, no matter their efforts. If only she could possess such strength, perhaps. While Lu Xiyu was lost in her thoughts, less than a minute passed before Sun Yao Hai returned, having dealt with the bull-headed anomaly. "Are you all right?" he inquired. "Ah, we're fine." After catching her breath, Lu Xiyu lifted her head and forced a smile. "That's a relief. If anything were to happen to you 3, I would have no face to present to Mr. Yi, Sun Yaohai explained, waving his hand dismissively. Mr. Sun, where is Yi Ping? Is he in danger? Shen Yao asked, concern etched in her features. Could it be that Mr. Yi has also encountered an attack? Yao Lin pondered aloud, casting a questioning glance at Sun Yaohai. Yes, your assumptions are quite accurate. Mr. Yi is currently attempting to resolve the source of this crisis. Remaining here would only hinder him. We must leave swiftly, Sun Yaohai affirmed, striding ahead purposefully. Upon hearing this, the three women exchanged glances but said nothing, opting instead to follow silently behind Sun Yaohai. The harsh reality was undeniable. Even the man who had effortlessly dispatched the bull-headed creature felt he could do little to assist. Hence, their presence would only serve as an impediment. Under Sun Yaohai's guidance, they soon reconvened with the members of the Red Dragon Society on the second floor and made their way outside the building. However, upon their escape, they were met with a sight that left them all bewildered. The area surrounding the building appeared to be enveloped by a shroud of darkness, rendering it impossible to discern the external situation. Neither gunfire nor fists could penetrate this impenetrable veil. Is this a cage? We are trapped, Lu Xiyu exclaimed, her face darkening as she gazed upward. Just then, a shout echoed through the air. Look inside. At the urgent call, everyone turned back to peer into the building. To their horror, the bizarre creatures were leisurely emerging from within, advancing towards them with ominous intent. Their numbers were not merely a handful, but rather dozens, enough to annihilate all present multiple times over. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted incessantly, yet the impact was feeble, failing to deter the advancing horde. Witnessing the relentless approach of the grotesque entities, many members of the Red Dragon Society lost their resolve, discarding their firearms in despair, some even crying out in desperation. Yet, such actions had no effect on the inexorable march of the creatures. Cousin, what shall we do? Hiding behind Sun Yaohai, Sun Xiaomei clutched her notebook tightly, her small face etched with panic and fear. Leader, is there truly no way out? With your abilities, can you not tear a breach? Lu Shui, standing nearby, bit his lip, setting down his machine gun to look at Sun Yaohai. It cannot be done. This entity is too formidable. Moreover, carving a path to safety is exceedingly difficult. There are far too many of these strange beings. I have already exerted myself to the utmost to protect you. Anything beyond that is beyond my capabilities. Sun Yaohai exhaled deeply, explaining, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his face betraying an undeniable weariness. After all, he had already exhausted considerable energy transforming while breaking out of the building, and now he was compelled to revert to his original form to conserve strength. Should that horde of strange entities descend upon them all at once, he harbored little confidence in safeguarding those behind him. Just then, the crowd of strange beings lunged forward toward everyone. This scene plunged those present into utter despair. Sun Yaohai, biting his lip, braced himself to transform for one last desperate struggle. Yet, in the next moment, the horde of entities abruptly froze in place, rendered immobile. Chapter 52. The Arrival of the Enigmatic Entities. Such a situation left everyone present utterly bewildered. What had transpired? Why had that peculiar group come to a standstill? Could it be that they had experienced a moment of conscience? No, such a notion was utterly implausible. So what was truly happening? Were we saved? Shen Yao, somewhat astonished, craned her neck to survey her surroundings. Rather, it should be said that they had been temporarily saved. Despite the uncertainty, it appeared that the enigmatic entities had ceased their movements. Beside her, Yao Lin nodded, her eyes betraying a mixture of confusion and gravity. Indeed, although the entities were still for the moment, there was no assurance they would not spring into action again. In other words, as long as they remained trapped in this bizarre place, the threat of another attack loomed. At that moment, Lu Xiyu, leaning against the shoulders of the two women, suddenly had a revelation. I understand. It's the night mist. Upon hearing this, both Shen Yao and Yao Lin exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend Lu Xiyu's exclamation. However, the next instant, upon witnessing the petite figure emerging from behind the group of enigmas, realization dawned upon them. Sun Yaohai and the others also grasped why the entities had come to a halt. In the collective gaze of the onlookers, the small figure revealed itself to be a boy, around 7 or 8 years of age. His expression was taut, and his eyes shimmered with a faint blue light. Indeed, the night Mist Lu Xiu had mentioned was none other than him, a spectral enigma. As the night Mist approached, a flicker of joy crossed Sun Yaohai's face, and he exclaimed, "I now go by the name Night Mist." The Night Mist shot him an exasperated glare before turning to Shun Yao. "Are you all right, big sister?" I'm fine, really. By the way, how did you get here?" Shun Yao initially shook her head, her face soon brightening with joy as she inquired. "If I had not come, you would all be dead by now," the Night Mist replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. "It was that fellow who sent me here." Upon hearing this, Shun Yao paused for a moment, then swiftly connected the dots. "You mean Yiping?" At the mention of this name, joy illuminated the faces of Lu Xiu and Yao Lin as well. "Enough with the idle chatter. I can only stall for 3 minutes at most. During that time, you must find a way to break this barrier," the Night Mist interjected, waving his hand to silence Shun Yao, then turning to Sun Yaohai. 3 minutes? That will suffice." Sun Yaohai responded with a cruel gleam in his eyes as a smirk tugged at his lips. "Do not bother with breaking the barrier. Continue to control them." With that declaration, Sun Yaohai's form began to swell like an inflated balloon, rapidly transforming into a towering figure of 3 meters. With a fierce roar, he charged directly towards the enigmatic entities. Indeed, the strength to pierce through the shroud of darkness was insufficient, yet 3 minutes were ample to deal with this peculiar group. Just as Sun Yaohai charged forward, a shadow of deep black suddenly flickered in Shun Yao's eyes, and her heart constricted with an uncontainable surge of fear. In that fleeting moment, the thousand-eyed specter within her perceived a horrifying scene. In the vision, an ominously strange figure emerged, resembling a human but grotesquely adorned with hands bearing only 3 fingers, each palm hosting a singular eyeball. "No!" A primal fear compelled Shun Yao to cry out. Yet her voice came too late. The instant her words fell, a pitch-black rift materialized above Sun Yaohai's head. The fissure widened rapidly, and the grotesque entity she had glimpsed through the thousand-eyed specter emerged from within. With its eye-laden hand outstretched, it lunged menacingly towards Sun Yaohai. At that moment, he too sensed the encroaching threat of death, yet felt utterly powerless to act. He could distinctly perceive the abominable presence before him, a being so profoundly abnormal and terrifying that the mere aura it radiated rendered him immobile. This entity's malevolence surpassed all other horrors he had encountered by a significant margin. It was a harbinger of doom. He was certain he would perish. No one could save him. Even that esteemed individual would likely find themselves utterly helpless against such a foe. Was he truly destined to perish? Just as the thought of death flickered through Sun Yaohai's mind, a sudden sword's cry erupted in his ears. In the next instant, a flash of light sliced through the air. The grotesque hand, adorned with repulsive eyeballs, was severed. In that moment, Sun Yaohai was astonished to discover that he could move once more. What had transpired? Who had come to his rescue? Only someone of extraordinary capability could achieve such a feat. As if to affirm Sun Yaohai's unspoken conjecture, a figure emerged leisurely from the entrance of the building, gently flicking the blood from his katana. All eyes converged upon this individual. Yiping. Tears glistened in Shun Yao's eyes, and the anxiety that had gripped her heart suddenly dissipated. "I knew he would be safe." Lu Xiu managed a bittersweet smile, her expression a blend of envy and relief. "Mr. Yi, you truly are formidable. When will I be able to attain such strength?" Yao Lin clenched her fists, her gaze fixed on Yiping, filled with intense admiration. Such sentiments were not limited to just the 3 women. Those within the Red Dragon Society who recognized Yiping felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance upon witnessing his arrival. It is indeed true that, although the Eerie is profoundly terrifying, that individual is an existence that even eclipses the Eerie in its horror. "I apologize, Mr. Yi. I must trouble you once more." Sun Yaohai, having narrowly escaped the clutches of death, hurriedly bowed in gratitude to Yiping. Yiping remained silent in response to his words, merely gesturing with a wave of his hand. "Enough! Take them away. Your presence here is quite bothersome. Leave?" Sun Yaohai was momentarily taken aback and instinctively remarked, "But there's that dark veil outside. We cannot possibly escape." Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed a neat incision appearing 10 meters behind Yi Ping, through which the buildings of the outside world were clearly visible. In other words, the opposite side of that incision was the realm of reality. "All right, I understand." Sun Yaohai quickly regained his composure, aware of what he needed to do, and nodded as he rushed over to join Shun Yao and the others. "Everyone, follow me and let us depart." With his words, the group promptly followed Sun Yaohai, escaping through the incision, as no one wished to perish in that place. In no time, all had fled through the incision. Even the night mist was kicked out by Yi Ping, as the control over the low-level Eerie night mist was relinquished. The swarm of low-level Eerie entities immediately broke free from their bindings and surrounded Yi Ping. At that moment, the incision behind him also closed up. In other words, he was now thoroughly confined within this space. Yet, is the situation truly as it seems? Chapter 53, The Enigmatic Domain, the I Hand Held Before Taking Action. A question lingered in my mind. Yi Ping directed his gaze towards the entity of the I Hand Enigma, the grotesque humanoid creature adorned with countless eyeballs and hands, and inquired, "Why did you allow that group of people to leave?" Indeed, he found it perplexing that this I Hand Enigma exhibited such benevolence by permitting the departure of those individuals. It is essential to note that within the twisted cognition of the anomalous, the notion of sparing others is utterly absent. Yet, previously the I Hand Enigma had refrained from intervening, even to the extent of not launching a surprise attack, instead generously allowing others to flee. This peculiar behavior left Yi Ping thoroughly bewildered. Why the silence? Are you incapable of speech? Or perhaps? Yi Ping narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on the I Hand Enigma. An anomaly possessing intellect on par with humanity would not be surprising if it could articulate words. Moreover, the cunning of the I Hand Enigma before him surpassed that of other anomalies. "Choose not to speak." The chilling voice resonated, soon followed by a synthetic tone. "That is precisely to kill you." The I Hand Enigma gently waved its multitude of eyeball hands, each eye fixating on Yi Ping. In an instant, hundreds, if not thousands, of cold, merciless gazes converged upon him. The pressure they exuded was no jest. A torrent of murderous intent surged forth from those stares. Releasing that group was merely a ruse to ensure your presence here. The frigid words of the I Hand Enigma reverberated in the air. "From the very beginning, my sole objective has been to ensnare you here." "To ensnare me? Do you believe you can succeed?" Yi Ping scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at the circle of lesser anomalies surrounding him. These inferior beings? However, as his words fell, the ground beneath those lesser anomalies transformed, revealing hands, sprouting eyeballs that dragged them into the abyss below. "Foolish human, you have already stepped into my domain, utterly oblivious to it." The lesser anomalies were no longer of any use. The I Hand Enigma proclaimed, its form melting into a liquid state, seeping into the ground, swiftly merging with the very space itself. In the next moment, as Yi Ping's vision succumbed to violent tremors, the scene before him rapidly morphed. Once the surroundings stabilized, he found himself ensconced within an alternate dimension, more precisely within the realm of anomalies. Above him loomed a pitch-black sky, while below, the ground was composed of countless emaciated hands. Now, Yi Ping stood upon this hand-formed terrain. A sound echoed through the air. As it resonated, the entire space illuminated, not merely brightened, but truly illuminated. The source of this illumination emanated from the multitude of eyeballs suspended in the heavens, casting their glow upon the dark expanse. "Human, I can see that you are indeed formidable. However, that is merely the extent of it. This is my domain, my realm. You, in your wounded state, stand no chance of escaping this space. Awaiting you is nothing but the fate of death." The voice of the enigmatic hands reverberates throughout this space, as if emanating from all directions. Standing there, Yi Ping smirked upon witnessing such a scene. Was there to boast about in this mere realm of deception? Moreover, who informed you of my injuries? Yi Ping retracted his smile, gripping the demonic blade Muramasa tightly, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. "Humanity, Your meaningless words cannot sway me. For the sake of that esteemed individual, you must perish here." As the words of the enigmatic hands fell, their attack commenced. The ground, composed of countless arms, began to tremble violently, each arm reaching out towards Yi Ping, as if attempting to seize him. No matter how fervently Yi Ping wielded his demonic blade, severing countless arms, the onslaught of arms directed at him showed no sign of abating. Infinite regeneration, it seems, suggests that unless the enigmatic power is entirely depleted or the entity is vanquished, this ordeal will never conclude. Yi Ping cast a glance at the severed arms, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. "I Handheld. This is the name of the realm of the enigmatic hands. It is, of course, merely a title arbitrarily assigned by a previous incarnation of the enigmatic controller. In addition to facing the hellish multitude of arms, one must remain vigilant against the omnipresent, seemingly omniscient eye attacks. Indeed, the sky, composed of eyes, is no mere decoration. Each eye can unleash beams of power condensed from the enigmatic force. Furthermore, as the eyes blanket the entire sky, they can attack from any angle, leaving no room for evasion. At present, the enigmatic hands have refrained from utilizing this ability for one singular reason: to strike at the most opportune moment. Thus, Yi Ping's lips curled slightly as he sensed the arms stealthily reaching for him from 3 meters behind. He feigned ignorance and retreated to that position. In the next instant, without any surprise, he seized the arm with his right foot. Simultaneously, other arms began to ensnare him. In such circumstances, even if he could immediately sever those arms, he would still require a moment ample enough for the enigmatic hands to slay him multiple times over. Without a sound, without a warning, a multitude of beams of enigmatic power suddenly erupted from the dozens of eyes hovering above Yi Ping's head. In an instant, these beams formed an enormous net, descending upon Yi Ping. The relentless assault left no room for evasion. Boom! The terrifying beams of enigmatic power rained down, sending dozens of arms that formed the ground flying. And at the center of it all, Yi Ping was left utterly obliterated. No, it is not that, but rather, "Oh, have you been hiding here?" The elusive Yi Ping has reemerged. However, his appearance is situated beneath the eye in the sky. More precisely, it is located beneath one of the slightly larger eyeballs surrounding it. The moment that I beheld Yi Ping, a profound shock surfaced within its depths. Without uttering a word, Yi Ping unleashed a strike. Even though they were separated by several meters, this distance was more than sufficient. Indeed, his current attack range extended to 10 meters. With a swift movement, he slashed his blade directly into that eye. Dark crimson blood gushed forth, and in the next moment, the eye fused into the sky, vanishing from sight. Of course, it did not truly disappear. Rather, it relocated to another place. The entity, known as the Eye-Hand Spectre, merged with the Eerie realm, can instantaneously manifest anywhere within that domain. Just before the assault, the Eye-Hand Spectre could have easily shifted to another location. However, it never anticipated that Yi Ping would launch an attack against it. Or perhaps, it had never considered that Yi Ping would discern its true position. Its negligence bore dire consequences. "Human, what have you done?" The roar, filled with rage, reverberated throughout the entire Eerie realm, causing it to tremble violently. At this moment, the Eye-Hand Spectre was utterly enraged. Chapter 54. The cataclysmic anomaly strikes as if influenced by the wrath of the eyeball anomaly. The arms forming the floor writhed incessantly, frantically lunging towards Yi Ping. Each time, Yi Ping barely touched the surface of the arm-laden ground. He was immediately besieged by the surrounding limbs. In such dire circumstances, there was no chance for him to land, let alone pause for a moment. Faced with this relentless onslaught, Yi Ping realized he could no longer hold back. The pointer on the time dial within his right eye advanced a notch. Clang! The crisp sound echoed across the Eerie domain. In the next instant, a force emanated from Yi Ping's body, swiftly radiating outward. The countless arms converging upon him slowed, as if subjected to a deceleration spell, their movements becoming excruciatingly sluggish, nearly at a standstill. Yi Ping stood resolutely, while the arms beneath his feet appeared to be immobilized, as if under his command. A terrifying power surged forth from Yi Ping's right eye. Indeed, this force was the cataclysmic anomaly, the power of temporal manipulation. Domain of time. How is this possible? The domain of rules. Who exactly are you? The voice of the eyeball anomaly was laced with panic and fear. How could one possess power on par with that of the esteemed Lord? Are you an incarnation of the anomaly? No, you are. Before the eyeball anomaly could finish its thought, Yi Ping launched his counterattack. Whether it was the assault from the floor's arms or the anomalous rays emitted from the eyes above, once they entered Yi Ping's temporal domain, their speed plummeted, rendering them incapable of striking him. Furthermore, Yi Ping could precisely pinpoint the location of the eyeball anomaly with each of its movements. This was precisely what the eyeball anomaly feared the most. It could not comprehend why this human could unerringly track its position every time it shifted. If this situation continued, it might meet its demise here. The eyeball anomaly was now thoroughly panicked, a wave of retreating sentiment surging within. The events unfolding were entirely beyond its comprehension. First, this human possessed a power strikingly similar to that of the esteemed Lord's rule. Secondly, it seemed as if this human had an innate understanding of the anomaly's domain, rendering its attacks transparent. Lastly, this human showed no signs of injury. On the contrary, he appeared even more powerful than the last time the anomaly had encountered him. With these thoughts, the eyeball anomaly's unease and fear could no longer be suppressed. The dread of death compelled it to buy time in search of an escape. However, Yi Ping would not grant it any opportunity to flee. Time and again, he positioned himself precisely in the path of the eyeball anomaly's escape route. Human, do not overreach. The unrelenting pursuit intensified the fury within the eyeball anomaly. Although this human wielded a power akin to that of the esteemed Lord, it was not complete. Thus, the anomaly still held a glimmer of hope for victory. Indeed, why flee? One need only eliminate this human and then consume the peculiar essence within him. Perhaps then he could ascend to a status comparable to that of the esteemed one. With this thought, the eye-hand trickster ceased its retreat and unveiled its ultimate card. A multitude of arms converged at a single point, and soon a colossal figure, towering 10 meters high and composed entirely of arms, emerged. Roar! Are you prepared to fight to the bitter end? Yi Ping grinned, a glimmer of mockery flickering in his eyes. The moment the eye-hand trickster manifested, its fate was sealed. The 100-armed giant struck its chest twice and swiftly charged toward Yi Ping. Simultaneously, countless eyes in the sky ignited, unleashing a barrage of eerie energy raised directly at him. Even with the protection of the domain of time, it seemed implausible to simultaneously diminish the impact of hundreds, if not thousands, of these rays. This was the eye-hand trickster's intention. However, it soon realized that such thoughts were overly naive. Both the 100-armed giant and the multitude of energy rays, upon entering the domain of time, were instantly slowed to a crawl. Yi Ping merely swung his enchanted blade, the dazzling light of the sword flickering within the temporal realm. When the radiance subsided, every energy ray and the towering 100-armed giant had vanished. Do you have any backup? No. Then perish. Yi Ping approached the position of the eye-hand trickster with an unhurried gait, a chilling smile gracing his face. The eye-hand trickster did not respond, but instead summoned all its strength. At this moment, it was acutely aware that the human before it possessed power far beyond its own. If it did not flee now, there would be no second chance. Thus, the eye-hand trickster concentrated all its might towards its core. In an instant, the eye-hand trickster revealed its true form a mere few dozen meters from Yi Ping. After all, being locked in place rendered concealment futile. Human, how is it that you know my location? The unveiled eye-hand trickster bore a face adorned with countless eyes, all reflecting confusion and incredulity. Gazing at the eye-hand trickster, Yi Ping paused and gently caressed the blade of his sword. Can you see this? See what? All the eyes of the eye-hand trickster focused intently on the katana in Yi Ping's grasp. Under the infusion of eerie energy, something soon materialized within its line of sight. The blade was entwined with an invisible force, lacking any tangible form, yet emanating an aura that sent shivers through its being. Wait, that aura! The eye-hand trickster suddenly glanced down at one of its hands flanking its body. More precisely, it stared at a hand missing a segment of a finger. Upon that truncated finger, a faint thread of energy, akin to that which enveloped the blade, was subtly entwined. Of course, this aura was exceedingly feeble. It would go unnoticed without meticulous scrutiny. What is this? Could this force be the power of space? A profound terror radiated from the eyes of the eye-hand trick. In that moment, it dawned upon him that perhaps this human had been able to consistently track his position due to this very aura. What astounded him even more was that the source of this aura was subtly intertwined with the rules, a power transcending the ordinary realm of the bizarre. Indeed, it was a force possessed solely by those few exalted beings. No, this spatial anomaly along with that. Temporal anomaly, what? What exactly are you? The eye-hand trick could not help but retreat, a deep-seated fear glimmering in his eyes. The powers of time and space represent the most profound of rule-based forces, and the human before him surprisingly wielded both simultaneously. Not even that exalted being had ever mastered two such forces at once. Yet this human had achieved it. What manner of existence is this human? Just as the eye-hand trick was engulfed in shock, Yi Ping stepped forward, raising the demon blade in his hand. Enough of idle chatter, it is time to perish. The cold words resonated as Yi Ping swung the blade. In that instant, the spatial anomaly erupted with power. The next moment, the force of the spatial anomaly transmitted the blade's strike directly before the eye-hand trick. Simultaneously, the formidable spatial cutting force entwined around the blade burst forth. Undoubtedly, should this strike succeed, even if the eye-hand trick possessed 10 lives, death would be inevitable. That spatial cutting force was far beyond what he could withstand at that moment. Just as Yi Ping contemplated this, the head of the eye-hand trick suddenly exploded. Following that, a pitch-black sphere erupted from within, releasing a dark veil that directly intercepted the strike. The powerful spatial cutting force entwined around the blade could not even breach the veil's defense. This is Yi Ping's pupilles constricted violently, an overwhelming sense of crisis surging within him. Instinctively, he retreated, swiftly distancing himself from the eye-hand trick. Almost at the very moment he withdrew, 3 sharp spikes shot forth from the dark veil, viciously piercing the spot where he had just stood. It is worth noting that this area still lay within his realm of time. However, the speed of those spikes seemed unaffected by the power of time. The ground where the spikes struck began to decay at a visible rate, ultimately vanishing entirely. This is Yi Ping's eyes flickered with intense shock, his face etched with vigilance. From those spikes, he sensed an aura reminiscent of the power of time. This implies that the power of those spikes was likely rule-based. Could it be a world-destroying anomaly? Yi Ping fixated on the pitch-black sphere, his heart racing in trepidation. Possessing the enigmatic power of rules, there exists solely the cataclysmic anomaly. However, during the initial onset of such a calamitous phenomenon, it is utterly impossible for it to manifest. Regardless of the extent of the world's transformation in these early stages, an anomaly of world-destroying prowess cannot breach that barrier. This indicates that the obsidian sphere is likely a manifestation or perhaps a fragment of the cataclysmic anomaly's power. Even if it is merely a portion of that power, it remains exceedingly troubling. How infuriating it is to discover a connection to such a world-ending entity. Yi Ping's demeanor darkened profoundly, his expression more serious than ever before. Despite having realized from the very first day that the difficulty of this anomaly's emergence was far greater than in his previous life, he never anticipated the shadow of a cataclysmic anomaly would appear in such a brief span. Although it only contained a fragment of its power, this alone sufficed to indicate the extraordinary peril associated with this occurrence. Taking a deep breath, Yi Ping focused intently. The obsidian sphere, even as a mere fragment of the cataclysmic anomaly's power, was entirely distinct from ordinary anomalies. A moment's negligence could result in fatality. Just then, the eerie domain enveloping the surroundings abruptly vanished, reverting to the scene around the commercial building. The power of the eye-hand anomaly had weakened to the point of being unable to sustain the eerie domain. At the very instant the domain dissipated, a long, emaciated arm, embedded with countless eyes, erupted from the shattered form of the eye-hand anomaly. Indeed, That was the essence of the eye-hand anomaly. The moment the essence escaped, the floating obsidian sphere seemed to act as a shield for its retreat, swiftly drifting before Yiping. A terrifying wave of power erupted from the obsidian sphere, soon followed by a dense gray mist that surged towards Yiping like a furious tide. Wherever the gray mist passed, both structures and ground would decay entirely. Being drawn into it would mean certain death. Complicating matters, he found himself unable to sever the mist. Thus, the only remaining course of action was to eliminate the source of this gray fog, the obsidian sphere itself. However, even if he managed to destroy the sphere, it would not prevent the essence of the eye-hand anomaly from fleeing. In other words, the sphere only needed to impede him here, and that would suffice. Yiping understood this predicament well, yet he remained unperturbed, calmly observing the obsidian sphere. It was precisely because he had anticipated such an eventuality that he had prepared a contingency. The severely injured eye-hand anomaly could not possibly escape. Therefore, his current objective was to comprehend the nature of the obsidian sphere's power as thoroughly as possible. This sphere, a fragment of the cataclysmic anomaly's power, held the key to understanding its rules. Thus, should he confront the cataclysmic anomaly in the future, he would possess a tremendous advantage. With a swift stroke, the blade cleaved through the fabric of space, aiming directly at the gray mist. The outcome was no different from before. Even with the power of spatial severance entwined around it, the strike could not penetrate the haze. The space that had been cleaved was swiftly filled once more by the surrounding gray fog. More alarming to Yiping was the realization that when he retracted the cursed blade Muramasa, the spatial energy that had coiled around the weapon had diminished by more than half. This indicated that the force within the mist could even decay and erode the very essence of spatial anomalies. Such was the terrifying nature of world-extinguishing phenomena. Yiping exhaled softly, taking a step back, and tightened his grip on the cursed blade. He had begun to grasp the fundamental nature of the power contained within the black orb. It was time for verification. Chapter 55. Cataclysmic Death. As Yiping engaged in battle with a fragment of the cataclysmic power, the true form of the eye-hand anomaly darted through the building at an astonishing speed, seeking escape. At this moment, it had long since shed any semblance of the 7th-level anomaly aura, its presence now almost imperceptibly faint. What manner of human could this be? Even that esteemed being had never possessed such multifaceted power. If numerous humans of this caliber existed, we would likely be unable to infiltrate this world at all. It is truly terrifying. I must swiftly report this matter to that esteemed individual. Deep fear and panic emanated from every eye on the eye-hand anomaly's body. However, a slight sense of reassurance washed over it, for the gift bestowed by that esteemed being proved effective. Even if that human possessed equivalent power, a breakthrough within a short span would be improbable. This would afford it the precious time needed to flee. Yet, for reasons unknown, the eye-hand anomaly felt an unsettling sense of forgetfulness, as if it had overlooked something crucial. Nonetheless, such a detail should not be of great importance. After all, that perilous human had been thwarted. Who else could withstand its might? Just then, a flash of blue lightning streaked before it. The moment the eye-hand anomaly beheld that azure glow, a revelation struck. Indeed, when it sought to seize the 6th-level anomaly core, that sudden burst of blue light had obliterated its avatar. At the time, it had assumed it was merely a contingency of that human. Now, however, it realized how grievously it had misjudged the situation, an error that could prove fatal. With a sickening sound, dark blood gushed forth from its lower half, which completely vanished in an instant. It was only then that the eye-hand anomaly discerned the identity of its assailant. Before it stood a colossal wolf adorned with blue and white fur, emanating an eerie aura that sent chills down its spine. That presence was nearing the 6th-level anomaly threshold. No, why? We are both anomalies, why? Do you attack me? The eye-hand anomaly transmitted a mental wave to the colossal wolf, demanding an explanation. After all, they were both anomalies. Why inflict harm upon one another? Yet, its words fell on deaf ears. The white wolf atop the skyscraper paid no heed to its inquiries and launched another assault. The speed was akin to lightning. leaving the eye hand anomaly no time to react. By the time it regained its senses, its remaining body had been cleaved in two. This turn of events ignited a blaze of fury within the eye hand anomaly. A wretched mutt, how dare you show such insolence? I'm a 7th level anomaly, verging on the terrifying. To be oppressed by a creature of less than 6th level is intolerable. You foul beast. As the fragmented eye hand anomaly writhed, a terrifying glint shone from its multitude of eyes. In the next instant, the surrounding scenery morphed, and an anomaly domain materialized, centered around the eye hand anomaly, stretching half a kilometer in radius. With the current prowess of the eye hand anomaly, the scope of its domain has diminished to such a degree. However, even this minuscule realm of anomaly is entirely sufficient to contain entities below level 7. The sky, filled with countless eyes, and the earth, composed of innumerable arms. Within this bizarre space, the snow wolf anomaly stands proudly, exhibiting no trace of fear. This defiance incited the wrath of the eye hand anomaly. Unaware of the peril it faced, a chilling voice echoed as the eye hand anomaly's form gradually dissolved, merging with this temporary domain. In the next instant, a multitude of anomalous force rays surged towards the snow wolf anomaly, while the myriad arms that constituted the ground seized its limbs. At that moment, escape was a futile endeavor. Boom! The terrifying power erupted, engulfing the area in a thick cloud of black smoke. Even without witnessing the unfolding events, the eye hand anomaly was acutely aware that the massive wolf anomaly had no chance of survival. The previous assaults could not be withstood even by a level 6 anomaly. What hope did a mere level 5 anomaly possess? Just as the eye hand anomaly prepared to retract its domain, it was suddenly taken aback. Under the gaze of its countless eyes, the colossal wolf anomaly stood unscathed. Not only was it unharmed, but not a single hair was out of place. Surrounding the great wolf anomaly, 6 icy walls materialized, shielding it from the onslaught of anomalous force rays. The arms that had grasped its body were instantly frozen into solid blocks of ice. This freezing phenomenon extended even to distant areas, exhibiting signs of ice formation. Such a spectacle left the eye hand anomaly utterly astounded. What is happening? My domain is disintegrating. How can a mere level 5 anomaly achieve this? How can it withstand? Wait, is this truly a domain? Could it be? The eye hand anomaly's words faltered as it grasped the truth. No, you're not an ordinary anomaly, but rather, before it could complete its thought, a chilling aura erupted within this domain, transforming it into an entirely different realm. A world blanketed in ice and snow, appearing exquisitely beautiful. Yet, this beauty harbored a lethal danger. Howl! The proud howl of the wolf reverberated through the expanse. In the next moment, the icy world shattered completely, with the frozen elements disintegrating inch by inch. Whether they were the menacing eyes or the arms, they all disintegrated into ice, vanishing into oblivion. Once all the crystalline ice had disappeared, what remained was a frozen eyeball, the size of a fist, adorned with terrifying little hands. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as though countless eyes were concealed within this orb. Indeed, this was the true form of the eye hand anomaly, the core of its anomalous power. The snow wolf anomaly did not immediately extinguish the eye hand anomaly, choosing instead to spare its life, for it sensed that such an act would please its master. As the enigma of the snow wolf was resolved, the battle on the other side gradually approached its conclusion. Although the power of the obsidian sphere was truly terrifying, impervious to the influences of both time and space, this did not imply that the forces of time and space were rendered ineffective. When he intensified the infusion of his enigmatic energy, a marvelous phenomenon occurred. While the gray mist continued to advance, certain areas within it manifested as voids. Indeed, these voids are the realms where the powers of the time enigma and space enigma exerted their influence. At the heart of the gray mist, 2 cataclysmic forces of extraordinary nature began to take effect. This realization led Yi Ping to understand that it was not the inefficacy of the time and space enigmas, but rather his inability to fully harness the devastating powers of these 2 cataclysmic enigmas. Furthermore, he began to grasp the underlying principles of the Dark Sphere's rule-based power. which could strip all that it touched of vitality or energy, irrespective of whether the target was inorganic or even the intangible constructs of time and space. In his previous life, he had learned that among the numerous cataclysmic enigmas, the one most akin to this power was perhaps the cataclysmic enigma of death. Chapter 56. The Force of Isolation and the Cataclysmic Death Codename, the Master of Death. This entity once manifested briefly in the United States for a mere 3 minutes. Yet within that fleeting moment, it rendered 70% of the nation's territory devoid of life, transforming it into a barren wasteland. During this catastrophic event, over 90% of the nation's anomaly controllers, including 5 Level 8 controllers, perished, with the death toll among ordinary citizens exceeding 10 million. It is crucial to acknowledge that, following the emergence of anomalies, the global population had already dwindled by more than 80%. Thus, the United States, with a total population likely in the tens of millions, faced an unprecedented crisis. The arrival of the Master of Death incapacitated the nation, bringing it perilously close to annihilation. Intelligence reports indicate that this cataclysmic entity possesses the ability to bestow death upon any object, even the very fabric of existence, such as the sky and the earth. Analysis suggests that, after the Master of Death's disappearance, over 70% of the affected territory remained eternally shrouded beneath a gray sky, utterly devoid of life. Even the land itself lay in a state of death. It is not merely a matter of reoccupation. Even stepping into this forsaken land would expose one to the lingering influence of death, resulting in the loss of vitality. This exemplifies the power of a world-ending anomaly, an incomprehensible force that transcends the bounds of conventional understanding. If the dark sphere before Yi Ping is indeed the Master of Death, then the situation can only be described as dire. However, what currently stands before him is merely a fragment of that apocalyptic force, suggesting a glimmer of hope for victory. Gripping his demon blade tightly, Yi Ping charged toward the dark sphere at the heart of the gray mist. The entity within the sphere detected his approach and swiftly unleashed a torrent of deathly gray fog to envelop him. It is essential to recognize that this fog embodies the very rules that can confer death upon anything it touches. Contact is tantamount to certain demise. Such an act is undeniably perilous. In the next moment, Yi Ping found himself engulfed by the deathly fog, with only a second remaining before he would succumb to its lethal embrace. Even if he attempted to utilize spatial teleportation to escape to a distance of 10 meters, he would still remain over 20 meters away from the dark sphere, with the area surrounding his teleportation point also saturated with the ominous fog. In essence, should he employ spatial teleportation in an environment rife with deathly mist, escape from death would remain elusive. Indeed, the instant he was enveloped by the death fog, his fate was sealed. Yi Ping was acutely aware of this grim reality. Yet, with a profound understanding of the circumstances, he chose this course of action. As the fog threatened to consume him, he activated spatial teleportation, transporting himself 10 meters away. Almost immediately upon his arrival, the anticipated outcome unfolded. The deathly fog surrounding his new location surged toward him with relentless intent. Moreover, this time, his teleportation landed him in the very heart of the death mist. Consequently, that ominous haze desired to engulf him. It would scarcely require half a second to accomplish its sinister intent. In an instant, Yi Ping was entirely submerged by the death mist. However, despite being enveloped by the suffocating fog, he did not perish. The domain of time, a realm woven by the enigmatic powers of time, had been established prior to his teleportation. Thus, upon his arrival, the area within a 10-meter radius was suffused with the effects of the domain of time. The death mist was immediately influenced by the temporal forces. Yet, due to the inherent essence of the death rule within the mist itself, the time energy exerted upon it was swiftly nullified. The death mist possesses the ability to bestow death even upon time itself, rendering the domain of time incapable of halting the advance of the death mist. In terms of rule properties, the death rule is arguably the most formidable in its offensive capabilities, which is precisely why even time cannot withstand its onslaught. Nevertheless, death too must yield to the influence of time. Indeed, When the power of death negates the power of time, it requires an interval. Yiping astutely recognized this fleeting moment. The power of the time enigma governs time itself. Death is undeniably potent, yet does not equate to the annihilation of time. Within the domain of time, the death mist, while counteracting the temporal forces, surged towards Yiping. As a result, the speed of the death mist was considerably diminished compared to its velocity outside the domain of time. Even though the force of temporal deceleration could not directly affect the death mist, the time produced by this rule's nullification was sufficient for Yiping to execute numerous actions. The power of the space enigma surged forth. In the next moment, Yiping found himself 10 meters away. At this proximity, he was within his striking range. With a swift slash, he unleashed a blow infused with the cutting force of space, cleaving through the air directly toward the obsidian sphere. However, this strike was thwarted by the death mist that swirled around the dark sphere. Yet, Yiping did not cease his assault. He continued to strike relentlessly. With a series of 3 slashes, the death mist encircling the obsidian sphere was entirely dispelled by the spatial force. In that instant, the dark sphere stood utterly defenseless. It was as if the sphere possessed a form of awareness, for while it utilized the death mist to deflect the strikes, it swiftly retreated backward. However, such actions bore no significance. The moment it entered Yiping's striking range, its fate was sealed. With every ounce of strength, Yiping unleashed a singular blow. This strike was not merely a spatial cut, but temporal spatial slash, a cleaving of the very fabric of time and space. The target of this strike was the obsidian sphere as it existed 3 seconds prior, still occupying its former position. Clang! The blade flickered and passed. In the next moment, the death mist that had enveloped the area dissipated entirely. The surrounding scenery has returned to normal, yet a notable difference remains. The pitch-black sphere, which hovers in midair, appears to have lost its power, plummeting swiftly towards the ground. The terrifying force of the deathly rules has completely vanished. To ensure that no unforeseen events occurred, Yiping waited several more seconds, confirming that all was well before stepping forward to scrutinize the dark sphere closely. Holding it in his hand, he could no longer sense any trace of deathly energy. It was hard to fathom that such a small orb, no larger than a palm, had nearly driven him to the brink of despair. Suddenly, a thought struck him. His temporal slash had indeed struck this dark sphere. However, there was not a single wound, nor even a mark left upon it. It is known that the power of spatial cutting is capable of overcoming even the most formidable of 7th-level anomalies. Yet now, after suffering an assault on its surface, this dark sphere bore no trace whatsoever. Clearly, it was extraordinary. Yiping examined it carefully, employing his mental energy to probe its depths, confirming that the sphere was devoid of any deathly force and possessed no openings, appearing as if it were a natural entity. Wait a moment, could this thing be? An idea sparked in Yiping's mind, and he immediately directed his temporal powers at the dark sphere. However, no temporal force could be applied to its surface. Even his ultimate technique, the annihilation of time, proved ineffective against it. The dark sphere seemed to be impervious to any force, as if it belonged to an entirely different realm. Indeed, no anomalous power could affect this object. Not just any anomalous power, but Yiping recalled the ominous gray mist that had emanated from within the sphere not long ago, a mist steeped in the terrifying rules of death. It was unmistakable. This dark sphere contained the power of world-destroying death. If his earlier deductions were correct, the deathly rules should also be ineffective against this dark sphere. Therefore, only one possibility remained. It was indeed a fragment of the essence of the Master of Death. Joy and excitement illuminated Yiping's face, the thrill in his eyes impossible to conceal. Indeed, even the temporal rules of the time anomaly could not take effect, leaving only one conceivable conclusion. This material was inherently composed of rule power. It was precisely for this reason that different rule powers could not manifest their effects upon it. The embodiment of world-destroying anomalies is the very essence of rules, and this dark sphere was likely a fragment of that deathly anomaly, thus imbued with its characteristics. However, this revelation led to a troubling question. If the deathly energy contained within this black sphere had been entirely expended and other rule powers could not exert their influence, then was it not rendered utterly useless? Gazing at the black orb in his hand, Yi Ping fell into deep contemplation, his earlier excitement somewhat tempered. Though this obsidian sphere remains impervious to any bizarre forces, it is otherwise devoid of utility. Its spherical shape renders it rather impractical. Would he truly hurl this black orb at his adversaries in battle? Wait, while it may lack external functionality, what about its interior? Yi Ping suddenly recalled something significant. Indeed, until now, he had merely attempted to exert force upon the surface of the black sphere, never contemplating its inner workings. With this realization, he immediately channeled the powers of time into the orb. Since the deathly force within had dissipated, this sphere now functioned merely as a vessel. And as a vessel, it ought to, buzzing. The dark orb nestled in his palm quivered slightly, radiating an extraordinary white light. As the vibrations subsided, the sphere grew heavier. Yi Ping sensed this change instantly. The increased weight was evidently due to the infusion of temporal energy. Furthermore, with the influx of time's power, he felt a faint connection forming between himself and the obsidian sphere. Even the forces of rules could be absorbed. Thus, what about release? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Ping lifted the black sphere, aimed it at a nearby building, and unleashed the temporal energy contained within. In the next instant, an invisible force surged forth like a torrent towards the structure. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering echoed. Within Yi Ping's view, the wall struck by the force of time exhibited terrifying fissures that rapidly fragmented into gravel, vanishing completely. Indeed, a radiant smile blossomed on Yi Ping's face. Just as he had surmised, this black sphere, composed of the essence of death, could not only withstand any force except that of death itself, but could also release the deathly energy contained within. Naturally, as the vessel was now empty, it could be replenished with other energies. By infusing it with the power of time, he could replicate the earlier feat, launching the temporal energy like a projectile. Those struck would undoubtedly feel the effects. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that employing this method allowed him to strike targets from a distance of 10 meters. As long as the target was below the level of world annihilation, this method of attack would prove effective. With this thought, Yi Ping could hardly contain his excitement. At critical moments, he could also utilize this black sphere to absorb the bizarre energies of his enemies. In other words, it functioned as both a weapon of offense and defense. The sole drawback might be its somewhat cumbersome shape. Yi Ping glanced at the wicked blade Muramasa in his right hand, then at the black sphere in his left. If only it could transform into the shape of a scabbard, it would be perfect. As he pondered this, Yi Ping suddenly remembered that if the power of time could be infused into the black sphere, then by extension, the power of space should be applicable as well. Utilizing the enigmatic power of space, could one alter the exterior form of this obsidian sphere from within? Upon contemplating this notion, he promptly initiated an experiment. The results of his test filled him with immense exhilaration. Before long, his hypothesis was validated. The unique properties of the spatial anomaly indeed allowed for a transformation of the sphere's appearance from within. The once palm-sized black orb began to morph, transitioning from a spherical shape to a rectangular one, ultimately solidifying into its new form. Success! Yi Ping triumphantly raised the ebony scabbard in his hand, unable to suppress the grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. This scabbard, forged from an otherworldly entity of apocalyptic caliber, had thus been completed. Following this, with a decisive snap, the legendary blade, the demon sword Muramasa, was flawlessly sheathed within this scabbard. Owing to its inherent ability to absorb anomalous energy, it would not reveal even the slightest hint of its peculiar power until drawn. In other words, prior to its unveiling, onlookers would perceive it merely as an ordinary katana. Only after it was unsheathed would the true might of the extraordinary artifact, the demon sword Muramasa, be fully unveiled. Ah, how perfect this is! With such a combination, should the enemy be a master of the bizarre, they would inevitably misjudge the scabbard as an ordinary object, completely oblivious to its uniqueness. At that moment, caressing the scabbard, Yiping revealed a chilling smile. In this apocalyptic world, adversaries comprised not only anomalies but also kindred beings. At times, the threat posed by one's own kind may prove to be even more terrifying than that of the bizarre. Just then, at the periphery of his vision, a blue shadow, reminiscent of lightning, leaped atop a building, swiftly approaching his direction. It appeared that the snow wolf had also resolved their own matters. Thus he could tidy up and prepare to depart. He wondered how Sister Yu and the others were faring, but he presumed they were safe. After all, it had only been a couple of days. Moreover, with that alloy gate and a plethora of supplies, they should be fine. Perhaps he should simply make a call to inquire. As Yiping mused, he instinctively reached into his pocket. Retrieving his phone, he activated the screen, and in the next moment, a missed call and a text message materialized before him. The missed call was from his sister, Lu Yu. Upon opening the message and reading its contents, Yiping's heart plummeted to the depths, and his expression turned gravely serious. Chapter 57. Is Sister in danger? Little Ping, it seems incredibly unsafe outside. I have heard rumors of terrifying creatures emerging, resulting in numerous fatalities. You must exercise caution while out there. Oh, by the way, I have also instructed the group of volunteers from the community and those associated with a nearby kindergarten to take refuge with us, as this place remains relatively secure. In such a world, it is imperative that we assist one another. The message was sent 2 hours ago. At that time, Yiping was preoccupied with the peculiar situation and did not hear the phone ring. Damn it, despite the warning, Yiping muttered under his breath and swiftly dialed the number. However, the call, once placed, rang twice before an emotionless automated voice responded. We are sorry. The number you have dialed is not in service. Please try again later. After several attempts, the outcome remained unchanged. At this moment, he was completely certain that the signal tower in that area had likely been destroyed, rendering it impossible to connect. Yiping clenched his fists, his expression dark and brooding. Initially, he had intended to eliminate the eye-hand anomaly and simultaneously tackle the higher-level anomalies in the neighboring cities. Of course, this was not due to any sense of justice or kindness on his part. Rather, he required the anomaly's cores to augment his own powers. Currently, his strength was roughly equivalent to that of a level 7 anomaly manipulator, and facing level 7 anomalies was still incredibly challenging. His recent success in slaying the eye-hand anomaly was not solely due to his strength. Fortune played a significant role as well. Had the eye-hand anomaly not been so desperate to eliminate him, risking a considerable loss of anomaly energy to force its early arrival, the situation would not have unfolded as it did. Additionally, he had orchestrated the circumstances, leading the eye-hand anomaly to misjudge and believe it had severely injured him. It was through this intricate web of strategy that he had managed to vanquish the level 7 anomaly. He did not let his victory cloud his judgment, believing he could effortlessly defeat any level 7 anomaly. Well, for now, I must head to Sister Yu. Yiping shook his head, reluctantly abandoning his plans. After all, he was concerned about the safety of those in the orphanage. Who knows if any ill-intentioned individuals have infiltrated the group? No. It is more accurate to say that such individuals are certainly present. Just then, a flash of blue light darted past his vision. In the next moment, a gigantic figure materialized before him. It was the snow wolf anomaly. Howl! The snow wolf anomaly gently nudged Yiping's head before dropping something it had been carrying in its mouth at his feet. Indeed, it even knew to leave a living specimen. Observing the eye-hand anomaly's essence encased in ice, Yiping felt a surge of satisfaction as he patted the snow wolf anomaly's head. Regarding the recent anomaly's emergence and the intelligence he had gleaned from the eye-hand anomaly's domain, all these pieces of information could be interconnected. The pivotal point, it seemed, lay in the mention of that esteemed individual by the eye-hand anomaly. It is incorrect. It should be referred to as those adults. Only a terrifying upper existence, or perhaps an apocalyptic entity, can compel a level 7 anomaly to bow in submission. This notion is unequivocally supported by the black sphere imbued with the power of death's rule, possessed by the eye-hand anomaly. There exists a connection between the eye-hand anomaly and the apocalyptic level anomaly of death. Indeed, the adult mentioned by the eye-hand anomaly is none other than the master of death itself. Previously, merely a clash of powers had allowed Yi Ping to grasp the formidable nature of this apocalyptic anomaly. The overwhelmingly tyrannical power of its rules ensures that ordinary anomalous forces are utterly ineffective against it. Should this master of death descend, the entire world could be annihilated with ease. With his current strength standing before this death anomaly, he would likely not endure even a fleeting moment. Unless he can restore the Eye of Time anomaly to its full power and allow the space anomaly to develop fully, his chances of victory would approach absolute zero. If the adversary truly is an apocalyptic-level anomaly, then preparation must commence without delay. Thus, the intelligence held by the Eye-Hand anomaly must be acquired. Although Yi Ping yearned to interrogate the Eye-Hand anomaly immediately, he dismissed the thought upon glancing at the gathering crowd. "Mr. Yi, is this giant wolf yours?" The onlookers, upon seeing the towering snow wolf anomaly beside Yi Ping, dared not approach, instead keeping their distance. However, Sun Yaohai strode forward, seemingly unfazed, to inquire. In response to his question, Yi Ping remained silent, but calmly stated, "I am leaving today." "Leaving? I'll wait a moment, this." Upon hearing this, Sun Yaohai became utterly flustered, his previous composure evaporating. "This is not the place to converse. Let us find another." Yi Ping waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to follow. All right. By the way, Mr. Yi, what about your pet? What should we do?" Sun Yaohai, catching up, pointed toward the snow wolf anomaly not far away. "It will not attack unless provoked." With that remark, Yi Ping departed, prompting Sun Yaohai to hurriedly brief the members of the Red Dragon Society before trailing after him. Soon, only the spectators and the members of the Red Dragon Society, tasked with maintaining order, remained. Naturally, everyone kept a considerable distance from the snow wolf anomaly. None dared to approach carelessly, for should this terrifying creature unleash its wrath, they might not even have time to flee. However, at that moment, a graceful figure emerged from the crowd, slowly advancing toward the prostrate snow wolf anomaly. Witnessing this, all eyes fell upon the oblivious woman. "No, Xiao Yao, come back." Lu Siyu, spotting Shun Yao heading straight for the snow wolf anomaly, immediately panicked and hurried to grasp her hand. "It's all right, Siyu. This creature will not harm us." Shen Yao turned back with a reassuring smile. "No, e." Lu Siyu opened her mouth, at a loss for words. At that moment, Shen Yao had already gently released her hand and approached the snow wolf demon directly. It was clear that the snow wolf demon had noticed Shen Yao's approach, as its jewel-like eyes reflected her figure. "You saved me twice before, and I haven't properly thanked you yet," Shen Yao said, extending her hand toward the snow wolf demon. In the gaze of all onlookers, her hand rested upon the creature's massive head, and she began to stroke it gently, much like one would with a dog. This scene rendered everyone utterly speechless. Similarly, Lu Siyu, who stood a bit farther away, was thoroughly astonished. "See, I told you this child means us no harm." Shen Yao, while caressing the snow wolf demon, turned back with a hint of pride and smiled at Lu Siyu. Then, as if recalling something, she waved her hand toward Lu Siyu and the more distant Yao Lin. "All right, Siyu, Shaolin, you two should come over as well. Its fur is so soft. It feels absolutely delightful to touch." Upon hearing this, Lu Siyu was momentarily stunned. After glancing into the snow wolf demon's eyes, she decided to forego the idea. "Oh no, I think I'll pass." However, Yao Lin, standing further away, was lit with excitement upon hearing this. "Is it really okay?" After speaking, she nervously stepped forward and timidly reached out toward the snow wolf demon. The creature offered no resistance, allowing her to caress it. "Oh, it's so soft. On my big bed at home, I feel like I could fall asleep." Once she began to touch it, Yao Lin entirely cast aside her earlier apprehension and, in a drowsy state, embraced the snow wolf demon. This scene evoked curiosity and envy among the onlookers. The once formidable giant wolf was being treated like a large dog. In no time, several people were stirred to approach, seemingly eager to pet the wolf. However, as those individuals drew nearer, the previously motionless snow wolf demon lifted its head and scanned those who had encroached upon its space. A low growl reverberated through the air. Simultaneously, An overwhelming sense of pressure swept over the surrounding crowd. Just a moment ago, those who had lost their wits were now terrified, scrambling to flee. In an instant, it became clear to the onlookers that this giant wolf was no gentle puppy, nor a docile poodle meant for display. It was a ferocious beast capable of tearing a human apart with ease. More people hurried to distance themselves, fearful that the creature might suddenly go mad and attack. Before long, the area was left with only the snow wolf demon and the 3 women surrounding it. Even the members of the Red Dragon Society had retreated, for in such circumstances, there was no need for them to maintain order. What ist? Who could possibly harm those 3 under the protection of that ferocious beast? The snow wolf certainly possesses a proud demeanor, scaring off anyone who dares to approach. Observing this scene, Shen Yao's face revealed a glimmer of delight. Lu Xiyu, standing nearby, could only shake her head in amused disbelief. She genuinely admired her friend. Did she not comprehend the meaning of fear? The reactions of others were undoubtedly more sensible. After a brief moment of smiling, Lu Xiyu reined in her mirth, her eyes now reflecting a serious contemplation. The events that transpired within that building were exceedingly peculiar. How could so many anomalies manifest at once? If the intent was to claim the lives of ordinary people, they could have easily appeared in more populated areas. It felt to her that, at that specific place and time, the sudden eruption of such oddities was likely aimed at a particular individual. If this were indeed the case, would such occurrences become frequent in the future? Should they become a regularity, the dangers surrounding that individual would only escalate. However, Lu Xiyu's gaze inadvertently fell upon Shen Yao, who was petting the snow wolf, and Yao Lin. What is the matter, Xiyu? Xiyu, sister, are you lost in thought? Shen Yao and Yao Lin inquired in unison, looking toward Lu Xiyu. Oh, it's nothing, just pondering some trivial matters. Nothing of consequence, Lu Xiyu forced a smile, shaking her head at the 2 girls. Indeed, even if the reality were as she feared, what could be done? They had long since crossed the point of no return. And in this chaotic world, where could one find safety greater than that which surrounded that individual? At that moment, Yao Lin, who had been leaning against the snow wolf, suddenly sat up, her face adorned with curiosity and confusion as she gazed at Lu Xiyu. Speaking of which, Xiyu, sister, I think I had a rather strange dream last night. Although I cannot recall the specifics, I awoke feeling damp all over. As Yao Lin finished her sentence, Shen Yao could not help but tease her with a laugh. Could it be that you went to bed last night? Given the multitude of dangers encountered, it's quite understandable to revert to a childish state. With a playful grin, Shen Yao opened her arms, inviting Yao Lin to come closer. Hearing this, Yao Lin blushed and shot her a fierce glare. It was not wetting the bed. Absolutely not. It felt more like, something even stranger in weight. See you, sister. What is wrong with you? Before she could finish, Yao Lin noticed Lu Xiyu's serious expression. Likewise, Shen Yao took note and looked over. What is the matter? See you? In their gaze, Lu Xiyu slowly lifted her head, a grave look settling on her face as she focused intently on Yao Lin. Shaolin, I suspect you may very well be on the brink of awakening some peculiar powers. As the words fell, the 2 women stood utterly astonished. A strange power? How splendid! After a brief moment of silence, Yao Lin could not help but exclaim, her delicate face illuminating with intense delight. Meanwhile, Shen Yao, genuinely happy for her, soon recalled something that clouded her expression with worry. Indeed, awakening such an eerie power would entail enduring immense suffering, a reality she had deeply experienced before. Upon witnessing Shen Yao's demeanor, Yao Lin instinctively surmised her thoughts and confidently reassured her, "Fear not. No matter what pain I must endure, I shall certainly overcome it. I will awaken the mysterious power." Listening to Yao Lin's self-assured words, Shen Yao felt her spirits lift and her smile returned. Standing at a distance, Lu Xiyu observed this scene with a sense of satisfaction, smiling gently. Indeed, if Yao Lin were to possess such strange power, their strength would undeniably increase. Yet, amidst her joy, a flicker of envy crossed her mind. When would she be able to awaken such a mysterious and formidable force? Perhaps that man held some insights regarding this matter. Speaking of which, she had yet to fulfill the previous promise of reward. Perhaps this could serve as a fitting excuse. With this thought, a sly smile crept onto Lucy Yu's lips. Chapter 58. Do you wish to become a king? At this moment, on the top floor of the Red Dragon Society's business building, a vantage point overlooking the entirety of Donghai City. What do you see? Standing at the edge of the building, Yi Ping inquired of Sun Yaohai, who stood behind him. Sun Yaohai hesitated for a moment before instinctively raising his gaze towards the distant horizon. Under the dawn's early light, a half-ruined city and the people hiding within the structures came into view. A city in ruin? No, that is not it. Sun Yaohai shook his head, swallowing back the words he was about to utter. He was acutely aware that Yi Ping was not seeking such a response. After a brief moment of contemplation, he revealed the answer: the spark of war. Although the peculiarities within Donghai City had diminished significantly, this did not imply that hope was on the horizon. In a city devoid of anomalies, what would follow would be conflicts over resources, battles between individuals. Human nature is inherently selfish, especially in a situation where resources are exceedingly scarce. Indeed, what I require of you is to become. At this juncture, Yi Ping paused, slowly raising his right hand. To become. A glimmer of unusual brilliance flickered in Sun Yaohai's eyes, and his heart began to race. If he was not mistaken, it could only mean the king of Donghai City. Yi Ping uttered the concluding phrase. King? Sun Yaohai instinctively repeated that word, imbued with an air of enchantment, as his heart raced uncontrollably. His conjecture had indeed come to fruition. King, what an alluring term it is. King, the absolute ruler, an entity standing above all. No one could defy him. No one could contradict his will. And such power now merely required a nod from him to be realized. Indeed, Sun Yaohai was acutely aware that if it were this esteemed individual before him, such feats could undoubtedly be accomplished. The anomalies he had struggled to confront could barely withstand a moment in the presence of this man. Moreover, the previous surge of anomalies, along with that terrifying entity, had been vanquished by him. He had even tamed a formidable, anomalous giant wolf. Such strength was unimaginable. Once he secured the support of this figure, becoming the king of Donghai City would be an inevitable reality. A flurry of thoughts raced through Sun Yaohai's mind, and his breath quickened, his eyes alight with fervent determination. However, in the next moment, he exhaled deeply, the excitement and exhilaration dissipating, leaving only tranquility. This reaction did not go unnoticed by Yi Ping. What, are you unwilling? No, it is not that. I simply believe that even if I were to become a king among ants, I could hardly contend with an elephant. Nor could I ever be of service to you, sir. Having regained his composure, Sun Yaohai spoke with an expression of calm resolve. It seems you remain quite composed. Yi Ping could not help but steal a few more glances at Sun Yaohai before slowly articulating his intentions. You make a valid point. However, what if among this swarm of ants there arises a tiger capable of threatening the elephant? Upon hearing this, a look of surprise crossed Sun Yaohai's face, and a peculiar light flickered in his eyes behind the lenses. Mr. Yi, are you suggesting that individuals like us who awakened the uncanny powers will emerge among a greater number of people in the future? At that moment, Sun Yaohai's heart was in turmoil. He was acutely aware of the bizarre power. Once experienced, one would come to deeply understand both its might and terror. Should the number of those endowed with such unusual abilities increase, perhaps we could indeed contend with those mysterious and fearsome anomalies. In such a scenario, the prospect of having a secure place to reside might become attainable. Indeed, with the passage of time, more individuals will awaken to that power under the influence of the uncanny. Yi Ping nodded, continuing with his discourse. I require someone capable of gathering this group of awakened individuals, and naturally, someone to manage them. You're the most suitable candidate for this task. Now, can you provide me with your answer? As his words fell, the air atop the building fell into a profound silence. This quietude did not linger long before being disrupted. Mr. Yi, may I pose a question? Sun Yaohai raised his head, gazing directly at Yi Ping, his eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. Ask away. Yi Ping replied with a slight nod. Since Shun Yao awakened the Thousand Eyes anomaly, he had harbored this notion. In his previous life, The establishment of the anomaly controllers occurred 3 months after the arrival of the strange occurrences. By that time, the number of controllers was already considerable, with formidable ones capable of contending with level 4 and 5 anomalies. In this life, he could certainly emulate the circumstances of his past and make preparations in advance. Different anomalies possess varying powers, and it is even possible for individuals with horror-level awakenings to emerge, if such talents could be recruited and trained in advance. The combat strength against the anomalies would undoubtedly increase. Mr. Yi, have you never considered the possibility that I might betray you? Sun Yaohai voiced his inner doubts directly. It is essential to recognize that in this chaotic world, the value of information is immeasurable. Standing before him, Yi Ping is likely the most knowledgeable individual regarding the current state of these aberrations. Should that information be leaked, the ramifications would be profound. Betrayal? Upon hearing this, Yi Ping chuckled. Sun Yaohai, remember, I shall only say this once. Yi Ping's smile faded as he cast a cold glance at Sun Yaohai. In a world devoid of order, there exists only one truth, that is power. Before absolute power, all strategies and betrayals are rendered meaningless. After hearing these words, Sun Yaohai stood in stunned silence, nodding gently. Very well, I understand. Mr. Yi, I am prepared to become the ruler of Donghai City, or, if it is your desire, even the king of the Dragon Kingdom. Sun Yaohai clenched his fists and spoke in a deep voice. However, before that, I hope Mr. Yi can grant me one request. As he spoke, Sun Yaohai lifted his head and looked intently at Yi Ping. Mr. Yi, when my strength can be of service to you, I hope you will allow me to remain by your side. Sun Yaohai took a step forward, placing his right hand over his heart, and declared solemnly, Oh, why are you so insistent on staying by my side? Yi Ping could not help but glance at Sun Yaohai again. Because, Sun Yaohai smiled, excitement and eagerness illuminating his expression. Being by your side will undoubtedly be anything but mundane. Is that so? Not mundane. Yi Ping nodded slightly. Rest assured, the world ahead will, as you wish, become even more exhilarating. Oh no, interesting. Do your best. With that, Yi Ping turned and departed. Indeed, if I am believed today, I must bid farewell to Shun Yao and the other 2 ladies. Chapter 59. Is your kiss enough to pay the interest? Are you leaving? Shun Yao nodded slightly, her chest rising and falling with emotion, a hint of sorrow gracing her enchanting visage. Lu Siyu and Yao Lin, standing beside her, wore similar expressions of melancholy. Just as the atmosphere in the room grew heavy, Shun Yao clenched her fist, taking a step forward to gaze at Yi Ping. Could it be that, before she could finish her sentence, Yi Ping interrupted her? This time, my trip to Nanhai City is not for leisure. Having a burden would only hinder me. His calm words pierced Shun Yao's heart like a sharp blade. I am not a burden. I have awakened a peculiar power, and can surely aid you so. Shun Yao quickly approached Yi Ping, one hand pressed against her chest, her eyes brimming with determination. That won't do. Your 1,000 eyes are only suitable for assistance. They cannot be of any use in battle. Yi Ping shook his head firmly, rejecting her proposal. His reasoning was entirely sound, and the 3 women present had witnessed the terrifying power of those strange entities. To put it bluntly, without Yi Ping's protection, they might have perished countless times already. However, despite understanding this truth, Shun Yao could not accept the situation. Even so, I still want to accompany you. If danger arises, you may abandon me if you wish. Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke passionately. I merely hope to stay by your side. Is that truly a mistake? Please. Stop. It was as if a dam had burst within her. Shun Yao grasped Yi Ping's arm, ready to pour forth the feelings she had long suppressed. At that moment, Lu Siyu, unable to bear it any longer, stepped forward and grasped Shun Yao's arm. Enough. Xiao Yao, don't say any more. You know the reality, don't you? Lu Siyu's lips were tightly pressed, her brave features shadowed by sorrow. I understand. But I sobbed. Before Shun Yao could finish her thought, her emotions overwhelmed her, and tears streamed down her face as she embraced Lu Siyu tightly. Weeping uncontrollably, Lu Siyu held her even tighter, gently patting her back in comfort. The room was filled only with Shun Yao's heart-wrenching cries. Seeing Shun Yao, reduced to a tearful mess, Yiping awkwardly scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. Actually, after I rescue you, Jie, and the others, I will temporarily return here. As soon as the words left his lips, the air became profoundly still, and Shun Yao's wails abruptly ceased. Several hostile gazes bore down on Yiping, as if they could devour him whole. Yiping, no matter the circumstances, it is wrong to tease the adults. Lu Xiyu lifted her head, her expression grave as she looked at Yiping. How could you not mention such matters sooner? Shun Yao, usually gentle, couldn't help but voice her frustration, though she quickly broke into laughter afterward. Ah, if you're coming back, then let's get it done swiftly. Hurry up. After witnessing Shun Yao's sudden transition from tears to smiles, Yiping shrugged and reminded her, while I'm away, stay here with Sun Yao Hai. Should anything unexpected occur, Night Mist will protect you. I've already instructed him. That has settled. With that, Yiping waved his hand and turned to leave. However, shortly after he exited the room, someone chased after him. It was Lu Xiyu. Is there something else? Yiping turned back in confusion. I forgot to tell you something, Lu Xiyu said, hastening her steps, a faint blush gracing her striking features. What is it? Speak quickly. Yiping began to ask, but before he could finish, his lips were suddenly met by something soft. The unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar sensation stirred his long-suppressed desires, momentarily released. Instinctively, he pulled Lu Xiyu into an embrace, his hands roaming restlessly across her form. The kiss lasted an eternity, 3 minutes to be precise, until Lu Xiyu abruptly pushed him away, retreating several steps. The shimmering threads of intimacy lingered in the air, their previous allure still palpable. Yiping took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his unruly thoughts, and gazed at Lu Xiyu. She stood before him, her face adorned with an alluring flush, her fitted dress slightly disheveled, notably wrinkled in certain areas. This brought back vivid memories of their earlier encounter, though his rationality soon regained its hold. Ahem, what do you mean by this? Lu Xiyu, still somewhat dazed, snapped back to reality upon hearing his question. She averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Earlier I asked you to rescue Xiao Yao, and I hadn't given you the promised reward yet, so... Reward? Oh, really? Yiping responded with a slight nod, a smile curving his lips as he took in Lu Xiyu's appearance. However, Ms. Lu, that little act can only be considered interest. It hardly suffices to settle the debt. I understand. Yes, I know, Lu Xiyu hurriedly replied. The remaining reward will be given once you return. So you must come back. She nodded vigorously, finishing her hurried speech before turning away and leaving without a backward glance. Observing Lu Xiyu dart away like a little rabbit, Yiping instinctively touched his lips, a knowing smile gracing his face. It was clear that extracting any further benefits from that astute woman would be a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, it is precisely due to this reason that he holds her in particularly high regard. After dismissing the thoughts swirling in his mind, Yiping proceeded directly towards the entrance. However, just as he reached the threshold, he found himself compelled to halt. For trailing behind him was a petite figure, akin to a little shadow. Come out, he commanded. As his words lingered in the air, a slightly diminutive silhouette emerged from the shadows of the corner behind him. Speak. What are your intentions in following me? Yiping cast an irritable glance at the individual and uttered her name, Yao Lin. Chapter 60. The Faceless Woman. Mr. Yi, I wish to accompany you, Yao Lin declared without a moment's hesitation. No, Yiping replied, waving his hand dismissively, his resolve unwavering. It is far safer for you to return and stay with Shun Yao and the others. With that, he turned on his heel and quickened his pace towards the entrance, denying Yao Lin any chance to contest his decision. At the entrance, the snow wolf demon, having grown impatient from waiting, approached upon sensing his arrival. Enough, let us go, Yiping commanded as he effortlessly leapt onto the back of the snow wolf demon, patting its neck gently. The creature, understanding the cue, surged forth at a speed surpassing that of an automobile, leaving the onlookers hidden in the buildings along the roadside utterly speechless in the wake of such an astonishing display. Half an hour later, Yiping had successfully exited Donghai City astride the snow wolf demon, heading towards Nanhai City. However, The landscape beyond Donghai was fraught with peril, teeming with various supernatural entities, including those of the formidable fifth tier. Consequently, he moderated his pace, though he did seize the opportunity to collect numerous essence cores along the way. As noon approached, Yi Ping slowed his pace, for hunger had begun to gnaw at him. Unlike the supernatural beings that could survive without sustenance, he was still human. But even the supernatural required nourishment, albeit primarily consisting of humans. Just as he took a few bites of bread, his phone buzzed from his pocket. After answering, Xin Yao's anxious voice came through the line. Yi Ping, something has happened to Xiaolin. Do you know where she might be? We've searched all morning and found nothing. Her frantic words left Yi Ping bewildered, struggling to grasp the situation. Fortunately, Lu Xiyu took over the call from Shen Yao. All right, Xiao Yao, let me speak now. Yi Ping, it seems that Xiaolin vanished after you left. According to intel from Mr. Sun's subordinates, it appears she followed your path out of Donghai City. We've scoured the main roads, but to no avail. I suspect she may have accompanied you. Upon hearing this, Yi Ping's expression darkened. It was important to note that beyond Donghai City, many supernatural entities roamed freely. Even the weakest first-tier supernatural could easily slay an ordinary person. Was Yaolin truly so reckless? Yi Ping rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed. At that moment, Lu Xiyu's voice broke through again. Yi Ping, I know this may seem shameless, but if possible, please go and rescue her. I understand. I will handle this matter. You need not worry. Yi Ping interjected before hanging up. He touched the emblem nestled in his pocket and sighed. There was no turning back. He had already made a promise to that old man. Yet, he resolved that this would be the final time. If Yaolin had truly exited the boundaries of Donghai City, she could encounter bizarre assaults at any moment. Under such circumstances, her time was running short. Yi Ping swiftly mounted the back of the snow wolf and hastened back in the direction from whence he came. I am so thirsty. How long have I been walking? Yaolin felt herself swaying unsteadily, her vision wavering uncertainly. She could no longer recall how long she had been walking. All she knew was that ever since Yi Ping had departed, she had been following along. Now, she was utterly oblivious to her whereabouts and the duration of her journey. Forget those thoughts. At present, her memories seemed to blur. She was even on the brink of forgetting who she was and what her purpose here was. Who am I? Where am I? Yaolin, in a daze, raised her head and gazed around. At some point, a thick mist had enveloped her surroundings, placing her directly at its heart. Suddenly, a clear, bell-like chime captured her attention. Her body, seemingly beyond her control, instinctively began to drift toward the source of that sound. One step, then another. Before long, Yaolin found herself deep within a mist, where she halted. Before her stood a woman clad in a flowing white robe. The woman held a bell shaped like a tree in her palm, and each gentle shake produced the same crystal-clear sound Yaolin had previously heard. Ding-ding. With another shake, Yaolin felt her body once again move uncontrollably toward the woman. Step by step, she soon found herself merely a meter away. At such proximity, she could finally discern the face beneath the woman's white hood. That is, me? Upon recognizing the woman's visage, Yaolin was engulfed in panic. Terror surging within her. The woman in white bore an identical face to her own, adorned with an exceedingly radiant smile as she shook the bell once more. Instantly, Yaolin's feet, unbidden, advanced toward the woman. Though she was oblivious to the unfolding events, an instinct warned her that drawing closer to the woman would spell doom. Despite her desperate resistance, her body remained uncontrollable. Soon, she would touch the woman. Is this how I am to die? Tears streamed from Yaolin's eyes. In that moment, she felt not despair, regret, nor anger, but an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Indeed, she was not prepared to perish here. She had yet to fulfill her grandfather's wishes, only to die in this place. Just as the thought of death flickered through Yaolin's mind, a scarlet light cleaved through the mist. Simultaneously, the crimson blade severed the woman in the white robe before her in two. In the next moment, Yaolin discovered that her body could move. She had regained control. However, the events that had just transpired left her momentarily unsteady, and her legs buckled, causing her to kneel directly to the ground. Just as she was about to topple over, A pair of strong hands firmly caught her. I. Yao Lin paused, momentarily dazed, and raised her gaze, only to find herself staring into a familiar face. The visage, youthful and vibrant, bore an unprecedented resolve. Yet, amidst this certainty, there was a subtle layer of concern etched upon his features. Are you all right, Yao Lin? I'm fine. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Indeed, you have come. Yao Lin clung tightly to Yi Ping, burying her face against his chest as silent tears streamed down her cheeks. In response to her state, Yi Ping said nothing. He simply continued to stroke her hair with quiet affection. It was understandable, given that Yao Lin had just encountered one of the most perilous anomalies during the initial onset of the supernatural, a faceless woman. Chapter 61. The Terrifyingly Eerie. Level 5 Eerie, the Faceless Woman. She lures others with her haunting chimes, drawing them into her domain. Once ensnared, the potent mental control embedded within the chimes leads the victim directly before the faceless woman. At that moment, any contact with her form results in complete consumption, rendering the victim utterly replaced. Consequently, the faceless woman temporarily inhabits a human body, although this vessel cannot sustain her for extended periods. It allows her to briefly shift her hunting grounds. The most horrifying aspect is that once one enters her territory, escape becomes impossible unless the faceless woman is vanquished. However, those affected by her chimes are utterly incapacitated from launching an attack against her. Moreover, the chimes possess a control capability comparable to a level 6 mental anomaly. It is no exaggeration to state that even a level 7 anomaly manipulator could find themselves in dire straits if they are not cautious. As he comforted Yao Lin, Yi Ping pondered the events that had transpired earlier. Upon receiving a call from Shen Yao, he hastily made his way to this location. Yet, even upon nearing Donghai City, he had been unable to locate Yao Lin. Under such circumstances, he deduced that she had likely fallen victim to an eerie assault or had ventured elsewhere. Just as despair began to take hold, the Snow Wolf anomaly guided him to Yao Lin's whereabouts. Indeed, the Snow Wolf's remarkable sense of smell proved invaluable at that moment. Thanks to its guidance, Yi Ping was able to arrive just in the nick of time. After what felt like an eternity, Yao Lin finally regained her composure. Of course, Yi Ping's shirt was already soaked through. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I apologize. Upon noticing the damp patch on Yi Ping's chest, Yao Lin's face flushed crimson, and she quickly averted her gaze to apologize. It's nothing. We can find a place to get you a new shirt later. Yi Ping waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unperturbed. Yet, despite his nonchalance, Yao Lin felt a pang of guilt. If that's the case, perhaps I should compensate you. She instinctively began, but before she could finish, she became aware of a grim realization. Indeed, in this world, money had likely lost its significance. Thus, even if she wished to reimburse Yi Ping, it would be utterly futile. Not to mention, she had no money on her person. In light of this, the only thing she could possibly offer would be. Yao Lin bit her lip, her mind involuntarily revisiting the events of that fateful night. Yes, Yi Ping's cold words echoed her thoughts, causing her heart to tighten. Your body is worthless. Though merely a simple statement, it haunted Yao Lin, leaving her unable to forget or find solace. For any woman, her body is perhaps her greatest asset, and Yi Ping's declaration rendered her entire being invalidated. However, Yao Lin was acutely aware of one undeniable truth. Yi Ping, standing before her, possessed the authority to utter such haughty words. In fact, those very words were a stark reality. Subsequently, she learned from Lu Siyu about the impending transformations that awaited them. The era of peace they once knew had long since vanished, giving way to a tumultuous world rife with violence, murder, and terror. In this new realm, strength reigned supreme, relegating everything else to mere insignificance. As for powerless women, they would become mere playthings for strong. Yi Ping, who could easily eliminate even the most terrifying and bizarre entities, undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle of this hierarchy. It was precisely for this reason that women would be abundant in his life. I'm sorry, I have nothing to offer you. I apologize. Yao Lin spoke, her face awash with guilt, tears welling in her eyes. Witnessing this scene, Yi Ping let out a helpless sigh and scratched his head. Was this girl truly of such temperament? Hadn't she previously been a fearless force, unafraid of life or death? Why was she so prone to tears now? In light of the situation, Yi Ping could only describe his current emotions as bewilderment. Yet, despite his confusion, he could not ignore the weeping Yao Lin before him. Dry your useless tears. Crying will not resolve your problems, Yi Ping asserted with a serious demeanor. In your current state, you indeed lack the qualifications to negotiate with me. However, that does not imply that your future self will remain the same. After uttering these words, Yi Ping gently pressed his palm against Yao Lin's forehead. This gesture left her somewhat perplexed. Sir? Yao Lin questioned, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, reflecting her confusion. Do you not sense it? You are no longer the same. Upon hearing this, Yao Lin paused momentarily, then began to attune herself to her body. When she opened her eyes again, her face was alight with intense astonishment. What is this? Strength? Could it be a strange power? As her words fell, a series of fist-sized blue flames manifested around her. More accurately, they resembled blue, burning skulls. Each skull exuded an eerie aura, rivaling that of a second-level anomaly. The chilling flames, while harmless to the human body, were a lethal poison to the grotesque entities. This was evident from the reaction of the snow wolf anomaly beside Yi Ping. Roar! Roar! The previously calm and docile snow wolf anomaly became agitated and restless upon the emergence of those blue flaming skulls, even emitting a low growl that resembled a threat. Such behavior was clearly abnormal. Alternatively, it could be said that the snow wolf anomaly sensed a potential threat to its existence, prompting such unusual conduct. This realization solidified Yi Ping's conviction. Astonishing, Yi Ping remarked, taking a step back as he quietly observed the transformation occurring in Yao Lin. Enveloped by the blue flame skull, Yao Lin emanated a terrifying aura of eerie power that even left Yi Ping astounded. It was indeed of a horror level. It dawns on me. The blue flame demon from my previous life must be her. A glimmer of surprise and joy flickered in Yi Ping's gaze as he regarded Yao Lin. This was truly an unexpected turn of events. Prior to this moment, he had never connected the 8th-level Eerie manipulator, the blue flame demon from his past life, with the Yao Lin before him. Chapter 62, Sequence 37. The ultimate horror level, however. Now, with the awakening of those blue flame skulls by Yao Lin, Yi Ping was utterly convinced of this fact. The blue flames could inflict immense damage upon the bizarre entities, and furthermore, every skull surrounding Yao Lin was a manifestation of the peculiar blue eerie fire. In her previous life, Yao Lin had become a figure of terror, standing at the pinnacle among all the eerie manipulators, precisely because of the bizarre entities she had awakened. To be more precise, it was a collective of bizarre entities. Indeed, Yao Lin did not awaken a singular entity, but rather possessed the power of multiple bizarre forces. More accurately, it was the blue eerie fire that bestowed upon her the ability to wield diverse eerie powers. Sequence 37 Horror Level Entity, Blue Eerie Fire. The actual danger level was a notch higher than that of the Snow Wolf entity, as the blue eerie fire enabled the host to utilize the powers of the previous hosts. Prior to Yao Lin, the bearers of the blue eerie fire were distinct entities. In other words, through the blue eerie fire, Yao Lin could harness the powers of those former hosts. It is crucial to note that the blue eerie fire itself is a horror-level entity, and therefore, the strength of its hosts would naturally be at this level as well. According to intelligence from her previous life, Yao Lin could concurrently summon up to 3 fiery eerie skeletons. This meant she could simultaneously wield the powers of 3 horror-level entities. And this time, Yi Ping swallowed hard, his gaze unexpectedly drawn to the 7 fiery eerie skulls encircling Yao Lin. 7. Indeed, a total of 7 horror-level skulls. Although Yao Lin was currently unable to wield those powers, it was only a matter of time before she would unlock them as she continued to enhance her strength. If one day, Yao Lin were to fully master the powers of the blue eerie fire, she would undoubtedly become the most formidable presence among the eerie manipulators. After all, no one could fathom that an enemy who had just been adversarial a moment ago could, in the next instant, unleash 7 horror-level entities. It is worth noting that a single horror-level entity is not something that an 8th-level Eerie manipulator can contend with alone. To possess 7 such horror-level entities is an unfathomable prospect. Considering the blue Eerie fire, that would amount to 8. The mere thought of 8 horror-level entities sent shivers down Yi Ping's spine. As he pondered these matters, Yao Lin, as if she had completed the awakening ritual, gently clapped her hands. In the next moment, the blue fiery Eerie skulls floating around her vanished entirely. Simultaneously, the powerful aura emanating from Yao Lin dissipated as well. How about it, Mr. Yi? My Eerie powers should be quite formidable, right? Could they prove useful? At that moment, Yao Lin had already forgotten the prior events. Her face alight with excitement as she rushed towards Yi Ping. Looking at the exuberant Yao Lin, Yi Ping could only manage a wry smile as he scratched his head. Well, indeed, it is quite impressive. The specific degree is difficult for me to describe, but in the future, you will come to understand. The future? Well, I would rather not know in due time. So, Mr. Yi, do you think the oddity I awakened is stronger than the one we encountered earlier? Yao Lin seemed to have recalled something and inquired further. Indeed, the fear instilled by the previous oddity has yet to dissipate. If my awakened oddity surpasses that one, then I need not fear any longer. The one from earlier? Upon hearing Yao Lin's words, Yi Ping could not help but display a wry smile, a reaction noted by Yao Lin across from him. Oh no, are you saying that even that oddity pales in comparison? It seems that oddity was exceptionally powerful. No, it must be that my oddity is. As Yao Lin spoke, her spirits visibly sank, her head bowed in disappointment. If she had a tail like a cat, it would surely droop now. However, in the next moment, Yi Ping's words propelled her from despair to elation. Are you joking? That faceless woman wouldn't even be worthy to hold your oddity's shoes. With those words, excitement and exhilaration lit up Yao Lin's face. Really? Is it that strong? That would mean it's incredibly powerful. You should have mentioned this earlier. Yao Lin exclaimed, her small fists pumping with enthusiasm. If that's the case, I must quickly master this oddity's power and teach those other oddities a lesson. At that time, no one and no oddity will dare to bully me again. Reflecting on the prior events, Yao Lin's resolve to grow stronger solidified even further. Hearing this, Yi Ping could only shake his head in amused disbelief. Yet, this reaction is quite normal. After all, it is difficult for an ordinary person to not feel inflated after gaining extraordinary powers. Yao Lin's response is rather typical. All right, since you have awakened your oddity, it's time to return. Yi Ping waved his hand and pointed towards the direction of Donghai City. However, Yao Lin seemed not to have heard him, turning her gaze elsewhere. This action made Yi Ping fully comprehend her intentions. Enough of this nonsense. Even with your newfound oddity powers, if you encounter an entity like the previous one, you would still be unable to handle it. Right now, you have merely evolved from a weakling to a slightly less weakling. Yi Ping issued a blunt warning. Indeed, although Yao Lin had awakened the blue odd fire on the ranking list, the power she could currently wield was likely less than 1/10,000th of its potential. Under such circumstances, it is wise to focus on cautiously developing her abilities. Of course, this mindset is the most prudent. Yet, no. I now possess a semblance of self-defense capabilities, so I will stay by your side. Moreover, this would fulfill my grandfather's last wish. Yao Lin clenched her small fists, her determination unwavering. Last wish. A vague sense of foreboding flickered through Yi Ping's mind. There was no mistake about the wish. Yao Lin nodded vigorously. My grandfather stated that if he determined you, Mr. Yi Ping, to be someone worthy of relinquishing all defenses, then I should marry you. Huh? Upon hearing Yao Lin's words, Yi Ping was utterly bewildered, rendered speechless. Marry me? No. Don't jest. Yi Ping's face twitched as he promptly denied it. Well, of course, this is merely my unilateral notion. Mr. Yi need not take it to heart. Regardless, I wish to remain by your side. Is that not permissible? Yao Lin said, beginning to act coy. Given such a situation, Yi Ping was left utterly speechless. Fine, but you absolutely must not cause me any trouble. Ultimately, Yi Ping succumbed to Yao Lin's persistent entreaties and nodded in agreement. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Yao Lin leaped up in uncontainable joy. However, she quickly recalled something. By the way, Mr. Yi, how does your awakened strange power compare to mine? Oh, in that regard, my awakened anomaly is merely a tad stronger than yours. Just a tad? Then, that is reassuring. Chapter 63. The survivor base with Yao Lin in tow, they had not ventured far when dusk began to envelop the surroundings. All right, we shall halt here for today. After dismounting from the snow wolf, Yi Ping began to seek a suitable place to rest. Yao Lin, trailing closely behind, queried with a hint of confusion, Mr. Yi, it is not yet completely dark. We could continue our journey. Unless you believe you have lived long enough. Do not wander aimlessly at this hour, he replied without turning, making his way toward a nearby convenience store. That is not it. There are no anomalies around. Yao Lin instinctively scanned her surroundings, preparing to counter his statement. However, before she could finish her thought, the latter part lodged in her throat. At the far end of her vision, the street, which had just moments ago been devoid of life, was suddenly populated with distorted shadows, some resembling human forms, others akin to animals, and some even defying identification altogether. All of these were uncanny. Yao Lin was certain that just seconds prior, that area had been devoid of any peculiarities. How had they materialized so suddenly? Where had they come from? She turned to inquire further of Yi Ping, seeking clarification on the cause, yet by then, he had already entered the convenience store. With no other choice, Yao Lin hastened to follow him inside. Upon entering, she was met with a chaotic scene reminiscent of a robbery. Shelves had been overturned, merchandise strewn haphazardly across the floor, some items even trampled multiple times. Is this the aftermath of a looting? Yao Lin mused. There must be survivors nearby. Yi Ping, rummaging in the back, returned with 2 bags of compressed biscuits in hand. Upon seeing Yao Lin, he casually tossed a piece her way. Are we really eating this tonight? This is merely emergency rations, Yao Lin exclaimed, glancing at the compressed biscuit, her face contorting. In her eyes, such fare could hardly be deemed proper sustenance. You may opt not to eat. Yi Ping shrugged nonchalantly. The girl before him was blissfully unaware that in mere months, even compressed biscuits would be regarded as a precious and legitimate commodity. With that, Yi Ping tore open the packaging and took a bite. The flavor, bitter and unrefined, along with the hard texture, caused his body to seize momentarily, and he instinctively spat it out. Disgusting. He stared at the biscuit in bewilderment. Having endured even the most repugnant of foods in his previous life, be it rats, insects, or bizarre entities, one would presume that compressed biscuits would be a delicacy for him. Yet, upon tasting it now, his body rejected the substance entirely. It dawned on him. Since the arrival of the anomalies in his past existence, he had not consumed any proper food, and his sense of taste had likely dulled. Now, having not yet experienced those hellish days, he found himself unable to accept such an abnormal sustenance. With a playful smirk, Yao Lin stifled a laugh as she observed Yi Ping's contradictory demeanor. Let us find something a bit more substantial to eat, he declared, his face twitching as he discarded the compressed biscuit and briskly exited. Earlier, he had noticed a nearby residential area, yet he chose to stop at this convenience store, drawn by its proximity. Snow Wolf, remain here for now. We shall return shortly. He began, but before he could finish, he caught sight of Snow Wolf's eager gaze, its mouth drooling in anticipation. It became immediately apparent to him that the creature was hungry as well. Shall we have a bit more of this? Yi Ping suggested, retrieving a peculiar core from his pocket that he had saved. However, Snow Wolf shook its head vigorously, a gesture that unequivocally indicated its desire for meat. It was no surprise, as before awakening its extraordinary powers, Snow Wolf had been a wolf in form, driven by an innate craving for sustenance. Even though it no longer required food, the instinctive yearning lingered, or perhaps it was simply a craving. Yi Ping, how cruel of you to let Snow Wolf eat stones, Yao Lin exclaimed, unable to contain her disapproval upon witnessing Yi Ping's actions. This is not a stone, it's a core, he retorted, shooting her an exasperated glance. It's the crystallization of strange energy. In simpler terms, it's an energy crystal that enhances any entity that consumes it. Upon hearing this, Yao Lin's gaze fixated on the core in his hand. If I were to consume it, will my own abilities also strengthen? She inquired, licking her lips with a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Certainly, but at your current state, you would not be able to withstand the power contained within it, Yi Ping replied, tucking the core away as he made his way towards the nearby residential building, prompting Yao Lin to hastily follow him. As they entered the complex, Yi Ping abruptly halted. "What's wrong?" Yao Lin asked, puzzled by his sudden stop. Without uttering a word, he merely cast a casual glance towards the security booth on the right. In the next moment, a tall, middle-aged man emerged from the booth with a friendly smile, his demeanor relaxed. "Are you two here to escape from those creatures outside?" he inquired jovially. "Indeed, and we've run out of food, so we thought we might try our luck here," Yi Ping explained, subtly preventing Yao Lin from interjecting. "Oh, is that so? Well, you've come to the right place. This is the only survivor's refuge in the area. We gather here to support one another and have amassed quite a few resources. Together, we are stronger, wouldn't you agree?" The man gestured for them to follow. "Come along. I'll take you to find something good to eat and introduce you to the head of the base." "Is that so? I'm truly grateful. However, as you can see, we possess neither money nor anything of value. So," Yi Ping said, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Not to worry. We can exchange other items for food," the middle-aged man remarked, casting an inconspicuous glance at Yao Lin, a glimmer of avarice flashing in his eyes, swiftly replaced by the same amiable smile. "Well, I was referring to labor, for we are indeed in dire need of manpower," he continued. "Is that so? Then that is reassuring," Yi Ping replied, a smile that did not reach his eyes, as he leisurely kept pace with the middle-aged man. Behind them, Yao Lin, somewhat perplexed, lowered her voice to inquire of Yi Ping, "Why go through all this trouble when we could simply search a few rooms for food?" Hearing this, Yi Ping chuckled softly. "You will soon understand." Chapter 64. The interveners during their conversation, Yi Ping learned that the middle-aged man guiding them was named Su Han, the guardian of this safe haven. The leader, or rather the chief responsible for the place, was identified as Lu Yuanhang. Before long, the two newcomers encountered Lu Yuanhang. "Welcome, welcome. Do not worry. You are safe now," Lu Yuanhang declared, striding towards Yi Ping and extending his hand. However, Yi Ping stood still, offering no acknowledgement. This left Lu Yuanhang feeling somewhat awkward, forcing him to retract his hand with a sheepish expression. "Cough. If you do not mind, perhaps you would like to tour our safe haven? Additionally, there are a few individuals I wish to introduce to you, considering you will soon become part of our community," Lu Yuanhang continued, gesturing with the air of a leader. Yet, before he could finish his thought, Yi Ping interrupted. "To be frank, we haven't had a proper meal in 2 days. Could we?" Yi Ping rubbed his hands together, casting a slightly embarrassed glance at Lu Yuanhang. "Oh, not to worry. Such occurrences are quite normal. Follow me. I'll take you to the cafeteria. By the way, what do you call your little brother? Is she your sister-in-law?" Lu Yuanhang maintained a conversational tone, effortlessly finding topics to discuss despite Yi Ping's deliberate brevity. This demonstrated why he was capable of leading the safe haven. As they passed by a modest dwelling, Yi Ping caught a glimpse inside through an open door. He observed a group of 5 or 6 individuals huddled together, their tattered clothing and gaunt faces revealing the hardships they had endured. Strangely, all of them were men. Lu Yuanhang, noticing Yi Ping's gaze, turned back to offer an explanation. "Ah, they just arrived yesterday. They haven't quite blended in with the others here yet, and require a little time to adjust. No need to be concerned," he said, urging Yi Ping and his companion to follow closely. Yi Ping refrained from asking further questions and continued onward, while Yao Lin, trailing behind, curiously peeked inside. However, after noting nothing particularly remarkable, she quickly averted her gaze. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, the staff presented them with steaming hot meals, generously portioned. Reassuringly, Lu Yuanhang did not linger in the vicinity while they ate. "Is it really all right to eat this?" Yao Lin questioned, looking at Yi Ping in disbelief. Before entering this safe haven, he had appeared suspicious of everything. Yet now, he seemed completely at ease, consuming the food without a trace of doubt. "Go ahead. It's fine for now," Yi Ping replied calmly, continuing to eat without hesitation. Observing this, Yao Lin, though somewhat speechless, followed suit and began to eat heartily. As the two were relishing their meal, in the adjacent room, Lu Yuanhang was engaged in conversation with Su Han. Little did they expect that 2 fools would come knocking so soon. And that woman is truly extraordinary, Lu Ge. Suhan grinned, licking his lips, his eyes shimmering with a hint of sinister delight. Patience, my friend. Acting hastily would only scare them away. It is wiser to wait until tomorrow to strike, allowing them to lower their guard. As for that woman, rest assured, she will not escape. Lu Yuanhang chuckled, a chilling aura gracing his expression. This is our kingdom, and no one can flee from it. After dinner, Yi Ping concocted a casual excuse to temporarily part ways with Yao Lin. More importantly, within this safe house, there was a certain place that piqued his curiosity, or rather, remained shrouded in obscurity. It was located at the innermost part of the complex, resembling a storage room. From within that chamber, an unsettling, cold aura occasionally wafted out, distinct from anything eerie he had encountered before. Previously deterred by this ominous presence, Yi Ping had refrained from approaching it, but now that he was here, he felt compelled to investigate. With a creak, he pushed open the door to the storeroom, and the scene inside swiftly unfolded before him. Atop a pile of goods lay a white mask, the source of the chilling sensation he had sensed earlier. As he drew closer, that feeling intensified. Could this be an eerie artifact? Yi Ping furrowed his brow slightly, instinctively moving forward to reach for the mask, preparing to scrutinize it closely. However, in the next moment, a voice, laced with a hint of exasperation, echoed through the storeroom. That is my possession, and if you touch it carelessly, I would find it quite troublesome. At the utterance of those words, Yi Ping's hair stood on end, his body rigid as he swiftly drew his weapon, the demon blade Muramasa, entering combat mode. He was certain that upon entering, there had been no one else in the storeroom, unless something sinister was at play. But how could there be another presence in such circumstances? Was there someone capable of evading his senses? Yi Ping immediately scanned the surroundings of the storeroom, but he saw no one else. Could that voice have originated from the white mask? Just as that thought flickered through his mind, the voice resonated once more. I'm not the mask. This time, the voice emanated from behind him. Yi Ping abruptly turned around, and standing just a meter away was a petite figure clad in silver robes, their face adorned with the very white mask he had glimpsed earlier. This, Yi Ping instinctively glanced back at the spot where the mask had been, only to find it vanished. Indeed, who are you? Yi Ping's gaze fixated on the masked man, his expression darkening, with a sinister glint flickering in his eyes. The hands of the time dial in his right eye trembled incessantly, while the forces of space swirled around him. Should this enigmatic figure in the white mask utter a word of defiance, Yi Ping would immediately unleash his attack. Huh? Me? Upon hearing this inquiry, the masked man smiled faintly, gently caressing the surface of his white mask. You may call me the interloper, master of the enigmas of time and space, Yi Ping. As the words fell, Yi Ping stood frozen, a profound sense of dread erupting from the depths of his being. Chapter 65. The invitation in the wake of the eerie manifestation. Yi Ping had never felt a shred of fear or trepidation, even in the presence of world-ending anomalies. Yet, at this very moment, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him. A chilling sensation surged from the soles of his feet, creeping upward. The man in the white mask had the audacity to know his name, even possessing an intimate awareness of the two formidable world-ending anomalies he harbored. Otherwise, how could he so readily utter the names of the time anomaly and the space anomaly? It was known that these anomalies represented his greatest trump cards. Now, however, his most potent weapons were laid bare by this enigmatic figure. Clang! The sound of a sword echoed, almost simultaneously with the conclusion of the masked man's words. Yi Ping sprang into action. The demon blade Muramasa was unleashed, slicing through the air, aimed directly at the masked man from behind. In that instant, the domain of time enveloped the 10-meter radius around him. The masked man was ensnared within this range. In other words, at the moment of the strike, the masked man would be subject to the constraining effects of temporal power, his speed drastically diminished. In the next heartbeat, the blade struck the masked man. Yet nothing occurred. The masked man remained unscathed, standing there as if untouched, his attire pristine, devoid of any rips or tears. Undeterred, Yi Ping swung the blade once more. Yet again, the same outcome unfolded. No matter how fiercely he wielded the sword, he could not inflict harm upon the masked man. It was as though the masked figure existed in a realm beyond his reach, impervious to any assault. However, the warehouse was already shrouded in Yi Ping's temporal domain. The air was saturated with the essence of time. Under such conditions, unless faced with an anomaly of equivalent stature, all would be subject to the influence of temporal power. Yet, the masked man exhibited no fluctuations of power, nor did he emit the slightest breath or presence. Were it not for the visual confirmation, Yi Ping might have doubted the very existence of this masked figure. "Stop straining yourself. You cannot yet touch me," the masked man proclaimed, his voice laced with a hint of mockery. Yi Ping paid no heed to his words and launched another strike. However, this time, the blade was infused with an additional force, the spatial power of the space anomaly. Buzz! The demon blade pierced through the fabric of space, thrusting toward the masked man. Yet, upon making contact with the mask, it halted abruptly. A formidable force repelled the blade, sending Yi Ping stumbling back 2 steps as he struggled to dissipate the momentum. "I told you, your power cannot reach me," the unperturbed masked man stated, his demeanor unchanged. Yi Ping responded with a grin. "Oh, really? Is that so?" As the words fell, the masked man tilted his head slightly, a hint of perplexity crossing his face. In the next moment, a crisp shattering sound echoed through the air. Crack! Something had broken. It was, without a doubt, the white mask adorning the masked man's face. Though the fragment was no larger than a fingernail, it was undeniable that, in that instant, the cursed blade had made contact with him. Dare he speak now? Yi Ping tightened his grip on the cursed blade, casting a cold gaze upon the masked figure across from him. "Ah, quite impressive indeed, to have reached me," the masked man remarked, somewhat surprised as he brushed his fingers over the shattered part of the mask. Although his expression remained hidden, Yi Ping could sense that the masked man was smiling at that moment. "Enough of this nonsense." Yi Ping's gaze turned icy as he demanded, "Who are you?" "I have already explained," the masked man replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. "An intruder? Such an ambiguous concept. Do you truly believe I would accept it?" A terrifying glimmer flickered in Yi Ping's eyes as he tightened his grip on the blade, his aura radiating an overwhelming dread. Yet, the masked man appeared unfazed, maintaining a demeanor of complete ease. "Regardless of your acceptance, I can only respond in this manner," he said, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. "Let us discuss something of real significance, shall we?" At his words, Yi Ping hesitated, then took a step forward. "Significance? To me, nothing holds meaning beyond the act of killing you." As soon as the words left his lips, Yi Ping swung the blade once more. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. The blade still could not reach the masked man. "Getting a bit playful, are we?" The masked man's tone suddenly turned frigid. In the next instant, Yi Ping felt his domain of time collapse entirely. Not only that, but he seemed to be weighed down by an immense force, rendering him incapable of even moving a finger. This situation was undeniably peculiar. Even the power of the spatial anomaly was rendered ineffective at this moment. "It seems that a firmer stance is indeed necessary for dialogue," the masked man remarked, clapping his hands as he leisurely approached Yi Ping. "Let me clarify. I'm not your enemy, nor am I your ally." Yi Ping remained silent, merely observing him with contemplation. "Very well, whether you accept it or not. I shall explain the purpose of our encounter," the masked man continued, retrieving a pitch-black card from his cloak. "I have come to extend an invitation to you. This is the invitation." As he spoke, he slipped the dark card into Yi Ping's coat pocket. "At the appropriate time, this invitation will guide you to where you are to meet. Certainly, the choice lies within your grasp. However, I must caution you that you are now under scrutiny. That place holds the key to understanding your current predicament, as well as the information you seek." Yet, at this juncture the masked man paused, an unsettling chill lacing his voice. "You must prepare yourself adequately. You have merely grazed the threshold. If you enter that realm with such limited strength, you shall surely meet your demise. Well, that is all I have to convey, so I take my leave." With those words, the masked man vanished completely before Yi Ping. Meanwhile, Yi Ping's heart remained tumultuously unsettled. Chapter 66, The Eerie Banquet Hall. After the mysterious man in the white mask vanished, the overwhelming pressure surrounding Yi Ping dissipated instantaneously. He gasped for breath, sweat pouring down like rain. The previous sense of heart palpitations had yet to fade. The interloper. In his past life, he had never even heard that name. Moreover, the terrifying power exuded a sense of annihilation. Yi Ping's expression darkened. Indeed, the masked man who referred to himself as the interloper must possess a power of apocalyptic proportions. It was precisely for this reason that he could remain unaffected by the anomalous forces of time and space. However, Yi Ping remained utterly perplexed regarding the true nature of the power wielded by the interloper. Aside from the brief moment in time, the most pressing issue was that he could discern nothing of the situation, whether it was the sudden disappearance of the mask or the man himself. Not a trace was left behind. More crucially, his spatial slashes could not even graze that individual. The blade struck out, as if cleaving through ethereal air. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the blade of the demon Sor Muramesa had indeed made contact with the masked man. This was evident from the small fragment of the white mask that had been severed. However, even a strike from a seventh-tier anomaly, capable of breaching defenses, could only shatter to such a minor extent. Yi Ping exhaled softly, his expression grave. Had the interloper harbored animosity towards him moments ago, he likely would have met his demise. The man's strength was extraordinarily formidable. Nevertheless, Yi Ping retrieved a black card from his coat pocket. An invitation? He examined it closely. Outwardly, it bore no distinguishing features, an expanse of darkness, save for the two vivid crimson numbers at its center. 7, was this a serial number? An identity code? Or perhaps a representation of power? Yi Ping found himself bewildered, lacking clarity. All he knew was that the interloper had stated it was an invitation. At the appropriate moment, this invitation would guide him to the location of the banquet. But what constituted that so-called appropriate moment? And what kind of banquet was it? An eerie banquet? Most importantly, could the interloper's words be trusted? Yi Ping raised a black invitation, furrowing his brow. The situation had grown complicated. First, the emergence of the apocalyptic anomaly's deathly avatar, followed by the encounter with this interloper. Furthermore, the tone and demeanor of the interloper suggested he had anticipated Yi Ping's presence here, waiting for him. Even his name and the two formidable anomalies were known with startling clarity. How had that man come to possess such knowledge? Had he been aware of Yi Ping's existence from the very beginning? No. If he had known from the outset, he would not have been here at all. Yi Ping could not help but recall that he had initially intended to spend the night at the convenience store. However, due to the circumstances surrounding food, he made a change in his plans. Such an arbitrary factor. Surely the intervener could not have anticipated it? If that individual truly possessed the ability to foresee such occurrences, it would be akin to predicting the future. Predicting the future? Wait, could such a peculiar phenomenon truly exist? Yi Ping licked his lips, beads of anxious sweat forming on his forehead. If the intervener indeed wielded such bizarre, rule-like powers, it would render them nearly invincible. No, that could not be deemed invincibility. More precisely, that individual's strangeness would undoubtedly not manifest in such a manner. A sudden realization flashed through Yi Ping's mind when he had left a gash on the mask of the masked man with his demon blade. There had been a hint of surprise and shock in that person's voice. This suggested that such an event was not within that individual's expectations. Or perhaps they had not foreseen it. No, the same individual could also employ such tactics to confuse his judgment. This line of thought was futile. He could not dwell on it any longer. Yi Ping clutched his head, hastily stifling the thoughts swirling in his mind. Indeed, aimless speculations devoid of any basis would only lead to self-sabotage. Exhaling deeply, Yi Ping tucked away the invitation. Yes, pondering these matters now was utterly meaningless. He would consider them later. Moreover, the intervener had stated that attending the banquet at this juncture merely grazed the threshold, and it was a certain path to demise. This implied that the minimum requirement for the banquet was a level 7 strangeness in terms of strength. Such power was still woefully inadequate. At the very least, one would need to possess terrifying strength to ensure self-preservation in that environment. As for the host's capabilities, they were likely of an apocalyptic caliber. In such a banquet, even the slightest misstep could lead to a fate worse than death. Regardless, now is not the time to contemplate such matters. Yiping suppressed his thoughts and turned towards the accommodation assigned to him in Yaolin by Lu Yuanhang. The events of the evening had overwhelmed his mind, and he hoped that the individuals within the safety zone would refrain from causing any disturbances. Otherwise, he lacked the confidence not to vent his frustrations upon that troublesome group. Meanwhile, Yaolin, left alone in the room, was idly yawning. However, at that moment, she sensed something peculiar within her. This aura. Could it be that something strange is concealed nearby? In an instant, the previously bored and drowsy Yaolin became alert, her focus sharpening. The next moment, she detected the source of the aura and promptly pushed the door open to step outside. If Yiping were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished. After all, the technique Yaolin had employed earlier could only be wielded by advanced strangeness manipulators. A prodigy, even in their early stages, would display remarkable talent. Following the trail of the strange aura, Yaolin swiftly arrived at a basement. However, what perplexed her was the fact that the entrance to this basement was secured with 3 heavy iron locks. One could not help but wonder what manner of objects lay within. Although the locks were formidable, they held little significance before Yaolin, now transformed into a master of the arcane. With a soft hiss, blue flames ignited within the dark passage. In an instant, the 3 iron locks melted away, and the door swung open. Yaolin swallowed a nervous gulp, casting a glance at the darkness below, yet her curiosity proved irresistible, compelling her to venture inside. However, upon reaching the lowest level, a pang of regret washed over her. The scene before her froze her in place, sending a chilling shiver down her spine. In that moment, she instinctively comprehended why Yiping had uttered such words, and why he had been so merciless. No, it was even more than merciless. It was astonishingly gentle in comparison. Chapter 67. Awakening and transformation. The scene before Yaolin's eyes made her grip tighten involuntarily. In her line of sight, 6 women, stripped bare, were ensnared like pets with collars fastened in a dungeon. A closer examination revealed numerous bruises adorning their bodies, some even weeping blood from severe wounds. Each face bore the unmistakable marks of terror and panic. Upon hearing Yaolin's footsteps, they huddled together, retreating into the corners. Simultaneously, a pungent stench pervaded the basement, the source of which was all too easy to deduce. Yaolin was consumed by rage. There was no doubt that these women were not bound here of their own volition. They had been forcibly restrained, treated like animals. Such heinous acts, devoid of humanity, would have been inconceivable just days prior, for no one dared to transgress the law. Yet now, with the arrival of the bazaar, the very fabric of societal order had unraveled. Consequently, the grotesque nature of humanity was laid bare. Rest assured, I will not harm you, Yaolin reassured as she approached the iron cage. However, she found it perplexing that the women within the cage appeared even more frightened, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. What is it? It's all right. This cage is nothing. I can open it and free you, she said, tilting her head in confusion toward the women whose faces were etched with fear. Before she could finish her sentence, the closest woman, with long hair, raised her trembling finger and stammered, "Be behind you. They're coming." Upon hearing this, Yaolin's heart raced as she swiftly turned around. Behind her stood a man, his gaze predatory, appraising her with undisguised lust. This man was not a stranger. He was Su Han, the tall figure who had escorted her and Yiping just recently. "What a coincidence," Su Han said, licking his lips as he took a step forward. "I had intended to wait a few more days, but it seems you have delivered yourself right to me. Now that you've uncovered our secret, I cannot allow you to leave. Even if I were to take you here, I doubt Lu Yuanhang would dare to object." His words confirmed Yaolin's suspicions that this refuge for the displaced was, in reality, a kingdom for these deranged individuals. The purpose of luring the refugees was to seize control of the women, turning them into personal slaves for this depraved group. With this realization, Yaolin's fists clenched tighter, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Do you not fear the wrath of heaven for such deeds?" she demanded. "The wrath of heaven?" Su Han scoffed. "If heaven had eyes, how could it allow this world to descend into such madness? Enough with the nonsense. If you comply with my words now, you may suffer less. Otherwise, your fate will be the same as those women." Su Han scoffed disdainfully and took a step closer to Yao Lin. "Oh, is that so? It seems you are truly beyond redemption," Yao Lin replied coldly, raising her hands. "In that case, I can kill you without hesitation." As her words fell, a blue, eerie flame floated above the basement, illuminating much of the surrounding darkness. Su Han, witnessing this spectacle, was initially taken aback, only to reveal a smirk soon after. "Ah, so you have mastered the power of that creature as well, enabling you to break the iron lock." However, Su Han tightened his fists, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. A chilling crack echoed through the air. In the next moment, Su Han's clothes exploded, his arms extending unnaturally to the ground, transforming into pink octopus-like tentacles. The women hiding in the nearby iron cage, upon seeing Su Han's grotesque transformation, exhibited even greater terror, crying out in despair. With a mere flick of his tentacled arms, Su Han caused terrifying cracks to appear on the floor and walls, which were reinforced concrete. If such a strike were to land on a human body, it would surely lead to instant demise. It was too late to beg for mercy now. Su Han grinned cruelly as he advanced toward Yao Lin, his tentacle-like arms thrashing wildly. The ground and ceiling continued to shatter, and the horrifying sounds of impact resonated throughout the basement. Yet, in the face of such a scene, Yao Lin showed no hint of fear. Instead, she laughed. "One ugly power just like you." As her words fell, Su Han's expression twitched, and the murderous glare in his eyes intensified. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his arms toward Yao Lin. The tentacle-like limbs flew with astonishing speed, traversing several meters in an instant, directly approaching Yao Lin. If nothing unexpected occurred, her delicate face would soon be reduced to a bloody pulp. A wretched scream echoed. However, the scream did not emanate from Yao Lin, but instead no. How could this be possible? Su Han staggered backward, his face filled with terror. His right arm, which had aimed at Yao Lin, was now severely burned, blue flames still flickering at the severed edge. The excruciating burning sensation was unbearable. What is this power? Su Han panicked entirely, for in his line of sight, the blue flames were creeping toward his shoulder from a severed arm. If not extinguished soon, it could incinerate his very head. In desperation, Su Han collided with the walls around him in a self-destructive manner, yet the flames refused to subside, instead spreading to his shoulder. "Oh no, don't come over. I do not wish to die yet. Su Han's voice was laden with despair and terror as he cried out, scrambling desperately to where Yao Lin stood. "Please, spare me. I understand my mistakes. I shall never err again, I beg you." Su Han realized that only the master of the flames might possess the power to extinguish the inferno. Therefore, he incessantly pleaded with Yao Lin, disregarding any semblance of dignity or pride. Yet, how could Yao Lin possibly show mercy? At that moment, she was no longer the innocent and naive student she once was. The wretch before her was utterly unworthy of her compassion. "Thus, perish, may this blue infernal flame consume your transgressions." As her cold words fell, the eerie blue flames that had spread to Su Han's shoulders swiftly expanded, enveloping him entirely. In the next instant, Su Han emitted not even a faint cry, as he was completely reduced to charred remains by the blue flames, utterly extinguished. After executing this act, Yao Lin exhaled softly, a flicker of fatigue crossing her gaze. Though she had not exerted much strength and her body felt relatively unwearied, the weight of emotional exhaustion was inescapable. It turned out that killing without a trace of hesitation was far more challenging than one could imagine. Was that fellow, during his first experience of such a deed, also feeling, as I do now? Yao Lin gazed at her slightly trembling hands, an image of Yi Ping's cold visage flashing unbidden through her mind. Chapter 68. If you become my slave. After resolving the situation with Su Han, Yao Lin swiftly liberated the group of women who had been confined and led them out of the basement. As she guided the shivering women into the dim light of the moon, several figures obstructed their path. "Miss Yao, where are you headed?" The polite yet insidious voice echoed around them. The women, standing behind Yao Lin, trembled at the sound, gradually lifting their eyes to behold Lu Yuanhong's smile, which instinctively reminded them of the brutal humiliation they had recently endured, causing them to huddle together, shivering in fear. Fortunately, Yao Lin's voice pierced through their terror like a ray of sunlight on a winter's day. "Silence, scoundrel!" Yao Lin coldly glared at Lu Yuanhang, waving her hand as blue, eerie flames illuminated the area. At that moment, she had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with him. There was no need for politeness with someone who treated women as mere pets. The 7 floating, flaming skulls swiftly glided toward Lu Yuanhang, the terrifying heat rapidly elevating the temperature of the surroundings. However, Lu Yuanhang displayed no signs of panic in the face of such a spectacle. Clearly, he had encountered strange powers before. In fact, witnessing Yao Lin's abilities only bolstered his confidence in his own impending victory. The implication was undeniable. Lu Yuanhang possessed similar powers. Yet, Yao Lin was oblivious to this revelation, focused solely on commanding the fiery skulls, poised to unleash flames that would obliterate Lu Yuanhang. But in the next moment, an incomprehensible event transpired. The very women who had been trembling behind her moments ago suddenly converged around her, either clutching her arms or wrapping themselves around her neck, rendering her immobile. It was vital to note that wielding such peculiar powers required intense concentration. With her attention diverted, the floating fire skulls vanished in an instant. "No, you." Yao Lin attempted to reason with them, but soon realized her efforts were in vain. She noticed the woman who had embraced her body earlier. Her eyes were devoid of any light, clearly under some form of control. Alone, Yao Lin's strength could not withstand the collective force of so many, leaving her utterly paralyzed. "Miss Yao, you certainly are lacking in courtesy," Lu Yuanhang remarked, maintaining his earlier affable smile as he leisurely approached Yao Lin. "What scoundrel? I am merely doing a good deed. After all, how could women as fragile as they survive in this terrifying world? And isn't it only reasonable for me to seek a modest reward for providing the protection?" As he spoke, Lu Yuanhang seized Yao Lin's chin, lifting her face to meet his gaze. "With Su Han absent, it appears he has been vanquished by you, a truly remarkable feat. If such extraordinary abilities could be harnessed for my own purposes, it would be even more advantageous." Lu Yuanhang's eyes gleamed with intense greed. Indeed, at this moment, he sought not only to possess Yao Lin's body, but also to acquire her formidable power. With that power, his kingdom would become even more stable. And following Su Han's demise, he would certainly require a boost in strength. After all, his combat abilities were far from impressive. "What do you say? If you can cooperate with me, I might consider releasing these women," Lu Yuanhang remarked, casting a glance at the group of women restraining Yao Lin. In response to his shameless words, Yao Lin spat at him vehemently. "Get lost, you maggot. You are hardly worthy. Remove the filth from your face, and perhaps you might be deemed human." As Yao Lin aptly pointed out, although Lu Yuanhang still bore a human semblance, a red maggot protruded from his forehead, its head shimmering with an eerie glow. It was evident that the power of this creature had granted him control over the women. Lu Yuanhang shrugged nonchalantly at Yao Lin's insults, displaying an air of indifference. "Oh, is that so? You've chosen to refuse, then there's nothing to be done. However, it matters not. After my meticulous training, you will surely obey my commands. Of course, considering your perilous abilities, it may be necessary to intensify the constraints," he added, reaching out toward Yao Lin, intending to administer a lesson. Yet, he sensed that he had forgotten something, although it seemed inconsequential. After all, anything he could forget must be. Clang! A flash of crimson light surged before his eyes, followed by the sound of the air being torn apart, echoing in his ears. Lu Yuanhang, standing there momentarily stunned, failed to comprehend what had transpired. Yet in the next instant, a fissure appeared on his right wrist, which then dropped to the ground, gushing forth a torrent of blood. "Oh no, my hand!" At that moment, Lu Yuanhang finally grasped the reality of his situation. He had been severed. His entire right wrist cleaved away. Such an injury would leave even the most skilled healer shaking their head. It meant he would forever remain without his right hand in this lifetime. "Stop your wailing. It's truly bothersome. You make such a fuss over the loss of a mere hand." A voice laced with discontent emerged from nearby. In the next moment, a figure stepped forth from the shadows, the blood-dripping samurai sword in hand, serving as evidence that it was indeed he who had severed Lu Yuanhang's hand. Yao Lin's gaze immediately fell upon this individual. Ye Ping. A profound astonishment flickered across Yao Lin's face, only to be swiftly replaced by a pall of dejection and resentment. The moment she laid eyes on Yi Ping, a glimmer of hope ignited within her, as she realized she was saved. Yet, almost instantaneously, she became painfully aware that she was once again reliant on another for salvation. Despite having awakened her mysterious powers, which could ostensibly shield her, she found herself still dependent on others for survival. What difference was there between this predicament and her vulnerable childhood? This thought weighed heavily on her, prompting Yao Lin to bow her head, her visage cloaked in desolation. Meanwhile, Yi Ping, approaching with purpose, paid no heed to her inner turmoil. Frankly, I had no inclination to involve myself in your trivial matters. However, since you have laid hands on my companion, it seems the consequence will be death, and I shall bear no blame for it, Yi Ping remarked coolly, casting a dispassionate glance at Lu Yuanhang. Nay, let us discuss this rationally. Let us discuss this rationally, Lu Yuanhang exclaimed, his voice laced with panic as he instinctively recoiled in fear, pleading for mercy. Yet, before he could take a single step back, a flash of crimson light surged before him, and he promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. After dealing with Lu Yuanhang, Yi Ping turned to survey the unconscious figures of the women nearby, as well as Yao Lin, who sat on the ground, her eyes vacant and lost. It appeared that there were still matters of consequence to contemplate. Chapter 69. The Anomaly of the Dragon Kingdom. Is Sister in danger? The following day, just as dawn began to break, at the entrance of the community, are you certain you do not wish to bid them farewell once more? Gently stroking the snow wolf, Yi Ping glanced back at Yao Lin. There's no need for that. I can only assist them temporarily. The rest of the journey must be traversed by them alone. Yao Lin shook her head, her delicate features adorned with an expression of unwavering determination, devoid of her previous innocence and naivety. Yi Ping, having observed Yao Lin's transformation, nodded slightly and gestured for her to join him. Once both had ascended, the snow wolf sprang forth, akin to a blue lightning bolt, racing towards the direction of Nanhai City. Outside Nanhai City, a multitude of armed vehicles and soldiers congregated. The entire perimeter of the city was encircled by warning lines, with checkpoints established at all entrances and exits, heavily guarded. It was as if Nanhai City had become a fortified military stronghold, requiring utmost protection. In reality, the situation was quite the opposite. The troops amassed outside Nanhai City were not there to safeguard it, but rather to prevent the looming terror within from spilling into the outside world. Within the military camp, Commander Wang received a report. Sir, the entirety of Nanhai City has been completely sealed off. Not even a fly could enter or exit. Upon receiving the report from a soldier who had just entered and saluted, Wang waved his hand dismissively. Once the soldier departed, Wang's countenance grew dark, his expression more solemn than ever. His gaze fell upon the model of Nanhai City displayed on the long table. At that moment, nearly 60% of the city's area was shrouded in black, indicating that a significant portion had been overtaken by those terrifying creatures. Wang could not fathom how these monstrous beings had emerged or why they had come into existence. In mere days, the entire national apparatus of Long Kingdom had nearly collapsed, with casualties beyond reckoning. However, just yesterday, the command system had been restored, assigning him an exceedingly critical task to seal off Nanhai City entirely. The rationale was clear. The terror residing within Nanhai City posed a threat to the entirety of Long Kingdom, until a viable solution was devised. Not a single blade of grass, nor an insect could escape, lest it result in catastrophic consequences. Thus, he found himself here, grappling with a dire question. What in the world had transpired within Nanhai City, and why had none of the squads returned? Wang Long clenched his fingers tightly, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Until just an hour ago, he had dispatched 3 teams to investigate the situation in Nanhai City. However, each team, upon entering the city, lost all communication within a mere half hour. Such circumstances defy the very notion of the bizarre. It is worth noting that the 3 teams he sent forth comprised nothing less than the elite of the military. Yet even these distinguished individuals vanished without a trace upon entering Nanhai City. In the city of Nanhai, The precise nature of the unfolding events remains shrouded in mystery. What terrifying entity is gradually engulfing the entirety of Nanhai City? What powers does it possess? Is it a singular being or a multitude? All remains unknown. One thing he is certain of is that when the entire region of this model city has been tainted black, immediate reporting and swift evacuation are imperative. Prior to this, however, no entities may be allowed in or out. He is deeply puzzled by such orders, yet he dutifully complies. In his obedience, he yearns to understand the transformations occurring in the world, to grasp what has transpired in Nanhai City, and to comprehend why the authorities exhibit such trepidation. To remain ignorant could mean facing an untimely demise without ever knowing how it came to pass. Ah, is there truly no recourse? Wang Long fixated on the model of Nanhai City, lost in contemplation, when suddenly a thought illuminated his mind, a spark of excitement flickering across his face. Yes, indeed, just like that esteemed figure, if he could possess powers akin to those of an extraordinary ability, perhaps he would not perish. Wang Long slapped his forehead, recalling the moment he met that distinguished individual. Such a unique ability, if only he could attain it, he might avoid the fate that befell the several teams sent in before him, who met their demise almost immediately. Yet, where could one possibly seek out someone with such capabilities? Wang Long bit his lip, his brow furrowed deeply. Although he had only heard whispers, that esteemed individual was a rare exception among millions. Such a remarkable being is not easily found. Furthermore, that individual had also stated that even they could not rectify the calamity plaguing Nanhai City. Because of this inability to resolve the crisis, a compromise had to be made. Could it not be possible for a person with such powers to descend from the heavens? Wang Long, in a fit of frustration, clutched his head, overwhelmed by a sense of agitation. At the current rate of spread, within 3 days, the remaining areas would likely succumb to darkness, which would signify the absence of any living soul in Nanhai City. The mere thought of this weighed heavily and complexly on Wang Long's heart. Nanhai City, Tianyuan Orphanage, in the basement. Sister Yu, are we going to be all right? Roger gently tugged at Lu Yu's sleeve, his voice tinged with worry. We will be fine. They won't find us, Lu Yu reassured him, stroking his head tenderly. Sister, sob, are we going to die? Ergio, sitting not far away, hugged her knees and could no longer suppress her tears. Beside her, Yu hurriedly comforted her. It's all right. We won't be in danger. We still have Sister Yu with us. Everything will be fine. Those bad people will soon leave. Thus, we shall not, sob. As tears uncontrollably streamed down Yu's cheeks. Indeed, despite her role as Ergio's elder sister, she felt an overwhelming sense of fear, rendering her incapable of feigning strength. Oh, Pingu, please return swiftly, sob. Yu could no longer contain her tears. Witnessing the scene, Lu Yu was utterly alarmed. She hurriedly embraced the twins, offering them incessant comfort. Yet, such consolation proved futile, only intensifying their cries. In truth, Lu Yu was also on the verge of tears, but she understood that if she were to collapse, there would be no one left to safeguard these little ones. At that moment, Aisha, who had been huddled in the corner, approached. Do not weep. Your cries will only attract those people. Chapter 70. The Minotaur army is in position upon hearing this declaration. Roger, still weeping, could not restrain himself from rising to his feet, wiping away the tears that lingered at the corners of his eyes. Let them come. If it comes to it, I shall fight those scoundrels with all my might. With Ping absent, it fell upon him to safeguard everyone. I. Roger clenched his small fists, his face suffused with determination. Yet, his resolve was short-lived, as Elsa's voice pierced through the air like a dagger, striking at the very core of his heart. Is it truly you? Do you believe you can stand against those adults? Can you truly best them? Are you as strong as Brother Yepping? Her barrage of questions rendered Roger immobile, his expression contorted in distress. I, he stammered, struggling to articulate a response, but words eluded him. Indeed, Elsa's words were irrefutable truths. Knowing your own limitations, it would be wise to remain silent, she admonished. The sobbing twins, upon hearing this, fell silent as well. After casting a cursory glance at him, Elsa turned her gaze towards Lu Yue. Thank you, Elsa. Lu Yue exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, her gratitude directed towards Elsa. Though Elsa was the youngest among them, it was she who exhibited the most maturity in this dire moment. A pang of guilt surged within Lu Yue at this realization. It is nothing, Sister Lu Yue. It is but my duty, Elsa replied with a gentle nod, her azure eyes betraying a flicker of concern. In truth, their concealment within this basement could only buy them a modicum of time. She was certain those fiends would soon come searching for them, and when that moment arrived, their fates could be dire. Even if they could not locate them, the basement lacked provisions and water, and they could scarcely endure for more than a few days. Their sole glimmer of hope lay in the arrival of a rescuer. With this thought, Elsa reached into her gown to retrieve her phone. Yet, the messages sent had gone unanswered, and the signal remained non-existent. In that instant, even though she did not hold a belief in deities, she found herself yearning for divine intervention. Truth be told, had she not allowed those wretched individuals entry from the outset, they would not have found themselves ensnared in such a predicament. Yet, having reached this juncture, it was too late for regrets. Likewise, Lu Yue, seated nearby, bore an expression of guilt and remorse. In this moment, she recalled Yeping's admonitions from not long ago. At the time, she had been incredulous that humanity could sink to such depths. Moreover, it was not only Yeping who had cautioned her, but even Elsa had implored her to be vigilant. 2 days prior, the director of a nearby orphanage, accompanied by a throng of individuals, had come seeking refuge. Out of compassion for their past relations, Lu Yue had permitted them entry. Elsa had fervently urged her not to let them in, advising that only acquaintances should be granted passage. However, swayed by the atmosphere, had ultimately permitted everyone outside to enter. This decision had precipitated the very crisis they now faced. Reflecting on this, Lu Yue cast a remorseful glance towards Elsa. Elsa, I apologize. Had I heeded your advice back then, perhaps. No, it is not related to you, Sister Lu Yue. You have done nothing wrong. It is merely that they are utterly vile. Without a moment's hesitation, Elsa shook her head and spoke, yet after her words echoed, she instinctively tightened her grip on the fairy tale book in her hands, her expression grave. There exists no remedy for regret in this world. Thus, what must be contemplated is the predicament at hand. At that moment, however, Elsa noticed the door at the entrance of the basement tremble slightly. Could it be? A creeping sense of unease and dread unfurled within her. Meanwhile, on the ground below, several men were rummaging through the orphanage, seemingly in search of something. Indeed, they sought the concealed Lu Yue and the 4 little ones. In a corner of the yard, a dozen individuals were bound hand and foot, rendered utterly immobile. Among them, only 2 or 3 were middle-aged men. The rest were either elderly or women in their 50s or 60s. Despite their numerical superiority, this group was still subjugated by a few. Among them, an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, wept openly, lamenting, it is all my fault. Had I not implored that little girl Lu Yue, these demons would not have been allowed in. No, Director, it is not your fault. That group is simply atrocious. They exploited your kindness and conscience. We are all victims here. Indeed, Director Wu, your heart is merely too kind, as is Miss Lu Yue's. Now, we can only hope they are not discovered. The others, similarly bound, chimed in to console him, and upon hearing their words, the self-reproach on the face of Director Wu began to dissipate somewhat. Yet, when he noticed one of the men approaching the vacant space to the right of the warehouse, his countenance shifted dramatically. What troubles you, Director Wu? You seem unwell, inquired a tall, bespectacled middle-aged man beside him, his tone laced with confusion. However, behind those glasses, a glint of coldness flickered. Oh no, it is nothing, Director Wu replied, shaking his head, uncertainty etched upon his aged features. Yet, that flicker of hesitation did not escape the notice of the bespectacled man. Could it be that there is a basement in that area? Perhaps Miss Lu and the others are hiding there? Upon hearing the man's insinuation, Director Wu was thoroughly alarmed. Terror etched across his face as he swiftly turned to caution. Hush, do not make a sound. Under no circumstances reveal this. After Director Wu's warning, a brilliant smile spread across the face of the bespectacled man. Ah, I understand now. I certainly shall not speak of it. Hearing this, Director Wu's heart, which had been lodged in his throat, began to settle. He had already jeopardized Lu Yu and her companions once. Should he do so again, his remaining conscience might be utterly crushed. However, in the next moment, the bespectacled man shouted hoarsely towards the man in red among the 7 or 8 men. Hey, Gao Shun, the woman and child are hiding in the basement near the warehouse. If you send someone to check, you will find them. The man's voice resonated loudly, echoing clearly in everyone's ears. Upon hearing this, the man in red curled his lips into a cruel smile. Oh, is that so? That is indeed very valuable information. All right, 4 Eyes, I will ensure you are the second one to have returned with that woman. The man in red said, waving his hand to signal a few subordinates to fetch the tools. The smile on the bespectacled man's face grew even more radiant. In stark contrast, those around him, including Director Wu, wore expressions of extreme displeasure. No, Qin Shuyu, you actually betrayed us. Director Wu's body trembled with rage, his aging face contorted with fury, his eyes seemingly capable of devouring the bespectacled man whole. Yet, to his predatory glare, Qin Shu feigned ignorance, sneering dismissively. Old man, do you not understand the law of the jungle? Truth be told, I have long harbored disdain for you. Do you remember that girl named Xiaoli who hanged herself in the orphanage? She was actually violated by me, not that foolish security guard. Poor you, believing my words and sending that innocent guard to prison. How satisfying that was. Qin Shu's words deepened the pallor of Director Wu's face, shifting from red to purple, then to an ashen black. You. Director Wu glared intensely at Qin Shu, struggling to articulate his thoughts, but his words caught in his throat, and ultimately he collapsed, unconscious. Witnessing this, Qin Shu's laughter grew more exuberant, while the surrounding jeers became, in his ears, the sweetest praise. At that moment, news arrived from the man in red subordinates. Boss, we found it. There is indeed a door here, leading to a basement, and it's reinforced with steel. It will take some effort to open. So what if it takes effort? We have plenty of time. The food here will sustain us for a long while. All we lack is entertainment. Hurry and open the door so you can enjoy that woman sooner. Upon hearing the man's words, the other men worked even harder. Meanwhile, in the basement, Lu Yu and the others could hear the terrifying sound above. Their faces turned pale, each reflecting despair and fear, as they anxiously awaited their fate. 3 hours later, a crack appeared in the basement door. The sight of that gap sent Lu Yu and the others' hearts plummeting, clinging tightly to Roger. Lu Yu bit her lip and slowly stood up. Indeed, it was time to make a decision. Chapter 71. Ignorance of Danger. 10 kilometers outside of Nanhai City. On the expressway, a massive blue wolf raced forward with astonishing speed. Its size surpassed that of a compact car, and it swiftly covered a distance of over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. In the wake of the giant wolf's gallop, a faint, mournful cry of a woman echoed through the air above the expressway. As they approached within 3 kilometers of Nanhai City, the snow wolf abruptly halted, or more accurately, was called to a stop by Yiping. Finally, it came to a halt, gripping the snow wolf's long fur tightly. Yao Lin raised her head, ready to breathe a sigh of relief, when a wave of nausea surged within her. She could no longer contain herself and vomited. Fortunately, before she could make a mess of the snow wolf's fur, Yiping had already lifted her off, preventing any potential wrath from the creature. Once Yao Lin felt somewhat better after a bout of sickness, she turned her gaze curiously toward the immobile Yiping. What is wrong, Yiping? Have we arrived? Wiping her mouth, she stood up perplexed. At that moment, a series of threatening low growls resonated in her ears. She froze, instinctively glancing around her. In her line of sight, the snow wolf, which had been unresponsive moments before, now bared its teeth and emitted a series of deep growls, as if it had sensed an enemy. This sudden change left Yao Lin bewildered. The next moment, footsteps approached from ahead. Yao Lin instinctively looked up, and what she saw left her utterly stunned. A large contingent of soldiers in military uniforms stood before them, armed with firearms. Behind this group, armored vehicles advanced, their cannons trained menacingly on the snow wolf. It was evident that, at a moment's notice, they could unleash their firepower. In that instant, Yao Lin comprehended why Yi Ping had commanded the snow wolf to halt. Just then, from among the soldiers, a man with a square jaw, dark skin, and a blindfold over his right eye stepped forward. Entry is prohibited ahead. Is that giant wolf associated with you? Yi Ping did not respond immediately, but instead scrutinized the blindfolded soldier before him. I intend to enter Nanhai City. You would do well to move aside. His calm words bore no hint of emotional fluctuation, as if he were merely stating a fact. Indeed, it was a fact. Despite the presence of 20 or 30 armed soldiers and an armored vehicle, all these weapons posed no threat to Yi Ping. They held no significance whatsoever. His only reason for stopping was to avoid unnecessary casualties. Yi Ping's words caused the blindfolded soldier's expression to darken. My name is Lei Li, and I am under the command of... Sir, I sincerely apologize, but regardless of your reasons or justifications, passage ahead is strictly prohibited. Furthermore, if you would be so kind, could you please keep your pet at a distance? The armored soldier, known as Lei Li, spoke, his expression darkening as he cast a disdainful glance at the snow wolf, which was growling menacingly in his direction. Bait. The words of Lei Li elicited a chuckle from Yi Ping. The snow wolf, too, comprehended the frostiness in Lei Li's tone, its gem-like eyes gleaming with a terrifying chill. It should be noted that although it was submissive to Yi Ping, this did not grant others the liberty to trample upon it or insult it at will. It was, after all, the noble king of all strange creatures. In an instant, a flash of blue light flickered, and Lei Li was sent hurtling backward, a deep claw mark marring his chest, from which blood flowed freely. The soldiers around him, witnessing such a spectacle, were utterly astonished, and in the next moment, each and every one of them raised their weapons, aiming at Yi Ping. As Lei Li staggered to his feet, his expression grim, he clutched his wounded chest and glared icily at Yi Ping. What do you mean by this, boy? His voice was laced with a chilling intent to kill. You cannot even control your own pet. Do you have any idea what you are doing? Lei Li was thoroughly enraged, in front of so many witnesses. He had been wounded by a mere boy, one not even half his age. It was well known that in this unit, he held a rank just beneath Wang Long, and failing to regain his dignity would render him the subject of ridicule. Boy, surrender at once or else, Lei Li proclaimed, raising his right hand. Of course, that beast that injured me shall not escape retribution. It must be executed immediately. As for you and your companions, that will depend on your attitude. As he spoke, he gestured with his right hand, and in an instant, the soldiers behind him encircled Yi Ping and Yao Lin, their weapons cocked, while the rocket launcher on the armored vehicle aimed directly at the snow wolf. A thick scent of gunpowder wafted through the air. In response to the situation, Yi Ping remained silent, his expression darkening further, the cold glint in his eyes intensifying. Yao Lin, standing beside him, exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, she appeared quite exhilarated. For the last time, surrender immediately or else. Lei Li continued, raising his right hand once more. The soldiers followed his lead, lifting their weapons in unison. Before he could finish his sentence, the snow wolf could no longer contain itself and let out a furious roar. This roar prompted Lei Li to abandon any notion of negotiation. Open fire. Lei Li's raised hand came down. Instantly, the soldiers surrounding Yi Ping and Yao Lin pulled the triggers of their weapons. Naturally, they aimed solely at the snow wolf, for it was the most formidable threat present, being twice the size of Tiger. In an instant, a barrage of bullets surged towards the snow wolf phantom. However, with a flash of azure light, an icy chill erupted violently. In the next moment, every bullet aimed at the snow wolf phantom was frozen in solid blocks of ice, cascading to the ground. Not only the bullets, but even the firearms clasped in the hands of the soldiers were encased in frost. This remarkable turn of events left the surrounding soldiers and Lei Li utterly bewildered. With a ferocious roar, the snow wolf phantom showed no mercy, raising its claws to deliver a fatal blow to these oblivious humans. Yet at that moment, Yi Ping interjected, commanding spare their lives. As these words resonated, a flicker of dissatisfaction flashed in the snow wolf phantom's eyes, but it complied nonetheless. Its immense claws descended, unleashing a terrifying wave of cold that spread in all directions. The soldiers enveloped by this icy aura were instantly immobilized. Though not frozen into statues, they found themselves utterly paralyzed. Similarly, Laylee was ensnared by the frigid air, his legs rendered completely motionless. "No, what is happening? You all possess supernatural abilities." Laylee's face paled in alarm as he stared wide-eyed at Yi Ping, his expression a tapestry of panic and dread. Chapter 72. A blade to slice through a shell. Disregarding Laylee's words entirely, Yi Ping strode past him, heading towards the checkpoint ahead. At that moment, Laylee, with only his mouth able to move, bellowed in fury. "Fire! Target that brat!" As his words echoed, the barrel of the armored vehicle was aimed squarely at Yi Ping. In the blink of an eye, a flash of fire erupted, and a missile hurtled towards Yi Ping, traversing the 20 meters in an instant. The catastrophic explosion that would ensue could obliterate not just Yi Ping, but even Laylee and his comrades nearby. Yet in the next heartbeat, a glimmer of blade light flashed. The clang of a sword resonated through the air. Miraculously, multiple slashes appeared on the airborne missile, causing it to plummet to the ground. Utterly silenced, time seemed to freeze at that moment. The faces of the soldiers around filled with disbelief and shock, unable to fathom the spectacle unfolding before them. The high-velocity missile had been severed mid-flight, yet they had not even seen when the young man had drawn his sword. As the astonishment lingered, another shattering sound reverberated. The scene that unfolded next nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. The rocket artillery vehicle was cleaved in two, split asunder, though the occupants in the driver's cabin remained unharmed. The vehicle was rendered into two halves. A pallor descended upon the soldiers' faces, their expressions twisted with horror. Even Laylee, witnessing this, was engulfed by profound fear and panic. Had he known this young man possessed such extraordinary abilities, he would never have dared provoke him. Indeed, he should have anticipated this upon glimpsing the massive wolf. It was too late for regrets now. Yi Ping turned and approached Laylee. "You sought to kill me, yet now that I have the upper hand, you cannot harbor any grievances," he declared, placing his cursed blade, Muramesa, against Laylee's throat. The frigid tone of his voice sent a chill through the air. Yao Lin, standing at a distance, opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained. For it was true, as Yi Ping had asserted, without their strength, they might have already met their demise. In this world, excessive compassion could hasten one's own destruction, a truth Yao Lin had come to understand all too well. "Ah, it matters not. It was I who offended you, and I who issued the orders. Therefore, I implore you to spare my subordinates." Laylee quickly gathered his wits, a resolute expression etching his features, his voice devoid of tremor. Yes, having made his own mistake, he would bear the consequences alone. "Is that so? Then," Yi Ping nodded slightly, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. At this moment, a sudden, urgent shout echoed from afar. "Spare him!" A man clad in military attire rushed toward them, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a star emblazoned on his chest. Hearing the cry, Yi Ping furrowed his brow slightly and sheathed his blade. After all, if he had truly wished to end Laylee's life, he could have done so in an instant. Before long, the man in uniform arrived before Yi Ping. Behind him trailed a throng of armed soldiers, though they seemed to maintain a respectful distance, likely due to the man's warning. "I apologize, sir. If my subordinates have committed any wrongdoing, I extend my apologies on their behalf. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Long, the overall commander here, holding the rank of Deputy General. If there is any misunderstanding, I hope we can resolve it amicably." Yi Ping, however, remained silent, casting a cold glance at him as he asked, "A misunderstanding? This fellow intends to kill me." Upon hearing this, Wang Long's expression darkened considerably. The earlier agitation he had felt from a superior in the military camp hinted that there was likely someone nearby possessing extraordinary abilities, or perhaps some peculiar creature. Either scenario was dire. Promptly, he inquired through the radio about the various teams, pinpointing Laylee's unit. Upon arriving at the scene, he beheld a colossal wolf, towering at nearly 3 meters, alongside a youth exuding an ominous aura, all amidst the grim circumstances. Wang Long quickly deduced that this young couple possessed formidable special abilities. And the giant wolf was no ordinary beast. Should a conflict erupt, it could spell doom for all stationed here. Thus, it was imperative to handle the situation with utmost caution. Sir, could you please remain calm? The reality is this. I have been ordered from above to station my troops in Nanhai City, and now. Wang Long took a deep breath, deciding to lay bare the entire mission, hoping this might earn him the youth's understanding. Upon hearing Wang Long's explanation, Yi Ping grasped the situation. However, comprehension did not alter his intentions. Ah, I see. Yi Ping nodded slightly, glancing back at the snow wolf. Snow wolf. Upon hearing its name, the creature immediately understood Yi Ping's intent. Though somewhat reluctant, it released the soldiers from their icy confinement and leapt to Yi Ping's side. It is time to depart. Yi Ping stated matter-of-factly, vaulting onto the back of the snow wolf. Meanwhile, Yao Lin, still grounded, paused momentarily before gazing at Yi Ping in astonishment. Wait, Yi Ping, didn't you hear? He just said that there are terrifying anomalies throughout Nanhai City, which could threaten the entire Dragon Nation. Entering there would be tantamount to certain death. Yao Lin pressed her lips together, unable to refrain from offering a reminder. In response to her words, Yi Ping merely cast her a fleeting glance and remarked, "Then you shall remain here." With that, he prepared to let the snow wolf depart. Observing this, Yao Lin, no longer daring to hesitate, swiftly grasped the fur of the snow wolf and climbed onto its back, exclaiming, "I never said I wouldn't accompany you." Once Yao Lin had settled, the snow wolf sprang into action, nimbly leaping over Wang Long and the others, vanishing into the distance. It was only after Yi Ping and his companions had completely left that Wang Long's anxious heart finally found some solace. "Captain, are we truly allowing them to enter just like that?" Lei Li inquired, covering his trembling legs as he looked at Wang Long. "What else can we do? Do you believe we can stop them?" Wang Long shrugged nonchalantly. But Lei Li bit his lip and continued, "If they enter and make the situation worse, wouldn't that be a grave mistake on our part?" Hearing this, Wang Long smiled wryly. "Make the situation worse? Lei Li, you are overthinking it. The situation has already deteriorated beyond measure. Perhaps this individual who wields extraordinary power might bring about a change. If fate allows, I hope he can save Nanhai City." As he spoke, a flicker of despondency and helplessness crossed Wang Long's eyes. If only he too possessed such extraordinary power, perhaps he would not feel so powerless in this moment. Chapter 73. The Hidden Terror of the Bizarre. A Sister in Danger. Meanwhile, upon the back of the snow wolf, Yi Ping and his companions swiftly traversed through the military checkpoint, entering the heart of Nanhai City. However, as soon as they stepped into the city, Yi Ping immediately commanded the snow wolf to halt. "What is wrong? Is there something strange nearby?" Yao Lin instinctively scanned the surroundings, her hands tightening slightly as she prepared to unleash her azure ghostly flames. Yi Ping did not respond to her query. Instead, he wore a grave expression as he surveyed the area. Likewise, the snow wolf beneath them seemed to sense something amiss, emitting low growls as a chilling aura enveloped the vicinity. In the next moment, countless small dark figures surged forth from behind the surrounding buildings. The air was filled with a piercing hum, reverberating ominously. Yao Lin instinctively turned her gaze towards the source of the sound, her complexion draining of color. Before her eyes, a vast cloud of darkness advanced from all directions towards their location. The true form of this dark cloud revealed itself to be an overwhelming swarm of bees. No, they resembled bees in form, but were far more sinister. These creatures, roughly the size of a small cat, bore human faces atop their heads. What is this? Yao Lin's voice quivered with fear. The ghost-faced bees, a second-tier anomaly, were social creatures whose threat level rivaled that of even a seventh-tier anomaly. Moreover, if one were to be stung by these ghost-faced bees, their face would be stolen away. After offering a warning, Yi Ping gripped his demon blade Muramasa, his expression heavy with dread. Despite having received prior forewarnings from Wang Long, encountering such a shocking sight upon their arrival left him far from elated. Although the ghost-faced bees posed a troublesome challenge, they likely were not the true threat lurking within Nanhai City. This swarm was probably guided here by a more powerful anomaly. The entity capable of commanding the ghost-faced bees must possess a formidable level of power. Wait, are you serious? If they sting my face, I'll lose it. That's revolting. Don't come any closer. Yao Lin shuddered, her face paling further. Before the swarm could approach, she unleashed her azure, ghostly flames. 3 fiery skeletal figures emerged, their mouths agape, as they expelled torrents of blue flames. The terrifying flames incinerated a significant portion of the ghost-faced bees, reducing their numbers by at least 100 in an instant. Yet, the vacant spaces were rapidly filled by the remaining bees, giving no indication of a decrease. Seriously, just how many of these grotesque bees are there? Yao Lin grimaced, her expression growing increasingly grim. The number of ghost-faced bees seemed to reflect the lives lost in this city. Enough, we need to leave, Yi Ping remarked casually before striking the side of the snow wolf. Regardless of his strength, remaining here to be incessantly worn down by the overwhelming swarm would ultimately lead to his demise. Heaven knows how many ghost-faced bees inhabit this city. In such circumstances, the only prudent course of action is to break free from this swarm. How? The snow wolf let out a long, mournful cry to the sky, and in an instant, countless shards of ice materialized, unleashing a terrifying chill that rapidly spread outward. Hiss! Wherever the cold air passed, all the ghost-faced bees were instantly encased in ice, plummeting to the ground like frozen blocks. With just a single strike, it seemed that thousands of these bees had perished. Wow, Snow Wolf, you are incredibly powerful. You've dispatched so many with just one blow. Yao Lin exclaimed, genuinely awestruck. Earlier, she had expended a considerable amount of her eerie energy and had only managed to eliminate a mere 100, while the Snow Wolf, with a casual flick of its paw, had annihilated thousands. This was the stark difference in their abilities. Just as Yao Lin's astonishment faded, the Snow Wolf surged forward. Its astonishing speed allowed it to traverse over 100 meters in a mere second, effortlessly leaping out of the encirclement of ghost-faced bees. No way it was that easy. Yao Lin was so astonished that she found herself at a loss for words. Yet, as soon as she spoke, her expression darkened once more. Yi Ping, look out. Ahead, there are even more of those dreadful bees. Of course, Yao Lin need not have pointed it out. Yi Ping had already noticed the massive swarm of ghost-faced bees that had encircled them from the front. The numbers appeared to exceed 10,000, completely blocking the street ahead. In this situation, breaking free would require a detour. However, regardless of which route they took, ghost-faced bees were everywhere. In other words, they were ensnared once again. What is there to panic about? Yi Ping replied nonchalantly, feeling somewhat incredulous. He had begun to seriously suspect that Yao Lin was reminiscent of the Blue Flame Demon, a figure that once instilled fear in the hearts of many Eerie practitioners in a previous life. Though he grumbled internally, he knew they had to force their way through. Do not stop, he instructed the Snow Wolf, gripping the demon blade Muramasa tightly, its crimson blade shimmering with an ominous blood-red glow. As they drew nearer to the ghost-faced bees, once within a 10-meter range, Yi Ping summoned all his strength and swung the blade forward. The blood-red blade, infused with the power of spatial cutting and bloodthirsty flames, plunged into the dense mass of ghost-faced bees. In the next moment, a terrifying force erupted. Bang! The chilling crimson light burst forth, and the wall of ghost-faced bees shattered, creating a massive opening. The Snow Wolf swiftly carried Yi Ping and Yao Lin through the gap, disappearing into the street with a few agile leaps. Almost immediately after their departure, the gaping hole began to close as other ghost-faced bees filled in the space. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The multitude of ghost-faced bees hovered in place for a moment, failing to detect the presence of Yi Ping and his companion, before finally drifting away to other locations. At this moment, Yi Ping, departing hastily, wore an expression of profound unease. He incessantly urged the Snow Wolf beneath him to quicken its pace. An ominous premonition lingered within his heart. The city of Nanhai harbored an extraordinary peril, surpassing even the dangers present in Donghai by several degrees. It was conceivable that terrifying anomalies lay concealed within this urban expanse. Unlike Donghai, where a multitude of anomalies coalesced into a singular entity, rendering the city nearly devoid of such threats. Nanhai remained untouched by any cleansing force. Consequently, it was not long before he encountered strange phenomena at every turn. In that moment, Yi Ping's sole desire was to swiftly evacuate the individuals from the orphanage, escaping this city rife with peculiarities. Meanwhile, within Tianyuan Orphanage, Lu Yu and others faced an immense crisis. Chapter 74. The Banquet of Beasts is about to commence. A sharp clap echoed throughout the basement. You insolent wretch! Step aside if you wish to minimize your suffering. The man in red glared fiercely at Lu Yu, who stood defiantly at the entrance. Please, Fang Sheng, spare these children. Regardless of how you treat me, I can accept it. Just do not lay a hand on them, Lu Yu implored, despite the vivid red mark upon her delicate face. She did not yield, continuing to plead earnestly. At this juncture, do you truly believe you have a right to negotiate with us? Fang Sheng sneered, his gaze piercing through Lu Yu towards Yu, Ergio, and Aisha in the basement. The unmasked desire in his eyes sent shivers down the spines of the three, their faces etched with fear. At that moment, a petite figure stepped boldly in front of the three children, charging directly at Fang Sheng. You scoundrel, let sister you go, Roger shouted, his small fists raised in anger as he lunged at Fang Sheng. However, his frail limbs were no match for Fang Sheng's strength. With a swift motion, Fang Sheng shoved Lu Yu aside and pressed a hand upon Roger's head, forcing him to the ground. Damn it, let me go. Let me go. Roger struggled and shouted, yet he could not touch Fang Sheng in the slightest. Enough. You lot, take her upstairs, Fang Sheng commanded his subordinates. Upon hearing this, they swiftly moved, pushing Lu Yu aside as they advanced towards Yu and the other two. Seeing this unfold, Roger was consumed by rage. You bastards, what do you intend to do? I will never forgive you. His face was a mask of fury as he shouted with all his might. To everyone's astonishment, a surge of formidable strength erupted from within his small frame, catching Fang Sheng off guard. Damn it, this little brat actually, Before Fang Sheng could finish his sentence, Roger sank his teeth into his hand. In pain, Fang Sheng instinctively released Roger. Seizing the opportunity, Roger bolted towards the men, a frenzy of determination propelling him forward. You little brat, calm down. The men dismissed Roger's approach, viewing him merely as a child incapable of causing any significant disruption. However, in the next instant, they would pay dearly for their underestimation. A primal roar erupted from Roger, echoing like that of a beast. His once frail limbs suddenly became robust, thick fur sprouting on his arms and calves, while claws resembling those of a feral animal emerged from his fingertips. With a swift motion, blood splattered across the basement as chaos ensued. The wretched cries reverberated through the air. Among them, the man in black covered his eyes, letting out a harrowing scream as a blood-red claw mark spread from his mouth to the corner of his eye. The expressions of the others shifted dramatically upon witnessing this, their gazes towards Roger tinged with a hint of dread. Could it be that this young man has lost his sanity, resembling a wild beast? What manner of claw is this? It is astonishingly sharp. We must tread carefully. After a brief exchange, they hesitated to approach Roger. Fang Sheng, who had just risen to his feet, looked on with dismay. A bunch of useless fools. Why fear a mere child? Let us confront him together. With Fang Sheng's words hanging in the air, the others, albeit still apprehensive, lunged toward Roger. With a roar that seemed to carry an air of menace, Roger charged at them without trepidation. Although his combat prowess had significantly increased, he was still outnumbered. After enduring several injuries, they successfully subdued Roger. You little brat, let us see how cocky you are now. The man in black licked the blood trickling to his lips and ruthlessly threw punches at Roger's face. One punch, two punches, several blows later, the frenzied Roger collapsed, unconscious. Just as the man in black prepared to strike again, Fang Sheng intervened. Enough, don't kill him. TSK. He has no use to us. We only need the women. The man in black lifted the unconscious Roger, glancing at Fang Sheng. This brat is rather peculiar. Perhaps he could be trained for our purposes. Fang Sheng cast him a fleeting glance, and, after a brief explanation, shifted his attention to the three women. Noticing Fang Sheng's gaze, the trio instinctively shrank back into the corner. Stay away, stay away. I'm telling you, my brother is incredibly powerful. If you lay a hand on us, he will surely kill you. You klotitsa ju tightly, issuing her warning. Naturally, her threats were of little concern to Fang Sheng. Beside them, Aisha grasped her book tightly, biting her lip as she stepped forward to confront Fang Sheng. Given the current situation, shouldn't your priority be how to preserve your life? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of mockery flickered in Fang Sheng's eyes as he surveyed Aisha. What do you wish to convey? Aisha inhaled deeply, quickly explaining. The entire city is undergoing horrific transformations. Countless monsters have emerged in every corner. Even the strongest steel gates cannot withstand the relentless assault of these creatures. Oh, I see. What you're suggesting is that we should be concerned about our survival, correct? Fang Sheng replied with a smile that betrayed his cold demeanor, then reached out, seizing her collar and lifting her effortlessly. You make a valid point, but it is precisely because we are on the brink of death that we must focus on the joys that remain. On the delicate visage of Aisha, reminiscent of a porcelain doll, lay an expression replete with helplessness and sorrow. What a madman he is! Yet what of it? Just days prior, such a scenario was unimaginable. If one does not seize the opportunity to indulge in the present, when will the moment arise again? Having uttered these words, Fang Sheng took Aisha by the hand and strode towards the exit. You lot, bring those two young girls along as well. As for that insufferable brat, confine him in the basement for 3 to 5 days and see if he remains so obstinate. Upon hearing this, the men in black immediately complied. Naturally, apart from the twin sisters, they also carried out Lu Yu, who had previously lost consciousness after colliding with a rock. After all, their forthcoming feast could not proceed without Lu Yu's presence.